Rare Candy Pidgeot to search out the Briar. All of that was needed, and it's important to note as a ruling query, Briar only works if you've got 2 prize cards remaining, or your opponent does. But then it's active. So even if you use Duskwound to give your opponent a prize, the effect of Briar continues, so you still get the extra prize off of the Charizard. Here are the prizes, and frankly, I don't like seeing ace specs in the prizes.
No, who does? Secret box in the prize cards for Oyvind. It's going to be important to see if that has any sort of impact. And here we see the Buddy Poffin coming down for Drew, eyeing up those 2 Gimme Ghouls, and able to search those Solrocks. I guess, you know, it is a weakness of playing those 2 cards, the Solrock and Lunatone, out of range of the Buddy Poffin with their high HP of 110. So we'll have to find other ways of finding them. And here is one. It's a nest ball coming down. Does already have a Earthen Vessel in hand as well. Oh, was it a pass from Oyvind?
I don't.
It must have been if Drew's playing Arven.
Yeah, Arven is not as a supporter card, and it's not Carmine. You can't play it on turn 1. So if Drew's using a supporter, Oyvind's had a turn, and we are getting confirmation Oyvind has had a turn. And if your entire turn was pass, that's generally not a very good turn. So Drew here setting up beautifully. We got 2 Gimme Ghoul, we've got Solrock and Lunatone. We got a 3rd Gimme Ghoul in the active, and this is setting up beautifully. The only saving grace here is well, you know, Solrock's not going to do enough to go after that Pheasantipti, but Golden Go's actually pretty good at taking big KOs pretty quickly.
Yes, and with that Earthen Vessel, will be able to find that fighting energy to start using Cosmic Beam if he wishes. Does have Air Balloon in the hand already, thanks to that Arven as well. So can start putting some outward pressure on Oyvind. And here we see the Lunar Cycle come down. Does have the Pheasantipti. Oh no, going for the Gimme Ghoul attack here. Going for
it's
that
a minor errand
running. Yeah, just going to find 2 energy cards from the deck, put it into hand. Oh, attachment to the Pheasantipti, that's not a good look.
And an INO, I mean, it's not ideal. Essentially, the reason you attach to Pheasantipti is like, hey, now I can retreat it later.
Yeah.
And right now, it's just an INO to 6. And the good news is you won game 1. So, you know, we saw in the previous round, Daniel Magd was just like, opening hand, nope, game 3. Or even might be quite close to that, despite trying to play. But I see I see at least 1 Buddy Poffin and an Artisan, so we can get 3 basics. We can start building here.
Yeah, those last 2 cards are insane. Oyvind was drawing. He did have the Ultra Ball from the previous 2 cards, but the Artisan and the Buddy Poffin, that's where it's at right now for Oyvind. We'll be able to find those low HP basic Pokemon, the Charmanders, the Pidgeots, etc. Does go for the Tatsugiri, maybe looking for an attract customers, doesn't have a supporter in hand. Of course, Drew doesn't necessarily want to go for the Tatsugiri, so at least he has the security of that as well. Maybe having to, maybe can use it next turn if Drew opts to go for a boss's orders as well. And flip the script now on the field as well, but that's not good for Oyvind. Remember how we were talking about Drew wanting to go for that 2-2-2 prize race if he can. So yeah, not a great starter for Oyvind, unfortunately.
No, it's not what you're looking for. And, you know, Drew is going to be loving this. There's already a Pheasantipti there, which is a very enticing 2-prize Pokemon to try and take out later. And that's already sitting there to potentially go after whenever you're ready. And you are getting set up a lot better than your opponent as well. So, you know, an Oyvind attached to the Pheasantipti, which means no potential TM evolution shenanigans. Your attachment for the turn has already been used. It's just about, you know, you're basically kind of at least 1, arguably 2 turns behind before you even get rolling. We retreat into a Tatsugiri. Look, you can attract some customers.
Yes.
Go and grab a supporter card, but you're not using TM Evolution, which is what you really want to be doing right now.
Yeah, you definitely want to be seeing that, and I think INO is definitely the only option there for Oyvind to take. Yep. He's going to feel pretty comfortable with this Tatsugiri on the field. I do like opting to go for it instead of the Pidgeot, because he knows with the Pheasantipti on board, like I just spoke about, he knows that Drew is going to be prize hungry. He's going to be wanting to go for that Pheasantipti. He wants to be able to boss it if he can. So at least he has the comfort knowing that. And passing over to Drew now. What did he draw? I didn't see a Golden in hand from the previous turn. I do like the fact that Ivan Ionoed last turn instead of the Lily's Determination, only because it took those energy cards out of the hand from Drew from that minor erring running as well.
Yeah, and you know one of them would have been a fighting energy to allow you to use Lunatone. That is at least 3 extra cards if things don't go your way. So yeah, that Lily is a nice little play there. You get 2 fewer cards, but you get to disrupt your opponent. Speaking of Lunatone, here's 3 cards drawn from that Lunatone ability. And we did get at least 1 Golden Go from that.
Yeah, we see the Ace spec as well. Does have the Genesect EX also. Has an option to find some additional Golden Go to put on the field. And I think for Drew, it's how does he approach this? Does he go for a boss's orders or even go for the boss's orders? Can take a single prize with the Soul Rock on the Tatsugiri. It's a difficult one to say, really. I mean, here we go, the Earthen Vessel, discarding that Lightning Energy. He knows he can get that back easily with the Levincia later on. Going for an additional Lightning Energy in hand from it. Also, a Fighting Energy. Yeah, I don't really know which way Drew's going to go here.
There are a bunch of different options, and the thing is, if there's like 1 Pidgey or 1 Duskull sitting there on the bench, you feel really good about using boss's orders and going, ha, I've taken out your 1 option. But when the only thing really on the bench worth going after, or that you can go after, is 2 Charmander, it's not the same, because your opponent can still just evolve up and get that Charizard. You're taking a prize, but you're not really cutting off an evolution line. So there's an argument to just leave it, go after the Tatsugiri, and kind of save your boss for future turns when you're going to get a little bit more value out of it.
Yeah, and the secret box looking like it's going to be played from Drew. Does have the boss's orders already in hand, I must say that. Looking to discard the Mega Morwell and a Lightning Energy and a boss's orders. Maybe he's discarding the boss's orders to find another boss's orders.
Might be. It's going into the discard there, Bet. Or is it? Is it not? Is it? The problem is, if you show it like that and you don't discard it, you're giving your opponent information. Or even now knows Drew has the boss's orders in hand. So if you don't discard it, your opponent will have extra information they can use to play around. But it does go into the discard for a Professor Turo. No, an Arven.
Arven, yeah. Here we go. Here's the Arven Air Balloon. I mean, it's such a great card, isn't it? Secret Box. You can find so many different pieces from its effect. Stadium, tool, supporter. So great. Eyeing up that Fighting Gong. So obviously not going for the boss's orders on the Pheasantipity. You'd imagine a Cosmic Beam is going to be coming out of that Soul Rock pretty soon. Able to search out the Fighting Energy from that Fighting Gong as well. Yeah, so not going for the Pheasantipity. Interesting choice, because now that you're knocking out this Tatsugiri, you will be opening up the option for Oivan to use Flip the Script as well.
It is going to give Oivan an extra 3 cards. And if you're Drew, you got to kind of think in the back of your mind, you were sure game 1 was sewn up. You felt so good about game 1. And then the end happened. That's going to put you a little bit on edge going into game 2. For now, does look like Solrock is going to get the easy KO on the active Tatsugiri. Cosmic Beam for 70. Tatsugiri's got 70 HP. Jobs are good. Get that one out, and then we can move on and worry about anything else later.
Yeah, he definitely, I'm just thinking, he definitely had enough energy in hand and was searchable to take the knockout of the Pheasantipity. He could have even searched for the Vitality Band from the deck with Secret Box as well. Could have manually retreated with the Gimme Ghoul. So interesting choice from Drew, just opting to go for the 1 prize knockout on the Tatsugiri. He knows that Oivan took an Iono from that Tatsugiri on the previous turn as well. So you can imagine that coming down from Oivan. No other attract the customers on field now to search out a different supporter.
But there's a world in which you take out the Pheasantipity and then Oivan goes, oh, cool. So I'm going to play my Chi-Yu and then I'm going to evolve my Charizard, get the energy on the Chi-Yu, take a 2 prize return KO. Oh, but by the way, at the same time, I'm ioning you, ioning you, there we go, to 4 cards. And actually, that's not a great position to be in. So it may well have been just trying to avoid that scenario.
It's a difficult choice, isn't it? Because you have to try and mitigate for the further turns, right? If you know that Oivan is going to be disrupting you, you want to try and, I don't know, just tamper down the disruption potential from these Ionos. Despite when coming down now, Drew down to only 5 cards in hand. Did he find any way to get out of this? Any fighting energy? Any sort of Golden Go? Even so, I mean, if Oivan is able to take a knockout on this Soul Rock Lunar Cycle, isn't going to be an option either.
No, absolutely not. Solrock only works for Lunatone. Lunatone only works for Solrock. They are a team. They have been for years in the card game, but it seems like Oivind there. No attack here, very much a setup turn. So passing back with the Charmander in the active. So Drew is going to be in a position to do what he did last game and go up by 2 prizes. But it's an 80 HP Charmander in the active, so you're going to need to use something else. Solrock will be 10 damage short. But we know Drew plays Vitality Band.
Yes,
so that
true.
would solve the problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think he would be wanting to go for the boss's orders on this Duskull here.
Oh, agreed.
We know that Duskull was the way that Oivind was able to find a way out of the awkward prize race that Drew had put him in. And now that Drew is already on 1 prize card taken, it would put him in that race for a 2-2-2 once more. He'd already, Pheasantipity is on the field as well. So there are a lot of options for Drew if... he's going to be able to put himself in an advantageous position if he is able to find the boss's orders. And I think there was one just behind that Vitality Band, perhaps.
I know, he's got the Vitality Band if he wants a Charmander. The card behind it, I could not make out exactly what it was. It may well be a boss. There is a Vitality Band going on the active Solrock, so it might be the Charmander play we mentioned. It was a boss. So there is an option here to, no, we are just going after the Charmander, 80 damage, gets a KO. I don't mind this because you're up by 2 prizes and now you've got boss. Pheasantipity, 2 prizes, boss. Yeah. Charizard, 2 prizes, boss. I don't mind that so much.
Yeah, it's not necessarily terrible. I mean, I say it's not necessarily terrible. What a phrase that is. Because you're not evolving into any sort of Goldingo here, so at least you're still keeping the single prize board stay. Chi-Yu is going to be able to take some knockouts, but at least it's not for 2 prizes, which is the main point. But I really would have liked the knockout on the Duskull. But going back to it, Goldingo, it is a 4-boss deck. They do play the utmost amount of Gust, apart from the counter catches. Already discarding 1, it would have put you down to only 2 boss remaining to be able to find in the latter turn. So maybe saving them for the more the right time, so to speak.
No, absolutely. Well, the Chi-Yu can get a KO on the Solrock, but again, it seems like a bit of a waste of a Chi-Yu. The Chi-Yu is in there as a counter to Goldingo. You want to be using it to swap a 1-prize Pokemon for a 2-prize Pokemon. Not happening yet. We see the Duskull evolved into a Dusclops. Can drop 50 damage down onto the bench. And there is, I believe, a 50 HP Gimmighoul sitting down there as well.
Yeah.
So you could just trade 1 for 1, but you know, it's Pokemon your opponent really wants to keep, so that might be an option. Also make your INO, next turn a little bit smoother.
Yeah, Oivind does have the opportunity to equal up the prize race now. Like you said, that Dusclops will be doing 50 damage with the Curse Blast on this Gimmighoul here. And of course, with the Chi-Yu, being able to take the knockouts on this Solrock here will equal up this prize race. So he does have that opportunity here.
Well, not entirely equal, because you do give your opponent a prize.
Oh, no, sorry, you're correct.
But you are still taking 2 prizes, and you're manipulating it in the way you want, which makes me happy.
You're still putting yourself in that 2-2-2 prize race, I suppose. And with that Chi-Yu taking a knockout, Oivind now on 5 prize cards. Drew Stevenson, I think this is the time you play boss. I think you need to start taking these big knockouts on the Charizard EX or the Pheasantipity.
I absolutely agree. We did not see the Dusclops used last turn, incidentally. Did not choose to do the trade with the Gimmighoul on the bench, saving it for another time. Now, I agree. We can go after the Pheasantipity, or we can go after the Charizard here. Charizard is a very good attacker, so you're cutting off that option. It's also much bigger. It's taking 7 energy discarded to KO the Charizard. Absolutely doable. It's just asking a lot, whereas Pheasantipity with Vitality Band, you're only asking 4.
Yeah, I really wouldn't mind an additional Gimmighoul on the field here as well, just because you know that Oivind has the option for a Duskmar next turn, so if you can't evolve it, it is a very easy prize for Oivind to take, and it'll put you only down to 1 coin bonus to get out of any sort of INO plays, right? So here we now see Drew with a lot of cards in hand here. Does have the boss's orders, of course, from last turn as well. Here we see the coin bonus. I don't even think I saw a Metal Energy in hand.
And another coin bonus.
Yeah, another coin bonus. There's another Gimmighoul as well. Coin bonus. Oh, attaching that air balloon there.
There's retreat.
Yeah.
What, 2 more cards for the active. That was a nest ball and a picnic basket. They're not going to get you any energy. So we got 2 energy. We've got it's an air balloon, not a vitality band. Now there is a superior energy retrieval. So that's 6 energy.
Yeah, correct. I don't think I saw Levincia in hand either.
Now, that is enough for Pidgeot if you want to Gust and KO the Pidgeot. It's not enough for Charizard yet. You will need a 7th to get Charizard.
Yes, 4 energy from the discard pile there. Just a bunch of energy, isn't it? Throwing down with this Goldengo deck. Make it rain. 50 damage for each energy you're able to discard. Here we see the boss's orders on that Pheasantipity.
Only 5 energy needed for that. Lack of vitality band, a bit sad, but there is the energy. KO there. And yeah, I like this. We've actually got a boss in hand already for next turn. Oyvind, I mean, look at the size of Drew's hand. Add in the coin bonus and the Lunatone. You and the Pheasantipity, you've got to Ino. But even then, there's potential for like, what, 3, 6, 7, 8, like 10 cards.
Yeah.
And that's if you don't get a second Goldengo active.
Oh, here we see the Professor's Turo picking up that Charizard EX.
Love it.
Now putting himself to a single prize board state. And with that Chi-Yu taking the knockout, Oyvind now only 3 prize cards away from taking this game. Would have loved to have seen another Charmander placed on the field so he could unlock that potential Briar play next turn as well. But I think now, if Drew's able to find the Dusknoir, it could be pretty good for... Oh, no, there's a scoop.
We are just scooping up, and it looks like... Did Drew take that game? No one's told us what's happening with this game. We are seeing them shuffling up as if there is going to be a game 3. And it looks like Drew put himself in a very good position there and evened it up at 1 each. We're just looking for confirmation. That was a very sudden pickup from both players. There is your confirmation. It was Drew that won game 2. And essentially, Irvin just went, you know what? This game's not going well enough for me. We're running out of time a bit. Let's go to game 3. Here is the replay.
Yeah, what a game it was. So Drew able to find his optimal board state and taking out here the prize race pretty efficiently. Oyvind not able to find the crucial pieces he was in that last game, that game 1. And Drew taking advantage of those single prize board states, that Cosmic Beam doing its work here. And I think for Oyvind, I think the writing was on the wall when Drew maybe flashed the boss's orders.
Yes.
Because if he was able to take out that Charmander, it would have removed all attacking options for Oyvind to be able to take the game. That's the only reason I can find here. But yeah, like we said, Drew able to find and unlock that 2-2-2 prize race once that confirms it. So showing the boss's orders there, taking out any option for Oyvind for that potential Briar play for that turn.
Well, we see a fist bump and it looks like we are going to be going into game 3 here. We see the prizes from both players. One Dusclops is the only one in the deck, so that's something to keep an eye on, especially if a Duskull started. But we are rolling and Drew goes straight away. Genesect searching out a couple of Goldengo. We have less than 12 minutes remaining. Both of these players, and look, when you start 8-0, you got a bit more wiggle room in phase 2, but you still want to get that win to maximize your match points so far.
Yeah, both of these players will want to be going turbo. Unfortunate starter really from Drew. That Genesect EX is a pretty easy 2 prizes for any Charizard deck to take, even with the Chi-Yu as well. It's a metal Pokemon that is weak to fire. The reason why it's in that deck, that metallic signal ability, so good to find those crucial Goldengos. Of course, in this deck, you're unable to search out the Goldengo EX any other way. It doesn't play Ultra Ball. It doesn't play any other ball search to find the Goldengo. So this is this is the chosen way to find those EX Pokemon.
It absolutely is. So it looks like we're passing straight away. That was it. That was the turn. No gimme ghoul for Drew. That was a terrible turn, starting with a Genesect, searching out 2 Goldengo to thin out the deck, and then that's literally your only play. Now we pass over to Irvin here, and it looks like we're getting an Arvin, and that is going to be a much better start because, well, you can go for a TM Evolution and a secret box. You know what that gets you, Ben?
It gets you stuff.
Everything. It gets you everything.
Yeah, it gets you everything to start getting set up. And I think for Oyvind, he's feeling pretty comfortable right now with no Gimme Ghouls, no Solrock, no Lunatone to set up for Drew. Oyvind feeling pretty good about himself in terms of the pace of play here. It is an evolving deck, this Charizard. It is slow. It is methodical in those earlier turns. And if you're not feeling any onward pressure from your opponent, you're able to take advantage pretty quickly.
Well, we get a TM Evolution. One got discarded, but just to search another one out. Lily's Determination for next turn. Artisan to get a basic. That is going to help Drew get a basic. But also you're thinking, well, I'm in a great position here. I've had a really good start. And you're behind. We'll see if it gets played, but it's not going to help as much as if it had been the previous turn. I don't want to play it, and it looks like we're not playing it. TM Evolution gets a Pidgeotto and a Charmeleon, and that basically was due on a one-turn clock, because if Irvin gets a Charizard next turn, and that is literally, maybe a little bit more. But either way, he's in a good position to try and finish off things next turn. But Arvin gets Drew something, so at least we're going to have another turn or two.
Yeah, it does have the Duskull on field already, so it is able to maybe do some damage counter shenanigans next turn. If Drew is forced to put down that 50 HP Gimmighoul, there could be some awkward moments in this next turn for
Well, there's no Dusclops, because the only one there is... Oh, well, that was game two. Game two was... Yeah. The only Dusclops is prize, so there's not going to be a Dusclops. It would have to be...
It is a 2-1-1 line, yeah. Yeah, okay, fine. So it will have to be the rare candy into a Dusk Noir if any sort of damage counter opportunities for him, sorry. Arvin going for that secret box and that vitality band, and here is exactly why the debate comes into what a spec is the most optimal for Goldengo at this point. Is it the precious trolley? Is it the secret box? And secret box will be able to find you a lot of things: an item, a tool card, a stadium, a supporter, but it doesn't find you everything in terms of board stay. It doesn't find you all of those crucial basic Pokemon that you need to get set up for those later turns.
I'm just digging through some maths here, Ben. That Genesect's actually super annoying to KO. It's got 220 HP, and Charizard is actually Darkness type, so not hitting for weakness. Yes. So in order to do it, you'd have to get the Candy Dusknoir. You would then have to self-KO for Curse Blast, which would then put your opponent ahead on prizes and activate your single copy of Defiance Band, plus the 30 extra damage to your opponent taking a prize. Then you would be able to KO the Genesect. Yeah. That's what it's going to take.
It's a weird interaction, because you're giving your opponent a prize card, but you don't want to be able to, you don't want to have to use the Dusknoir on the Genesect. That would be counterintuitive. You would want to be able to have to use the Defiance Band. So yeah, it's not great for Oivan, but at least he's got 2 stage 1s up already in this game. Does find the Air Balloon, Drew, going back to his board state, does have the fighting energy in hand, and of course with that Lunatone and Solrock now on field, that Cosmic Beam is active, can take an easy knockout on that Duskull to put himself in the optimal position.
Irvin's hand has a Pidgeot and an Ultra Ball for a Charizard, and a Lily's Determination for a new 8-card hand. And then you would need 2 out of Candy Dusknoir Defiance Band, search the third out with Pidgeot, and that would be a free prize turn next turn. This is actually potentially doable, or at least a 2-prize turn. Oh, hits a rare candy. So what you can do here is actually Ultra Ball for the Dusknoir, rare candy in the active, evolve the Pidgeot and Lily's Determination.
Yeah, this is a really harsh turn on Drew now coming up, because with that rare candy, like you said, able to find that Dusknoir, already has Pidgeot EX in the hand as well, and with the Lily's Determination for a fresh 8 cards, it could leave Drew with 1 Pokemon on the field now as well.
And I don't think you even need to worry about Defiance Band here. You can just KO Lunatone on the bench with Dusknoir, KO Solrock in the active with Charizard, and be like, yeah, you've only got a Genesect. This is not going ideal. And even another Duskull down to try and get over the edge with that Genesect if you need to next turn. Now we see the search with Pidgeot, and if you don't have a Charizard, which it doesn't look like we do, we search it with Pidgeot. We get the energy from the ability. Lily's Determination, that was all pre-supporter, Ben.
Yeah, there's a high five between both players. At least Drew's finding the, trying trying to find the humor in this situation. I can tell by his body language, you know, he's feeling, you know, Ivan's just finding everything he can right now, or everything he wants right now to be able to take the game. And yeah, this is going to be pretty awkward for Drew in these next 2 turns without the lunar cycle, without any sort of golden go on board as well. You know, it's asking a hell of a question to Drew to try and get set up.
It really is. Buddy Poffin goes and gets a Charmander only. We are then going to use Curse Blast to KO the Lunatone on the bench. Now you 1 prize each, but in comes Charizard, KO the active Solrock, and now you've got 2 prizes, and your opponent's got a Genesect with no energy. Yeah,
no energy, no draw support on board. So, you know, where we've spoken about how effective this Goldengo deck is, it's because of those coin bonuses. It's because of those lunar cycles to get up and running. That is the consistent foundation of this deck. And without that on field, you put yourself in a pretty awkward position. I mean, it's no fault of trying. I think Oivind has been fortunate to find those right pieces at the right time. We saw it in game 1. Now we're seeing it in game 3. Able to find those rare candies at the right time. And I say he's fortunate to find it, but there's been some work being done by the Pidgeot EX, and I think that's something that we do tend to forget with that Charizard deck. You are able to find those intricate pieces to get your game set up.
No, you absolutely are. Well, we've used Genesect's ability. We've had a cheeky gander at our deck. We've gotten all of our Golden Go into our hand. Fight Gong is going to go and get one of those parts, either Solrock or Lunatone, or a Fighting Energy, which is what we actually go for. Artisan is going to go and get the Lunatone. Do we have an out to the Solrock? Because we're going to need that if we're going to be using Lunatone's ability.
1 is prized, so he will have to fetch that one from the discard pile. I would have liked to have thought that there's a Night Stretcher in hand to fetch that out of the discard pile, if possible.
Yeah, 1 in the prizes, 1 in the discard, so he does have to be recovered.
Yeah, I think for Drew, really.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, I think for Drew really needs to try and find some sort of gust on that Duskull. As we've mentioned, though, already, doesn't play any sort of counter catcher, so is reliant on boss's orders only to find gust. And we see that Solrock coming down on the field, 3 extra cards down to Lunar Cycle. What are those 3 cards? I think there's a Pheasant Dipty there.
There is a Pheasant Dipty, so that's 3 extra cards from Flip the Script. You haven't found it yet. Buddy Poffin will go and get, I mean, presumably 2 Gimmighoul. Because at some point, you're going to need some Gimmighoul. Keep an eye on the clock, by the way. We've only got 2 minutes and 36 seconds remaining. So Oivind in a good position here, but still needs to actually finish out this game. And like we said, right now, though, actually, Defiance Band not being active, you're not going to be KOing that Genesect. Charizard only does 210. If Drew takes a prize, Genesect does get into range, which is very important because Irvin needs to start taking some multi-prize turns to finish out this game. I don't think there's 4 turns left for Irvin here.
No, not at all. I mean, with 2 full prize cards remaining, does have the Pheasant Dipty on the field now
which
for
is
Drew.
In range because that's 210.
Yeah, does also have that Genesect. So if Drew is going to be taking prizes on, say, this Duskull or this Charmander as an easy prize for the Solrock, like you said, you are increasing that damage output from that Charizard. So it's the case of what does Drew prioritize in this space? Does he prioritize going for the win, or does he just go, how do I not lose this matchup? You know, where's your headspace at? You know, do you go for potentially going for time? Can I more or less stall out here?
I think you kind of have to. Not taking a prize means that you're playing for the tie at this point.
Yes.
You would have had to take a prize, hope your opponent finished their turn, have a full turn taking a 2 prize KO before time was called. Not very likely. Here we go with a Dusknoir onto the Gimmighoul. We are gusting up the Pheasant Dipty. Pheasant Dipty now gets KO'd by the Charizard. That means that Irvin is down to, presumably, is that 1 prize remaining.
1 prize remaining, yeah.
And is going to guarantee, even if Drew takes the rest of the time on the clock, Irvin is going to have 1 more turn to take 1 more prize, and I think is going to have just enough time to finish this out and take a 2-1 victory. Or, no, that is just a handshake, so Irvin will be taking this 2 games to 1. Nothing Drew could do to stop it. Great Dusknoir use, big attacks from Charizard, and Irvin goes to 9-0 with Charizard. And after that great run last season with the regionals finish, the regionals final,
your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up.
The weather outside might be frightful, but the competition here is delightful. There's plenty of fierce competition to warm up our souls. Tuck into maybe a nicer onion roast with a side of Kirschspätzle as we come to you live from beautiful Stuttgart here in Baden-Württemberg in Germany. I'm Freya Pierce. I am joined here by my delightful co-casters, Ben, Ross, and Alex. How are we feeling after yesterday's intense battles?
More comfortable because I'm not wearing a giant sweater. But also, yesterday was fun. We got some spicy decks we've already seen at the top tables yet today, and we're getting towards that all-important asymmetrical top car. It's a good day to be a fan of the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, absolutely is. I mean, we had some absolutely some stonkers of games yesterday, it has to be said. I mean, I'm thinking with many an iron hands coming at you. We have got a fierce day of competition lined up as well. We were taking a look already at some of the names that are coming up in terms of who made to the top tables. And Alex, you saw some spicy stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean, just between some of the players that we were able to feature throughout yesterday's day 1, phase 1 streaming, and of course the phase 2 first round of phase 2 as well. But then there were a lot of decks there that, considering we've just had Phantasmal Flames, this is kind of the first weekend that it has been legal and or available for tournament play. It's just very interesting to see how our players have been able to adapt certain cards into archetypes we've already seen, but also new archetypes at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with it being, of course, this regionals being the first in the Phantasmal Flames format. Plenty more other regionals to come, though, as we can take a look at the schedule here. We are here in Stuttgart right now. Birmingham and London coming up. Ben, any more exciting ones to catch your eye there?
Yeah, I mean, we're really gaining momentum into this season now. We've already had 4 major events, Stuttgart being one of them now, going to be completed, of course, after this weekend. But we still have such a fantastic schedule coming at you throughout this season. We have Birmingham and London coming up, which is a UK double bill. But London, of course, being that all-important international championships for our competitive players. And Sevilla, Prague, a new location, which everybody's also excited about. Utrecht, of course. And then our Italian event changing from Bologna into Turin, of course. Can't wait for that one. And then New Orleans, our penultimate international championships. Oh, sorry, our final international championships in the schedule, I should say. And that double bill, San Francisco, the XP and the World Championships in one event. Cannot wait.
Yeah, it always seemed inevitable, right? The World Championships has always turned more and more into an annual convention as the years have gone, and now it's just taken on that ultimate form. I can't wait for that myself. But if you want to qualify for the World Championships, you're going to need to register for some tournaments. So go there to rk9.gg/event/Pokemon if you want to find out how to register for upcoming events, earn some championship points, and who knows, maybe you can get yourself a qualification for that World Championships and attend Pokemon XP in San Francisco. I mean, you got to get there somehow, right?
I mean, getting an invite would be good. I actually went to the World Championships just kind of as a spectator, as a creator last season, and between meeting artists and playing games and doing a pin badge rally, there was so much fun stuff to do at the World Championships. It was a really nice change of pace. I enjoyed it, but we need to get to the World Championships first. So how are we going to do that? Well, there's 2 ways. Easy way, just win a regional. Don't worry about anything else. That's the easy way. No, it's very difficult, but it's simple. If you don't win a regional, you have to get championship points. And what we have this season, like last season, is a cutoff. The top 135 masters in North America and Europe will receive an invite. So that's where, over at Pokemon offices, they print that giant sheet of paper. All of the players of all of their championship points, they get a big ruler, a nice fat pen, and they draw a line under the 135th player. You're above that line, you get an invite. You're below that line, you don't. But of course, every direct invite earned in the region does push that line down one spot. If you get a huge amount of championship points, you're probably safe. Otherwise, you got to keep fighting until the end of the season.
Yeah, it really keeps the competition going all season long. And of course, this is not all they're competing for. Championship points and invites to the World Championships are one thing, but there is a big wad of cash on the line as well.
Yeah, absolutely. For across all divisions, there's lots on the line. Just look at that first place prizing for all the masters, the juniors and the seniors. There's a lot of cash available for them to be competing for, and this does trickle down depending on the size of the tournament as well. So you can see it goes all the way down to top 32 in the masters division, into top 8 for the juniors and seniors. But at the same time, alongside all of those prizes there, you can earn yourself some booster packs at the same time as well, and that trickles down even further because our tournaments are so large now. They can go down sometimes to 256, sometimes even the 5-1-2 of the competition. So it's a really amazing opportunity for people to keep playing and really try and earn some of those just prizes.
Yeah. So maybe, quite fifthly, you make it rain with Goldengo, and you can make it rain on your bank account with a nice bit of cash prizing. Now, very important to note, this season we've switched it up a little bit in terms of the tournament format compared to how it was last season. So, Ben, why don't you talk us through our changes for the tournament formats this season?
Yeah, so previously our tournament structure was a day 1 and day 2 of competition. That's now changed to a phase 1 and a phase 2. Of course, you would have seen if you were tuning in yesterday, our first round of phase 2 competition was at the end of the day. We've reduced the amount of rounds in our phase 1 to 8 instead of 9. The magic record to make that phase 2 is now 5, 2, and 1. Of course, we also have the end of round update in connection with that as well. Instead of the regular +3 turns after time, it's only 1 full turn per player after time with a 10-minute limit on that. So, like we mentioned yesterday, that can sometimes come into a little bit of a factor as to how people approach the game as well. But overall, really positive change, I think, for the structure of the format.
Yeah, and if you want to find out any more about that in great detail, go ahead and either scan that QR code or go to championships.pokemon.com. There's a great little breakdown there of everything, not just around this, but around the whole competitive season. Lots of really, really useful information there. It's really become a great, one-stop hub for everything to do with competitive Pokemon, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely has. All the information is out there. Here we talk a lot about going to your local league and kind of getting playing, make some friends, but also coming to these big regional events. We've got 2,200 players here, from around the world. We have players from, Japan who have made the trip over here. We even have a couple of US players this weekend, not as many as normal for fairly obvious reasons. We got players from all over Europe. We have these gigantic tournaments with thousands of players from all over the world, and just being able to come here and join in is such a joy. And if you've been around for as long as some of us have, and you've seen that growth from 40-person regionals in your local game store to here, it's been absolutely wonderful to see. To get that information, come play with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, if you want to get some of those prizes and you want to make your way up to the upper echelons, you might need to be quite an experienced player. And there we have some very experienced players that we've been following throughout this weekend. We have Tord Reklev, Hermione Hetalati, and Robin Schultz. Now, Tord and Hermione have managed to make their way into day 2. I believe Tord with a 8-4-1 record and Hermione with a 7-4, I believe. So they're still in there in contention, not quite doing, not at the top of the top tables, but still in there. Robin, unfortunately, did not quite make it into day 2, we found out.
Yeah, that's just sometimes how it goes, but he's a player we know has been at the very top tables before. He is a former world champion after all. All of these players, very experienced, very sort of a massive amount of accolades across all of them. So it's no surprise to see him make it into phase 2, maybe even make it to the upper tables as well. But sometimes just a rub of the the coin, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and that's just sometimes maybe what Robin experienced this weekend. Doesn't matter, but he pick himself up and go to the next one.
Yeah, just goes to show, even if you're a former world champion, you're not going to be able to win them all. That is the nature of the game sometimes, and there are so many strong players, many of which are featured on this phase 2 qualified players list.
Yeah, I mean, some of the names here in our phase 2 competition at Stuttgart: Tord Reklev, Reklev, of course, the top name on that list, but so many other names that can take this trophy home. You have Oyvind, Drew Stevenson, who we both featured yesterday as well, Daniel Powell going on a real hot streak of records this season. And then, of course, we also have Brent Tonneson, the both Kammerman brothers. I made a joke yesterday. Usually you get only one of them making a good record in these top tournaments, but getting both of them, two for the price of one. You then have Fabian, of course, Puyol, who is somebody that everybody keeps an eye on in the competition, so consistent and a big person in the community, and Stefan Fromm, who we featured yesterday as well. So many names here that you could pick out, and you wouldn't be surprised that if they became a regional champion this weekend.
I mean, one of them, of course, Rune Hedemann's already a regional champion in Europe this season, and I believe he's actually at the top. I mean, he might even be on table one currently.
Last I checked, was sitting on table one, literally table one.
There you go. So a very, very good chance with the amount of Swiss rounds that we've had so far. Could make his way all the way into the top 8 cuts and maybe even win the whole thing. Are we going to see another EU back-to-back in terms of regional winners?
Could absolutely see it. We've seen it before. We could see it again. We talked yesterday about Oyvind and that run they had where they got second at one regional and then won the next final twice in a row. Henry Chow won 3 regionals in North America last year. I mean, goodness me, it was a run. Now here we see the up-to-date Masters Swiss rankings, and Rune unfortunately has dropped to 9-1-1 and Oyvind there at 10-1. But Nikolai Styborg, our current #1 player,
one of my players in my local league in Copenhagen, believe it or not. So it's really cool to see him at #1 slot there, doing very, very well. 10-0-1, that's an insane record.
Yeah, and Haruto Yasuda, player come over from Japan there, sitting on that list. We've got Miloslav, we've got Kimpa Bega. So many names we're all familiar with.
Yeah, well, I was going to draw attention to another local player, right? Ufa Axelsson got top 8 at EUIC not that long ago, doing well as well. Including Stefan Fromm's performance. I think we mentioned this at the end of yesterday. A really good day for the Danish players, it seems.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the one name that I want to pick out here is Kai Wainwright. He's a personal favorite of mine. He's such a fantastic player in the UK, just consistently making these top cut and, such great records throughout the season in major events. 9-2, that is not a record to ignore. These players will have to keep up the momentum, of course, to make the top 8 standings, but at least, these players are still in a shot at making those top standings.
And to me, it's very telling that 2 of those players in the highest standings are 2 already regional champions, right? I think this is a great indicator of the high skill cap that this format has. Oh, yeah. You are rewarded for being a good player. If you are skilled at the game, if you come in and you're well prepared, you will have success over and over and over again. It's a really great display of skill from especially a bunch of our players in the rankings there. Now, going to be very interesting to look at the breakdown of the phase 2 of the metagame compared to phase 1. There's been some interesting developments going on, I think it's safe to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massive conversion again for Golden Go at the very top. 21% of the 382 Masters Division players who have made it into phase 2 are piloting this archetype, and that's an incredible number. I mean, the next highest is 9% lower of the field with Dragapult. Seems to be the first to top 2, even the top 3 that we're starting to often see in the most recent tournaments. Phantasmal Flames hasn't completely caused complete chaos into the meta for so far, but it's interesting to see, just like, I mean, what we have are 4 different archetypes, right? Golden Go EX, Dragapult, Gardevoir, and Charizard as our top 6.
Yeah, I mean, sorry, carry on, Ross. No,
I was just going to say, I remember the days when everyone was like, when are stage 2's coming back? And now, outside of Golden Go, we are all stage 2. And, for anyone wondering at home, yes, I know we've got 2 different Gardevoir on there. We've got 2 different Charizard, but they're quite different in terms of the way they play, which is why we split them up.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the story of Golden Go there is how it's dealt with the biggest threat in the room, which is that cornerstone Ogerpon, and so many of the lists are so different from each other. But going into the best of the rest here, 5% still keeping its place, Mega Absol, Kangaskhan, and then we have the unclassified 4%, which is the best of the rest again. Ceruledge, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Alakazam, Raging Ball. I had a chance to go to some of the tables this morning when we got here earlier, and some of these decks, they're not making the top tables, but at least they're still making an impression on the format.
Yeah, it's really interesting how kind of compared to yesterday's phase 1 breakdown, right, where we saw the unclassified was literally the 3rd most played deck in the whole room, quote unquote, but fallen off quite a bit. So maybe some of these red deck recipes may need to stay in the oven a little bit longer, perhaps to get ready for Birmingham.
Well, it is an amalgamation of some of the new archetypes that we haven't quite completely seen yet. So like the Mega Lopunny EX decks, or maybe something to do with the Toxtricity and the Mega Sharpedos and so on. But we get a chance to really kind of showcase exactly how some of these decks have converted into phase 2 here now. I mean, 25% for both Gardevoir Jellicent and the Golden Go Lunatone Solrock is a fantastic sort of percentage to showcase for this tournament here. It's generally relative per tournament, but it looks like at the minimum 20% is sort of the good conversion rates for the decks right now.
I think what I love about this format at the moment, all of these decks that we're seeing here, none of them have a concrete 60. None of them are exactly the same, you know? They have little additions, they maybe change their ace spec, they maybe change their Pokemon line. Golden Go EX especially, you know, we know that its biggest threat at the moment was that Cornerstone Ogerpon. We saw it then come in its droves in this tournament, having an additional Pokemon to get rid of that problem. And we've seen it with maybe a Lucario, Mega Lucario. We've seen it with Mega Lopunny. We've even seen it with Cramorant. There are so many different options for our players to chuck in something new.
Yeah, Mega Mawile as well, though we saw on stream being played by Daniel Magda. I know he's a big backer of that. There's also, are you Team Secret Box or are you Team Prime Catcher as well? That's another big debate amongst the Goldengo players.
I do just want to point out that Mega Rapsol, Mega Kangaskhan, that box deck, really falling off this tournament.
Yeah,
big showing in Las Vegas. Pretty big showing in LAIC as well. That was all over that top 32. In this tournament, it is not seeing the numbers. It is not up there at the top tables like I expected. And I'm not saying we're not going to see it in top 8. I'd have to go and have a good look at the top tables. But I am telling you, that deck has fallen off quite a bit this weekend.
I mean, it's put in such a peculiar position because it's put in the way that in this tournament, it has to dodge the Golden Goes, which is something difficult. That's going to be a difficult feat to do because
there's a lot of Golden Go.
There's a lot of Golden Go out there right now, and there's so many problems that it has for that Mega Absol. We saw it from Las Vegas. It's evident tech against Golden Go was that Cornerstone Ogerpon, and now with these Golden Goes coming out with so many different options to face that Cornerstone, you can see why it's succeeding so well in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want to follow along with those developments and keep track of how everyone is doing today, you are going to want to tune in at pokemon.com/broadcast. Get yourself over there. You can stick with us at the TCG. There might be some other games going on in the room as well. There might be some Pokemon video game and Pokemon Go action if you want to follow along. I heard those games are pretty fun.
I'm gonna go to bat. Both of those games are great. Both of those games have wonderful casting teams. We got free streams going on this weekend for TCG, for Go, and for VG. So, you know, if there's a couple of minutes where, you know, we're between games, if you want to go and check them out briefly, that's okay.
Yeah, we forgive you.
Between games.
Only briefly.
Only briefly.
We've started now, so there's no reason to go anywhere else.
Yeah, that is true. But you know, you're all free people. You can just choose what you want. But yeah, stick with us. And speaking of sticking with us, get in touch with us on the following social media channels. So on X and Instagram, using that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tell us some of your favorites. Tell us who you expect to win. Tell us how you think the metagames are going to develop from your end. We have 1 day of action to kind of see how Phantasmal Flames is kind of shaping up the metagame from here on out. But plenty more developments to come, I think. And you also follow along on our YouTube and our Twitch channels at Play Pokemon or /Pokemon TCG on Twitch, so you can follow along and not miss a single stream that we end up broadcasting.
Let's say you missed a bit of yesterday's action. Let's say you have to go out somewhere today, you miss a round or two. Wonderful news. Go on Twitch. All the tournaments are archived. What's that? You just realized you missed a bit of Las Vegas? Go to Twitch and watch it. That's what I do sometimes. I do like catching up on old events. Sometimes I just watch some games back just for fun. What else am I going to do? Not play Pokemon?
Oh, absolutely. And it's a great way to sort of kind of look back and get yourself up to date on what's going on. And speaking of which, if this is your first time joining, you might be wondering, how's our tournament structure going to be today? Well, good news for you. We have a video explaining exactly that.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
championships.pokemon.com, as we discussed, the one-stop shop for all your competitive Pokemon needs. But if you need the Pokemon action, we have some coming up for you right now here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. I'm here at the desk. I'm Freya Pierce. I am joined by the inimitable Ross Gilbert. How are you doing again?
I'm doing very well. I'm a fan of Pokemon.com/broadcast. That is a site I am particularly fond of. It tells me when all the broadcasts are going on. But yeah, I'm good. We had a great day yesterday. We saw some wonderful plays. The Mew copying Iron Hand. Amp you very much for free prizes, and Oyvind's 4-prize one-turn victory with the Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Pidgeot, Search Briar, Use Briar, KO with Dusknoir, free prize KO on the Golden Go with Charizard. One of the best game endings I've seen in a long time. So we saw some beautiful plays yesterday, and we're not even there, Freya. We need to figure out who's in the asymmetrical top cut. Then we need to actually figure out who's going to be the champion, but that's what we're going to be doing for the next several hours, so stick with us. We're going to make it as entertaining as we can. And apparently, the Cubchoo are here to play.
Yes, I mean, very fitting for your festive season, right? Again, it's about perhaps cold weather, but flaming hot competition, I think it's safe to say.
I'm just saying someone on the team backstage here must be a Cubchoo fan. Of course, Phantasmal Flames. While we're talking of hot weather, Phantasmal Flames is here. Phantasmal Flames is legal. Not really setting the format on fire right now.
No, seemingly not. I mean, the one great example we saw yesterday was Stefan From, of course, playing that Mega Lopunny Dusknoir deck and absolutely crushing it on stream, safe to say. But other than that, it's kind of mainly been splashings of certain cards in other archetypes.
Bit of Dawn there. I've not seen much Ice Cream, Toxtricity, which I thought was going to be out and about. Certainly having seen what was going on in the city leagues in Japan. I've not seen very much Toxtricity coming around at all. I've not seen any real Battle Cage, which, we've seen.
Yeah, that one's surprising, honestly.
But we've seen so much Monkey Dory.
Yeah, exactly.
And we've seen so much Dragapult.
And so much Dusknoir, too.
And so much Dusknoir. And yet we got a stadium card that counters all of these things, and no one's playing it. Tiffany Rollpower Wassy, for your next event, think about Battle Cage.
Do you think that was kind of a thought process, maybe preempting the fact that people will think, oh, hold on, if Battle Cage is a thing, I got to bump up my stadium count so I can counter it when I need it. And then the people there are thinking, oh, hold on, if people are upping their stadium counts, Battle Cage is worthless and I might as well not play it.
My theory, and I'm not sure how close or far away I am here, a lot of decks at the moment, we've got very settled decks. We've got decks like Golden Go, Gardevoir, Charizard. These are decks, if you look at the top decks, the most recent top archetype is Dragapult, which came around in Twilight Masquerade, which was like 8 main sets ago. We're talking older archetypes that have been around for a while. I don't think people want to make those big changes. They've got the stadiums they like. They don't necessarily have room for more or different stadiums. And a lot of the time they're thinking, well, I'm already prepared for Golden Go. I've already got my Golden Go matchup, my Charizard matchup, my Gardevoir matchup. I don't need Battle Cage. I think I can already beat Gardevoir. I am wondering, however, if as time goes by, people are going to think, I do have this stadium that counters multiple of these decks. Maybe we should do a little more testing.
Yeah, maybe if you can find a way about it cutting into your consistency, of course. A lot of the times you'll be replacing something like Artisan, which is something you really don't want to be cutting for, in theory, tech cards that might not work in every single matchup. But Masters is one thing. We have some juniors and seniors as well. We don't necessarily get to feature them during the regional streams, on the main stage, but there's still some tournament going on over there, and I think it would be really nice to give them a little bit of a spotlight here.
And we see juniors here on Golden Go. Now, this is not a big surprise. Juniors are often newer players, because they are younger. They physically haven't had the time to play as much TCG as a lot of the Masters. So a lot of these more straightforward decks, these more linear gameplay decks like Golden Go, they do appeal more to the junior division. Now, there's quite a lot of Gardevoir there, considering that is a deck which really takes a lot of practice and preparation to play.
Absolutely.
But the even increase from the Masters Gold and Go doesn't really surprise me. Juniors division, these kind of big one-hit KO decks with slightly more linear game plans do tend to see more play in the junior division.
Yeah, and I think the perfect exemplification of that is also the fact that look how much higher Raging Bolt is by comparison to how it is in the Masters division, where it just squeaked onto the end of best of the rest. I think that's also a very big indicator there.
I think you're absolutely right there, Freya. It's a very similar kind of deck. It's quite linear. It doesn't have a huge amount of tricks. Set up, big KOs. That is what we see a lot from these players. Now, moving over into the senior division, we can go and have a look at what's going to be played there. Hopefully, we'll get that one up in just a second. And, you know, seniors, we generally see with seniors, we see a bit of a mixture of kind of juniors and masters division. Some of these seniors have been playing since they were kind of 8 years old, and now they're up like 14. They've got years of experience, and we do see them going towards those masters decks, because a lot of the best seniors do have testing groups, including a lot of masters. But seniors, you still do get a lot of newer players who have just kind of come into the TCG. So seniors tend to be an interesting mix of, there are some players who are kind of deck selecting more like a junior because they're new and they're learning the game, and some players who are deck selecting more like a master because they are playing with masters constantly.
Yeah, I mean, a great example of that, of course, you know, Todd Ratcliffe, I know for a fact, coaches so many juniors and seniors, and has helped out many of those younger age division players have great success. And here we are with the seniors breakdown for phase 2, and already we're kind of starting to see a little bit of what you were talking about.
Yeah, and it really is. This is just a mashing together of the juniors and seniors, the tables we see, these bar charts, because Gold and Go is higher than it was for masters, but not as high as for juniors. But we see the Charizard decks, which are those decks with lots of one-offs, very fiddly, takes a huge amount of practice and, you know, grinding for weeks and weeks to perfect that deck. They are starting to come in a way that they weren't so much with juniors. Mega Absol Kangaskhan is here, which is a deck that I would not recommend to a junior player who had just started playing. So it really is an amalgamation, and that's kind of what I like to see as you get up through those age divisions. There are always exceptions,
of course,
but play habits do kind of evolve as you play more TCG.
Yeah, and I mean, the Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck especially, I think, if you want to talk about tricky decks to pilot, it is an all basic, it is an all basics deck for sure, and that kind of makes it a little bit simpler. But the actual game plan varies so much from game to game. Sometimes you're not using Absol at all, sometimes you're not going with the Mega Kangaskhan, and you have to really think on the fly and kind of have a really adaptive game plan when playing that. So to me, it makes sense that kind of, like you were saying, these more experienced seniors who have some experience with the juniors division and maybe tested some of the masters are able to pick up this deck perhaps in slightly higher amounts.
No, absolutely. I think that is an excellent point. And it's not really a coincidence that this deck was one really kind of created and popularized by Todd Ratcliffe.
Not at all.
Because it is a deck that basically says, you had better know every single matchup. You had better go into every single game knowing what you're playing against, what their options are, and what your best strategy is. You need to, from turn 1, be executing your perfect strategy against each individual deck.
Oh, hold on. I just got word in. We have updated Swiss rankings going into our next round of Swiss. So let's see how things have shaped up in the, as we go into round 13. So yes, as we already mentioned, Nikolai Steborg there at 11-0-1. Goodness gracious me, that's an insane record.
Yeah, 3 more match points than anybody else in the tournament right now, in a phenomenal position. Kai Wainwright, Drew Stevenson, Kimper Bega, Alexander, who I believe won a regional this season already, is up there. Shoichi Saito, another Japanese player, has jumped up just outside of the top 8 there. Rune, a regional winner already this season. Daniel Magda, who, you know, we've seen some good stuff from Daniel because he's won a regional. Wait, have we got all our previous regional winners in this graphic?
Well, there's Rune, there's Daniel Magda,
and then Alexander.
Yeah.
We have all 3 of our regional winners so far this season, currently in the top 11 of this tournament. So it's looking like a decent chance for a repeat regional winner in Stuttgart.
I feel like, because I was making the point earlier about how, yes, this is the kind of format that rewards consistent good play, and now I think like the point's just been proven even more for me based on this.
Yeah, but whenever I think I see something like that, I always have that double take of, hang on a second.
Yeah, are we missing something? Yeah.
I look at a lot of tournaments, I go back through years, I do a lot of research. Am I misremembering this year's regional champions?
No.
But no, that's looking really, really good.
Yeah, we've had 3 so far. This is the 4th. 4th, and all 3 of our previous winners are on there. That's a bit mind-blowing, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, and just off of that list was Henry Brand. So we've got some Oceania representation. We've got some Japan representation, some Asia representation. We've got obviously a lot of European representation coming in here. There is a lot of, there's a lot of geographical... That's what I'm looking for here, Freya.
Diversity?
Yeah, let's go for that. A lot of geographical diversity here in our players up around the top tables at this event. Now, deck-wise, however, I'm looking, just having a quick look here. I got it on the screen. Spoiler alert. A lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Dragapult, a lot of Charizard, a lot of Golden Go. Those top 4 decks that we showed you on that Day 2 graphic, right now, up at the top tables, it really is overwhelmingly, I'm not saying there aren't other decks around, but I'm saying those 4 decks are overwhelmingly what we are seeing at those top tables. Charizard, Gardevoir, Golden Go, and Dragapult. It is those 4 decks that are really kind of populating those top tables.
Yeah, we're seeing like a congregation, right? It's kind of a closing in where we had a very, very wide meta game. And to an extent, the fact that it's those 4, I'd still call that pretty wide.
Oh, yeah.
But we're starting to see a concentration of those top 4 archetypes the further we progress into this tournament. And I don't think that's an accident.
No, and there are, if you go a little bit further down, there is an unclassified, which I believe is a Megalopony. There's a Marnie's Grimstar. There is one Marnie's Grimstar, which is fairly high up right now. And, there is Joltik Toolbox flicking around. But really, at the top 4 tables, it is those top 4 decks really are the big story right now. And what we're seeing, and we got a couple of rounds to go, and then Top Cut. But it is consistent players. That top 16 had a lot of known players on.
It really did.
And it is known decks. It is, really a culmination of, we know who the best players are, we know who the best decks are, and right now, what we're seeing in Stuttgart is people are proving that.
People proving that, and even more so, wanted to prove it on stage. I believe I've just got word, our players are ready at the desk.
I can see one of them shuffling.
Yeah, so they're ready to go. So, we're talking about former regional championships or recent regional champions. How about we have one on stream?
How about we got Alexander and Ufa there, who are going to be our first round on stream. Round 13 overall. We have 2 Swiss rounds remaining. We have this one and the next one, and then we get into our asymmetrical top cut. We'll tell you more about that later. But here we have Alexander, already won Lille Regionals this season, but we've also got a top 8 in Warsaw, a top 4 in Birmingham last season, and a world's top 128 in Hawaii.
Definitely a player, I think it's safe to say, is really coming into his own. Has been kind of punching at it with some pretty decent results. Maybe a top 8 at Warsaw, like no slouch at all, but really that breakthrough, those kind of double breakthrough results, the Birmingham top 4 and now the Lille Regional Championship title. I think we're going to see a lot of Alexander for many tournaments to come, I think.
But how often have we seen this? A player starts getting these Day 2s and it snowballs very quickly. Ufa here, we've got a top 8 at EUIC. That is not an easy feat to pull off.
Not at all.
Top 16 in Birmingham, top 64 in Birmingham, top 64 in Gdansk, and top 128 in Gdansk this season. So looking to get the best result they've had since that EUIC finish here in Stuttgart.
Yeah, I feel so like sometimes it can go both ways, right? Sometimes you have that big breakout result, but maybe you kind of doubt yourself a little bit. You think, oh, okay, I got this big result, but wait, was that a fluke? Am I able to, do even more big results like that? And sometimes it can take a little bit to kind of find your feet again. Ufa's going to be very, very happy to be in this position, knowing, oh, I am really close to actually making a top 8 again.
Yes, absolutely. Sometimes you top 16 worlds 2 years in a row as a random off-the-cuff example. But what we got here is 2 players, one who is trying to win their first regional, I believe, and one who is trying to win their second of the season. A quick reminder that all 3 of our regional winners are currently in the top 11 of our standings.
I can't remember the last time we had that, to be honest. Again, I just can't emphasize that enough.
I'm not sure we've ever had it. Here comes some prizes. I'm not even telling you what decks they are. The prizes make it very clear. In terms of prizes, there's nothing too bad there, as long as we've got some doubling up. There's a fist bump. We are rolling round 13, and we've got Alexander and Ufa. We've got Holucha and Gimmighoul.
Yes, I mean, I will say in terms of pricing, the Genesect and the prizes isn't great for Ufa.
Just saw that.
Normally only a one-off. So yeah, we won't be able to use that Metallic Signal ability to search for evolutions, but we're going to focus on Alexander's turn right now, and he's starting things off with an Ultra Ball.
Oh, and the Pheasant Dipty as well, also a one-off for Alexander. So there are some one-off tech EXs which are in there. Genesect for Ufa and a Pheasant Dipty for Alexander. So this Dragapult deck then, what do we do? Well, it's Dragapult by name, Dragapult by nature. You want to build up to that Phantom Dive, you do 200 to the active, and you drop 6 damage counters on your opponent's bench anywhere you like. In addition to that, we've got this Dust Noir, and we've either got Dusclops that KOs itself to drop 5 damage counters, all to one place, or Dust Noir that KOs itself to drop 13 damage counters. And the theory here is that between the 200 to the active, the 6 damage counters you're peppering to the bench with Phantom Dive, and all of these Curse Blasts from Dusclops and Dust Noir, you can essentially set up multiple KOs and have these big swing turns. Yeah. And turn 1 energy, sorry Freya, very important here, because Dragapult is a 2 energy attacker.
It is. You need 1 fire and 1 psychic in order to pull off that Phantom Dive. So especially going first when you can't play a supporter, getting that energy drop on turn 1 feels absolutely amazing. Speaking of feeling amazing, Arvin is about the best thing you can ask for turn 1 as Goldengo.
Yeah, this one's going to be nice and fun. You get yourself an item and a tool. Now, we're not playing Treasure's Trolley or anything like that, or Secret Box. We are going for Prime Catcher here. But what you are going to be able to get is a Buddy Buddy Poffin to go and get some basics. And, of course, you can find yourself a fun little tool as well. Oh, it's a Fight Gong and an Air Balloon here. I like this because you've already got the Lunatone, so I feel confident from there. And here's a Nest Ball, presumably for a Soul Rock.
Yeah, so this is actually a very important way important note rather, about the way Goldengo functions now. So this has always been the draw a bunch of cards with your coin bonus abilities, and then just get a bunch of energy in hand and use that Make It Rain attack, 50 damage times the number of basic energy you discard from your hand. The Soul Rock and Lunatone pair beautifully here for multiple reasons. You can use the Lunatone's Lunar Cycle ability to discard fighting energy to draw cards, literally perfectly timed as Ufa does that there. You need a Soul Rock in play to do it, but you don't mind putting the Soul Rock down because it also has a great attacking Cosmic Beam, which does 70 damage and punches through things like Resistance, which also, perfect timing here, is going to go ahead and KO this Hawlucha.
It is going to be nice, and actually starting that Hawlucha is sneaky terrible. It goes down, Ufa takes the first prize, but Hawlucha, you've got 70 HP on those Gimmighoul. So if you can attack with Dragapult, drop 6 damage counters, Hawlucha is what you use to turn 6 into 7 and KO one of those Gimmighoul with a residual damage from Phantom Dive. Starting it is really bad, but Alexander here just goes, you know what, let's Ino. I'll have a new hand of 6. Ufa, you just took a prize. You get a new hand of 5.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. And not only that, of course, but actually, maybe Alexander doesn't necessarily mind this Hawlucha being KO'd, because now that it has been KO'd, you can get it back with something like a Night Stretcher and use it to pull off a Phantom Dive KOing and Gimmighoul on the bench.
It's literally more useful in the discard than it is on the field.
Absolutely.
But that first prize from Soul Rock, you know, I made this point yesterday, I'm going to say it again, new day. Everyone looks at Lunatone and goes, that's phenomenal draw, that's great. And it is, but Soul Rock being able to do 70 for 1 energy and go through Resistance, arguably even better here, because a lot of the time now, Goldengo can take the first couple of prizes with Soul Rock and not even have to go into Goldengo, not have to put themselves at risk of giving up 2 prizes. It is great in the early game, and honestly, any time you can weave it in for a KO is a big win.
Yeah, but now an important continuation to explain the strategy of this Dragapult deck. So Alexander has gone ahead and played this Buddy Buddy Poffin, grabbing himself another Dreepy and a Budu. This is going to be what he wants to do. So the best Dragapult players, what they'll do is they'll bring that Budu into the active, announce Itchy Pollen, and just build up the resources in their hand using the Dracloak's Recon Directive ability. Look at the top 2 cards of the deck, 1 to the hand and 1 to the bottom of the deck. You keep doing that turn after turn, you slow them down, and then once you have a crazy strong board built up, you blow them away with a fearsome Phantom Dive that they can't come back from. That's the strat.
That is the strat. Problem is, unlike in some decks we saw yesterday, that Budu is not going to be getting a Bravery Charm.
No.
Which means Soul Rock will just KO it straight away. You can have 1 turn of Itchy Pollen. It does hit 20 for weakness, funnily enough.
It does.
And turns off items, but Soul Rock is just going to announce Cosmic Beam and KO it next turn. So you have bought a turn in terms of, you know, setting up, but you are giving up a prize to do this. There is no question whether that's happening or not.
Yeah, and this strategy is strongest when you can pull off the Itchy Pollen early enough where you deny them from being able to attack. This is not the situation that Ufa is in.
Oh,
in fact,
Boss's orders onto a Dreepy. That is way more fun than KOing a Medusa. Hey, good news, Alexander. You can have another turn of Itchy Pollen. Bad news is it is at the cost of a Dreepy, a much better attack target for the Soul Rock there. And honestly, Ufa's not worried about this right now. They want to take a prize every turn. They're taking a prize every turn. This is going fine.
It is, and it's very heads up from Ufa as well, because recognizing, yes, item lock is annoying, but I have something that can KO it whenever I want. And the whole reason why Alexander is going to be item locking in the first place is because he just wants to buy himself more and more turns to find more cards of Recon Directive. What's one way to reduce the amount of Recon Directive you can do?
KO the Dreepy.
Thank you very much.
Or KO the Dracloak. But Dreepy's got lower HP. That's a little bit easier. Now, we do see the ace spec coming down from Alexander. It is actually that Neo upper energy. I talked about Dragapult being a 2-energy attacker. Well, this is the one way to get around that. It's an ace spec that gives you 2 energy for, you know, just for 1 card. So it is a way to attack straight away. But now we see a Lily's Determination. Get a new hand of 8 cards. You better evolve that Dreepy.
Yes, you really want to make sure that you find it. And of course, this is one advantage as well of walling behind that Budu, is that because it does such a low amount of damage, you're not taking prize cards. So the amount of turns in a row where you can do that Lily's Determination for the full 8 cards is many. And so you have so much dig for everything that you need.
Okay, seriously, you need to evolve that Dreepy. I saw in the hand there was a Nest Ball, but that'll only get a basic. Is there any way to get a Drag? Now, there is a Dragapult, but I didn't see a rare candy.
No.
I think I saw a Night Stretcher, but there's no Dracloak in the discard pile as far as I am aware. Because seriously, if you don't evolve that Dreepy, Ufa can potentially boss his orders and KO that Dreepy with the ace spec, and that would be devastating. They're not going to prime catcher because of the Budu item lock, but they could still boss his orders. They play free. There's still 2 in the deck.
Yeah, 2 more. And it is a strategy that you often see the Goldengo players going for. Like, you know, if you can't draw, you can still draw a fair amount of cards even under item lock. You can, you know, with Lunar Cycle and all the coin bonus. So chances are you are going to find one of your copies of boss's orders every turn, even under item lock.
Again, I've not got a great look at Alexander's hand here, but I've not seen a way to evolve that Dreepy.
I see some supporters, I see some energy, yeah, the Dragapult, which you mentioned, but no out to a Dracloak here. That's really, really tough.
And the Dracloak is important because that means that you wouldn't be able to just get an easy KO with Soul Rock. You could potentially Premium Power Pro to do an extra 30 damage and then KO. There is one in the list for Ufa. But right now, okay. So boss's orders would be absolutely gigantic this turn. I see a Pheasant Dipty. That's not going to draw any cards. But we can Lunar Cycle with the Lunar Zone if we got a Fighting Energy. And we can draw 1 card with coin bonus on the bench here.
Yeah. And this is the one thing that doesn't feel great about the... Oh, okay, I guess Alex was debating whether to evolve or not, asked if he could, and Ufa said that's fine.
Oh, apparently so, but we did just get a KO on that Budu. Bit of a reprieve there for Alexander. There was no boss's orders. That Dreepy survives with that ace spec energy. So there's another turn here to try and get that evolution rolling. And look, your free prize is down. It really is time for Dragapult now. This would be a great turn, however, if you could get that Hawlucha back, because there are 70 HP Gimmighoul sitting there on the bench. You can at least get 2 prizes. There's a Night Stretcher. So you've got to think, you know, if you've got the bench space, Hawlucha would be a good play here. You get a Gimmighoul on the bench as well. I know he's flicked it out and looked at it there.
Yeah, I think what he's trying to figure out is there a way for me to basically wipe out Ufa's board? If I go ahead and look at the amount of access to the Dust Clops and the Dust Board I have, okay, but there's a Hawlucha. Okay, so this will be the start of it. Oh, you can pull off a very nasty turn here. Yeah, with the Curse Blast.
Curse Blast for 50 puts it down to 200, which is the magic number for Dragapult. So if you can gust that into the active, it's a free prize turn. There's a counter catcher onto the Golden Go. 200 to the Golden Go will be a KO. 60 residual damage to the Gimmighoul will be a KO. And I'm in the middle of my big excited speech, and now they're playing an Iono, and I'm kind of losing.
No, but this is still part of it, because, of course, one of the great benefits of giving your opponent a prize card with a Curse Blast, you give them one less card of Ino, so they have less outs.
Yes, fewer outs there, so that's 2 cards for Ufa on the INO, but you're also KOing, you know, you're giving them 2-card hand, you're taking 3 prizes, so you're only down by 1, you're taking away the coin bonus from the active Golden Go you're KOing, you're taking away the potential coin bonus from that Gimme Ghoul which could evolve, so you've got 1 Golden Go absolute maximum next turn, and again, that Hawlucha, absolutely huge. Now we're playing another counter catcher, and we're not KOing the Golden Go.
Interesting.
We are KOing, well, where's the... We didn't drop the 6 damage counters on the bench.
Because no, he couldn't, no energy.
Oh, there was no second energy. Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness. So we did get the hit into the active with Jet Headbutt for 70. That was so close.
So basically, Alexander needed to find another energy off the Ino, and he whiffed.
Oh my goodness, that is a bad miss, and that means, and bearing in mind, had they not attached that Neo upper energy to the bench Streepy, they could have had the attachment. It's a moot point now. That would have been absolutely devastating. And look, getting the second counter catcher to get the KO on the Gimme Ghoul was still nice, but you just used 2 counter catcher to take out a Gimme Ghoul. That's not the most efficient use of resources there, Freya.
I think the term you're looking for is a missed opportunity, a big-time missed opportunity.
That was, and that has really opened the door for Ufa here, who, of course, now still has that coin bonus for the active Golden Go and has the, you know, we've just seen Lunar Cycle. We've got a potential second coin bonus if you evolve that Gimme Ghoul.
No item lock coming in either.
No item lock, and of course, if you do evolve the Gimme Ghoul, then that means there's no easy KO for the residual damage from Phantom Dive. I'm so used to seeing these Dragapult decks just have Phantom Dive, and we're on like turn 4. I did not even consider they didn't even have the energy, but they didn't. And that meant that Ufa is a huge reprieve, and showing all of the energy there to KO the Dragapult, and that is going to be game 1 for Ufa here, just saying, look, I've KO'd your Dragapult, that's 2 prizes, I win the game, whiffing that energy, absolutely devastating, and Ufa takes game 1.
Wow, it just goes to show, right? I think we just assumed that, oh yeah, of course it could be a Phantom Dive, right? But yeah, missing the energy there of the Iron Node, just the absolute key piece as we go back and look through this game.
We go back to the replay here, and of course, we saw the starting with Hawlucha, not ideal, and here we go from Ufa with that really quick KO with the Soul Rock onto the Hawlucha through that resistance. Then we saw the boss's orders onto the Dreepy for KO number 2 with Soul Rock, and just doing what you need to do. In comes Badoo for the item lock, so we're going to see KO number 3 from the Soul Rock onto that Badoo. We then saw the counter catcher, and this was the big play, whiffing that energy. So you Jet Headbutt onto the Gimme Ghoul, but that just opens up the game for Ufa to go, oh, cool. So I've just got a ridiculous amount of energy now. I'm going to use Superior Energy Retrieval. I'm going to get all of my energy, do a giant KO on your Dragapult, and oh, look, there's my final 2 prizes. Had the Phantom Dive come off, then I think Alexander probably ends up winning that game, but within that energy, all important, and unfortunately, that's how game number 1 ends. Well, fortunately for Ufa, I suppose.
But yeah, for our former, I guess, well, the current season regional champion, he's going to have a little bit more of his work cut out for him if he wants to try and recover 2 games to win. I mean, if anyone can do it, it's going to be someone like Alex, who's been in these situations many times before.
It absolutely is. Let's have a look at the prizes. No one-offs there. No, there's 2 Duskull in the deck.
Oh, the Monkey Dory tech for Ufa is interesting.
The Monkey Dory tech is gone, which is a little bit sad. That can help to kind of remove 1 energy from the Golden Go calculation, but didn't come in last game. Nothing too terrible. You're right, that could come in if need be. Right now, it is a fight gong, and we know what we want turn 1. We've already got a Gimme Ghoul. We know it's not being KO'd next turn, so go find your sun and your moon.
Yes, and go, not only that, try to play as many items as possible. It is a big difference going first versus going second. Both of these decks want to go second to draw a bunch of cards or find a bunch of cards with their supporters. When you're unable to do that, you're not going to be able to do as much.
No, absolutely not. The item lock is going to be coming in early from Alexander. That Badoo already in the active. But if you can get your Soul Rock in the active with an energy at the end of this turn, you're going, I don't care if you do 20 damage to me.
Oh, that's a horrendous hand from Ufa. Like, look at that. It's like almost like nothing going, not even for next turn.
Air Balloon, Golden Go, bunch of energy. I mean, you can evolve into Golden Go and draw 2 a coin bonus.
Yeah, I guess so. That's the one thing that you have going for you. But still, this is not the turn one you would have wanted in any situation, let alone staring down a Budu that you know is going to Itchy Pollen you straight away.
You're going to get Itchy Pollen. Now, there is a world here where it's fine, because Itchy Pollen only turns off items, so your Air Balloon is still going to be fine. If you evolve into your Golden Go, and you manage to get yourself towards Lunatone Fighting Energy, then you're going to be fine because you've already got the Air Balloon to retreat. You've got your coin bonus in the active. You'll be fine, but you have to do that next turn.
Yes.
That's your only option. Over to Alexander here. We are Ultra Balling. We've got a Budu in the active, and this is your classic. Okay, I can look at my deck. Let's figure out what's prized.
Yeah, and as we were already talking about, especially on Alexander's side, nothing really too crazy. It's mainly, as you were kind of already saying, things that you run multiples of and 1 copy in there. That's pretty much the ideal prize card layout, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. The way I've often said it is, if you don't have bad prizes almost every game, you probably don't have a particularly good deck. You should not have 6 cards that you're like, I don't mind that they're prize. You should need all of your cards. There is a Dreepy off of the Ultra Ball, so at least we got 1 of them rolling. And honestly here, all Alexander really needs is an energy. The problem is, although it's not that likely, you know, especially with a hand, there is a chance for Ufa to go Lunatone, energy on Soul Rock. We know we've got the Golden Go Air Balloon already.
That is true, yes. And of course, Air Balloon, with the tool reclassification, even though it's that old print which says it's an item, it's not an item anymore.
It ain't no item, Freya. But essentially, all you need here is Lunatone, energy, boss's orders, and that will KO a Dreepy. So you'd rather not pass over to Ufa with only 1 Dreepy on the board. There is a world in which it goes wrong. Here's an Iono, which on the you lost the Air Balloon and the Golden Go, but your hand was pretty trash. It's probably going to be better. There is a boss's orders at least.
Oh, but I do see there's the Lunatone, but I don't see any energy. I see an Earthen Vessel.
There's an Earthen Vessel.
But they're going to get item locked.
Yeah, that's not great.
So that's what I mean. There's no way, there's no outward energy that you'll actually be able to use.
Oh, I mean, if you put it that way, fine. But you're absolutely right. So, we need top deck and energy, and that could, and also we don't have the Air Balloon anymore.
Oh,
We've got a Prime Catcher, not great. I mean, it would be amazing. You know, if it wasn't item locked here, Prime Catcher and Earthen Vessel, genius. Professor Turo picks up the Gimme Ghoul. We pop it back down again. But you're right, there's no energy, which means no attack. And this is what Alexander wants. This is what these Dragapult decks are trying to do when they put Budu in the active. Ha! Oh, you don't have any energy. No, you can play an item to go and get it. Now you've lost a turn.
Yeah, Budu is nowhere near as strong when your opponent has a Pokemon that's just doing 70 damage every turn. When they don't, this is what happens instead, and this is how Dragapult runs away with games.
And now we see a new 8 cards from Lily's Determination. It draws 6 cards if you don't have 6 prizes, but if you do have 6 prizes exactly, it draws 8, which is absolutely absurd for setup decks. Such a ridiculous card from setup decks. If you're talking about the best thing that came out of the Mega Evolution base set, you could go Lunatone Soul Rock. You could also say Lily's Determination.
I think those are the 2 top packages, I think it is safe to say. 8 cards drawn now from Alexander. What's he find? A whole bunch of stuff.
And Alexander ain't item locked. So he knows as much as he likes. Now we see that Dracloak coming down using that Recon Directive.
Oh, right, the Jamming Tower. That's a great find from Alexander.
Especially turn off things like that annoying Air Balloon, which your opponent, you know they're going to want to use at some point soon. Can we get more evolution? That's what Alexander really wants here. They whiff the energy, they whiff the energy turn 1. You want energy and you want evolution. That's the goal here. Get energy on your Dracloak. You are going to Itchy Pollen. You don't need much, but you need an energy and you need as much evolution as you can get away with. Remember, last game was lost because Alexander whiffed an energy attachment.
Yeah, so you really want to be finding those turn after turn. Also, want to draw a note something here. I really like the choice here to attach this Luminous to the Dreepy. Bearing in mind that there is a Neo Upper in hand, you wanted to keep that in hand so you can attach it to the Dracloak once it evolves to a Dragapult, but doing things this way means that you kind of spread your energy in a way that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, there's no easy target. If your opponent does have a chance to gust and KO, they can either go for the basic with the energy, or they can go for the stage 1 with no energy, but there isn't a super obvious target stage 1 with an energy. Here's a Buddy Poffin going to get a couple extra basics.
Was that just a very great draw pass move for there after the Itchy Pollen? I think it was. Yeah, look at the 3 damage on there.
Oh, that's bad.
That was the quickest draw pass I've seen in my life.
That was so quick. If I hadn't seen the damage on the Soul Rock, I might not even believe it. I think we might be going to a game 3 fairly quickly here, Freya, honestly, with how this is already shaping up.
Oh, yeah, that's the Hilda as well. I mean, you want to talk about an out-turn evolution. That's a great one. Yeah, Alexander did just use the Recon Directive there. Oh, you find the Dusclops as well to start really wiping off the board. Another energy for good measure. This is... Alexander is running on all cylinders here, and Ufa has, like, none at this point.
It's not going great. Now, what you really want to do, if it's possible, and it's not as easy, what you really want to do is gust up a Gimmighoul, Hawlucha, and then get the double KO on the Gimmighoul, because once your Dragapult is off and rolling, Soul Rock means very little. So shutting off those Golden Go while you're rolling, this is another way to do it. There's 5 damage counters. Now we get the Rescue Stretcher for the Duskull coming straight back. Now, this isn't going to KO yet without any gusting, but a counter catcher is turned on by the KO of the Dusclops. You go behind on prizes, you activate counter catcher. Now you can get this double KO, jamming tower as well, just for good measure. And this is exactly what I said we wanted to happen if we're Alexander. You KO the Gimmighoul in the active. You only need to drop 2 damage counters to KO the other Gimmighoul. That gives you 4 to drop down onto the Lunatone. And now you are in a phenomenal position because you've got your big 320 HP stage 2 attacker with no weakness, and your opponent has a Soul Rock that can hit for 70.
Absolute devastation from Alexander on that turn, finding the perfect pieces to do basically one of the biggest ways for Dragapult to win. Just board wipe your opponent's attackers. I mean, Lunatone and Soul Rock are great, but they're great because they support Golden Go, and there's no way to get one this turn.
And the best thing about Alexander's turn, the damage from the Dusclops was almost immaterial. You could have just dropped a Hawlucha, and that would have done the same basic thing. The key thing about that Dusclops was going behind on prizes, giving your opponent a prize so that you could use counter catcher to gust up the other Gimmighoul. That was the key point of the Dusclops. Otherwise, dropping a Hawlucha to do 10 to each would have done exactly the same thing.
Yeah, and now Ufa's in this position where to kind of try and respond, has the fighting gone to grab a fighting energy, and it does a Nest Ball for Pheasantipity EX, but these draws really need to be something. It is 6 cards, so maybe we can find something here. Dark Energy's not going to do it. Lana's Aid, Superior Energy Retrieval. That's not what you want to see.
Essentially, what you need to do here is get some Gimmighoul rolling. The issue is, if your opponent gets a Dusclops or a Hawlucha, they can double KO again next turn.
Yeah, and especially with, I do believe Ufa found 1 out to a Gimmighoul, which is that Artisan, but if there's only 1, that sort of double knockout for 3 prizes is on board and very, very scary.
Yeah, and the problem is you drop 1 Gimmighoul, either a Dusclops or Boss's Orders, or Hawlucha, means that it will not be surviving into your next turn. There are way too many outs to KO a single 70 HP Gimmighoul on the bench. You don't get it from the Phantom Dive residual damage, but a Hawlucha or a Dusclops gets you over there, or a Gusting to bring it into the active. The only reason, if I move here, the only reason I haven't conceded the game yet, there's like 27 minutes remaining. Game 1 was quick, Game 2 has been quick. I don't need to concede for time. I might as well play it out just in case.
Yeah, especially given that Ufa's deck being Golden Go, this is a deck that tends to win or lose on the quicker end, right? It's not the fastest deck in the whole room, but it definitely is like a little bit better. Oh, okay, this is maybe a nice little comeback play from Ufa. Gonna go ahead and use a Prime Catcher and bring up that Duskull. That's gonna take away 1 out for potentially Alexander to get rid of this Gimmighoul.
And we play Lana's Aid, one of our lesser seen supporters. Gets 3 in any combination of Pokemon that don't have a rule box, and basic energy from your discard pile to your hand. Here is a KO on the Duskull, and look, Ufa knows they're giving up the Soul Rock here. Now, the good news is Lana got them into treble Gimmighoul. Essentially here, you can give up a double KO. The route for victory to Ufa is, I need a Golden Go next turn, KOing a Dragapult for 2 prizes, and I need my opponent to not have a double KO 2 turns in a row.
Yeah, absolutely. And actually, honestly, rewinding a little bit, now that I think about it, we saw the draw of the Lana's Aid, we thought, oh, that's not much help, but maybe actually that was the best out to get more Gimmighoul.
I never said that.
No, okay, well, I didn't see it, at least.
Lana's Aid was great. It got multiple Gimmighoul onto the bench.
But when it was being drawn, right, it's like, oh, that's not going to help much. And then, yeah, just Ufa proving me wrong, commentator's curse once again.
It was wonderful. Got multiple Gimmighoul, set him up nicely. Ufa's still very much on the back foot here. The game, Alexander needs to get a double KO this turn and then a double KO next turn, and there's plenty of low HP Pokemon. So Hawlucha this turn would be absolutely phenomenal. That was one thing we're looking for here. And then get the KO on something while then KOing a Gimmighoul on the bench, and then next turn you need a double KO again.
Yes, and something that will help a lot to kind of get things going a little bit more. There is another energy now onto that Dreepy, so there are now 2 potential Dragapults ready to go with the right energy. No need to play a healer to get the other one. Can just go ahead and go for this Laser Determination. It's only for 6 though.
Only for 6. Think about things like Cynthia and cards like that in the past. Professor Oak's Theory, if you're old enough to remember that.
Professor Oak's new Theory.
Thank you. 2, cards that shuffle draw 6. I saw a load of players great cards. Lily's Determination is the new one of them. And it's all, shuffle draw 6 has always been great. Now it's just a potential shuffle draw 8 under the right circumstances. So here, the double KO is important. What you don't want to do is just drop a bunch of damage onto the bench. And even Lunatone here actually has 110, not 100. So
some residual there with the Hawlucha maybe could be good as well.
I'm looking at Hawlucha, honestly. That's what I really want to see here. I want to KO, at minimum, I want to KO the active and a bench Gimmighoul.
Yeah, and I mean, an Ultra Ball could get, again, now we know that the Hawlucha is not in the prize card, so it's going to be there in the deck somewhere. There it is, right at the bottom, in fact. But Alexander's going to prioritize the Dracloak here.
Absolutely. Now, what you can do potentially is drop 6 damage counters on a Lunatone, and then next turn Hawlucha to finish it off. That would absolutely work. Or even just use a residual from Phantom Dive next turn to KO the Lunatone. The thing with this Dragapult deck is, because you've got all of these damage counters flying around, you have plenty of options.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you, Ross, but how you feel about maybe going 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, and just putting 1 damage on each of them?
I mean, that fixes numbers quite nicely. So that works. Absolutely, it does. It puts everything in 6 damage counts away from being KO'd, residual damage, other than the Pheasant Dipty, which then has 200 left. General attack from Phantom Dive. And yeah, you need 2 prizes this turn, 2 prizes next. Or potentially, you could have a free prize turn next turn.
Yes, and you can set that up in a way where, I mean, the annoying thing is you're forced to take a KO here. Unless you can bring up the Pheasantipity and do a residual Phantom Dive without taking a KO, that would be great, because then Ufa doesn't have access to flip the script.
Yes, but Ufa does play Professor Turo's scenario.
Oh, yeah,
so
that's true.
If you do that and your opponent, Professor Turo's the Pheasantipity...
It's a gamble.
Yeah, that would be a way to undo the majority of the damage done. I still like the Hawlucha here. It does look like it is coming down. Alexander's really thinking about it. Okay, and we are we're just itchy pollen. I kind of like this. You're basically saying, I'm not ready.
No.
I'm not set up enough. Give me a little bit more time. And that's where we're going. The Soul Rock, incidentally, now 7 damage counters remaining, like the Lunatone.
Oh, hold on. There's actually another very clever reason for doing this. Buy yourself 1 more turn of time, sure, but also, if you force Ufa to take a KO here, Ufa is suddenly winning the game again, and Countercatcher is back live.
That might be something we're thinking of as well, trying to get Countercatcher activated. Big free prize turns are absolutely in play. Here comes the boss's orders onto that Dreepy. Not such a big deal now as it was earlier in the game. Here we see the KO with the Soul Rock. Ufa goes down to 3 prizes remaining. Countercatcher is now online if you've got access to it. Ufa probably not winning the game next turn, so Alexander has got this turn and next turn to take 4 prizes, and this is a deck that likes to take multiple KOs in a turn.
Yeah, I just want to draw attention to something very important. That was a very heads-up KO from Ufa. He knows that if Alexander can pull off like a Countercatcher plus Iono turn, that would be absolutely devastating. By carrying the Dreepy, you deny 1 more out to a Recon Directive with a Dracloak, and that's 2 less cards to see to pull off that combo.
Absolutely it is. Anytime you take out a Dreepy or a Dracloak, you're still removing options from your opponent. Speaking of which, it is a rescue stretcher, and I didn't catch the other card, I'm afraid.
It was, I didn't quite catch it either, but I do believe it's a night stretcher, Ross. We're not in Sun and Moon era anymore.
Oh, I meant night stretcher. You know what I mean? It's a night stretcher. And there's a clear decision to be made. There is a boss's orders in hand, ready to go. That Hawlucha is there. Problem is, Hawlucha not...
Oh, it's an energy. That's what it is. A luminous energy.
Oh, we do like that. Oh, yeah.
Maybe not this turn.
Well, that's the thing. You've already got 2 Dragapult with enough energy on. We are taking it, though. Keeping our options open.
Taking the night stretcher.
Yes, taking the night stretcher.
Yeah. And I think this makes sense. Like, you have an energy in hand already. You don't really need a luminous energy drop this turn. Now we go for the Hawlucha.
Now's a Hawlucha, and there's a couple of things you can do. So it does seem like 1 on the Pheasantipity and 1 on the Golden Go. Now, the Golden Go means that we've now got 25 damage counters remaining. Now we see the bosses, you know, the casting, the gusting, that's the word I'm looking for, onto the Pheasant Dipty. It's got 200 HP remaining, so this will be a KO. And you're not KOing anything yet. What you can do, however, is essentially get, you know, combinations of Soul Rock, Lunatone, and Golden Go being KO'd next turn. Drop 5 on the Golden Go, and that's in range of a Phantom Dive. Drop 1 onto either the Soul Rock or Lunatone, and that's in range of the residual damage from a Phantom Dive. This is the awkward thing as a Dragapult player. There's so many different ways to take KOs.
There is. Although one thing I do like about doing it this way around is that you take the KOs this turn, and that means that in theory, yeah, the flip script is live, but now Ufa needs to find an out back to it because it is being KO'd. You can't use an ability on a Pokemon that's just been KO'd.
Okay, so here's what we do. And again, the little things, but now there's 6 damage remaining on both the Soul Rock and the Lunatone. It means they can be KO'd by the residual damage from Phantom Dive. Even if the other one gets Professor Turo, there's 2 of them that are in range.
Yes, and if there's a way to reuse the whole Lucha or some way to move the bit of damage across, then that also means that you put 1 more on the Golden Go, you take a free prize turn, you win the game. Oh, right, no, you don't even need to. Alexander only has 2 prize cards left to take. What am I saying?
Yep. But the Golden Go's got 210 remaining, not 200.
Yes, that's the awkward thing.
But having said that, if it had 200, it wouldn't be in the active.
No,
So you'd
no
still
way.
need Gust, and Gust wins a game anyway with Soul Rock and Lunatone. So I don't think it's such a big deal here. I love that there's now 2 Pokemon that are 60 damage away from getting KO'd. So that gives you that second KO if you do get the gusting.
And one important thing to note, Ufa is not playing that picnic basket tech that we've seen in so many other Golden Go lists. That would be one way to play around the situation. Opting for like the mini Monkey Dory package instead. But I don't think it's going to be able to put it together this turn. Here's a coin bonus for 2 cards. See, I saw Boss's Orders there. And then just 2 more coin bonuses. 1, 2.
I mean, you don't really, you've got to KO the Dragapult.
Yeah, you do.
You have to KO the Dragapult here. But the problem is, there's
that
Professor
works.
Turo. I'm not sure that's as relevant, honestly. Because it wasn't getting KO'd in the active, and Boss still gives you game on the Soul Rock and Lunatone.
Yeah, actually, probably would have been better to KO it on the, well, use the Turo on one of these 2 bench rocks, right? If you pick up either the Soul Rock or the Lunatone, sort of that whole plan that we talked about would be a lot less effective.
Gusting still wins the game quite comfortably for Alexander here. Had the Golden Go had 200 remaining, I'd be much more of a fan of it. Here we see an Earthen Vessel getting a couple of energy back. Well, back.
Out of the deck, yeah, so 2 more.
There's energy that he didn't have before. There we go.
Yes, and so now it's a matter of, I mean, the hand is very, very big. You'd imagine there are enough in there to get the KO. I count, what, 2? There's a Superior Energy Retrieval. Not even done a Lunar Cycle yet, so actually with the Superior Energy Retrieval, I do think the KO is found here.
Problem is, you have to take the KO. If you take the KO, you open up Counter Catcher. And Counter Catcher would be a very easy way for Alexander to win the game, taking his final 2 prizes.
Yeah, I do wonder if Ufa might have just like missed that sort of clever little play with the 5 on each of the Soul Rock and the Lunatone, with Alexander only having 2 prize cards left. As you rightly mentioned, Ross, only needing a Gusting card to win the game, perhaps choosing the wrong target with the Turo scenario.
If you KO the Dragapult, you at least force your opponent to need a Dragapult and a Gust. So there's at least something.
Yeah.
Now, it does seem like we're having a look at the discard pile here. Ufa going, let me see what you've got. Let me see your options. And you want to be counting things like Boss's Orders, like Counter Catcher, like Dragapult, like Night Stretcher. You know, what are the odds they've got what they need here? Dragapult is probably not KO and Golden Go next turn because there's no Dust Skull down.
No.
And if your opponent goes down to 1 prize, that's a moot point anyway.
So, here it is. Big Make It Rain. 7 energy discarded, 350 damage. That will do the trick. So now it's down to Alexander. Can you find the Dragapult and the Boss's Orders to take this game and move us on to game 3? There's a nice stretcher for the Dragapult. That's 1 piece.
Nice stretcher for Dragapult is easy. We do have... Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, the Padu's got free retreat anyway. Latias slightly irrelevant. But we also need to draw potentially cards. We need to Gust here. Counter Catcher is live because Ufa is ahead on prizes here. I know we've used 1. I don't know where the other 2 are.
Well, let's try and find them with this recon directive. This is going to be one of the most important recons that this Dracula has done. 1, 2. That's not what you want to see.
I saw a Badu, I think.
It was a Badu and some kind of full-out supporter, I think, but definitely not a Boss's Orders. Otherwise, that would have been slammed down.
Hilda.
Yeah.
Badu and Hilda ain't doing it.
But you know what? Maybe you consider going for Hilda, finding another Dracloak to go for one more Recon Directive. I guess it depends. You need to calculate the odds, right? What is more likely to find me that last counter catcher, especially if I need to play a draw supporter, so Boss's Orders isn't going to be an option for Gusting.
I think, honestly, Hilda Recon Directive might be. Now, we do see Artisan here. Do we have Pheasantipty available?
Yeah, I do think I see it there. There's one counter catcher. There's one Boss's Orders. I mean, this is where it gets really tricky, right? These are these kind of key sequencing turns that differentiate the good players from the great players. Is like working out how can I maximize my odds of getting to where I want to be on a given turn.
Absolutely. And to be clear, I know you can't get Pheasantipty with Artisan. I was just looking at the deck to see whether it was there potentially.
Okay.
I think Lily's Determination for 6. That's...
I think I think at this point, you know you're having to play a supporter, so with the amount of cards he played from the hand, give up the Boss's Orders, just maximize your odds of finding a counter catcher.
But Dracloak is an option. Pheasantipty is an option. These are both outs. Now, you Boss is now out. It has to be a counter catcher. Counter catcher will win you the game on the double KO on the Solrock and the Lunatone. Badoo's got free retreat, and we got a Latias just in case it doesn't have free retreat, even though it does. We've got the Dragapult with 2 energy. Everything else is there. We are, like so many games we've casted together, Freya, looking for a Gusting option. 6 cards, but that might not be...
Oh, there we go. Straight away.
Counter catcher in the first 2 cards. Counter catcher onto Solrock or Lunatone, and then, what am I missing, Freya? And then Phantom Dive for the double KO.
6 plus 5 is 11. That will be enough for the KO, right? Maybe Alexander's just...
And then 200 to the active, I feel like will definitely be a KO.
And Alexander is behind on prizes, does have more left than Ufa. Are we missing something here?
Don't think so. There is a Recon Directive coming in, looking at the top 2 cards. There's another counter catcher, just in case the first one wasn't enough. There's a counter catcher, and there is a KO on the Solrock and the Lunatone. Made us wait a minute, but there is a double KO, which evens it up at 1 game apiece. And like so many games in the past, we saw it was a really careful damage counter manipulation from Dragapult, which gave the win here, leaving both Solrock and Lunatone with 6 damage counters remaining on each, meant that double KO just needed the gust.
Yeah, but it's interesting that maybe Alexander missed the first counter catcher in the hand, didn't realize he found it. Either way, what a great game to look back on.
I love this. Here we go into game 2 then, and we saw that the Badoo was doing stuff early. That Itchy Pollen was working in game 2 like it didn't work in game 1. Here we see the Dusclops going down just to really activate that counter catcher. Then we saw the double KO on both of the Gimmighoul. Of course, the 5 damage counters also helped to facilitate that. And that was, with an Iono and a jamming tower and all that fun stuff, really trying to limit Ufa's options throughout this entire game here. And this is where we see those damage counters start to tick up. There was an army of Golden Go, and Alexander didn't care a single Golden Go all game. No time for Golden Go. We see the Gusting KO on the Pheasantipty after the Hawlucha damage counter. This is where we see both the Solrock and Lunatone getting manipulated to 5 damage counters, putting them in range of that double KO. And then we see the Lily's Determination, which will then go and grab that counter catcher. A second counter catcher grabbed off of that Recon Directive, and then we just play it down and go double KO. Let's go to game 3.
Yeah. Beautifully explained. And also, I mean, credit to Ufa in that game as well. Got completely board wiped of Gimmighoul.
Yes.
Still managed to find his way back in and almost take that game.
Absolutely. And it's very interesting. We talk about, prize mapping and routes to victory and all of that. Alexander managed to take that game without taking out a single Golden Go.
Oh, that's Genesect to the prizes again.
Yeah, those 2 superior energy retrieval might be a bigger deal, though.
Oh,
I don't like that at all.
No, maybe in the early game it doesn't matter as much. You're taking KOs with Solrock, so maybe from that sense it's okay. But in general, yeah, I think you're not wrong.
You're going to need to find them.
Either way, Alexander going to be going first here, of course. Ufa choosing to go second, given that he lost, but starting with a Buddy Poppin and a Nestball already going first. Pretty good feeling.
Absolutely. I feel like Badoo is going to be coming out thick and fast here. Now, the good news is Ufa's going to have that 1 turn where you're not being Itchy Pollened so that you can start rolling, but... It's going to be a bit difficult. Again, it's like we saw in game 1, not in game 2. Get your Solrock, get your Lunatone, get your energy, and say to your opponent, every turn of Itchy Pollen will cost you a prize.
Yes, and if you're in that position as Ufa, that is how you win the game. That's how you won game 1. Like, yeah, there was a Buddy who established, but just knockout, knockout, knockout. And if you can't, as the Dragapult player, buy yourself enough turns, then that's how you end up losing the game.
That unfortunately was how we ended up losing the game. We do see a couple more Dreepy coming down. There's a Nest Ball as well, which is going to go and grab a Latias. Very important here. 2 reasons. Firstly, put something in the active. Ufa can't get a cheeky KO on with Soul Rock. Secondly, make sure you've got something in the active which can easily pivot so that you can have whatever you want there later. Over to Ufa, and oh look, turn 1 Arven.
So turn 1 Arven, absolutely what you want to be seeing again, just like in game, well, not quite, yeah, like in game 1 actually, be able to find exactly what you want on the first turn. And if it's anything like game 1, I imagine going to be prioritizing that Lunatone and Soul Rock. This is actually something we didn't draw attention to earlier, but especially talking to players like Christian Fontenot is a big believer in this. Soul Rock and Lunatone are your 2 strongest cards, so you normally actually want to prioritize getting those first over your Gimme Ghoul even, which seems crazy to think about, but it's just about enabling as many early on draws as you can.
No, absolutely. That is the goal. The good news here is we've got the Soul Rock and the Lunatone. There is an Earthen Vessel discarding a fighting energy for, well, honestly, more fighting energy, but also a metal so that you can then, you know, attack with Golden Go as and when the time suits. But for the time being, it feels like, now do we have a pivoting option here, Freya?
I don't, well, I imagine it would have grabbed an air balloon off of the Arven you just played, right? So, I mean, you've got to imagine that there's one there, but doing 70 damage to a Latias doesn't really feel great.
It doesn't feel great. I mean, I suppose you can minor errand running to get some energy if you like from the Gimme Ghoul, and then potentially set up a 2-prize KO next turn with the energy you got from minor errand running. That is an option.
Yeah, but in the meantime, Lunar Cycle, 3 cards drawn, Boss's Orders, that's a very good card to hold in the hand, and a Golden Go and another fighting energy. I think you're pretty happy to see that, even under a potential item lock scenario.
Absolutely, we do see the energy, we see the retreat, and I like this. Like, I know,
you might as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. That is a great way to put it. I don't love doing 70 to a Latias, but what have you got as an option that's better? And hey, now it only takes 3 energy to KO the Latias with a Golden Go next turn.
Yeah, it does reduce the amount of energy that you need to take it out, which is, I guess, it's one way of conserving resources for later. Ideally, there would have been a Prime Catcher there to take out Dreepy. That would have been perfect. Not the situation Ufa found himself in. But back over to Alexander's side, we do see that, again, that Lily's Determination for 8 cards. Going to be able to see a lot here.
And it's such, and I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, Freya, it is such a ridiculously good card for these setup decks. Being able to have a supporter card that's a shuffle draw 8. You know, we've seen cards like this in the past. You can shuffle draw 8 as long as there's 8 bench Pokemon with both players. Well, you can shuffle draw 8 as long as you had a Pokemon KO'd last turn. Yep. Just a standard shuffle draw 8 for the first couple turns of the game is absolutely absurd. And then the fact that it goes down to a 6 is just wonderful. But here we go. We've not seen Monkey Dory yet in this whole matchup. Why is it coming out now, Freya? Why is it monkey time?
Because, I mean, you were just talking about how absurd the draw is. Here's something else absurd. Once again, finding no outs to Dracloak after drawing 8 of Lily's Determination. So you just have to send out this Monkey Dory to take a hit.
Essentially, what this is it's a single prizer that can take a hit from Soul Rock. Now that we're in the potential Golden Go turns, you do not want to leave a Latias in the active that can be KO'd when Golden Go discards free energy from hand. That is a bad thing. So now Monkey Dory is not really doing anything. It's just something you'd much rather have KO'd than a Dreepy or a Latias.
Yeah, but this is really rough, though. I think that's 3 times now that we've seen Alexander go for a big Lily's Determination and find like little to no outs to any kind of evolution. I mean, it's just a handful of supporters.
It's not ideal, frankly. Let's be honest with you. It's not ideal. And that means that we got more time. Ufa plays the Boss's Orders onto I don't care, whatever, Dreepy. KO with Soul Rock. That Latias is going to be there for as long as you want it. Yes, there is one Professor Turo's scenario on Alexander's board. You do not have the luxury of playing that card right now. You've got to set up.
Yeah.
So get rid of the Dreepy now. And then at some point, if Alexander does get set up, then you can gust and KO that Latias for an easy 2 prizes.
Yeah, you absolutely can. Now, given that Ufa did just take the first KO of the game, that does at least mean Flip the Script is live. We have a Jamming Tower as well. That's going to be great in order to make sure that you know there's no shenanigans, Vitality Band, or that Air Balloon, for example, that's already on the Golden Go. Also, it's one card less from the hand to shuffle into the deck with this Lily's Determination. Hopefully now for Alex, he can find a lot more outs to Dracloak and the like.
No, that is what you're looking for. Right now, over for Ufa, you've got that Latias in the active, and...
You mean for Alexander, you mean?
Alexander, that's what I meant, sorry.
Yes.
And here's the thing, you know, Ufa's prize map is starting to look pretty nice.
It is, actually, yeah.
Because there's a Latias there, which is pretty easy to KO. There's a Vezendipity there that's pretty easy to KO. You've still got single prizes left on the field. And if I move from, looking at this going, I'm not KOing a Dragapult. You know, you just won a game without KOing Golden Go. Well, I'm going to win a game without KOing Dragapult.
I mean, you know, if it's silly and it works, it's not silly. So, Flip the Script comes in now. 3 cards drawn. Is there still no out to a Dracloak in that hand? What on earth? Oh, no, there we go. 1, finally. Goodness gracious. I thought we was going to not see any again.
No, we've got 1. That means we can get the evolution up. We can start using Recon Directive. And here we go.
Oh, finds a Duskull. That's also pretty good. With the counter catcher being live as well, I mean, there is a consideration. Do you want to do some kind of stalling play maybe onto one of these Gimme Ghoul? Or maybe bring up even better Lunatone is probably the most useless Pokemon for Ufa to have in the active right now, so I like that choice.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to waste your opponent's time, get a Lunatone in the active. Just a quick note, some of you may have noticed at home, the timer has stopped for the minute and the prize count isn't being updated. We know, we're working on it. We'll get it fixed as soon as we can, but I'm sure some of you have noticed. We've noticed, we cool. So we get an energy on the Monkey Dory.
Oh, that's pretty good.
And now the Monkey Dory can do something. Now we've got that little pool of damage. You suggested not attacking the Latias. Well, here's a reason why maybe attacking the Latias wasn't as great. At the time, it looked fine. Now it's actually giving a pool of damage to throw back with a Monkey Dory.
And this is normally something that you don't have against Goldengo. Goldengo is normally the deck taking one-shots, either on small things with the Soul Rock on like stuff like Dreepy, or big one-hit knockouts with Goldengo EX onto your big 2 prizes. But now, with Ufa deciding to do 70 to this Latias, yeah, that pool of damage is there, and 30 being moved across already.
And there's another 30 coming out next turn potentially as well. And that would, oh, here's a Prime Catcher. That's onto the only Dracloak. Here is going to be a key KO with a Golden Go. I was just about to say, well, we'll get there in a minute. I haven't got time. Here comes an Artisan coming down, which is going to give a little more consistency here. Allow you to get yourself more Pokemon if you wish. Oh, anything you can Monkey do, I can Monkey do better. Here comes a Monkey Dory onto the bench and an Earthen Vessel. It's going to go and get some energy.
Yes, get some energy, get that KO sort of up and ready to go. And actually, hold on a second. Can you afford to maybe just bank your Dark Energy on this Monkey Dory now?
Not without Metal Energy on the active Golden Go,
no.
you can't.
I mean, if there was a Premium Power Pro that you can use to KO the Solrock, that could be nice.
That would be awesome. Oh, we are putting an energy onto the Monkey Dory. We are putting it there.
Okay.
So that must mean we are attacking with Soul Rock this turn, not with Golden Go.
Oh wait, no, this also works.
Yeah.
Literally the same way a way to achieve the same thing.
Who needs a Premium Power Pro when you can just move it over and get the KO with Soul Rock? And really interestingly here, choosing to move 2 damage counters rather than 3, keeping that 1 damage to move next turn with Monkey Dory onto something like, oh, I don't know, Vezendipity as an example. So then it's 4 energy, not 5.
Yes, and not only that, but just the way it's played out with how Ufa can flick this damage back across. Now suddenly he's created a conundrum from Alexander, because if Alexander decides to move more damage across with his own Monkey Dory, Ufa could just fling it right back. Goldengo doesn't normally do that.
There was a potential, and it's long gone now, but Alexander could have moved 3 more damage this turn, and then there would be 6 damage counters on the Golden Go, which would have set up for a Phantom Dive KO.
Yes, that could have been very, very nice, but not really an option anymore.
Unfortunately not. Firstly, you don't have a Dragapult. Secondly, you also don't have an option here for getting enough damage on the Golden Go. It's also worth noting, Alexander's bench locked right now.
Oh, yeah.
So until they use that Duskull or get something KO'd, they are at 1 Dragapult or 1 Dragapult line maximum. That does open up Ufa for a little bit of disruption, taking out the only dragon.
Yeah, especially given that, I mean, we see an Ultra Ball now. I imagine this has to be for a Dracloak, and yeah, there it is going to be, but no option for a rare candy. So that means that if Ufa can find a Gusting out and bring up this Dracloak, there's not going to be any out to a Dragapult for Alexander next turn.
Nope, and that's going to be a bit of an issue. Also, yes, I know Latias is part dragon, but in the TCG, it's psychic. It doesn't count in this game. So that is really the goal here. You want to try and go after that Dracloak. If you can get rid of that, Alexander's got tricks, Duskull and Monkey Dory, but this is a deck where you attack with Dragapult. That's your attacker.
I mean, your main trick is Phantom Dive bench damage. That's kind of your bread and butter. If you can't do that, you're really not going to be having a good time.
So we'll get to Ufa in a minute, see if they can take out that lone dragon on the bench. For now, Alexander's looking at options, looking at Ufa's discard pile and going, all right, what have you got? Here comes a Dusclops, here comes a Neo Upper Energy. Okay, here is a Lily's Determination, but remember, there will be no Dragapult attack. That Dracloak came down this turn. There will be no evolution into a Dragapult.
Yeah, now I'm wondering, is there ever a consideration? You take this Monkey Dory and you move this damage over from the Latias to something like the Gimme Ghoul, and then that will get you a KO that way using Monkey Dory plus a Curse Blast.
That would absolutely be an option, yes. That would be a way to take a prize. It's a little awkward. Curse Blast becomes really annoying when your opponent's a couple prizes up.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of would help Ufa's prize map too much maybe here. And actually, oh dear, like just looking at the time left on the clock, that is not a good amount of time to finish this game.
No, the timer is back. The prize count is being updated, but we got 40 seconds left. Basically, to avoid a tie, and Alexander, I'm just going to say it, Alexander's not winning this game right now.
No.
But for Ufa to win this game, they basically need to go to them, take a 2-prize KO as fast as humanly possible. Try and make time run out on Alexander's turn so that you get that +1 turn that you can use for your last 2 prizes. Unfortunately, we are so short on time here. It looks like Alexander is going to end up being turn 0. That will make Ufa turn 1. And I absolutely believe Ufa can win this in 2 turns.
Yes,
but
not in one.
Not
and
in
that is
one.
all that he's going to have. There's a timer ticking down to 0. Time has been called on Alexander's turn. He's going to be turn 0, and Ufa's going to be turn 1. That is going to be the All She Wrote. Oh, unless the timer is slightly off?
There's always a chance the timer is slightly off. We will get confirmation just in case. But Ufa here is going to be able to take a 2-prize KO if they've got some gusting without using item cards. And then potentially game could be won next turn. Alexander cannot win now. So honestly, Badu is not the good prize map for a Golden Go.
No, it really isn't.
All Alexander can really do here is just Badu and hope Ufa whiffs 2-prize KOs and that this is their last turn.
Yeah, there's a coin bonus granted with the Badu coming in with the Ichipon with the item lock. There it is.
There's the handshake. There's the tie. And Ufa there is going to be feeling a little hard done by. Knows that they were so close to winning that game with just a little more time, but they did not have a little more time. We end 1-1, which might be a fitting way. Look at the records there. Both of these players are going to go to 10, 2, and 1. Both still in a phenomenal position in this tournament. Let's have a look at how it all went down.
Yeah, so starting off with game 1 where Ufa was able to set up so well here, going second, starting off with that Arven, and really, prioritizing this Historic Lunatone package, both for the extra draw, but going in straight away with a KO on this whole Lucha. This is exactly what you want to be doing against Dragapult as the Golden Go player, and it happened turn after turn too.
Yeah, we had the boss onto the GP for that second KO, and Ufa was just going here. Itchy Pollen does not do anywhere near as much when your opponent gets a prize every single turn. We saw the counter catcher onto the Gimme Ghoul with that really fun little the double KO there, but it was not to be. Oh no, it wasn't a double KO. They whiffed the energy. My apologies.
Yeah, it was a jet headbutt, yes.
And that was the deciding point in the game, not having the energy, whiffing that double KO so that Ufa could come back and just get that gigantic KO on the Dragapult and
Boom.
go ahead and win game 1.
But then in game 2, the contrast, right? Alexander went second, set up superbly, and Badu did what it does best: prevent your opponent from being able to set up at all and enable you to do a big board wipe turn like what happened here.
Yeah, we saw the big board wipe, getting rid of all of those Gimme Ghoul, like what they wanted to do at the end of game 1, but didn't work. It worked way better in game 2. And in game 2, it was all about those damage counters. They all came down perfectly. Alexander didn't even really care about KOing Golden Go. We took 2 prizes off Gimme Ghoul. We then got the KO on the active Pheasant Dipty while putting both the Solrock and the Lunatone to 5 damage counters each. That meant that just gusting the following turn would be enough, and Lily's Determination, well, we got 1 counter catcher off the Lily's Determination. We then actually had a recon directive getting a second counter catcher, only needed 1, and that meant that it was game KOing the Sun and the Moon.
Yeah, and then going into game 3, honestly, a surprising amount of monkey business for 2 decks which don't really focus around Monkey Dory.
Absolutely, there was was. We saw a lot of Dreepy, but again, Ufa there. We've got the Prime Catcher, KO on to that Dracloak nice and early. We saw, real lot of other bench Pokemon from Alexander, not having too many outs to Dracloak, not having too many Recon Directive, and then we saw the KO with the Monkey Dory combined with the Soul Rock. We see Badoo coming up here, and we got to the end of the game. We ran out of time. Ufa in a really strong position, but without the time to finish out the game, meant that we end 1-1 with a tie, but both players sitting at 10-2-1 in very good position in this tournament.
Yeah, and also with two so great decks. And again, I want to re-emphasize this. These are two decks that don't always play Monkey Dory.
Nope.
And usually, even if there is one present, this isn't a matchup where it would be relevant. But fascinatingly in that game, we talked about it right at the start of game 3, it's a real shame we didn't get to see how the rest of it panned out, because there could have been a very interesting world in which that very first attack from the Lunatone and onto the Latias ended up making a difference one way or the other.
Absolutely. Now, a couple other quick updates since we're getting so close to the end of the tournament. Nikolai Steborg and Kimper Bega have gone and tied over on table 1, both sitting, 11-0-2 for Nikolai and 10-1-2 for Kim. Paolo Camus is sitting at an 11-2 record after beating Drew Stevenson over on top 8. Rune Hyemans, Daniel Magda, and Omar Sahin all have gone up to 32 match points with wins in this previous round. So those are also Alexander and Ufa, we just obviously saw on stream, and Oyvind and Kai Wainwright, powerhouse clash on table 2, still going on. But that's your update in terms of some of the players who are in position for ASIM Top Cut right now.
Yeah, and I'm sure there will be some very high-level gameplay going on there. Speaking of which, I would like to do a bit of a deep dive on some of the high-level gameplay and monkey business going on in that game. So why don't we take a look at this clip here? So this is where we see the Monkey Dory come in, and we talked about it a little bit before, but it really bears repeating here. We were talking about how the distance from Ufa, maybe you want to find the Premium Power Pro combined with some kind of gusting card in order to KO this Dracloak. But with Alexander having moved over some of this damage with of course his own Monkey Dory from this Latias onto this Gimmighoul, all of a sudden that offered the opportunity for Ufa to set up his own Monkey Dory, which he was there sitting in the hand with the Dark Energy, Prime Catcher, then coin bonus for 2 cards. There goes the Artisan to find the Monkey Dory there, then also counter the Jamming Tower, very important to do as well.
Yes.
And then down goes the Monkey Dory with the Dark Energy, and all of a sudden, you can heal off your own Gimmighoul whilst taking this KO on this Dracloak.
No, absolutely. Very well explained there, Freya. I'm keeping an eye on some other games. Antoine Boulet is up to 9-2-1, going against Daniel Powell from the UK, also at 9-2-1. Just a little bit. I gave you all the top tables. Kind of the table below is those 2 players. So, keeping an eye on all of this. We'll see how it shakes out. Honestly, trying to get into that asymmetrical top cut when there's 2,200 players is so harsh. And actually, while we're here, asymmetrical top cut, what do I mean by that? What I mean is we look at the top 8 players, and we look at the number of match points that player number 8 has. And then we go, well, hang on a second. If there's other players that have the same number of match points as a player in number 8, it doesn't seem very fair that they don't make top cut. So if you have the same number of match points as the player in 8th position, you make top cut up to a maximum of 16. There is a chance you can still bubble out if there's more than 16.
That happened to Drew Stevenson, actually.
Yeah, happened to Drew Stevenson. Has happened once this season. But it is also important about positioning. Let's say there are 10 players who achieve the right number of match points. That means players 1 to 6, they're in top cut, they go straight to top 8, put your feet up, have a drink. But players 7, 8, 9, and 10, they have to play the asymmetrical top cut round to determine the last 2 spots. So it's not just getting into ASIM, it is getting high enough that you don't play that asymmetrical top cut round. I know we all love playing as much Pokemon as possible. Don't give yourself an extra chance to get knocked out of the tournament.
No, not going to be a good feeling. Who are you backing to win the whole thing?
Oh, I don't know. That's not fair.
They're putting you on the spot, Ross.
Right, who am I backing for the whole thing? No. Okay, I'm going to say Oyvind.
Okay. Well, do you know what? I'm going to go with you. He won the regional last year. He can do it again this year. I think that is a great pick. But
there's 2,200 players. Pick someone else.
No, I'm not going to. Actually, do you know why? We don't have time. The next round is coming up very, very soon. So we're going to go to a break, but next round is coming up very, very soon. Don't go away.
The Masters final at the 2025 World Championship in Anaheim contained the two best decks of the season, Dragapult EX and Gardevoir EX. Despite this, the journey of the successful off-meta decks is the story I want to tell you now. Let's reminisce on the off-meta decks that surprised the world in Anaheim. The meta is something we talk about at every Pokémon event, but what does it mean? Meta refers to the strategies and deck archetypes that are popular at a tournament, sometimes described as the most effective tactic available. Typically, a meta includes a few very strong decks which are often very popular, several solid options with some weaknesses here and there, and some counter decks designed to target the best strategies. But what really fascinates the community are off-meta decks, the ones nobody expected that suddenly shine on the biggest stage. At the 2025 World Championships, three kinds stood out: hybrid decks, revived decks, and unexpected decks. Let's explore how each left their mark and changed the meta going forward. Hybrid decks. Well, it's rare for a deck to squeeze in another archetype, but sometimes the overlap is too good to ignore. At Worlds, Fuguan Liao stunned the senior division with his take on Golden Go, adding the Joltik Box package, and went on to win the entire tournament. Why did it work? Well, both decks ran similar energy counts, including metal, and both thrived in aggressive setups. Cards like Levincia, Air Balloon, and heavy item package with Arven fit seamlessly into both. Importantly, both archetypes often left spare bench space, allowing them to coexist on the board. The synergy covered each other's weaknesses beautifully. Golden Go's coin bonus ability boosted consistency where Joltik Box lacked card draw. Meanwhile, Iron Hands pressured early 2-prize knockouts, buying time for Golden Go to set up. Because Iron Hands EX handed early knockouts, the deck could skip Energy Search Pro as its A-spec, instead using the powerful Prime Catcher, giving the deck an even sharper game plan targeting the bench. The result was a seamless hybrid that caught the field off guard and went the distance. Since then, Golden Go paired with Joltik has become a legitimate top-tier deck, evolving from surprise off-meta pick to part of the meta itself. Revived decks. Another type of off-meta success is the revival of an old favourite. Just because a deck falls out of the spotlight doesn't mean it's finished. Sometimes the right condition brings it roaring back. This World Championship, that story belonged to Charizard EX. Few players embody this better than Irvin Svinhuvud, who piloted Charizard to back-to-back top finishes in the 2025 season. He was runner-up at Stuttgart, losing only to another player playing Charizard EX, then won the very next European Regional in Birmingham with a nearly identical list. At Worlds, he went undefeated through day one, reminding everyone that Charizard was far from obsolete. Charizard's track record speaks for itself. Over the Scarlet and Violet era, it's been one of the winningest decks, including Gabriel Fernandez's NAIC victory with a fresh twist on the archetype. Despite waves of new powerful decks entering the format, Charizard repeatedly adapted and reclaimed relevance. At Worlds, the revival wasn't limited to one player. Junior Tanaka also piloted Charizard into Top Cut, meaning a quarter of the top 8 backed the supposedly outdated deck. It was a clear reminder, if a deck was once great, the right shift in matchups can bring it back to life. Unexpected decks. The rarest but most thrilling of off-meta deck success is the truly unexpected decks, ones that barely appeared before, then suddenly shines when it matters most. At Worlds, that deck was Enzoroc. Going into the tournament, it had little competitive history outside a top 8 at NAIC, but Mateusz Vashkovic and Marco Cifuentes independently concluded it was the right call, both piloting it into a top 8. In seniors, Gabriel Fernandez with an identical list to Marco reached the finals, falling just short of Fuguan's Golden Go Joltik. Suddenly, Enzoroc was one of the event's top performing archetypes. Its surprise success came from smart adjustments. The original list included Enstar Manitan, but the World's builds dropped it, focusing instead on solving the Golden Go matchup. Marco and Gabriel added Slime Mold Colony Toadscruel to block energy recovery, shutting down Golden Go's late game. Whereas Mateusz opted for 2 different Ogopons instead, the Wellspring Ogopon to use Sob to deny retreat, while Cornerstone Ogopon's Cornerstone Stance ability walled much of the format as Pokemon with abilities couldn't touch it. For that one weekend, the deck was perfectly placed, consistent, tricky, and underestimated. After Worlds, it seemed to fade back into obscurity, until Liam Halliburton went undefeated at Pittsburgh Regional just 1 month later, cementing what was once an off-meta deck into a tournament-winning deck to watch out for. For many, that's the beauty of the unexpected deck. They lurk in the background until the right tournament, ready to shock everyone again. Off-meta decks capture our imagination because they embody the underdog story. They remind us that even in a field dominated by top-tier archetypes, creativity and risk-taking can still win championships. Whether it's clever hybrids like Golden Go Joltik, a comeback tail like Charizard EX, or a smart innovation like N Zoroark, these decks prove that Pokémon TCG always has room for surprises. What's your favourite off-meta deck you've ever played? Share it with the #PlayPokemon because maybe the next underdog story will be yours.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. You've hopefully have just watched Swiss Round 13, and we're due to see Swiss Round 14, some win and in action shortly here with myself, Alex Down, one of your casters for this weekend, alongside my very dear friend, Benjamin Yard, who's decided he had to do the I've got 5 minutes to get ready aesthetic, so chucked a suit over a t-shirt. But yeah, how are you feeling today?
Yeah, great. Thanks for that introduction. Way longer than 5 minutes to get this beautiful aesthetic nice and complete. Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a real good phase 2 of competition thus far. You know, we've caught up with one game of our Swiss phase 2 thus far, and what a show that certainly was. Look, I've had a chance to look through some of the top tables while you were backstage doing absolutely nothing.
Of course.
A lot of Golden Go. That's the impression that I've got. There are a lot of Golden Go out there, but the variants in the lists are chopping and changing, like I mentioned in the pre-show. The lists, they have these different inclusions, which make it a little bit more exciting. There's no concrete 60, so no matchup is the same. The strategy in the forefront, they have too many of the decks in the meta chop and change as well, considering what those decks are playing. So yeah, it's all still exciting stuff.
Yeah, thanks for that information, Ben. You just repeated the whole phase 2 meta that the most popular deck out there is Golden Go, but
it's what I'm here for. I just give you my impression, and you do with it what you want.
Thanks, mate. But as I've just mentioned, we are going to be shortly heading into our Swiss Round 14. If I just had a quick check, it looks like the pairings have been paired at the moment. We're shortly going to be working out exactly who we're going to be featuring as well for this potential winning in action, because this is it. One more round could potentially take them with the right points threshold to make it into our asymmetric top cut, or maybe if there's not an asymmetric top cut, the actual top cut itself, and one step closer to try and take down Stuttgart Regional Championship.
Yeah, we're certainly coming to the closing stages of our phase 2 already, despite one round being left. I can confirm Nikolai and Kim did ID in their last rounds to try and secure themselves a top 8 spots, as we can see on this leaderboard in 1st and 4th place. Oyvind continuing on strong with a 11-1-1 record. That is pretty good, isn't it? And then, you know, some of the similar names that we've already featured in some circumstances. We have Daniel, we have Drew, we have Ufe as well, still up there at 10-2-1, despite that tie last round, as well as Alexander. And some new names, I would say. Adam Calamar is a name that I do see quite often. Daniel Powell as well, who I've already mentioned a number of times. But yeah, I think, you know, we do have a very, very strong leaderboard, and it's not over yet for most of these players. Yeah,
and what we just saw was kind of the records heading into Swiss Round 14, so they would have played an additional round by then. So now we're getting to the points where that kind of higher point threshold, like you've already mentioned, you know, the 2 players at the top tables, then when they intentional draw to take a point to try and secure that spot into an asymmetrical top cut. I mean, there's just so many great matches still to come, and still so many great matches actually being played out right now still in the field as well. I mean, so many players are maybe on the 30-point threshold, the 31-point threshold, not quite secure in sort of those upper echelons in the standings or the rankings at the moment, but they want to be trying to take that final win to push them as high as possible. Like I said, hopefully try and meet the minimum threshold to hit that asymmetric top cut.
Yeah, and you know, like we've already mentioned, it is coming to a close, so a lot of these players will keep on, you know, in their mind, what do I need? What is the record that I require to make myself put myself in a good place for top 8? I think 34 might be pretty safe, but I can't confirm that, of course, until all the standings are complete. There will be IDs, which also, you know, make it a little bit funny sometimes as to who gets over, and we might even still have an asymmetrical top cut as well, which may be a little bit of an issue for some players. But I can't. One thing just looking at these actually, in our top 6 tables, there is a Charizard EX present, which is actually
there's multiple.
Well, that's what I'm saying. In 3 of the top 6, tables, there is a Charizard EX present, which is something I definitely didn't expect coming into this tournament. It's only 6% of the meta represented with a Charizard EX deck coming into phase 1 of competition. So yeah, pretty good conversion rate. I mean, for a deck that, you know, didn't really have much of an impression coming into this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's one of those things where a lot of our players are now thinking about the meta that they're going to be facing. They've seen for the last maybe couple of months where they're seeing Golden Go at the top tables, sort of hitting that 20% threshold, or even seeing Gardevoir and Gardevoir Jellicent. So 2 different Gardevoir builds, but generally, you know, dark, weak, very strong, powerful archetypes. Also something that Charizard kind of likes to play into. So maybe if it's hitting into a field of around 40%, that's generally quite a good place. I mean, and you typically, the only top 3 deck that you struggle against is something like that Dragapult EX often, and then maybe sometimes that Psyduck's come in and been able to give you a chance against those kind of decks. But this is where our true top players are really starting to think about, well, is this the best play for a tournament like this? We can get through consistency, through that phase 1, and then hit into those phase 2 tournaments. Maybe I'll face up against loads of those Gardevoirs. Maybe I'll face up, if I play something like that Chi-Yu into those Golden Go EXs. It's lots to think about, but just as long as you have a consistent deck, sometimes that's more than enough.
Yeah, certainly is. And, you know, with this Charizard EX deck, we featured it yesterday, and I kept complaining at the fact that looking at these lists, there's like 21 ofs in most some circumstances. It's a list that I can't even look at it. I just keep thinking of myself bringing this deck to a tournament. But, you know, there are some players, it does have a little bit of a cult following. As I've always spoken about, it's not a deck that attracts new players, but the players that do keep on playing it only get better over time. And of course, as the sets come about, there's new additions added to it. Of course, Dawn being one of the big inclusions in the deck, but, you know, not that we saw it in Oyvind's deck, but it's still something to consider with some of these archetypes.
Yeah, I mean, I know we're talking about a lot of the top players that are currently in the standings, but I know someone's out there just kind of hunting around, just looking at some of those top tables. So Ross, take it away.
Thank you very much. This is one of my favorite things to see at a Pokemon TCG event. The beginning of a round. We've got our top tables here. These are the players having the best day with the best decks, the best runs, the most wins. You'll notice there's an empty table of we have to take a match to put on stream for you lovely ladies and gentlemen to watch at home. But you can see we got players here, and the playmat choice, it's important. Are you bringing an event playmat? Are you bringing a personal playmat? These are decisions you have to take in mind. You sit down opposite your opponent, and the first thing you're figuring out is, do I know what this person's playing? We're late in the tournament. We've had lots of rounds of Swiss. Have I figured out what my opponent is up to? Because that makes a real big decision about your starting Pokemon and what you're doing at the beginning of the game. You wish your opponent good luck. You offer a handshake, fist bump, whatever you're comfortable with, and then it is shuffling up and getting going with the game. And these players here, there is something on the line. We are trying to figure out who is going to be in that asymmetrical top cut, and we are looking at the players here who have a chance of getting into that asymmetrical top cut, but one more win becomes absolutely crucial. However, I do worry that it looks like they've started playing, and I feel like I might be distracting them. So let's head on back and get ready for our final round of Swiss on stream.
Thank you very much, Ross. Certainly it is game on for all of those players that you've decided to just kind of cause a bit of a nuisance of yourself. But no, I'm joking. It's great to see them all in action, because, you know, it gets really intense at those top tables. As already what Ross has mentioned, I mean, it's a real tough place to be, but you've already had such a great tournament run. Maybe it's not as tough as many people like to think.
Yeah, I mean, you've been there. Once. A long time ago.
Yeah, cheers, thank you.
A really long time ago.
You had dark hair once.
I know. Yeah. I know. Can you imagine?
Yeah, here we go.
I got to sort out this lighting. I got to talk to the backstage, because I look bald in some circumstances.
Are you not?
All
right. Anyway,
we're not going to talk about hairlines here.
But ignoring about us, okay, we are with a couple of the old ones behind the backstage, but our players are ready at our feature table. Here we go. And I think it's a couple of familiar names there. I mean, it's one we've already featured yesterday, in fact. Drew Stevenson on the right-hand side. But first here, up against Lucas Maximilian Gries, who, again, you know, he's beginning to have a couple of, you know, deeper runs into phase 2s. This is an opportunity to continue that. He's put himself in a fantastic spot here. Both of our players on 31 match points. That was what I was starting to calculate. 34, as you already mentioned, seems like the way that we're trying to aim for with one more victory. And Lucas could do that over victory over Drew Stevenson.
Yeah, Lucas, a recent player, as you can see some of those accolades in the past couple of years, but Drew Stevenson, as we've already featured, an aged up senior recently, as you can see by some of those accolades, an EUIC finalist in the seniors division in 2023, world's top 32 in the same year, and then of course once aged up in the past recent years, Frankfurt regional top 8 this year, and another one to go with that as well last year. And here we see both of the players. I mean, as I've already said, you've been a player in this position, but let's have a look at the prize cards. Nothing too detrimental.
The Genesect might be something that Drew might want to see later, but our players are ready. Prizes there. Cards flipped, fist bump, win and in action. Swiss round 14. Game on between Lucas and Drew here. Looks like Lucas is going to be kicking us off. Has just instantly top decked a buddy boffin.
What a top deck there from Lucas. So pivotal to find in your first turns to get some of these Pokemon set up. Lucas with this Charizard variant. It is what we had featured previously on our stream. It is the Dusknoir, Pidgeot, and Charizard. Of course, managing those 3 stage 2s is a bit of an administrative nightmare, as I like to call it at times. Hard to manage, hard to navigate in those first few turns. What do you prioritize setting up? But in this circumstance, I can imagine a Charmander, possibly the Pidgey. Who knows at this point? I didn't get to see what was in the rest of the hand, but let's have a look.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's just run through exactly how the Charizard EX deck works. We've seen it plenty of times before. It's comboed alongside, as you mentioned, that Pidgeot EX. That Charizard EX has a fantastic ability, being able to accelerate energy onto itself with Infernal Rain, and then has that Burning Darkness attack, 180 damage base, but increases as the game goes on. As your opponent takes more prizes, that Charizard's hitting harder and harder. Combined with that Pidgeot EX, if we do see the Pidgey and the Charmander already come to the bench, Pidgeot EX has that quick search ability. Once during a turn, you may search a deck for any one card, I should say, and put it into your hand. That's any tutor piece to your hand where you need to do so. Then, when you combo it with Dusknoirs, this is where you can ramp up some of the damage. If you do get an attachment to the active Pheasanttivity, leaves it in the active spot for the moment. It's not as a threat. But then that's how you can kind of ramp up a lot of the damage with the Charizard EX deck, Ben. And it's over to Drew Stevenson.
Yeah, and what a top deck that was. Finding the Arven, all important to find in your first few turns to get these Gimme Ghouls set up for your later turns. I will mention, just looking at the prize cards, prizing that Genesect might come up to be, you know, a bit of an issue for Drew. We know that the Goldengo deck doesn't play any way to search for those Goldengos other than the Genesect, and we can see a nice little key features image on the left-hand side. So we use the Goldengo to draw with the coin bonus in connection with the Lunar Cycle, as we already know. But Drew, just going through the deck, what does he search out for? You can imagine it's going to be that all-important Buddy Poffin, find those first crucial pieces. Doesn't play any tool cards with it, or does play the Air Balloon and the Vitality Band in this deck, as we saw yesterday. Just going through the deck for just one first prize check.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to kind of continue on your point, using that coin bonus to draw those cards, using Make It Rain for massive amounts of damage, discarding energy cards from your hand. Looks like it's a secret box pickup, that pink ace spec of choice alongside that Vitality Band there from the Arven. But again, it's utilizing additional cards, just like that Lunatone and the Soul Rock package, to draw even more cards. I know it's something you mentioned a lot, Ben. Just, you know, you never expect Goldengo to need even more, despite already having access to coin bonus. But that's generally how you can overcome such big HP Pokemon. I mean, Charizard EX itself has 330 HP. That would be 7 energies for a one-hit KO. But as we do see the secret box there, there's that Tech Mega Marwile EX as well. One of those tech cards for anything like that Cornerstone Ogerpon EX, which generally is a bit of a struggle for Golden Go decks, but just having access to that won't be too useful in this matchup because it is also a Fire Weak Pokemon.
Yeah, a bit of a hard choice coming up with this secret box. Getting rid of that Vitality Band. It's actually a card that I wouldn't mind keeping to make a more of an efficient knockout on that Pheasantipity, being 210 HP. It would have meant that only 4 energy required to take that knockout. But with Secret Box, the downside of it, of course, is discarding 3 cards, getting rid of that Mega Maw while not seeing its utility in this matchup specifically. But I think, actually, just looking at the board state right now, I think this is in Drew's favor slightly. That Pheasantipity, if he does find a method to take these first 2 prizes in this matchup, that is where Drew can really accelerate in this game.
Yep, absolutely. When you're a deck like Golden Go, as he's playing down the Artisan now, an opportunity to search a deck for a basic non-rule box Pokemon. It's going to be an opportunity to find those additional draw pieces like that Soul Rock Lunatone combo package. But yeah, you're right. As you mentioned, the 2-2-2 sort of prize direction or prize mapping that Drew would often like to try and go down is available because that Pheasantipity is now on the board. Not out of choice, of course. Lucas did have to start it as we do get more pieces out of Drew's hand right now. The Earthen Vessel's pitching away an energy card, getting that metal ready to attack for a future turn, and of course can get that fighting energy card to use Lunar Cycle and draw 3 more once Soul Rock hits the field as well.
I think this is why it was such a hard decision with the Secret Box, because he could have gone, instead of Buddy Poppin for those 2, Gimmighoul could have gone for a Nest Ball for the Soul Rock and tried his luck finding a Buddy Poppin with the Lunar Cycle. But here we see the minor error running for the Gimmighoul, finding those 2 fighting energy, thinning the deck even further to find some required pieces next turn, passing over to Lucas, evolving into the Charmeleon, Lily's Determination for 8. Lucas will needs to start finding some of these pieces like Rare Candy, like the Pidgeot EX, to start really going and finding the pieces needed to put some pressure on Drew's board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Charmeleon is one of the newer additions to the Charizard deck as well, coming out of Phantasmal Flames. So another nice upgrade to some of the new sort of previous Charmeleons that you've had before. And it's just kind of that additional HP increase as well to 110, so it's actually quite a nice inclusion into the deck as well. And I know you're eyeing up a card there that's also in Lucas's list, that Moltres, Ben.
Yeah, the recent Moltres coming out of our Phantasmal Flame set is another way, other than what we saw yesterday with Oivan playing the Chi-Yu. Lucas is opting going for the Moltres. The Moltres, Fighting Wings. If your opponent's active Pokemon is a Pokemon EX, this does 90 more damage. And of course, with Goldengo's weakness being fire, this is a way for Lucas to get ahead of the prize race. It's a way to cheat it initially, because that Moltres is such a massive threat for Drew to get rid of.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, as you kind of correctly mentioned, 90 plus 20 is only 110. Doubling it is to 220, so it does need that damage modifier to be able to reach the knockouts on Golden Go EXs. As we do see another Charmander hit the field, I'd love to see maybe some Duskulls, but I don't think we've actually reached to that point there, as we do get a Mist Energy onto a Pidgey. It looks like we're going to be calling for family as a retreat onto the Pheasantipity, all with the Technical Machine Evolution instead, and we're just going to evolve up the other Pidgey on the board and choose the other Charmander as the evolution there. Maybe get the second Charmeleon into play, then you're kind of allowing yourself to have multiple threats on board, and even if this Pidgey goes down or the Pidgeotto goes down on the bench, you can still find a way to burst into that Pidgeot EX.
I really like prepping this second Charmeleon, because there would be nothing stopping Drew finding a knockout on that lone Charmeleon on the bench, making it even more difficult for Lucas to find the pieces for a Charizard EX, because Drew's in a really good position here, because if there's nothing stopping him just evolving into these Goldengos, not bothering with a single prize board state, and knocking out the Pheasantipity to put himself 2 prizes ahead. I think for Drew, if he can manage a 2-2-2 prize race, that's exactly what he wants. A retreat into the Soul Rock, unable to find the pieces needed, a Cosmic Beam for knockout on that Pidgey, leaving himself with a single prize board state. So that is the route that Drew's going to go down. This is a more conservative, more of a conservative play, I would say, not going for any sort of knockouts on the Pheasantipity, not trying to find those pieces, because it will require more, and it's a pass over to Lucas.
That was a knockout. It was a knockout. First prize taken.
Sorry, it's a knockout. It's a
Cosmic Beam
it's a
for a
pass over
knockout.
to Lucas, but it's a knockout as well, all right? We've already established that.
Has activated now. Pheasantipity on the bench, of course. It was a Cosmic Beam that has knocked out that Pidgey for the first prize here. As you correctly highlighted, I mean, the single prize board set is something that Golden Go typically hasn't been able to really do in many sort of its previous sort of iterations. Now it has this combo, has that efficient attacker, has the fighting energies to utilize for all of those big make it rain attacks. As we do get the Pidgeot coming down now, we do have Quick Search live. We've just used Artisan for that Duskull. I think it's going to be pretty key here to utilize those Duskulls to reach those numbers. What I've already mentioned with the Moltres, when you have to hit those damage modifiers eventually into Golden Goes, that's where you really sort of come to the fore in terms of that damage. But here comes the flip the script, Ben.
Yeah, this is really interesting, actually. Benching that Duskull will mean that Drew has another option to take a knockout on a single prizer. What the board state was telling me with Lucas was that nothing was within that 70 HP range for a knockout. So it would have left Drew requires to take out a knockout with a Goldengo, which is exactly what Lucas wants to see. So an interesting choice to bench the Duskull, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's just the necessary evil of having to utilize Curse Blast, or at least threaten the Curse Blast at some stages. We do get the Iono. Drew gets to draw 5 cards, I should say, and then Lucas gets his 6. We do see, it looks like, that Moltres coming down onto the board now. So showcasing, that's exactly what I'm going to be going for. And here comes the Quick Search. This is going to be quite a key, pivotal decision here. I wonder if we're going to see the Charizard get a big, bulky Pokemon, sort of maybe waiting in the wings, or maybe start forcing some awkward scenarios for Drew, because if we can get a big Charizard EX in the active, there's a lot of expenditure to try and take it down, especially when we combo with the ace spec of choice, Ben. That's Hero's Cape.
Yeah, Hero's Cape, an interesting choice from Lucas, not going for any other ace spec. Seeing the value in a plus 100 HP, that'll make it quite a chunky Charizard EX. And now, this is where Drew needs to accelerate. He needs to be able to take 2 prizes this turn at this point. Does have a Gimmighoul already with the energy required for that Make It Rain attack. It's whether now he can really explode, he can really draw those cards and get into those crucial pieces.
Yeah, so it's over to Drew after a massive Burning Darkness attack, dealing 210 damage to that active Soul Rock. And now we're going to get that Artisan, maybe kind of replenishing that Soul Rock back again, so that we can get Lunar Cycle back up and running, because we're going to see that need to draw more cards. We're going to need to see that additional energy scale as well. We don't have Fighting Gong and Nestball in hand, so we can continue pulling out the right pieces. There comes the fighting energy from that Fighting Gong as well. I'm sure Drew's going to be eyeing up a massive knockout here. If not on this Charizard, at least on a 2-prizer this turn, just to kind of force some awkward scenarios. There's the Pheasantipity from the Nestball as well. He's going to flip the script himself at some stage here. Earthen Vessel to grab some more energies first. There's a lot of combo pieces that are really come along together here. And one of the cool things that we're seeing in Drew's list is something that we haven't seen too often more recently. His out to maybe sort of the item locking is that Stadium Levincia being piloted in the deck alongside 2 lightning energies, as we saw him actually grab one already right now.
Yeah, and I'm talking about Drew taking a 2-prizer here, really needing to go ahead of the prize race, but there's no threat in just going for this Duskull. This Duskull here will still put him within range of that 2-2-2 prize race, I suppose. But he does have another option. He can go for this Charizard EX as well as another way of getting rid of the biggest threat on the board. But we know that Goldengo does not play any sort of hand disruption. So that would have been, that would have probably been best. But big Lunar Cycle here. What does he see here?
He hasn't got any Goldengo EXs right now. I'm not too sure there's any in hand, so has to kind of draw into one. I'm not too sure we've hit anything, unless I've missed it from the hand there. There are no Goldengo EX pieces, which means there's not really much we can do. Maybe have to just kind of do a small swing into the Charizard EX with the Soul Rock once again.
I still don't mind picking up the Pheasantipity with the
boss's orders?
No,
Okay.
There's no boss's orders either. I still don't mind picking up the Pheasantipity with the Professor's Turo as well. Yeah, I do like this from Drew. Keeping a single prize board state once more. It's not ideal. It's not ideal doing 70 damage to this Charizard EX. At least we know that Lucas plays the Hero's Cape. So at least it reduces the damage needed to take a knockout for next turn if possible. And here we pass over to Lucas.
Yeah, another Cosmic Beam onto that Charizard. 70 damage now on it. It's now down to 260 HP on that active Charizard EX. So this gives maybe Lucas an opportunity here to really go ahead in that kind of prize race, prize mapping race that you've kind of mentioned there, Ben, because he can go down to the 4 prizes before Drew does and kind of continue this kind of constant threat, right? We have Pidgeot EX active and live. We've got quick search right here, right now. Looks like we're eyeing up maybe that boss's orders at the front of the deck here, but just kind of deliberating exactly the direction we want to go down. Of course, does still have that Duskull, which is, again, as you mentioned, a bit of an easy target at times. Oh, looks like we are eyeing up maybe that Dusclops there from the quick search, just to kind of get evolved up, get it ready for a future turn. And that's where things could really start progressing, because typically the damage modifier without the Dusclops, without Curse Blast, is that Defiance Band. And if Lucas starts going ahead on prizes, that Moltres isn't really able to take a simple knockout on a Golden Go EX.
It's a real awkward spot for Drew, because he does have, and I must let the audience know, there is a 50 HP Gimmighoul on the field. So it does put it within range of this Dusclops as well. So he is able to take 2 prizes this turn if he wishes to and get ahead of that prize race even more. Oh, this is even more damaging to Drew. Taking a knockout on the Gimmighoul, not going for the knockout with the Dusclops. Interesting choice, I would have thought. Maybe opting for a future play with a Duskmar for a knockout on the Solrock or Lunatone. But yeah, this isn't great for Drew.
No, I think we're just saving it for big knockouts on the EX Pokemon now. They give up the 2 prizes. You want to be able to smack those for as hard as you can, especially when, even if you just, you know, if Drew takes 1 more prize, Charizard's still then only doing 240. So you still need to overstretch at some stage, right? But it's over to Drew now. The sort of initiative and advantage has gone over to Lucas right now, and it's just over. It's going to be a scoop as a concession from Drew. Lucas too far ahead. Drew unable to find that Golden Go EX, and it looks like it's going to be Lucas who takes game 1 here in the Swiss round 14. What a great way of kind of demonstrating exactly why what you mentioned before, Charizard being maybe a choice for this tournament.
Yeah, Charizard showing the power from Lucas there. I think for Drew, the writing was on the wall when he couldn't take a single prize, even with the Solrock. So it was forcing him essentially to bring out the Golden Go, and that's exactly the position he doesn't want to be in, being that Lucas was already ahead on prizes. So I think for Drew, yeah, quick concession. Let's try and take the win here. This is a winning in for both players. They will see it as that. 34 points is the required, we think, for top 8. So yeah, for Drew, I think quick concession. Let's go to a game 2. Let's try and get to a game 3 so I can take this.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just kind of the writing was on the wall just because of how ahead, even it was just that single prize being ahead of Luca, of himself. So that's why Drew had to make that concession. One of the other key things that we want to be keeping an eye on later down the line as well, we know Charizard's starting to fit back in that Briar again. Yes. We have to take that single prize early. That's another way to kind of, again, I like to call it legalized cheating, but take additional prizes when you're not really supposed to. And that's one way. If Drew ever goes down to 2 prizes and Lucas is still on 3, if we take a massive knockout on a Golden Go EX with Briar being played, I mean, that'd be one way to just take 3 prizes in one go.
And, you know, that's such a plus of this deck. There are so many ways to manipulate that prize race with Briar, with the Duskmar. And there's so much synergy in the deck, isn't there, with all of these little tiny options within the 60. And here we see both players readying up. I think that's going to be a mulligan from Lucas, giving Drew an additional card for his first turn. Yeah,
great. I mean, I was going to say what a mulligan is. Some people might not know if anyone's watching as well.
Sorry,
so if you don't find a basic Pokemon in your active 7 cards, or the 7 cards that you draw, your opponent has an opportunity to take 1 mulligan card, an additional card, prior to the game starting once your opponent has found one. But if there's more mulligans, you can take additional ones as well for how many times your opponent cannot find a basic during their setup phase. So here we go, just kind of double checking. Lucas here, just getting his 7 cards ready, double checking what's going to be available to himself. Does find a basic, and it's one of those other additional tech cards into the Charizard now to try and make things more consistent. You talk about those one-offs, that's one card to make it a bit more consistent. We get a chance now to see those prizes. A couple of Fire Energy can be a bit tough to deal with. 1 rare candy on the right-hand side, nothing too crazy. So it looks like, and I hope we're going to get a game 2 now of our Swiss round 14. Lucas will be kicking us off. Has Buddy popping again in hand. We had a little clap and applaud there by Drew. Just both our players just trying to enjoy themselves as they face off in a really high stakes win and in action match.
Yeah, another great top deck from Lucas to find that buddy pop in. But yeah, I really do like the Tatsugiri start here. At least it's not the only two prizes that you can start, which is the Pheasantipity. He'll really reeling that as well. So here we see the first prize check from Lucas with that buddy pop in. You'd like to see another Charmander and a Pidgeot. I believe I saw Rare Candy and a Dusknoir in hand, so can go for the really aggressive turn to Dusknoir if he has that in hand. But you can imagine it would be just the Pidgey and the Charmander. This is the real foundational start from Charizard, isn't it? Finding those two crucial pieces and those Pokemon to get yourself set up in the game.
Yeah, I mean, have you already mentioned Tatsugiri in the active with that attract customers ability, right? It's just such a useful way to kind of burst into the right cards at the right times. And just by having, you know, the Pidgey and the Charmander on the bench already, you don't have to worry too much. You can just leave the Tatsugiri in the active. We do get the attract customers now being utilized. As mentioned, is look at the top 6 cards of your deck, reveal a supporter there, and put it into your hand. We do find a Lily's Determination, which is a great pickup for turn 2 once it comes back over to Lucas. Drew can look for a way to maybe start initiating that prize race once again, but let's see if we're going to be able to even get to that point from this scenario. We haven't had a chance to glimpse at Drew's hand as of yet, but let's look how we're going to work this out.
Yeah, managing 3 stage 2s is a bit awkward, so Tatsugiri just gives you that little bit of an extra edge in those first initial turns to find those Arvens and Lily's Determination. Pass over to Drew there. I think it was a top deck of an Arven. I think this is just a repeat from game 1, actually, at this point. Nestball eyeing up those Solrock and Lunatones. You don't want to be wasting it on a Gimmighoul. That's what the Buddy Poffin is for. Just doing a little prize check. How many fighting energy do I have? How many things do I need here to take a single prize knockout on turn 1? Another Nestball. You can imagine it's going to be that the Lunatone here. Now, does have Arven for the retreat into the Gimmighoul. That's why he was eyeing up that air balloon. Earthen Vessel for those 2 fighting energy. Can Lunacycle, can attach to that Solrock for that all-important Cosmic Beam to put him 1 prize ahead in this game. Imagine the Arven coming down as well this turn. Just shuffling up now, though, from that Earthen Vessel.
Yeah.
Just having a cycle first before doing the Arven, maybe finding another potential supporter for this turn. Draws into the Fighting Gong as well as a Professor Turo, and I think it was another Fighting Energy, actually.
I mean, the Arven will allow him to grab that air balloon and then go straight into a Fighting Energy attached Solrock, so we can Cosmic Beam once again. We never just pass over. We're dealing some relevant damage and potentially taking some knockouts here. Looks like it's just eyeing up a Buddy Poffin as well. Maybe just kind of get the board set up with further Gimmighouls. This time with no Genesect prize. He does have access to a Nestball at some stage to be able to grab Genesect and then load up those Golden Goals into hand pretty quickly, as we see another Earthen Vessel here, just like that first game. We're seeing Drew with a lot of actions with a lot of those items.
Yeah, not going for the Buddy Poffin, just going for the Earthen Vessel, putting that hand to, well, making a very big hand of fighting energy for that Lunar Cycle next turn. Did fortunately have another Gimmighoul in hands, and here's a Cosmic Beam first prize.
Yep, there we go. So Pidgey has to go into the active spot now. It's not the Cool for Family Pidgey, but maybe we're looking for the similar turn that we had before as well. We are working with an Arven in hand and energy. That could be an opportunity to maybe grab another Buddy Poffin and start utilizing that Technical Machine Evolution as well, because that's also available in the deck. Now that he has options available to himself, I think this is where Lucas is really just deliberating the direction we go down. Of course, remember, we do have a couple of those Fire Energies prize. We do play 5, so whenever we do get a Charizard's Infernal Rain off, we will see sort of it for full flow, as we do see now an Ultra Ball pitching away that Klefki tech and the Arven. I don't know if there was a second one in the hand.
I thought it was a Dusclops there, actually.
Oh,
but it was a Klefki.
It was a Klefki.
There you go. There you go.
Useful card. We've seen how pivotal it was in our phase 1 of some of our stream matches we've seen already. We do get another Charmander down. So let's see the direction here.
This is a great spot for Drew, and not only because, he has prized that second Solrock, but that's not necessarily a problem. Lucas only has the option of evolving into a Charizard DX to take a knockout on this Solrock, and that's exactly the position that Drew wants to be in, because then he will be able to promote that Goldengo for a 2 prize and get himself ahead, even further into the prize race. That's exactly what Drew wants to do. He wants to bait those 2 prizes coming out from Lucas.
Yeah, it's definitely one route. And then if we don't get that, I mean, Drew will be looking for another way just to take an easy, another single prize with that single prize board state. I mean, we could prevent that by attaching that Hero's Cape we just drawn to that Pidgeot, but we do get the rare candy into the Pidgeot EX just off that Lily's determination. Maybe this was all the right way and right direction to go about this deck rather than the Arven into Technical Machine Evolution here. But now it's just even more decisions to make because we do have another Ultra Ball just pitching away another one of those Pidgeys with that Mist energy. Just going to see which direction we go down here. Looks like it's going to be that Charizard EX.
Charizard, yeah.
Maybe we're going down that Hero's Cape route for the Charizard instead.
Yeah, I don't know if he had rare candy in hand already. Didn't have it, so can't find that Hero's Cape from the quick search, unfortunately. Evolving into that Charizard EX, this is exactly what Drew wants. He's managed to find a way to get those 2 prizes out from Lucas's board.
Hero's Cape's in hand.
Oh, Hero's Cape's in hand.
That's why I was saying we could protect that Pidgeot if we really wanted to by slamming it on if we didn't hit rare candy Pidgeot. But maybe this is why he's gone down this direction. If we add the Hero's Cape, it adds an additional 100 HP. It's an A-spec after all. 430 HP Charizard EX smacking away with Burning Darkness. 210 damage on that Soul Rock. And it's a tall order to try and get, 9 energies. 10 energies with attachment to a Golden Go. Do we even have those energies?
Plays 11. So
plays 11,
it,
one prized.
And 1 prize, 10 in the deck. So all but 1. So yeah, not going to be manageable, is it really? I would say at this point. Not on turn 2, at least.
Where there's a world, there's a will, there's a way. Right?
Yeah, well, yeah, you can say that to yourself, I suppose. So this Fighting Gong going for another Fighting Energy. No more Soul Rock on the field. 1 in the discard pile, as we can see here. 1 is prized as well, so we'll need to find a Night Stretcher to find that Soul Rock once more for a knockout on this Charmander here. It's not all over for Drew at this point. But yeah, it can still also go for the boss's orders on the Pidgeot as well if he wants to really accelerate himself into the prize race. But there's not that much pressure. I think the pressure here is whether he's being forced, to hit that Charizard EX.
Yeah, absolutely. That Charizard with a lot of HP in that active spot, a big threat to Drew's board state right now, because it's, as we mentioned, it's very difficult to deal with. That Arven now being played, going to be able to choose an item and a tool card to put into hand. I do wonder what direction we're going to go in here. We don't have the Golden Go EX yet, so there's still plenty of time, or plenty of cards that we need to even get to that stage. He's eyeing up that Nest Ball. There's the Vitality Band. Nest Ball being chosen from the item of choice. Genesect EX being eyed up because of that fantastic Metallic Signal ability it's got, being able to search your deck and pull out up to 2 Evolution Metal Pokemon and put them into your hand. And it's combos so nicely with the 2 Golden Go EXs that has just hit the field.
This is the only way that Golden Go, the deck can search out those Golden Go EX. Doesn't play any Ultra Ball. So prioritizing going for the Nest Ball for that Genesect EX. And now that we see the first coin bonus, does find boss's orders. There is a lot of energy in hand, by the way. I know that he played Fighting Gong and the Earthen Vessel turn 1. So I don't know if he definitely has it, but there are lots of energy in there.
Could be a crazy knockout, and that is literally flipping the script. I flip the table if we hit all 10 energies available. It does have the Superior Energy in hand as well. Couldn't quite see exactly how many energies were in that hand. Wonder if it's just 1 short. We do need to kind of double check there. And as I do count, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in hand. Looks like at least 3 in the discard pile. Remember, it does need to get the attachment there. So then there's 4 left in hand. Superior Energy Retrieval. Discards 2 cards from your hand to get up to 4 energies from your discard pile back into hand. Is there enough? I mean, this maximizes 4 out of the discard pile plus the 4 in hand. That'll be 8. That's 400 damage. Not quite there. Do we have that final card? If there is 4 in the discard pile, there is 4 in the discard pile. There's 8 energies in hand. It looks like we're 1 energy short.
Yeah, at least he has the security knowing that the Charizard EX won't be able to take a response knockout. But there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So yeah, not enough to take the knockouts on that Charizard EX. But at least he has the security. At least he knows that Burning Darkness isn't going to be able to take a knockout on anything on his board state other than that Lunatone.
400 damage, and it's not a knockout. Look how many dice are on that Charizard right now, as they're kind of, both players are even just calculating exactly how many dice we need to put on. Genesect itself has 220 HP, so the 210 that Burning Darkness could even do right now is still not enough. Is this just a moment to maybe deal some damage? I mean, you have to be worried about Drew also having things like Professor Churro's scenario.
Yeah, he'll be dreading that.
We have seen one hit the discard pile already. It's almost like telegraphing that maybe one of them has been utilized, and, you know, finding a second might be a bit difficult. But let's see how Lucas plays this out now. I don't think anyone's seen as many damage counters on a Charizard like this in quite some time. 30 HP remaining. We do get an Arven being played after that Charmeleon has hit the bench as well. So let's look at this direction that Lucas is going to go down. Is eyeing up some of those important pieces like that Duskull once again, and the Defiance Band. Useful way of increasing the amount of damage you can do.
I mean, with the Hero's Cape attached, you can't use that Defiance Band to take the knockout on the Genesect EX. There's nothing there that Lucas will be able to take a one-hit knockout on, other than the Lunatone, like I mentioned. And that doesn't necessarily put him in a great place. Only one prize. Drew will be definitely, you would imagine, be taking 2 prizes next turn, either on that Pidgeot EX, or even now that Charizard is within range of a Solrock as well. Quick search coming down now. I think Defiance Band was kept. Defiance Band was taken off the Arven, wasn't it? With that Buddy Coffin searching out to Duskull. We'll be looking to put Drew in an awkward position, maybe with a Briar play later on as well. You know, there are a lot of options that Lucas has to try and deal with these Goldengo.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded the knockout on a single prizer. Bringing yourself down to 4 prizes remaining wouldn't have been that bad, I don't think, in terms of a prize race, because then you're just taking out a Goldengo and a Genesect EX, right?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose with the problem for Drew,
it's the same as game 1, where Drew wasn't able to take a knockout on his second turn. There's just an attack there for that Burning Darkness for 210. But as I mentioned, if Lucas went 1 more prize ahead again, it's almost mirroring what we had in game 1, where Lucas went 2 prizes ahead before Drew could actually do anything.
Correct, yeah.
But I guess Drew's scenario there was that he couldn't hit the Golden Go EXs, which may be a bit more painful.
Yeah, it's a weird one, isn't it? It's a bit of an odd one to pan out, I suppose. And here we see another coin bonus. Just search, finding that Earthen Vessel. I think they're opting to discard the Lunatone, perhaps.
Yeah, so we're just kind of looking at what available is in the hand. The boss's order's being pitched away with that Earthen Vessel. We're looking to see maybe if he can find that second Professor Churro scenario. I'm not too sure if I've seen it already in hand.
I don't know if he just discarded it.
No, there is one in hand.
Yes.
I did catch a glimpse, and that could completely turn this turn around, because then even as Lucas is going to go down the route of maybe utilizing a Moltres with the Defiance, but I guess that's one way to do it, and you kind of catch up via that route. But that could not completely nullify a turn from Lucas there and leave a Charizard with that Hero's Cape getting knocked out with relative ease.
Yeah, and the fact that Drew's on 5 prize cards isn't the end of the world either. We are forgetting that, you know, with a Dusknoir, it will put him 1 prize up as well. The fact that the Dusknoir has to knock itself out to use its ability. So Drew may not have to use 3 attacks for this game at this point. It may only be the 2 that is required if Lucas opts to go for a Dusknoir later on. Yeah, I really do like the Professor Turo scenario play here. Picking up, removing all damage on the board will take that Goldengo out of the range of the Dusknoir for an easy 2 prizes for Lucas as well.
Yep, so does have the 1 energy required for the knockout. Is actually not going to play the Professor Churro scenario here. Will just take the massive knockout with only just the 50 damage from Make It Rain this time. Pidgeot EX going into the active spot. Drew down to 3 prizes to try and bring this game back level in this winning in Swiss round 14. If you are just joining us, Lucas is already 1 game up here in this Swiss round 14 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Pidgeot in the active, Super Rod being utilized to try and get those energies back. Remember, we had a couple of those Fire Energies prize. He needs access to those energies and that Charizard pretty quickly. Otherwise we're not swinging away at all.
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think Lucas can take game. if he uses the Dust Noir on this Goldengo here, it puts himself 2 prizes up. And with this Charizard EX later down in connection with Briar, if Drew promotes another 2 prizer, we'll be taking 3. So there is a world here in which Lucas can take the game.
I love your circles.
I know.
They're varying sizes.
No, they're not. They're perfect.
When they never go around a card, there's either just a picture.
I think somebody called yours sad bananas yesterday.
Sad but not potatoes. Anyway, there's enough potato talk. As we do see the Iono being piloted now, played by Lucas to draw 5 and try and put Drew down to just 3 cards. Remember, Drew does have access to that Genesect and Metallic Signal once again, so can pull out another Golden Go EX. As we just see, we do get a Pheasantipity into the hand now. We're going to use this quick search before maybe drawing some additional cards. Maybe don't want to give too much oh yeah, I like this a bit more. It feels a bit more comfortable because then you can cherry pick what cards you might actually need from the picture afterwards. Hits Ultra Ball, hits the Dust Noir as well. So maybe the Ultra Ball can grab that Charizard, and then that the Pidgeot can grab maybe a rare candy to maybe utilize that Dust Noir at some stage as well. So there's a couple of different options here. I quite like this. Let's see what choice is from this Ultra Ball.
Yeah. You can imagine a knockout on that Goldengo coming out pretty soon. With Ino being played, that Briar play no longer an option. I do like to get ahead of myself, so please forgive me. And here's a quick search coming down. What is he going to search out for here? Ultra Ball for
I would like that Moltres.
Moltres, yeah.
Because if we can swing away the Moltres without too much sort of energy cost to it, we get the Infernal Rain from the Charizard EX to be able to power up the Charizard and give that 1 energy cost efficient attack to the Moltres as well. And because it will be staring down at the EX, I mean, we're going to be knocking out this Goldengo with ease without any damage modifiers there. Bring himself down to 3 prizes. Drew there will be facing up against then a single prizer. Now, if Drew can overcome and gust over and maybe knock out the Pheasantipity, maybe that's why Lucas didn't want to play it down. That's one way for Drew to really take command as we do get the Moltres. Is it the first Moltres of this weekend? The Fighting Wings attack, being able to take the knockout and take 2 prizes, equaling the prize race here as we see Drew just instantly get that Golden Go down from that Metallic Signal.
Now, I can tell you there is Boss's Orders in hand for Drew. So with that Metallic Signal, finding another Goldengo for another coin bonus, fighting Gong, just thinning out the deck even further. No Solrock on the field, so Lunar Cycle isn't an option. Oh, do we have... No.
Just get confirmation. I mean, there was 3 prizes remaining. Maybe Drew was just saying, well, even if I take this knockout, there's no way for you to overcome the 3 prizes. Looks like Drew is going to be taking game 2 of our Swiss round 14. Ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic display of exactly just how strong that archetype is. Even overcoming that fire type weakness on the Golden Go EXs and being able to bring this back 1-1. Here's game 2 once again.
Yeah, just going through the game there. So, yeah, Drew was able to find the perfect start, wasn't he? A single prize board state was great for him. Taking out the crucial knockouts with the Cosmic Beam. Baiting out those 2 prizes from Lucas was exactly what he wanted to see. The retreat into the Solrock, definitely on turn 1, is so advantageous. And as we can see here, nest balling for that Genesect finally is something we didn't see game 1. Finding those Goldengos, despite not even knocking out this Charizard EX, it didn't phase him at all. A 2-shot on this Charizard didn't really phase him at all. And yeah, going into those later stages, I think, you know, with the INO finding the boss, the Lavincia, and that special energy retrieval as well, super energy retrieval, I should say, sorry, was just enough for Drew to say, look, I can take a 2-prize knockout here. And plus, then with Drew only on 1 prize card, it meant that Lucas was not able to use that Curse Plus to get ahead of those prize races.
Yeah, or even play someone like Briar to jump over that.
Yeah.
So both our players are setting up for their game 3, of course. Just over 13 minutes remaining in this round. We know sometimes the Golden Go deck can be piloted very quickly, and sometimes this matchup could be pretty quick because you're hitting for weakness as well, as we do get a chance and a glimpse of the prizes here. Again, nothing too crazy on Drew's side, nothing too crazy on Lucas' side. It's game on, everyone. It's going to be a cracking match here as we do get Drew going first. He opens Buddy Poppin this time.
Yeah, great start from Drew, able to find 2 Gimme Ghoul here. and do have the first prize check of the game. I didn't see anything too fantastic in Lucas's hand, by the way. Did have the Artisan, can at least try and find a supporter with that Tatsugiri. It isn't in the prizes, thankfully. And a quick pass over to Lucas.
He top decked the Buddy Buddy Boffin again.
Buddy Buddy Boffin once more. Didn't even give me a chance.
Does have the Charmander now on the bench. Buddy Buddy Boffin instantly played now as well. It wouldn't surprise me if we just see the Pidgey and another Charmander come down. So let's kind of see the direction we're going to go here. Drew only has the 3 gimme goals, but, you know, didn't need to play too much. He was the one who went first. Lucas had the choice between going first and second. We could potentially see maybe a technical machine evolution at some stage. Tatsugiri hits the field. We're going to be wanting to attract some of those supporters who act as its customers.
This is exactly why it's so important in the deck. We spoke about how hard it is to manage 3 stage 2s in one deck, and that's exactly where Tatsugiri comes effective, finding those really so important supporters like that Arven to get set up on your turn 1.
Yeah, incredible. So let's just see. Lucas is double checking for himself what is prize. Just a little quick reminder, one of those technical machine evolutions, a little Duskull, 1 Fire, 1 Arven, Ultra Ball, Buddy Buddy Pop. And again, it's just really these one-offs of like kind of multiple cards, nothing too much to worry about. One thing I would love to see, I mean, we haven't really got a supporter or Jet Energy in hand to kind of not just waste it away on that Moltres to retreat into, but yeah, it looks like we're probably going to have to attach to the active Moltres. Does it have 1 retreat?
It does, yeah.
Yeah, okay,
thankfully for Lucas, being able to retreat into that Tatsugiri, definitely going to be the play here. Really has to get up and running, because we know that Drew has a method of being so aggressive with that Soul Rock and Lunatone combination. Attract customers. Looking at the top 6, can he find a supporter in this 6? No, there's one.
Right at the back, Lily's determination. Probably the best card you can get here. Unfortunately, the only problem is we have had to expend an energy to get into the active spot, so we won't be seeing anything like that technical machine evolution here, as we do get the Artisan played by Lucas here. Maybe knowing that Drew also plays his own copy, you know, didn't really want to give him an out to an additional single prizer, but it kind of makes one of those cards in Drew's deck just a little bit more obsolete, as we do get that second Charmander down now. Looks like we're probably then going to be utilizing that Lily's determination and just kind of hoping we hit the right combo pieces for the next turn. As you've mentioned, Golden Gold doesn't typically play any hand disruption cards, so Lucas can work with that 8 and try and burst back into action.
Yeah, a very fortunate top deck, and they attract the customers on that Tatsugiri. What looked like a pretty gloomy start on his first turn turned out to be quite good, actually. And seeing 8 cards off the top now, thanks to that Lily's determination. Is he able to find any way of getting a Duskull on the board? You'd imagine that's going to be the priority here.
Maybe even the other Pidgey, because, you know, if Drew maybe finds a way to get into Soul Rock and just Cosmic Beams one of the Pidgeys, no, doesn't put it down, wants to keep the bench space, pass over to Drew now. This is his second turn. Let's see if there's a way where we can kind of either maintain that single prize board state. We do have the Artisan that Lucas has put down. I think we did see a Soul Rock in Drew's hand as well.
Yeah, a top deck of the Soul Rock. That's definitely what the doctor ordered for Drew. Definitely. And is he able to find a retreating option here? A air balloon in this circumstance in the Goldengo deck. That's kind of what he's finding. He does have the secret box, but what does he discard? That's always the problem with this secret box card. You do have to manage your resources effectively. What 3 cards can you afford to get rid of here? Maybe debating the Soul Rock, but he has price checked already, so you imagine he can find another Soul Rock. I think the thing is here, knowing that you have to take 2 prizes with a Soul Rock Solar Cosmic Beam, you are prioritizing keeping it in hand, ready to put another one on board. So I do quite like this conservative game play from Drew, and the secret box getting the Arven, getting that air balloon, was able to just discard 1 and use it as a bit of a sacrifice from that secret box, and the Earthen Vessel finding those really important fighting energy. Yeah,
Artisan already in play, so that's where Drew has then a card that's not really useful anymore, so it's just pitched away with that Earthen Vessel very quickly. He's just kind of confirming Lunar Cycle just before we drew the card. Soul Rock is in hand already, so we do get to Lunar Cycle for 3 additional cards. That additional energy was going into hand from the Earthen Vessel. We get the Air Balloon, we get the Soul Rock in the active, we get the attachment, we get a Cosmic Beam for 70 shortly. Just double checking what final other pieces we can work with. There it is, knockout on the Tatsugiri, first prize of this game 3.
Yeah, and puts himself 1 prize card up here. And passing over to Lucas's turn now, using that Artisan before any decisions are made. Let's check through the deck. What are my options here? What Pokemon am I going to get out here? Do I get out that Duskull? Start setting up some Dusclops to get some damage on the board to put myself ahead. Does have the rare candy in hand. Go for the Charizard. Nope, goes for the Pidgeot instead. I'm really liking this now. From Lucas, he's got the pieces here. Does he even just leave that Pidgeot EX in the active, start getting your Duskull set up? But yeah, these are the awkward turns for Charizard in this matchup. You know, what do you put out here? Because you can't take any prizes. There are no options to take any knockouts with a single prizer here. You're almost forced to use that Charizard EX. And that's exactly what Drew wants to be able to see. He wants to be able to see these really easy, in this circumstance, 2 prizes to take.
Yeah, for sure. We do have that Pidgeot EX there. Just kind of eyeing up a number of different pieces for the moment. We'll see how this is going to pan out. 7 minutes now on the clock. 5 prizes for Drew still to take. 6 prizes for Lucas to take here. Remember, he's only eyeing up and facing up against a single prize board state right now, as we do get the Charizard EX rare candied up into that big tanky dark type Pokemon. We do get the Fire Energy attachment to the Moltres as well alongside the Charizard. Such an efficient attacker. It's a nice inclusion. I mean, some people do still prefer the Chi-Yu, as we saw from yesterday. We do get another Ultra Ball now. Maybe iron up that Charmeleon, because that's probably a pretty big pickup. Makes your life a little bit easier without having to use rare candies on a future turn. There it is. Phantasmal Flames, Charmeleon on the board.
So there are a couple of options for Drew now. We know that this Charizard EX is going to be coming into the active to take a knockout on this Solrock. But what Lucas's board state is still saying is, I am still leaving this single prizer on board. I'm still leaving this Duskull in play for Drew to be able to boss up and take a single prize knockout. Bossing his orders on that Gimme Goal as well, not going for a knockout on that Solrock. I'm unsure if I like that play.
I've just, I don't want to talk about your circles anymore. I think it's enough. There's enough amusement for everyone watching the streams that some people can't draw circles, and this definitely isn't me. Anyway, moving on. Genesect EX, Metallic Signal for Golden goes onto the bench right now. Pheasant Dipty on the board state at the same time. We do have Flip the Script live and kicking if we want to utilize that, but there's a reason why he's put it down on the board. We're flipping the script. We're going to try and turn the tables and put it into your own favor. 3 cards, hits an energy at least, gets that metal for the attacker onto this Charizard. This time only needs 7 energies, not the 9 that was previously required with that Hero's Cape. That Golden Goal sort of coin bonus utilized. The active one now utilized for 2 further cards. Have we picked up enough pieces to get this massive knockout?
You can tell how confident he is by the way he's playing right now, Drew. Evolving straight up into those Goldangos, putting a bunch of 2 prizes on the board as well. He's saying, look, I don't really care at this point. I'm going to put myself ahead of the race here. I'm going to be able to take these 2 prize cards thick and fast. I don't really necessarily care if you're even able to take a knockout in response to this. 2 earthen vessels will put 4 energy in his hand here. I don't know if I saw the Levincia hasn't even used Lunacycle at this point either. Fighting Gong, another fighting energy in hand from the deck as well. You can imagine a Lunacycle coming up. There is a bunch of superior energy retrieval in hand as well to fish out some energy from the discard pile. Eyeing up what to discard here. It is going to be the Nest Ball and the Solrock, able to take 4 energy from the discard pile here. Let us know, Alex, how many energy do you need to take a knockout on that Charizard?
330 HP is 50 times the number of energies you're discarding from the hand, so you're going to need 7 to take a massive 2 prize knockout on this Charizard. We get another superior energy retrieval just from that Arven. No tool required here. It is another 2 cards to discard here. Already has superior energy retrieval. Does have the 7 already in hand. You won't be this confident unless you were doing it. Massive Make It Rain, knocking out the Charizard EX in the active spot here. It's over to Lucas. 3 prizes left with Drew. Lucas really has to try and stem the flow here. As you mentioned, he keeps there is that opportunity to still actually win this turn, but he's working with such a small, low hand size. He's not going to have those combo pieces of the counter catchers, of the Briars, of the Charizard EXs, of the Fire Energies, and so on to be able to do so, especially with the Duskull also waiting in the wings as well. But let's see if we can literally just slow the game down that little bit. We're going to need to take a knockout, probably with the Moltres, if possible here, and really just kind of prevent Drew from winning on the next turn.
Yeah.
Just over 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, even with the Briar play, the maximum amount of prizes he can take this turn will be four. Only because this dust, even if it did evolve into the Duskmar, this Duskull here, it will only be able to take one prize card. There are no 2 prizes on Drew's board state within range of that Curse Blast. So it will cap him to only 4 prize cards for this turn. That's still good, though. You know, if you're able to disrupt the hand of Drew, which I think we just saw there with the INO, this is going to be the best option for Lucas. He knows that Drew's in the driving seat at this point in the matchup. I think for Drew, it's just got to the point of, look, if you use Duskmar next turn, I am going to be loving it because it puts me within one knockout away on a 2 prizer away from game. So I don't think he's going to be looking to play that Duskmar this turn. Does find the rare candy.
Oh, here's the Defiance Band as well.
Perfect draw there for the knockout on the Goldengo with that Moltres Fighting Wings. Thanks to weakness, puts himself only 3 prize cards away from game. But for Drew, he's still in the driving seat here. Even if he's able to find a boss, even better at this point.
Yeah, hit the Superior Energy Retrieval from his Iono, or maybe from his top deck as well. Does get the second Gimmighoul. We do get a Metallic Signal to hand just to kind of shuffle that deck because he knows he put some key resources to the bottom of the Iono as well. It's a cut from Lucas. Drew drawing very fast here. Does have Flip the Script, so we're seeing plenty of cards. Does hit an Arven at the same time.
Levincia as well.
But then do we have Boss's Orders, or is 1 enough? Because that can be quite scary if we do get the Charizard EX with a Briar play. Get Boss's Orders on the Pidgeot. This could be a massive turn here. Superior Energy Retrieval to discard 2 cards from your hand. Grab 4 back. You need 6 to take this knockout. +1 attached to the Goldengo in the active spot. We need a total of 7. His hands is going absolutely crazy right now. He gets a massive knockout within good time as well. Just under 1 minute 30 to go. 1 prize remaining for Drew Stevenson here. Lucas has 3 to take.
Yeah, and even if you would have thought he could have just taken out the Moltres here and be in the same position, requiring only 1 more knockout, it's so important to take out the 2 prizer for a number of reasons. Taking out the 2 prizer means that he's only 1 prize card remaining with a 1 prize board state on Lucas's side. Can't do any shenanigans like a Professor's Tourist scenario or anything like that. And it means that you can no longer use this Duskmar here because it will give Drew the game. The downside, as we've been mentioning, of this Duskmar is the fact that you give your opponent 1 prize card. I think this is the only option for Lucas. Evolve into that big HP Pokemon here with the Charizard and the Hero's Cape and just try and INO yourself to safety. But for Drew, it's still just 1 boss. He's leaving 1 prize card on the board with that Duskull. It's going to be just a boss and an energy for that Cosmic Beam from the Solrock. So, Drew, what have you got, mate?
Yeah, exactly. Massive knockout. Does have 1 of the energies already. Does need to get the Goldengo. He's just kind of double checking how many cards he's got remaining as well, how many cards he's going to be able to draw, what will he be missing. Has to promote the Gimmighoul unless he has an air balloon in hand. Again, we are shortly about to call time here. Drew is not promoting his turn. He's drawn his turn before that, so this is the +1 turn. So if Drew cannot take this knockout here, Lucas will get 1 final turn to take that final prize. We get the Metallic Signal here with the Genesect. That is kind of leaning into the new time rules. Of course, it is +1 turn once time has been called on the existing turn. And Drew drew his card. And therefore, he is the last turn of that 50 minutes.
I really do like just delivering what am I going to promote here? What is the likelihood of taking a knockout with a Goldengo against maybe the Solrock? There's only 1 boss left in deck, as we saw there from the check, and promoted that Gimmighoul, saying, look, I've got more of a chance maybe with the Goldengo knockout here. And plus, you can draw more cards with that coin bonus. Coin bonus for 2 rather than 1 if he was on the bench, and still has that Lunar Cycle, and still flip the script with 3 cards.
A big coin bonus. Did he hit it? Is that a boss's orders?
That's a boss's orders. That's
so then he has Superior Energy Retrieval. Is this it? I think you can see the pace has kind of gone to a bit more relief here. Is that enough? Boss's orders in hand, energy in hand, can target anything down. Drew Stevenson takes Swiss round 14 and will make it with 34 match points. He's going to be in a fantastic spot. We'll get true confirmation whether he does make it into top cut as well, but he's done it with emphatic fashion.
Yeah, what an explosive couple of turns from Drew towards the end of that game. You know, we only had so much time on the clock going into that game 3. He had to play his heart out at that point, you know, really dealing with the pressure. There were so many turns in which he had to hit what he required, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and we get a chance to recap everything that happened in this game, in this match, in this series, as we saw the Charizard EX head into the active spot, taking massive knockout. And it was this turn following that where Drew just struggled to find another sort of big Golden Goal EX to really take a commanding lead in this sort of first early game. Had to hit into the Charizard. Then Lucas was just able to swing back away again at the Pokemon, which had the energy, and just put himself so far ahead when Drew looked at his hand and said, I can't really deal with this, so we're going to scoop this up because there's not much else we can do. That hand was not helping, and there it is. There's that concession from that early game 1 into game 2.
Yeah, and going into game 2, this is exactly what Drew wanted from a setup, wasn't it? I mean, found the Solrock, the Lunatone on turn 1 to be able to take a knockout on those smaller HP Pokemon with that Cosmic Beam, leaving that single prize board stay oh so important for Game Eagle's strategy. And, you know, it just put Drew in the driving seat from that turn 1, really, wasn't it? You know, able to take advantage of the board stay, evolve into those 2 prizes when required. That Hero's Cape, the only deterrent, I would say, from Lucas's deck for any Golden Go, including, well, maybe including the Moltres as well, but it didn't really come to any effect at this point, and could even afford to do a 2-hit knockout on that Charizard in the end.
Yeah, that's where I said it was really, could have been a different game, maybe if we took that additional prize just by maybe boss's orders, as we tried to use the Moltres to take knockout, and Drew said, look, even if I take this double knockout on a big 2-prizer, you're not going to be able to take 3 before I take my last one. So game 3 panned out exactly how games 1 and 2 went as well. We had the early Cosmic Beam knockouts from Drew onto Lucas' side. Lucas then retaliating with his own Charizard EX, but then Drew was able to draw so many pieces of the puzzle, all of those energies coming into the hand and making a massive make it rain. This time for the knockout, unlike that game 2, it wasn't protected by that Hero's Cape. We had plenty of energies to really rain down on that Charizard. Golden Go really putting in a lot of work. Lucas did his best to try and stem the flow, but then Drew was able to play his heart out, as you kind of said, at pace as well. You can see the franticness of some of the movements there. It's a massive knockout with that 1 minute 30 to go, and Drew, big sigh of relief, especially when he picks up this 2 cards from that coin bonus. He hit the boss's orders. He can relax that one little bit, get those energies from the discard pile, and make it rain one more time on a smaller 1 prize Pokemon with ease. And there's a massive handshake there. Look, congratulations.
Yeah.
Look, to both players, all right? They both got it so far. Drew's in a fantastic position to potentially be in our top cut. And then commiserations to Lucas. I mean, it's a fantastic showcasing and showing of some of the new cards that a deck like Charizard has incorporated from Phantasmal Flames as well.
I think for Lucas, in his circumstance, he did exactly what he could. You know, he even teched for the matchup specifically with 2 cards. I think the Hero's Cape is great in other matchups, but 430 HP is absolutely massive, even for Goldengo to reach. So, you know, he did exactly what he could. He hit the disruption when possible, but, you know, that was a good example as to how powerful and how resilient Goldengo is to the rest of the format, even despite coming up against some of these threats.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's always so impressive to watch players who have been so versed in some of these tournament plays. I mean, Drew Stevenson, we've kind of seen that he's been a fantastic player in this seniors division. He's aged up as a master and been playing fantastically well as well. He's the other aged up master who's been so good at actually just scooping when he needed to. He didn't play it on a bit longer, kind of waste time. You saw that he had to play a little bit more faster, a bit more frantically, maybe in that game 3, because he knew time was closing down. The doors were closing on his sort of potential way of winning this game. And both our players, you know, credit and kudos to both of them, playing at a fantastic pace to try and give both of them an opportunity, a chance to maybe take the win, get as many match points on the board as possible, and potentially make it into our top cut.
And that's exactly what we see as an effect from the new time rules, right? Only 1 additional turn per player will mean that, you know, it puts Drew in this awkward position where he needs to ensure that it's 1 attack. Right, it's 1 attack to take the game, and I think in this circumstance, you know, he's going for that 1-1-2-2, and yeah, I mean, Drew had to play pretty thick and fast, and you know, all to his credit, you know, well done to Drew.
Yeah, I mean, it's been exhilarating.
All right, thank you very much. I am here with Drew. That was a nail-biting game right down to the last minute. It's a win and in for asymmetrical top cut at a regional. You're playing at that pace with those, you know, roll that on the line. How did that feel playing that game?
I thought my heart was gonna like implode after like going into that final turn after I finished and got the KO on the pitcher. That was crazy.
You had one less turn, it wouldn't have worked, but you had that turn, it did win. Game 1, you conceded that fairly quickly. Can you talk us through that decision, especially with the stakes on the line for the top card?
Yeah, well, after starting off very slow and having to use my secret box instantly, I was struggling a lot in the game, and I knew I was losing the prize trade. So I was like, it's wraps. It was like, that was 20 minutes in the first game. That was only like 4 turns. I really had to think about that.
And it worked perfectly.
Yeah.
That is what gave you, that decision in game 1 is what gave you the time in game 3 to go and finish it off. Now, you've had a bunch of fairly big finishes, bunch of top 8s at regionals, and then in seniors and internationals as well. What's the pinnacle of what you've done so far? And what's your next big goal?
Well, I have to say I think the best experience I've had playing Pokemon was when I won an SP, although that was in seniors.
That still counts. It still counts.
Still a
great achievement.
I would say definitely after the run I'm having this season, I need to win one. I can't keep whiffing. I can't.
So regional or higher, you need to win one this season.
Yeah, something.
Yeah, you've been good enough, consistent enough. Get over that final drill. Okay, now, it's an awkward situation with asymmetrical top cut. Because no one knows exactly where the cutoff's going to be, and even if you make it, you don't know whether you're straight into top 8 or playing in that asymmetrical. How stressful is that to deal with as a player?
Yeah, I mean, it's really stressful. I mean, sometimes you can even bubble out with asymmetrical top cut. That's crazy. But yeah, it always feels bad after playing 14 rounds. You win almost all your games, and you're not even guaranteed that place in the single elimination. You have to play the ASIM.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I did some super quick maths with not all the results in, and it looked like we could be looking at 9 players, assuming no ties. We could be looking at 9 players in asymmetrical, 2 in, and then 7, where 2 of them are going to play, and 5 of them are going to be in, and it's all done on resistance. And
yeah, it sounds horrible. Yeah. Hopefully my resistance is good, though. I started 9-1-1, so
that's a good start.
Hopefully it's all good.
Okay, so you come in with Golden Go.
Yeah.
That is the most played deck. That is a deck with a target on its back. You know it's going to be a hugely played deck. You know everyone is teching for it. So why would you still bring it?
Because it's the best deck in format. It's not. Guardy is if it draws perfectly every game, but with having so much draw and having the secret box just means you always have what you need to do. Like, you look at my supporter lineup, it's Arven, which helps you just find cards, and then Boss and Turo. So every turn, I'm basically either killing the active, bossing, or picking up one of my Pokemon. That's all I do, and it's so effective because I do it every time. Every time.
And it absolutely seems to work. And I suppose, we've seen you over the past kind of couple of years. We've seen the level of player you are. It probably is just a case of you are one of the best players in the room, so you have an advantage over other people playing that same deck. Do you feel that way?
I mean, for sure, the experience definitely helps. But it also depends on your list. If I'm playing a mirror with the exact same list, it's obviously skill comes into it, but it doesn't matter very much. But a lot of Dengo players are teching in their like Vitality Band, Power Pro, Hops Cramorant. These cards make it very, very tough for me to win. And that's not a very good matchup for me, I would say.
Fair enough. I'm going to ask you one last question. I like to ask people this when I get a minute. Do you have a local league that you play at, or maybe you started at? Do you have any good experience of playing in your local leagues?
I've been playing at my local store for 4 years now, right since I started, and it's an amazing community. I personally have only been able to play the game because of someone called Ross Warren, a great friend of mine. He's taken me when I was a senior all over the place, being able to play at regionals. And without the local store, I wouldn't be where I am.
Us Rosses do tend to be a kind folk. And I do know Ross, he is a lovely chap as well. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing that. And hey, that's a great, a great selling point for going to your local league. Why don't we go back to the castles and find out a little bit more about how you can get involved at your local league?
Thank you, Ross. Fantastic to hear from a perspective of a player who's at the top of his game right now and put himself in a great position for top 8, even on the back of some unfortunate results this season, right?
Yeah, he's mentioned bubbling a couple of times. He has the unfortunate scenario of bubbling a couple of times before, but he's already mentioned how important that local scene is for him. It has been for you. At times it's been for me. So why not you guys check this out, because there's loads more to understand and learn from.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Play that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yep, what amazing opportunity for everyone to pull out their phones right here, right now, and scan that QR code, or find it on the website as well. But it's an opportunity to find your local events, your local stores that might be hosting local Pokemon trading card game events, local Pokemon GO events, local Pokemon video game Scarlet and Violet, or even beyond, and whatever we're playing right now, right here, right now. At the same time, it's anything to do with the hobby. Just go to your local store and actually just meet like-minded people. Just like that first kid walking in the store, I was once that awkward as well, you know, not really knowing anyone, and then finding many, many friends to kind of play multiple games with.
You can't stop talking. You're never awkward.
Excuse you?
No, yeah, I mean, our local events out there are fantastic, aren't they? And, you know, they're at all age divisions, so much fun to be had. And, you know, it's not just super competitive like some of our competitors we've seen this weekend. It's also, you know, nice little fun light events like your pre-releases and stuff like that as well. There's a lot of fun to be had, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Just like your dress sense compared to mine. You know, some people like to look a bit more professional on stream, but it doesn't matter. But we, you know, this is the final moments. We are getting a lot of that information in, exactly what's going to be happening for our potential top car or asymmetric top car. I think we might even have a lot of information right now. We've got a lot of preliminary results. We're waiting for full confirmation exactly how it's all panned out. But as soon as we have that, we will just get that confirmation over to you guys as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you've taken it out of me this weekend thus far. You're lucky that I don't draw any circles on your face or something like that. But if you guys wanted to learn how to play the trading card game, why don't you take a look at this information?
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokemon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokemon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokemon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokemon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokemon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokemon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokemon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokemon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earth and
Plus,
decks. Our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
The best way to test your team is to get a group of friends together and hold a tournament, check your show 6, pick 3, and learn how to work your way out of situations, tough situations, easy situations.
So when I'm preparing for a regional, what I usually do is I play a lot of live, and I have a spreadsheet next to me with like every single deck I play, what deck I'm playing against, whether or not I went first or second, and then every single mistake I made, and whether just like everything that I could get from a single game, and that helps me just like condense all my knowledge and get better at my deck as quickly as possible.
I think it's very important that you never cut out your team or a team member too early. You need a few games to determine, okay, this isn't going to work. You know, just testing so many games over the past like 2 months. That's how I ended up with the 6 that I have here today. Some unconventional, but sometimes if it fits for your team, that's what you need to go with.
Practice with, I'd say, the Great League or the Ultra League. Go on the app and just like practice. Learn some strategies and just practice, basically. Practice makes perfect, so.
Personally, live and going to locals, I go once or twice a week as best as I can. You know, and going against people, it's different from live, but like it's good to get the reps in.
I think that there are a few good ways to test your team. Some of the best include just competing at locals and going out and getting real experience with other players, because sometimes what looks good on paper doesn't always do well in practice, so that's always good. But also working with friends and other people who are interested in the same Pokemon and archetypes that you are, because a lot of times we all see the game differently, and you never know what you can learn from those people, even though they want to use the same things as you. So.
Hey trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championship History, the series where we take a look at some of the most epic and memorable matches in the history of competitive Pokémon. This is the 2015 World Championships.
Here's Super Scoop Up. This is huge. He flips tails. I mean, there's just too many targets for Lysander. Yep. Mace concedes. Jacob Van Wagner is your 2015 Pokémon TCG World Champion.
You have just witnessed the end of one of the most exhilarating grand finals in Pokemon history, where a relatively unknown deck toppled the big bad bully of the format. But how did we get here? Let's go back to the beginning.
The 2015 Pokemon World Championships are about to begin, so players, get ready to battle. Good luck, everybody!
Greetings, Pokemon fans. I'm Josh J. Woods-Wittenkeller. I'm here with Kyle Pukasukovich, and we are finally ready to start getting on with some Pokemon TCG action.
The metagame is always changing. The cards you use are always changing. So a lot of these players came up with something new, brought it to this tournament. It's a big risk to show up with something that's a little untested or very matchup dependent.
Seismitoad has the attack Quaking Punch, which would deal 30 damage and stop your opponent from playing any item cards next turn. This was completely devastating since the format ran on powerful item cards. Not only that, but that low 30 damage could be pushed up with a combination of Muscle Band, Hypnotoxic Laser, and Verbank City Gym. In ideal circumstances, this would make Quaking Punch deal a colossal 80 damage and leave your opponents active asleep as well.
Stays asleep. The Dawn fan is not going to be able to wake up this turn.
Simon gives the shrug to the crowd, like, what am I supposed to do about that?
This meant Seismitoad had a ton of partners, all with unique offerings, like Manectric EX, Garbodor, and the Crobat line, which would chip in extra damage via Sneaky Bite and Surprise Bite ability.
Put the Zubat down, put a Crobat down, and oh man.
Surprise.
That Shaman just went from 0 to knocked out, basically through Golbat and Crobat damage.
How could anyone avoid Quaking Punch from grinding them down and running them over, especially with Crobat's extra pressure?
And I'm here with the player just won in top 4, making his way to the Pokemon World Championships Finals, Maze Brennickmeyer.
With 3 in top 16, 2 in top 8, and Mies Breckenmeyer making the final, Seismitoad Crobat was definitely the variant to beat. In steps Jacob Van Wagner with his answer in Archie's Blastoise.
Jacob, on the other hand, coming back to us with Blastoise? What's going on here?
Jacob would aim to get Blastoise into play turn 1 with Archie's Ace in the hole. A hard supporter to use, but if you pulled it off, you could grab any water-type Pokemon from your discard pile and put it straight onto your bench. Blastoise was the target, since now, thanks to its deluge ability, you could attach as many water energy as you like to your Pokemon. It worked well with Keldeo EX, who would deal more damage for each water energy it had attached. This led to flashy turn 1s, as seen by Jacob's opponent's face here.
4 energy, 5 energy, deluging them all.
So
you don't even need that many. Joltik only has 30 HP.
And there we go.
Have some mercy, Jacob.
Lysander for the game. Shaman EX comes out in Secret Sword. Just like that, 2 incredibly quick games. Jacob Van Wagner advances to the finals.
How do you feel about the finals matchup? Do you know who you're playing?
I'm actually not sure.
It's the Blastoise deck. How do you feel about that one?
When I tested that, it was horrible.
This powerful Blastoise play secured Jacob a place in the final, where he would have exactly 1 turn to get that Blastoise out. If he failed, Quaking Punch from Mies would immediately dash any hopes of a win. Jacob had 0 room for error, and the tension in the room rose to breaking point.
All right, it looks like both players are ready to go. Let's kick it off to the match, and let's make some noise for your Masters Finals.
Game 1 began.
Jacob looks like he has a perfect combination of cards.
And you can hear the crowd's relief as Jacob pulled off the Archie combo.
Yep, there's a superior energy retrieval. Plays down the water versus Seeker for the Archie's Ace in the hole. Turn 1 Blastoise.
And won the game in less than a minute. Mies never even issued a response.
Turn 1, we are going to see that Secret Sword.
Oh, look at all those waters. Combo wombo. That's the kind of turn that you need to become
and
world
Mace
champion.
scoops the game. He concedes immediately. Just like that.
Game 2 wouldn't be as straightforward, since Jacob was on the ropes.
Maze will put on some pressure right away. So there it is, Hypnotoxic Laser.
And it looks like he did get the sleep flip, so Jacob flipping for sleep. Tails, that could be a big deal.
But 3 cards from Shaman EX's setup ability bailed him out with computer search, making the Archie's Ace in the hole combo possible.
Another Shaman drawing, why not? Digging even deeper, computer search, Ultra Ball. Whoa, wait a second.
I spoke too soon. He's able to play his hand down to 0. We will see a Blastoise.
Time to give them what they came to see.
Which led to a monstrous turn 1 Secret Sword KO.
5 energy, plus a muscle band.
Kidding me? He's gonna knock out an EX on the first turn with Secret Sword.
Oh, look at all that energy. It's pushing the Mewtwo off physically just because there's so much energy attached to it.
Goodness.
All Mies can do is hope that Jacob didn't have another KO.
And you could see him shaking his head.
Oh my goodness.
What do I do now? I have no way to respond to that Keldeo EX.
But he did, making a 6 energy Keldeo monster.
And there it is. There's the water energy and the Secret Sword knockout.
Mies was on the back foot.
And here we go. This is the last turn for Maze. Can he put up a fight here?
And Jacob was able to win on turn 4.
There's just too many ways that Maze concedes.
Resulting in Jacob becoming our 2015 world champion. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Phase 1 is done. Phase 2 is done. The only thing remaining at the Stuttgart Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships is a top cut to determine our champion. Taking you through that top cut is going to be myself, Ross Gilbert, and my friend, the lovely Freya Pierce. How you doing, Freya?
Doing very, very well. Excited for this asymmetrical cut that we have. Not gonna be a clean cut, but it's not far off, is it?
It's not far off. My guess I gave you when I interviewed Drew just a moment ago was that it looked like, barring any ties, because there was plenty of stuff that could have messed it up, it looked like we were looking at 9 players in the asymmetrical top cut, which leaves 7 players in and 2 players playing, and that is exactly what we get. So Christian D'Onofrio and Silas Schuler will be playing for that final spot in top cut. Oyvind is in, Alexander, Drew, Daniel, Ufa, Paolo, and Nikolai. These players are all into top cut. They are taking a round off. They're going to sit, they're going to chill. It's going to be lovely. But we have 2 players players who need to earn their way in.
Yeah, and of note, Rune Hedemans, previous regional champion during this season, took a tie, and we think it might have been intentional. We're not quite sure. It seemed to happen quite quickly, and that tie put him out of top cut contention.
Yes, Rune and Kim did take a tie, and it was a tie which came through fairly early on, and, long before the end of the round, but that was a tie on to 33. However, sometimes when players intentionally tie, they know that they might not get into the asymmetrical top cut. Sometimes it's not about top cut. Sometimes it is about trying to make sure you get top 16, top 32 because of the prizes on offer, because of the championship points. Potentially, sometimes the risk of losing your final round is not worth it because sometimes, tying in that final round, you might miss cut, but you might lock in for your stipend. And that may well be what some players, I've seen this happen in the past. So without talking to the players, we can't be sure, but certainly sometimes that can happen.
So I just got word, an update in my ear. We're not going to be showing the asymmetrical top cut match. Instead, we're going to be hopping straight into top 8, and we're going to be featuring Drew Stevenson once again.
Very nice. And actually, I'm going to give you a peek behind the curtain. We do often just start we start the top 8 sometimes while the ASIM game is going on, just so the tournament runs a bit more smoothly. So Oivind there as our top seed is, now they cannot play. They have actually got to wait for the asymmetrical top cut to go. But the other 3 games, Alexander against Drew, Nikolai against Paolo, and Daniel against Ufa, they can actually start off. And although Rune didn't make it, Alexander still in the top 8. Daniel Magda still in the top 8. So winning a second regional of the season already, there's still 2 players in play for that.
Yes, and continuing on with the really strong representation for Denmark, Uffe Axelsen and Nikolai Stibor making their way into top 8, and also not having to worry about that ASIM malarkey.
No, absolutely. I don't know, Drew is going to be delighted at getting straight into top 8, not having to worry about ASIM. Just 2 players have to play. So apparently we're going to be watching Drew against Alexander, and then while we're watching that, the ASIM will be going on, and then we can watch top 4 and
both of them. We're going to get both.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Freya, because we're not showing the asymmetrical round. That opens up a slot in our streaming schedule. What we're going to fill it with? The second top 4 game. So what we're going to show you is 1 game from top 8. We'll then show you both top 4s, and if we show you the second one, then by the time that's done, we should have the first one settled. Everything's good, and then we can go and show you the final, which I think that's a fair trade.
Yeah, I think that's a fair trade as well. Now, I want to backpedal a little bit and say, especially for Drew's sake, he's got to be feeling mega relieved that he's not only, managed to skip past ASIM, but the fact that he's in top cuts at all. Drew having the dubious honor of being one of the few players in the whole world to bubble out of asymmetrical cut at 17th.
Am I right in thinking it's only happened once in TPCI region, at least in North America and Europe, where we stream events? I believe he's the only player this season to which it's happened.
It might be. So yeah, it's a unique accolade, but dubious honor is definitely the way to put it.
And that's the thing. We say asymmetrical top cut because it is. However, we have to cap it at 16. Essentially, we've added a round into Swiss and into that phase 2. And because of that, we've kind of lost a potential round of ASIM. We no longer go to potentially 32. We now lock it at 16. It's not normally an issue. It isn't an issue here. We have 9 players who are there. Now, had there been another tie or 2, then that could have actually put the bubble down to 33. And had the bubble gone to 33, which is what happened when Drew missed the ASIM top cut, that opens it right up. A lot of the time, if you get one more tie and it knocks the cut down by 1 point, that lets in a flood, like 16 extra players come in.
And then Room would have made it as well.
Absolutely, as would Kim.
Yes, no, it would have been a very, very different story. But from that, instead to 9, so only 1 asymmetrical match being played in the top 16, quote unquote, and then plenty of top 8 matches to come, including one heck of a showdown between Drew and Alexander.
Yes, Alexander on that Dragapult, Drew on that Golden Go, and we don't have a graphic for the moment, but I can tell you that Oivind on Charizard, Alexander on Dragapult, Drew on Golden Go. We've got Daniel Magda on Golden Go, we've got Uffe on Golden Go, we've got Paolo on Dragapult, and we got Nicola on Charizard. So it really is Charizard, Gardevoir, Dragapult, Golden Go.
Yeah,
saying that for a while.
It's those same top 4 the decks that you mentioned earlier. It is panned out exactly like that. And if we now, I guess, maybe can answer the question of, as this leads us very nicely, of course, into the metagame breakdown. What is the outcome from Phantasmal Flames in the first region where it's legal? And apparently it's just the already known decks getting stronger.
Yeah, very, very little. Silas Schuler is in ASIM with Joltik Toolbox, the only person who can disrupt these top 4 decks. This is what we saw on Phase 1, that unclassified. Turns out a lot of them were actually Megalopony, as it turns out. But we see a lot of old friends there, and that Mega Absol Kangaskhan just kind of poking on the end there. But after a strong showing in Vegas and a strong showing in LAIC, that deck really did not have a strong showing this weekend. Not only is it not in the asymmetrical top cut, didn't even get that close.
Oh, that's unfortunate for any Mega Absol believers out there, especially as you mentioned already earlier, in the wake of Toxtricity being released. You think maybe there's even more ways to play Mega Absol now, but kind of just like nowhere to be found in Stuttgart, it seems.
Unfortunately, it was not anywhere to be found in Stuttgart, and I think there was a really good explanation on stream about the fact, I think it was Ben was talking about it earlier, about the fact that people are really expanding their decks, teching against it. This was the best of the rest still in Phase 1, and you see Enzoroark. I told you I wasn't taking Alakazam to Dunsparce that seriously as a true contender, and honestly, I never saw one near the top tables. It's a deck I would love to see representing, but I do think it's fair to say it's a deck that at the moment isn't ready. Marnie's Grimmsnarl had some good results, not great this weekend, same with Cerulege and Enzoroark, and Charizard, oh, it did a lot better than that graphic might show.
Yes, it really did. Out of all the best of the rest decks, by far the one that kind of had the most leapfrogging of success comparing Phase 1 to Phase 2. And, I mean, there it is, spelled out very clearly.
Yeah, it jumps straight onto that graphic for Phase 2. Golden Go jumps up 21%, Dragapult, Gardevoir, Charizard. And essentially, what you see there on the graphic, unless Silas Schuler can make a run with Joltik Toolbox, that's your top cut right there.
Yeah, it really is. It's really going to be up to Silas to kind of, as you mentioned earlier, disrupt that with a kind of out-of-the-box pick. Although, to be fair, not an off-meta pick in the slightest.
No, not an off-meta pick. And I'm actually looking. Gardevoir's not. It is just Charizard, Dragapult, and Golden Go.
Oh, there's no Gardevoir.
There's no Gardevoir. I'm just double-checking here. Not even in the ASIM. Christian is playing Dragapult.
Okay.
So it is Golden Go, Dragapult, Charizard. It is those 3 archetypes. Gardevoir did not make it in the end.
Okay, interesting. I mean, I guess Rune would have been a representation for that if that was the case, but no, not making it through. Meanwhile, we look at the best of the rest here, and yeah, Mega Lopunny is filling out the bulk of that unclassified pile there. Alexander Dunsparce, Raging Bolt coming in where otherwise it wouldn't. But I think if you're talking about a story of drop-offs, it really is the story of the drop-off of both Mega Absol and Grimmsnarl, to be honest, considering how successful both of them have been in very recent memory.
We've had some really good results. Our co-casting partner, Mike, has had 2 good regional runs, 2 top 16 finishes with that Marnie's Grimmsnarl this season, but unfortunately, and 2 of the 3, I believe, but unfortunately, Mike wasn't here repping it this weekend. Nobody was repping it that strongly. There was one that was hanging around near the top tables in the latter part of Phase 2, but did not get up to that top cut finish. Oh, conversion rate. This is how often the decks make it from Phase 1 into Phase 2.
Yeah, it's a really cool thing to see, just kind of the breakdown here. 17% of players made it through from Phase 1 to Phase 2, to give you some idea. So this is the breakdown of that conversion rate by deck. And again, I mean, the success stories here, it's a pretty even spread in terms of the conversion rate. Some slightly higher numbers for, Gardevoir and for Golden Go, especially maybe if you combine the Gardevoir and the Charizard variants, there's something there. But a pretty impressive turnout all around.
Yeah, the best decks tend to convert at a roughly 20% clip. We see Golden Go slightly higher along with Gardevoir, and Charizard, Dusknoir, Pidgeot just a smidge higher. But generally speaking, 20 to 25% is what we're seeing this weekend from the good decks. But it is worth pointing out, this is a weekend which is categorized by the good decks proving they're still the best decks. When we have weirder decks coming through, that will push the conversion rates down for some of those bigger decks. But this weekend has not been a weekend of big surprises. It has been a weekend of, look, these are the best decks, okay?
And that feeds into not only these decks are the best decks, but also these players are the best players. And we've mentioned several times already how all three of our previous regional champions from this season made it into either contention for top 8 or actually just outright made it into top 8.
2 of the 3 are in top 8. 1 fell just a small, well, 1 match point away.
Yeah.
2 of them made it. 1 was 1 match point away. Oivind, we talked about this fantastic journey of last season. We had a 2nd place at a regional, and then we won the next regional. There was a 5th place finish at Worlds, all with Charizard. And then this season, it was lots of 3-figure finishes. All right finishes, day 2, but not those big finishes Oivind had with Charizard last season. This season, well, it's been a slow start, but already we got a guaranteed top 8 finish, and they are the top seed coming in. They are the presumptive favorite going through this top cut. So I kind of love that we had those 3 big results. Then it went a little bit down. Charizard is on the up. And I'm not sure there's a better player in the world with Charizard right now than Oivind. There, I said it.
Oivind Svinhufvud, the Finnish Charizard master, perhaps we could say, at least for now. Maybe he can definitely lay his stake on that claim if he wins this whole event, I think.
I think he's already made a pretty good stake, but certainly winning this event would be...
seal the deal.
Seal the deal. That would be quite a statement made from our Finnish Charizard master. Well, it does look like players are getting ready. We're going to have this game for you very shortly indeed. And I believe it's Alex against Drew we're watching, is it not?
Yeah, it is Alex against Drew. So, I mean, what a star-studded match considering the success that both of these players have had, both in either in top cut appearances or, in Alexander's case, an outright former champion.
Well, and here's the thing. Here's how I'm going to set this game up for you. We've got Alexander, who has already won a regional this season. Their direct invite to Worlds guaranteed, in the bag, pocket it, we good. And then we've got Drew. And I spoke to Drew just a few moments ago. We streamed it and all of that. Hopefully you guys got to see that. And Drew made it very clear. They have had some really, really good results lately. And they said very clearly they need to win one this season. A regional or better this season. They need to win that to prove they are as good as we all know that they are. When you're already in top 8, that gives you a great chance. And if you don't win this one, then you've got to go through all those first 2 phases again to get back to get another shot.
Yeah, it feels so rough. I think there are many players who have a similar case like Drew's, right, where they're kind of like almost there, just quite, punching at the ceiling, but they just need that little extra bit to like break through. And once they get that, then they'll learn to be fully satisfied.
Absolutely. Well, here we go with this deck face-off. It is going to be Golden Go against Dragapult here, and we can see, some rough numbers there based on previous events. How do you see the game going with Golden Go and Dragapult?
It is... honestly, a lot of the time it's coin flip dependent in terms of if you can go second as the Golden Go player, you can usually set up a lot better whilst your opponent has not as good of a setup, so you're able to put down a bigger board before they can item lock. It really just comes down to how many KOs the Golden Go player can take quickly, even under a Itchipollen item lock. We even saw that play out earlier on stream.
We did indeed. One of the big things for Golden Go is going to be, can you be attacking with Soul Rock when the Badoo comes out doing the Itchipollen? Itchipollen, when you're not set up, is devastating. Itchipollen, when you're taking a prize every turn, is a little bit annoying, but our players are ready. Let's head down to the table and get some top 8 action. This is not an asymmetrical cut. This is a top 8 game between Alexander and Drew, between Golden Go and Dragapult, and we are going to see which of these top players, which of these top decks is going to be moving on to top 4 action.
Yeah, and also shout out, notice that our judge in the background, Stefan Eriksson, again, a good friend of both ours, lovely chap, lovely to see him on the stream, Judge.
So we have a look at Alexander here. We saw regional champion, we've mentioned that already this season, but a top 4 in Birmingham, top 8 in Warsaw, and not for nothing, top 128 at Worlds in Hawaii.
It's not a bad little punctuation mark on those accomplishments, is it?
I wouldn't mind getting top 128 at Worlds. Moving over to Drew, EUIC finalist and Worlds top 32 in senior, but don't think all of his accomplishments are in the senior age division. Top 8 in Frankfurt this season, top 8 in Stockholm last season, but as we talked about with Drew just a few moments ago, needs to get that win. There's another top 8 here. Can this be the top 8 that turns into a regional victory?
I mean, almost by sheer numbers, right? The amount of times that he's gotten himself into this position, you got to think, surely now's his moment. But having to go through a regional champion in the same season to do it, he's going to have his work cut out for him.
Absolutely. Maybe you need to make 8 top 8s to get through to one. We'll figure that out later. Right now, we see the prizes come down. Quite a bit of energy there, Drew.
Yeah, not feeling great. Those are really things you would want to see, especially because under item lock, they can be useful for either getting back with Lavincia or just, you know, attacking with Soul Rock or drawing with Lunacycle. Alexander's prizes are fine, though, I would say.
Right, well, it does look like we are getting ready here for the top 8. Both players are using weirdly similar sleeves. Both players have their opening hand. They have their starting Pokemon down. All we need now is a fist bump, high five, handshake, funny wave. It's a fist bump, and we are rolling with our top 8 of the Stuttgart Pokemon Trading Card Game Regional Championships. Alexander goes first. Luminous Energy pass. That's not a good start, Freya.
It's not. But it also is exactly what we were talking about. If you win the coin flip as the Golden Go player, you force the Dragapult player to go first. It is very hard for them to set up. Meanwhile, look at Drew's hand. There's an Arven, there's a Artisan that he can make use of just to get set up really nicely. This is pretty much the ideal turn 1 situation for Drew to be in.
Yeah, that's a pretty good start for Drew there. Drew's getting everything he needs. He's already got the Soul Rock Lunatone combination. The Artisan is down. The good news is Alexander's looking at that going, okay, well, you know, at least I can use Artisan next turn. One thing that is worth noting, both of Drew's Lightning Energy, 2 out of 2 are prized, and 2 of the 6 Fighting Energy are also prized. In a deck that really needs lots of energy, this is a story we're going to have to be watching. Drew is 4 energy down. If it gets to trying to do giant KOs on a Dragapult might be more difficult because of those prizes.
Yeah, I mean, you really need every energy you can get against a item locking situation. Maybe the small saving grace for Drew here is going to be the fact that Alexander had such a weak start. There's a universe in which he doesn't even get a Budu out next turn, so maybe that can help him out a little bit.
Well, no, so the Artisan down, you can get the Budu.
Oh, yeah, that's
and there's already an energy to retreat with a Pheasant Diptych.
Okay, yeah, that's
so
a
that's
good point.
one thing which we are going to see.
Okay, that's a very, very good point.
But it'd be nice if we got something else as well.
Yeah, so with that in mind, Drew's going to want to make sure, having kind of guaranteed that enabling of the Budu with the Artisan, wants to make sure to get down as many things as possible, and is looking through the deck right now to do exactly that. We'll have a good idea of what's prized now. There's the Lunar Soul package there in its full glory. Oh, and an S-Ball as well. I like that.
Wow, we're going to need to start getting those Gimmighoul at some point right now. I love this. We're getting a Genesect, and that is going to go and search out to Golden Go. Now, you don't need these yet. You don't even have any Gimmighoul down. This does 2 things. Number 1, it means you're not going to be searching for them in a couple of turns' time. Number 2, it lowers the amount of cards in your deck. And the fewer cards you've got in your deck, the more likely it is you're going to draw into the things that you want. And if you are preparing to be item locked, and Drew really should be, any tiny percentage increase you can get in the chance of drawing what you want has to be grabbed.
How many times have we talked about sequencing as a top skill for these top players? And this is a perfect example of it right here. Get those 2 cards out of the deck, like you said. Lunacycle now to draw 3 cards. It 2 less likely to be a Goldengo EX. And is that going to pay off? Yes, I think it pays off immediately with an Earthen Vessel. And a Gimmighoul too.
And an Arven as well.
I mean, you already had that, but yeah, either way, like this is.
I still like the Arven though.
Yeah.
It's still a good card.
It's still a good card, yes.
That's going to get a Buddy Poppin and an Air Balloon. Great cards. You need the Air Balloon so you can retreat the Lunatone, and then you also need the Buddy Poppin so you can start going and getting some of those Gimmighoul. Free available to you now if you so wish. And just as a quick note, the way Drew's deck works, you've got Soul Rock for hitting 70 damage for 1 energy early game. Then you transition into your Golden Go. Golden Go draws cards, Lunatone draws cards, and Golden Go does 50 damage for each energy discarded from your hand, and you're allowed to discard as many as you like, and that will hopefully lead to big KOs on this Dragapult.
Yeah, I would also kind of like to put, we were talking a little bit about Super Sig already, right? A small addendum to that. It was so clever of Drew to go for the Lunacycle before, but the Arven was already in hand, right? So you could play the Arven, do the Buddy Poppin for the 2 Gimmighoul, but by doing the Lunacycle first, you're actually more likely to draw into more out of the Gimmighoul because there's more of them in your deck. So he increased his odds of finding free Gimmighoul by doing it that way around.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to do some minor errand running here. Just going and grabbing a couple of basic energy. And this is basically, again, this is preparing to be item locked. You can try doing 70 damage with your Soul Rock, but realistically, how much is that going to help you in the long run? Going and getting 2 energy out, especially with 4 prized, is going to help those big Golden Go KOs in Eternal 2's time.
And I mean, we saw this exactly play out earlier, right? In terms of doing damage on that Latias, when then that damage can be like moved over. You don't want to fall into a random Monkey Dory trap again. So yeah, way better to get 2 energy. That protects you so much more.
And there is one Monkey Dory in Alexander's deck, so we could have seen Deja Vu all over again. Instead, go and get your basic energy. Worry about everything else later.
Yeah, speaking of basic energy, Alexander is looking through the deck now to kind of see how many he has to work with, grabbing that Dreepy off of that Artisan. Maybe again, we can take some time to explain the strategy of the deck. So, in case you haven't seen this deck being played out before, what Alexander wants to do is set up a big wide board full of many Dreepy and eventually Drakloak. The Dreepy evolves into Drakloak and has the amazing Recon Directive ability that lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put one to your hand and one to the bottom of the deck. You hide behind a Budu, which item locks your opponent with its Itchy Pollen attack to build up the
I'm sorry, Freya, I've got to interrupt you here. That was the entire turn from Alexander. It was a Dreepy and Little Else. Now we go back over to Drew. We got treble Golden Go, and it looks like we're going to coin bonus, but we should be able to take 2 prizes fairly easily off the Fezandipti here, especially after having used minor errand running last turn. Now we draw a card with the second Golden Go. There's another coin bonus. There is a Lunar Cycle potential from Lunatone as well. There comes your Earthen Vessel, which will get you more energy, and if there's gusting, Drew could potentially just go after that Dreepy here. But regardless, what you can do is just take 2 prizes off of Fezandipti when this entire board is a Dreepy, and then they don't get to flip the script and draw cards.
I mean, we were just saying earlier, the one thing that's guaranteed is a Budu down from the Artisan, but not if there's nothing else to follow it up with. So Alexander had to prioritize getting the Dreepy down, and all of a sudden, Drew is free to use all those items and set up like crazy.
And, well, I mean, the 3 Golden Go were in hand from last turn, especially after the Genesect. No hand disruption either, and Ino would have been great, but that didn't come down either. Would have been great to give Alexander a new hand. His hand is clearly terrible. And right now, Drew, I think the worst case scenario here is that you end up taking 2 prizes. Professor Turo on the Genesect, just to open up a bench space. Fun little play. And here we see 5 energy discarded. Make it rain, son! And now we see Fezandipti going down. And yeah, you didn't get the Dreepy, but actually cutting off Flip the Script might even be better here.
Well, in this situation, when you know your opponent is not drawing much of anything, yeah, I mean, 2 is less than 3. That's the choice you have, right? Recon Directive for 2 cards. Maybe you find something here. Oh, it's a Blumminus and Luna and a Holucha. That's not very helpful.
It's not great, I'll be honest with you. And that is it. Game 1 goes to Drew. Alexander goes, you know what? That is a terrible start. Your 2 prizes up. I've got nothing. Let's save some time. Go to game 2. And the good news is, with Drew up 1 game to 0, we have got, especially in Top Cut, where we increase the timer a little bit, plenty of time for a game 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back over that game 1. Not that there's that much to go over, really. This sequencing from Drew was so great. So able to set up beautifully. Alexander just really drawing dead with a Dreepy and a Fezandipti active with 2 energy, trying to power up maybe for a Desperation Cruel Arrow, but Drew with all the items being able to be played, 5 energy discarded from the Make It Rain for the knockout, and then 1 Recon Directive to find a very sad Holucha and a Blood Moon Ursa Luna, and then pick up his cards and go to game 2.
And unfortunately, that is as quick as it was. The only saving grace, if you're Alexander here, is you can look at this game and go, I mean, it can't be that bad again. I lost...
Knock on wood.
I lost in the worst possible scenario. I didn't even really get to play the game. So game 2 is going to be better. I get to have my choice of first or second here. But if you're Drew, you're thinking, sweet, 1 game in the bag, and if there is a game 3, it's going to be with my choice to go first or second.
Yeah, having, especially in game 1, getting a win as a gimme / freebie, essentially, right? And then knowing that's... no pun with a gimme goal there, but and essentially having, as you said, the knowledge that at least 1 more of the best of 3 series will be in your favored starting position. Gotta be feeling pretty good about himself.
No, you absolutely do, and you know, and that's going to be a bit of an ego boost. Remember, Drew hasn't gotten past top 8 in the past couple of seasons. It's been a top 8 finish and a top 8 finish. So what Drew is looking for is this victory, but the first step to getting your regional victory is getting over that top 8 hump. Here comes some prizes.
No.
I don't love prizing 2 Gimme Ghoul and a secret box.
Oh, that is some dreadful prizing from Drew. Not impossible to work around, but really not what you wanted to see, let alone in top 8 when you're trying to like improve on your best regionals result in Masters Division.
Well, Drew's starting off with a fight gong, so I'm sorry, Drew, you're about to get the bad news. Now, great news, Solrock in the active, Lunatone on the bench, energy, so you can do that KO the Badoo straight away thing.
That's a positive, but
you've got 2 Gimmighoul with which to play the game, and you don't have your ace spec. That's it's not terribly ideal.
I think the word you're looking for is bad. It's just really, really bad. But you know what's not bad for Daniel Magda? You see there on the left, has actually won his first game against Uffe Axelsson, so goes 1-0 up in the top 8 match over there.
And that is a Golden Go mirror match, so we are going to have Golden Go all over this top cut for a while. It's only a little thing, but it is worth noting with the 2 Gimmighoul prize, the 50 HP one is not prized, but that is the easiest one to KO with either a Dusclops or with a Dragonite with the residual damage from Phantom Dive. So when Drew gets that, that needs to be evolved up very quickly. That one is a little bit vulnerable.
It's the one that against Dragapult you either want to put down as soon as possible and evolve, or just not put it down at all if you don't need to. But with the prizing, like you mentioned, being a little bit awkward with 2 of the 70 HP ones being prized, doesn't feel great.
No, so you're going to need to get that one down and then get it evolved as soon as possible, because it is a little bit fragile. So we've got the Solrock, we've got the Lunatone, we're doing that little bit of deck searching here. And this is just, you know, we see top players do this at the start of every game. And it is just figuring out what's prized. For Drew, one of those searches would have been, no, I can't have 2 Gimmighoul prize. Let me check again, I must have missed one.
Yes, and but then it doesn't matter how many times you look. We can see it right here. You could look as much as you want, but those 2 extra Gimmighoul's are not going to pop out.
Okay, so coming back to us, and you might be thinking, whoa, there's something terribly dramatic going on. We've cut back to the casters. Yeah, someone broke a sleeve and needs to fix it. While they fix that sleeve, we're going to hopefully keep you entertained here. So, Dragapult, Golden Go, what do you reckon's had the better tournament run this season so far?
I mean, it's tough to say, because I think they're kind of, it's a bit of a cop-out answer, but they're kind of on par. They've had a regional win each. I think if you're talking about the overall evolution, especially as it stands right now, I think the numbers don't really lie in terms of how much Golden Go there is specifically in the top 8 right now.
I'm saying that Golden Go has had the better tournament so far, while the players are back over, and we've seen Drew just pass with a Solrock and a Lunatone. There's no Gimmighoul that have found their way onto the field yet for Drew, so not a phenomenal start. And now, I'm literally just watching, so Drew finished out his turn. Now Alexander is actually swapping out his sleeve, but just to note that Drew did pass over the turn of a Solrock and a Lunatone, wasn't able to find any Gimmighoul or anything else.
No, which is, I mean, Solrock and Lunatone is great, but I mean, we were just talking about it. You really want to get down, especially that 50 HP Gimmighoul as soon as possible so you can evolve it up. Could be an opportunity for Alexander later on, depending on how he sets up. And I'm not going to lie, that hand is already looking a lot better than the Game 1 one.
I mean, you know, if it's like a 3 out of 10, it's looking a lot better than the Game 1 hand. But yeah, you're right, there are options here. So here we see an Ultra Ball. You're going to need to discard another card in addition to that Dust Noir to play that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I think there's just the choices what to discard here. There's none of the choices really feel great. It probably has to be this Hilda. Yeah, you want to really keep all the energy resources for as long as possible. You don't want to discard a Luminous or a Neo Upper. You have to play the Lily to draw more cards, and you really don't want to discard that Boss's Orders. So I do think the Dust Noir and the Hilda are the best 2 choices here.
It doesn't feel good, but you're right. You know, Night Stretcher can get back that Dust Noir in a pinch later if you need it to. And Hilda, at least in the early game, is not getting you that same value. Now, we do see Alexander. What they're doing here, they're flicking all the Pokemon to the front of the deck. This is just a really quick way to count your Pokemon. You put them all in one place in the deck. It means you can visualize nice and quickly, count them, and then you shuffle your deck very, very thoroughly to mix them all up again. But it just means initially you can look, and it's very easy to see which Pokemon are available and which Pokemon are prized. If you're wondering, 1 Dusclops and 1 Dragapult, and it is the, well, there's actually not all the decks do play 2 Dusclops, but Alexander's does.
I think it's more common in the Dragapult Dust Noir variants than it is in the Charizard Dust Noir variants, for example.
You've got a bit more space in the deck.
Yeah, exactly. So the slightly thicker line is usually a bit more common. And now I think Alexander's going to make a key decision here, which is what Pokemon to prioritize with this Ultra Ball. You have a Lily's Determination, so you're going to draw a bunch of cards. You have an Energy to attach to the active so you can retreat, or if you want to go ahead and grab a Dreepy, you could bank an energy on there, give up the item lock, but then you know for a fact that you have a Dreepy down at least, in case you get really unlucky off the Lilies.
I think that's where I'm going with this. Because you can get the Dreepy down, you guarantee it. And you're in that situation where absolutely Purdue item lock can help. It can work very nicely. But by the same token, because your opponent's already got the Lunar Rock combo rolling with an energy, it's not giving as much as it otherwise would. Your opponent can still take prizes.
But he's kind of taking a halfway house approach here. He opted to attach the energy to the active, not banking it on the Dreepy, but he did get the Dreepy down instead of the Budu, which is an interesting choice. It kind of, to me, says, you know what, I want to get this Dreepy down, but I still want to commit this Monkey Dory to... I want to commit energy to this Monkey Dory because I feel confident enough that I'm going to draw a Budu to item block even with this.
Well, I mean, it's keeping your options open. You can now retreat into a Badoo if you want to, which is lovely. But by the same token, you know, maybe next turn you can move some energy over using its ability and then maybe attack, which would be potentially an option. It just means you've got lots of different things you can do. The good news is I'm seeing a Buddy Poffin. I think there's an Ultra Ball in hand as well.
Yeah, plenty of Pokemon Search to go. Oh, and a Hawlucha for good measure, but so you can go ahead and, I guess, bank that in the discard pile for a future Night Stretcher. Or even you just go for the Buddy Poffin first as well. That probably makes a lot of sense.
Yep, and now we can go for Duskull, Badoo, Dreepy, eyeing up 3 Pokemon there, but remember there is an Ultra Ball in hand as well, so does have access to all 3 of those basics if you wish. So going for a Badoo and a Dreepy here, but yeah, we're going to see this Ultra Ball played immediately, and it seems like Alexander was thinking about the... No, it's going to be Latias.
Ooh.
This is perfect because now you've got an energy on Monkey Dory. You can use the ability and you don't have to get rid of the energy to retreat it.
Yeah, and this means that now Drew is going to be extra mindful about any potential of, you know, doing damage to a thing without one-hit KOing it, knowing that then Alexander could fling the damage back across. So it kind of creates that threat, as it were.
Yeah, we see 20 damage with the Itchy Pollen, because, of course, the weakness of Soul Rock. We got Item Lock here, so there's 3 cards drawn from that Lunar Cycle. We've got Professor Turo, Metal Energy, and another Professor Turo. I'm going to go out and say it. I'm going to say it, Freya.
Okay.
They were not good draws off that Lunar Cycle.
No, they really, really weren't. And
is there any out to a Gimmighoul in hand?
There absolutely is not. Pretty much the main decision that Drew is thinking here is that, yeah, there's a boss's orders, which is, yep, going to go prioritize that. I like that a lot. I mean... In this situation, when you're still taking prizes with this Cosmic Beam, you would much rather be taking out things that could become the thing you're scared of, that being the Dragon Ball EX.
And he's got a 1 in 3 chance of hitting a Gimmighoul off of his prizes, of course. He knows that to a prize, he does hit the 1 off the prizes. So he is going to have a Gimmighoul in hand for the start of next turn. And because you're 1 prize up, and you've got options for KO with Soul Rock even next turn, this is a new build of Golden Go. You're not under that same pressure to have the Golden Go now.
No, you have other attackers. And I think, to be honest, that combined with the extra draw from Lunatone is really what's pushed Golden Go over the edge recently into just one of the top picks to maybe the top of all of them. I mean, maybe that's a controversial statement. I know, especially
it's been the most played deck for multiple tournaments in a row. I don't think it's that controversial, Freya. I think it's safe.
I think maybe some of the Gardevoir backers in the room might be keen to disagree. If Henry Chow's watching, I do apologize in advance. But
well, I'll tell you what, if Gardevoir wins this tournament, we will issue an official on-air apology.
I see what you did there.
The joke is there's no Gardevoir in Top Cut. There's multiple Golden Go, though. So here we go with the first Gimmighoul coming down from Drew. And, I mean, honestly, you can KO the Badoo. You've got a Gimmighoul down. It'd be nice to get another Gimmighoul. But actually, right now, this is not a... Like, Drew's board doesn't look great, but it's actually fine. You take another prize, and you can potentially have a Golden Go next turn. You'd like more Gimmighoul, but you still got the option of a big Golden Go KO.
Yeah, I think the main worry here is just the fact that there's only 1 Gimmighoul down, because that means that Alexander could pick it off very easily, especially he's able to find his way into Hawlucha plus Dragapult, or even just Dragapult plus a Countercatcher or a Boss's Orders. And there's the choice there between the Night Stretcher and the Psychic Energy. Opts to take the Night Stretcher. The Dragapult is in hand already, but I don't see a gusting card yet.
There's the Hawlucha.
That'll do it.
Yeah, this is perfect. Now, this is the massive downside of the 1 Gimmighoul. I said he didn't need more than 1, and that was true until this happened. Now we get 1 damage on each of those Pokemon. The 1 on Lunatone is honestly kind of irrelevant at this point, but now we are going to see an Iron Opening Drew down to a 4-card hand, and you don't need any gusting here. You're going to KO the Soul Rock, and you're going to KO the bench Gimmighoul, and also your opponent's going to be left with a Lunatone and nothing else in a 4-card hand.
Yeah, not a great position to be in. I'm very interested to see what the decision was behind attaching that fire energy to the Dragapult. The Nino Upper already provides the energy cost. Is there maybe a retreat angle coming later on just in case, or maybe just to get it out of the hand so that he doesn't draw into it later?
There's nowhere else you need to put energy right now. The only other thing that even wants energy is Monkey Dory. Now here you actually would like an energy on the Dreepy.
Yeah,
you just got off the Buddy Poffin. But it opens up some options, it opens up retreating options, and also it means you're not going to draw back into it because, you know, maybe if you didn't, you know, maybe that fire energy comes out later on in a situation where you don't want it. You're right, but right now, here is a double KO, and now Drew is really on the back foot. Having those Gimme Gold prize was not ideal. Only seeing one, and that was off the prizes.
Yeah.
Drawn into any out to a Gimme Gold could well have cost Drew this game. But we got 55 minutes, and they will get the choice of first or second in game 3. So we're not at panic stations yet if we're Drew, but it really is looking like Alexander might be taking this game too. We're not there yet, but they're in a good position.
So what's going to happen here is there is a nest ball from the Ino for Drew, so that's going to be a good start. Pheasantipsy's flipped script is going to give him a good chance. There's also a Lana's Aid. You could use that to get back maybe some combination of the energies plus that Solrock or Gimme Gold to get things set up there. But I think the decision on the supporter is going to be based on what happens from this flip the script. What free cards does he find, and how can he use it to surmount some kind of comeback here?
That is absolutely what we're going to be needing to be looking for. Free cards is going to be good. It's always nice. You cannot use Lunar Cycle, not without a second Solrock coming down. Remember, they work in tandem. Solrock's attack only works with Lunatone on the board, and Lunatone's ability only works with Solrock on the board. So here is a flip the script. Big free cards being drawn here.
What's he find?
I like it when they dramatically pull it so we can see one by one. That makes me happy.
It was 2 gold and go in an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah. You get some energy, and you got your stage 1s.
Hold on. There's Narvin in the hand. I thought it was Lana's Aid. No, it's Narvin.
Okay, so Arvin can get a Buddy Poffin. Buddy Poffin can get double Gimme Ghoul. But the thing is, with Alexander set up as he is, especially with a Duskull on the bench, it is absolutely possible for Alexander to KO double Gimme Ghoul this turn.
Yeah, and especially given what we were talking about earlier in terms of the access of what HP Gimme Ghoul that Drew has access to, it is going to be that 170 HP one and that 150 HP one. That is prime target for a Dusclops Curse Blast.
Yep. Dusclops can trade 1 for 1, and if you're even on prizes, but you've got a way better setup than your opponent, you love trading 1 for 1. That makes, especially when you're trading a tech for their main attacker, that sounds awesome. So here do come the 2 Gimme Ghoul, but you ain't going to evolve it before Alexander gets a chance to evolve his Dusclops.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe one angle could have been, if there was a way to pull this off, go into this Gimme Ghoul and actually go for Call for Family for the 4th one, but it's in the prize card, so that's not even an option. 1
in the prize, 1 in the discard, 2 now sitting on the bench. You would need something like a Night Stretcher to get that last one back. So here we just see a pass, no viable attacker, and this is a turn where Alexander can essentially win the game. Here comes a boss's orders, and that is going to be all you need, because now you can just attack with Dragapult, KO the active Gimme Ghoul. That will then allow you to KO the 60 HP Gimme Ghoul on the bench with no extra damage needed. Alexander is going to be down to 2 prizes remaining. Drew is still going to be 2 turns away from getting any kind of Golden Go, and it is now just a matter of time. No, it's not. Drew picks up his cards. Alexander wins game 2, and we are heading off to game 3 in top 8 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. And we got more than 50 minutes, Freya. Are we chilling?
We are absolutely chilling. I mean, honestly, I was about to say these players aren't chilling, but they seem to be in pretty good spirits all around. I see you smiling, I see you joking. Considering how much is on the line, it's always a lovely feeling to see good sports from our players. Let's go over that game 2, which really was, I think, a mirror image of game 1.
It was a mirror image. That's a great way to put it. We see the Badoo coming out nice and early to item lock. Drew has no Gimme Ghoul, and that means that the Holucha dropping those damage counters, especially on the Gimme Ghoul, and the evolution into the Dragapult led to a 2 prize KO, but crucially took all of the Gimme Ghoul off the field. And by all of them, I mean the only Gimme Ghoul. So here we see the retreat into the Dragapult to get that KO on the bench Gimme Ghoul with the active Solrock, really putting Drew behind here. And Drew is able to take little prizes with Solrock, but then at the end of the game, we see a boss's orders, double KO on those 2 Gimme Ghoul after the 50 HP was forced to be 1 on the bench. And with that, Drew knew that Alexander was was 2 prizes away from winning, and that no golden go was coming this game.
Yeah, it's a brutal way for that game to end, but it is kind of a mirror image of the brutal way the game ended for Alexander in the other instance. Now, I just have received a very interesting word in my ear. So Alex Alex won that game, right? Yeah, so, no, hold on. I got a little bit mixed up there.
Alexander won game 2.
Yeah, Alexander won game 2, but he has chosen to go first. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm just getting a bit of course. Drew just chooses to go second because, of course, he is.
Oh, yeah. If you're Drew gets a choice this game because they lost game 2. Yeah. And, yeah, we've explained a couple of times that going second here, essentially, you're probably going to get Badoo item locked. So by going second, you get a full turn before the item lock comes in. Whereas if you go first, you get a turn with no supporter or attack before the item lock comes in. Frankly, not the same.
No, it really isn't. Both players want to be going second here. That's why because I saw something, I guess I just must have been a little bit confused for a second. Never mind, it happens to the best of us, but Drew will be going second, having just lost that game as he really wants to. Maybe he could do a mirror image or rather, not a mirror image, like an exact copy of game 1. That would be good for him.
That would be quite good. 1 Gimme Ghoul prized and 1 Sorrow. Oh, 1 of each plus Badoo. Obviously, there's a second Badoo in the deck is too important. But 1 of the 2 Badoo, 1 each of the evolution line for Dragapult. So I'm going to keep an eye on here. 1 of the 2 Lunatone for Drew. But we are off in game 3 of this top 8 action from Stuttgart. Alexander goes first. And once again, it's going to be over to Drew in a moment saying, what can you do before Badoo?
Yeah, Nest Ball now to do kind of similar to what we saw in the previous games. Alexander looking through the deck and seeing just what Pokemon he has available to him. We know for a fact that it's perhaps not all of his Pokemon prize, but like, you know, one line of his main attacker and then 1 Badoo. At least he has access to the second one, so he's still going to be able to work with things here.
Yeah, it's an annoyance rather than something terrible. And in a Dragapult deck, you play a 4/4 free line. So, you know, because the Recon Directive is such a good ability, they are playing a 4/4 free line. It is a fat line of Dragapult, which is what you want. When you've got a really good stage 2 with a good ability, because stage 1 with a good ability, then you're going to play a fat line, as opposed to these Charizard that we often see with much thinner lines, because Charmeleon, I don't want to sound rude, none of them are that good right now.
No, it is not. I mean, comparing a card that is basically part of the main engine of your deck and lets you dig deep compared to just a thing that evolves into Charizard. I mean, one does have that pretty cool self-protection ability, of course, the Flare Veil that protects it from effects of attacks, but it's still not amazing.
No, it's largely there so that TM Evolution can evolve from the deck to save you having to be overly reliant on a rare candy. Well, here we see a Dreepy hit the bench for Alexander off of that Nest Ball, and it looks like we're eyeing up an Ultra Ball here to go and get another basic Pokemon.
Oh, and a choice there to discard the Duskull. Interestingly enough, we saw how important it was in some of the previous games to make sure that you set up your Dusknoir line early on to really give yourself the chance to do your board wipe turns, but kind of prioritizing the double Dreepy here, it seems.
Okay, so we do see 2 Dreepy, but no energy. It was not great there. Drew gets a Buddy Buddy Poffin, a lovely new full art version, and going to be going searching for a couple of Pokemon. You've already started with a Gimme Ghoul, so you only really need to get 1, but what else is available in the deck? And it's a weird kind of deck to play Buddy Buddy Poffin, because you kind of have to for your Gimme Ghoul, but by the same token, it doesn't get you Solrock, doesn't get you Lunatone, doesn't get you Pheasantipti, doesn't get you Moral, doesn't get you Genesect. So it's only actually gets you Gimme Ghoul.
Yeah, and there is 1 Gimme Ghoul prized of note for Drew, but it's probably the one he minds pricing the least. It's that 50 HP one.
Yeah, we saw that was, you know, and don't get me wrong, Alexander was almost certainly winning that last game, but letting them KO the bench Gimme Ghoul without even having to put any extra damage down.
Just kind of sealed the deal, didn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, frankly.
No. Now, only one Gimme Ghoul found from this Buddy Buddy Poffin. That, to me, telegraphs the other one is already in the hand.
Well, we do see some results coming in. Nikolai and Paolo there in top 8. We've got a 1-1 game. Nikolai has got 1 game with Charizard. Paolo has got 1 game with Dragapult. We are bringing you these updates where we're able to do so. Might even be another one coming in a minute, you never know.
I mean, they're all playing their hearts out right now, right? They have to have some winners eventually. There it is, the 3rd Gimme Ghoul coming down from the hand. And other than that, though, just a minor errand run. It could be worse, but you ideally would like to find the Lunar Rock package here.
You absolutely would like to find that Lunar Rock package. We don't have either part of it yet. There's no Solrock, there's no Lunatone. Buddy Buddy Poffin won't get either of them. And that's the thing, like, this is the point where you know, ideally you want to be setting this up so that when Badoo comes out, you're like, ha 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 ha, now I'm KOing every turn. What you don't want is basically a bunch of Golden Go you can't do much with. Speaking of Golden Go, Daniel and Ufa are playing a mirror match of Golden Go, and in true mirror match fashion, currently sitting at 1 game each. A lot of 1-1s going on in top 8.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? In the mirror match, generally speaking, there's a preferred, you know, going first or going second. You prefer to go second, and if you go second, you are at a pretty big advantage, so maybe that comes into it a little bit. But then again, you can also get lucky with the setup going first and just get a bunch of gimme ghoul out, and then you're in the lead. So, you know, it can go either way.
Well, I think there's 3 top 8 games going on because Oivind can't play until the ASIM's done. And they're all sitting at 1-1 right now. So somebody is going to have to start winning these eventually. Here comes an Ultra Ball, and that is for a second Drakloak. And Alexander's setup is looking nice here. Can we see a Badoo and some way to pivot the Monkey Dory? That would be nice.
I just want to draw attention to the fact that he had to discard 2 counter catcher there to pull off that move. That could really come back to bite him later on. We've seen so many times Dragapult players finish out games by doing a tricky counter catcher on something that can't really attack or do anything, and then finishing a game that way. That's going to be a bit harder to do when there's 2 of them already gone.
It's going to be a lot more awkward now here. Now, this is the ASIM. This is Silas against Christian. And Joltik Box, 1 game up with Silas against Christian's Dragapult. Keep an eye on that, because right now it's only Dragapults, Charizard, and Golden Go in top cut. Silas look on top 8. Silas looking to break that triopoly.
Triopoly, yeah. Yeah, triopoly. Yeah, monopoly, duopoly, triopoly. Yeah, let's go with that.
I think that works.
I think you're not inventing words the same way Alex is. I think, oh, but Drew just has to do another minor errand running and then passes over to Alexander, who draws it to his determination.
Which is going to get 8 cards because you haven't taken a prize yet. And this is looking a lot more like game 2 than it is game 1.
Yeah.
Drew is not getting anything rolling here. And Alexander is, I mean, this should be the Dragapult turn if everything goes well. And the problem is, look at that enticing board. Hawlucha, Dragapult, Energy, Smash.
Yeah, it's not a great position to be in if you're Drew Stevenson right now. And what looked like a pretty okay setup, even after fending for the minor errand running, not able to find anything else. And now Alexander bailed out from his dreadful hand first and has the opportunity to completely blow Drew away.
Yeah, he is. That's what he's going to be looking for. Now, what have we got? We do see a Dragapult in hand. That's rather lovely.
Yep, so that's what piece 1. So, and there's an Ultra Ball as well for Hawlucha, so you just need to find the energy here. There's, a Lily's Determination and a Duskull. Yeah,
and didn't get it off that first Recon Directive, but there is Recon Directive number 2.
And there's a Jamming Tower as well that's super strong.
Wasn't an energy though, unfortunately.
No, it wasn't. I was wondering if I missaw and there was an energy hand, but no, there wasn't. I was right the first time.
What energy's on there? Yeah, even a Jet Headbutt KO in the active with 2 energies, not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, you could just win next turn from that, right, if Drew continues to brick.
You do need a way to pivot, mind you. Right now, that Monkey Dory is in the active.
Oh, so yeah, I guess. Oh, maybe if you do that, we know that Latias isn't prized. You could go ahead and Ultra Ball for that to retreat. That would work.
That's what I'm thinking. If you don't need Hawlucha this turn, go and get Latias. There comes a Duskull sitting there on the bench. There comes a Jamming Tower, down with tools, as some people might say.
And I think, is Alexander debating not going too aggressive here? Is he maybe thinking, hold on, it might be best for me to hold back a little bit because next turn, oh, here we go. We can pull off a double Duskull onto the bench and pull off a blowout Dragapult turn, carrying everything in one go, maybe denying Drew the access out for a flipped script. Actually, that's really smart. And it's just another energy!
And that means that Drew has nothing going on. His hand is energy. He does have, well, honestly, not very much. We do see a Moral coming down, a Mega Moral with an energy, but it's another minor errand running. What we see here from Drew is, if I get the energy of minor errand running, I can't top deck them. Having said that, he minor errand running last turn, and he still top decked one, so maybe that is not holding as much as he might like, and it is looking like heartbreak for Drew in top 8 here. Terrible hand, terrible top decks, so many gimme ghoul, but there is not a Golden Go in sight, and Alexander starts off here with a Recon Directive. There are 2 Duskull on the bench. We know there is a Dragapult in hand. We could see a gigantic turn here.
I think that with the combination of the multiple Duskulls available for Curse Blast, Ultra Ball for Hawlucha, and the fact that you have access to the energy guarantee now because there's a Hilda in hand, I think Alexander has all the resources to KO all the Gimmighoul in one turn.
Yeah, what you can go ahead and do here is you can go and drop 1 damage counter here and 1 damage counter here using your Hawlucha. You then drop another 5 damage counters here with your Dusclops, and then that's very close to being KO'd. You K this, then the active, the residual damage goes here, and you are very, very close to getting all of those Gimmighoul off of the board.
You leave Drew with a Mega Mawile and a Prey.
not looking phenomenal. Now, what we ideally want is Rare Candy Dusknoir, and then you can actually just outright KO one of those Gimmighoul, but they are all looking a little bit fragile right now. Thank goodness the 50 HP one isn't on the board.
Yes, they're going to be even more devastating than it already is, and let's not sugarcoat things. Things are really, really bad for Drew right now, especially if Alexander can pull off this turn, and it looks like he's putting together all the pieces correctly to do so. I am not fancying Drew's chances.
We do have a Dusclops in hand, it is worth pointing out already.
2 of them. There's
2 in hand.
Yeah.
So actually, yeah, to be fair, so if both the Dusclops take 1 Gimmighoul, Hawlucha drops 1 on the other, that's it. That's your 3 KOs on the Gimmighoul. All gone.
And so first Ultra Ball being played now, discarding the Ino and the Laser Termination. I think, at this point, you don't mind sacrificing those resources. You need the Latias down because that's how you're going to retreat this Monkey Dory so you can pull off the Phantom Dive. And with this...
does mean no Hawlucha, unfortunately.
But now that means, I guess... Oh, no, hold on. It doesn't matter because you have the second Ultra Ball going. You can pop 1 of the Dusclops, Ultra Ball for the second Hawlucha, because then you have the bench space for it once the Dusclops is gone.
There will. Or you can just do both the Dusclops, 1 into each of the bench Gimmighoul, and then Phantom Dive will actually finish off both those Gimmighoul while KOing the active. So Hawlucha isn't even necessarily needed. There goes the Neo upper energy. Now we retreat. Are we going to see a big triple KO? I'm pretty sure we are. 50 on each of the Gimmighoul as we just suggested. And that means 200 to the active, 2 to each of the bench Gimmighoul. That is a treble Gimmighoul KO with 2 damage counters left over for the Mega Mawile. Most importantly, Alexander takes 3 prizes and Drew's left with a Mega Mawile and not much else.
And let's not forget, Gobble Down, it does 80 damage times the number of prize cards you've taken. Drew's taken 2, but that's it. I mean, and there's just the 2 prize cards that he got given from Alexander's Dusclopses. So you can do 160.
You can. And to be fair, that means next turn you get to KO the Dragapult.
Oh, what is that hand, though? I mean, actually... It's still energy.
It's a lot of energy. That's what it is, Freya. And here's the thing. There isn't even a target for the Buddy Puffin.
No, the last Gimmighoul's in the prizes, as we already talked about.
1's prized, 3 are in the discard, and nothing else is low enough HP to be searched. And look, you're in game 3 of single elimination. There isn't really any point in conceding here.
No,
actually, no, this will help. Using Earthen Vessel to go and get some more energy. And if there's one thing Drew needs right now, it is more energy. And I say that in jest because Drew's hand is so bad, it's nothing but energy.
Okay, it is now physically impossible, though, for him to draw an energy for turn. Every single energy that in that deck is either in the discard pile or in Drew's hand. There are none left that he can draw.
Well, it's a Lunatone, a superior energy retrieval, and a whole bunch of energy. And this is heartbreaking for Drew because you get into top 8 again. You win game 1. Game 2, your deck did not cooperate. And game 3 here, this is not going. Good news is you got energy for your Mega Mawile, so you can do half the amount of damage you need. The problem is you're not going to be able to attack with Mega Mawile again because, you know, they hit you, you hit them, and then a new Dragapult KOs you for the game.
Yeah, and also not only that, but given that it's not a one-hit KO, if Alexander can find his way into a Luminous Energy, all of a sudden you're using that Monkey Dory to deal lots of damage, and then actually it then wouldn't even be a 2-shot.
It would not be a 2-shot. It's an exact 2-shot right now. It needs to be 160 plus 160. If a single damage counter is removed, then Drew will not get the KO next turn.
Oh dear, oh dear. So this is one of those situations where Alexander knows he's in the driver's seat, knows that there's very, very little that Drew can maybe do for a comeback, but you do not get complacent. You do your setup correctly still. You grab your other Dracloak, you go for your recon directives, and you make sure that you have the means to close out this game, because the last thing you want to do, and the thing that would feel really, really bad, is if you basically have the game on lock and just throw it away to something silly.
That would be a less than ideal scenario, I think is a colloquial way to put it. Now, we do have a result here. Now, this is that's Nikolai against Paula. That's one of our top 8 games. So Charizard beats Dragapult 2-1 in top 8, and Nikolai Steborg is going to be heading in to our top 4.
Well done to Steborg. Commiserations to Paolo, but I mean, Nikolai, I know, has been really hungry for a big result for a while, so he's going to be very, very happy about that. But focusing on the game ahead, look, Alexander was able to find the luminous energy, so he can use the Monkey Dory Adrenabrain, heal some of that damage off of the Dragapult, and then go ahead and make sure that the Dragapult can't be two-shot by this Mega Mawile.
Yeah. And it's so heartbreaking because it's just like, come on.
Okay.
Like, you need a hand. You need something. Like, now you can't even two-hit KO a Mega Mawile. And here's the thing. I think at this stage, now the Mega Mawile is, you know, in range of being KO'd by a Phantom Dive. So Dragapult Energy, even if Dragapult goes down, Dragapult Energy Gusting. If somehow Drew could get something else in the active and KO Dragapult, which, spoiler alert, he definitely can't, even then, there would be an easy route to victory. Here is the boss's orders coming down from Drew.
That must be the top deck then.
Desperation play onto that Dragapult, trying to trap something in the active, but there is a Psychic Energy, and that's all it is going to take to retreat and attack. KO Mega Mawile, 3 more prizes, and Alexander is going to be heading off into top 4, and it seems like seems like Dragapult is not done yet.
It absolutely is not. And Alexander isn't done yet. 1 game closer to becoming a double regional champion in a single season. And what an accolade that is to add to your resume.
And to be fair, we've only actually done, like, it's only our 4th event.
Yeah,
it's only our 4th regional. We've got 9 to be going through. But here goes the replay here. Back to game 1, we see that Buddy Poffin going and searching. And game 1 was a game where Drew had everything rolling. Alexander's sitting there behind a Pheasantipity and not very much. We see a big KO from Drew on that Pheasantipity with Golden Go, and that was enough to put him up in the game. And it wasn't about the prizes, it was about the positioning. With nothing left for Alexander, decided that that was it, and we might as well go off to game 2. Into game 2, it was a just complete role reversal. Alexander here brings up the Badoo, starts doing that itchy pollen, but Drew just doesn't get Gimmighoul down. There were 2 prizes. Finally, Drew won off the prizes. The problem is, it didn't last more than 5 minutes because it's playing against a Dragapult deck. And Alexander just completely took Drew's setup apart here, left him without a Golden Go for the entire game, and it didn't take long for us to be at 1 game each. Here is the play where the Dragapult takes out that lone Gimmighoul on the field, and Drew tried coming back, got a couple of Gimmighoul out, but a Dusclops onto one and a Phantom Dive onto the other meant even double Gimmighoul wasn't safe for very long. Alexander took a commanding lead, wiped all the Gimmighoul off the field, and we headed to game 3.
Yeah, and then game 3 was kind of, unfortunately, more of the same. I mean, you know, the setup initially looked okay for Drew, multiple Gimmighoul down, so safe from like a big board wipe, but then just drawing energy after energy after energy. And you see the reaction there is like, you know, out of the 2 bricking-ish setups, Alexander able to find it out first with that laser determination, and Drew, after another mind errand running, is drawing almost every single energy in this deck. And I mean, it's always great seeing good spirits about it. I mean, I know if I were in that position, I would not be a happy girl, it's safe to say. But yeah, look at this. This devastating turn from Alexander. Double Dusclops, dealing 50 damage a piece to each of the Gimmighoul, and then a 3-way KO Phantom Dive, whilst leaving some residual damage on the Mega Mawile for good measure.
And at that point, it was just Mega Mawile or bust. Mega Mawile could have 2-hit KO Dragapult were it not for Monkey Dory, but it really was a moot point in the end. There was just not enough attacking threat coming out from Drew here. So we see a boss's orders onto the Dracloak, but a single energy from Alexander would allow him to retreat the Dracloak into the Dragapult. He got the Psychic Energy, and then it was just attach that, retreat, attack with Dragapult, and that puts Alexander into the top 4 of the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Huge congratulations to Alexander, and we cannot say it enough. Huge commiserations to Drew at another top 8. So, granted, his very impressive resume, like his consistency of high placing finishes in this season cannot be understated.
No, 3 top 8s is, you know, it's going to come. Like, you cannot keep top 8ing forever without turning that into a big win. And as heartbreaking as it is for Drew, you know, having that wonderful record, he put it himself in the interview, winning almost all his games, missing that ASIM top cut to go straight into the top 8, and then losing at that first hurdle again. But we've seen this for years. And it's just a case of sometimes it takes a while. How many times did we see Isaiah Bradner lose in the final?
I mean, the bridesmaid jokes were like all over the place.
And then we saw pretty much back-to-back a regional and then an international win.
Yeah.
The good players, if you are good enough to consistently make top 8 at a regional championship, you are good enough to win one, and sooner or later, Drew's not been in the Masters division for very long.
Really hasn't.
We're gonna see Drew win a major. I feel super confident about that.
Yeah, and to that exact point, I would really like to go back specifically to game 1, where Drew did some of that incredible sequencing. I think this is a really great example of how Drew is able to consistently pull off these results. So we look here at this turn, right? We have the Arton there going, but and then after this, going for the Arvin. He really was really sensible with his sequencing in terms of deciding which order to go for the Buddy Puffin versus the Gimmighoul here. So you see there's a couple of Gimmighoul there in the deck already, but specifically with the Lunar Cycle beforehand, he drew into the Gimmighoul, didn't decide to Arvin beforehand, because when you do it this way around, you increase your odds of being able to find the amount of Gimmighouls that you need. When you need to find multiples of a Pokemon, you don't want to preemptively take them out of the deck, because then when you're using a draw card, you're less likely to go into them.
Absolutely. Well explained.
Yeah. So we keep going into that. Especially, it's a matter of odds, right? Because when you're drawing cards from the deck, you're more likely to draw into a card the more multiples of it that are in the deck. It seems like a really silly, obvious thing, but that is actually how it is. So although you might think, oh, I want to thin the cards out of my deck first with the Arvin, because there could maybe be an argument to go for the Arvin first, get the Buddy Puffin, and then the Air Balloon, and then go for the Lunar Cycle to draw 3 cards to maybe draw into the Gimmighoul that way. But you actually, if you want to draw in any combination of Gimmighoul and Buddy Puffin, keeping as many copies in the deck as possible of either of those cards before the Arvin is the way to go. So Lunar Cycle first, and then find what you're missing from the Arvin afterwards. It's very, very smart.
There's also an element here that Arvin can get you whatever you want. You get to select from a limited number. So whereas Lunar Cycle is random, Arvin lets you select. So sometimes it's better to get the draw going, and then you get to choose with the Arvin. And sometimes what you draw from the Lunatone can inform your decision. If you draw, you know, Gimmighoul, 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 maybe I don't go get the Buddy Puffin anymore. Now I can go and get a different item that's going to help me in some other way.
It feeds into a general idea, which is kind of a top trainer tip for those of you at home. It's a good idea when it comes to your sequencing. Do your unknowns before your knowns. In that case, you don't know where you're going to draw with the Lunar Cycle, like you rightly said. So you draw those cards first, and then you have as much information as possible to make the right decision about what there is to grab with the Arvin. Sometimes it's the other way around. Sometimes there's like something that you can't search, in which case you want to thin out the other cards so that you maximize your odds of drawing that non-searchable card. But when you know it's something you can search for, doing your unknown draws first is the right way to do it.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a quick look at the bracket then, because we have got a bunch of updates of games that have happened. So Ufa did defeat Daniel Magda 2-1. No double regional win there yet. Nikolai did take down Paolo 2-1 to set up that match in top 4 with Ufa. No result yet between Christian and Silas, which means Oyvind still sitting there waiting for an opponent. And Alexander takes down Drew in the game we showed. Alexander might have to wait a little while for their top 4, because first we got to figure out who's playing Oyvind. Then we got to have that game, and the winner of that, Alex, is going to be sitting waiting. So Alexander, you got a few minutes. Have a look around the venue, find the comfiest chair you can, and just, you know, chill out for a little bit. You're in top 4.
And I gotta say, what a top 4 we have there. Nikolai Stierborg against Ulfa Axelsson. Like, this could literally be a match that would happen at the local league in Copenhagen. These are 2 guys, they're friends, they're testing partners. They've played against each other so often, and now they're doing it for top 4 at the regional championships.
Indeed. Well, I just talked about comfy chairs. We have a comfy chair, and I'm sorry, Alexander, you can't use this one, because right now it's being used, because we need to talk, well, actually, to Alexander as it happens.
Yes, thank you both for that excellent coverage of our top 8 game. I'm here, of course, with the winner of our top 8 game, Alexander. Alexander, I must ask first, how are you feeling?
I mean, I feel pretty good. Like, it's insane that I managed to be in a second cut this season, so it feels pretty nice. Yeah.
And of course, you're no stranger to top fours this season, of course, being the Lille regional champion this year. So, how has it differed, this experience in comparison?
I don't feel any difference, honestly. Maybe I was a little bit more stressed before. And right now, okay, I will just see what am I up against and play.
That's fair enough. It was an electrifying top 8 game. It went to a third game, which is what the viewers want to see, of course. Was that typical of the matchup that you've experienced, with Goldengo?
No, that's not typical at all. I think they play the same list with Daniel, Magda, and Miloslav. So I'm actually right now I'm 1-2 into those guys. But before, they should probably win with Dengo against me. Of course, I got pretty lucky. But also, my hands, I was looking at them and they were not ideal. But of course, at the end, I drew with Dracloak and somehow got something.
That game 3 pop-off was the highlight, I think, of the matchup. Well, how what's going through your mind at that point? Because there's so much sequencing involved with Dragapult. How do you manage it?
I was kind of upset after Lily that I missed the Badu on him. But I recognized I wanted to play Badu because then he has so many less outs. For example, Arven, Nesball, anything. So I was pretty upset about that, but I just saw the line if I can get one more turn in with Ultra Ball, Hilda, that I can KO all his Gimmigles. And then after I do this, then it should probably be win from there.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. One thing I don't envy all of our players around is making a choice of deck.
Yeah.
In such a varied format, it's really wide right now. Most things are playable. Take us through why Dragapult is your deck of choice.
My Dragapult is my deck of choice because I won regionals with it. But in this format, I would say that you should just stick to the deck you've been playing for past 4 or 5 months. You should be comfortable with the deck and don't change anything around because the format is very skillful right now. And changing the deck will tear apart all this experience you had on a deck. And in the end, it matters.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. It's all about a positive matchup spread, isn't it? Yeah. Of course. But what's your journey been like thus far, coming into top 4 now? Has it been, as you expected?
I lost to Dengo, so it's what I expected. But apart from that, I think I faced every single deck, ranging from Cynthia Garchomp, Joltik Box, Terra Box, Jellygardy, no Jellygardy. So I faced everything.
No, that's fair enough. And like I mentioned, you're already a regional champion this season. Do you think, you can take another invite from SEU players?
I will try my best. Whenever cards draw themselves, I will try to play them optimally, and we'll see what result comes up.
No, that's fair enough. Take each game as it comes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. And talking about your season overall, obviously, regional champion, already taken the invite, but you're still here, despite having that automatic invite. Are you still planning to go to most major events?
The Stuttgart was the event I was not planning to go to when preparing for the season, because it's usually more expensive. But after getting money from the win, I decided, okay, let's go. I'm pretty good with my deck, so why not give it a shot again?
No, that's fair enough. And we've already featured you this season, but why don't you tell the audience a little bit about yourself? Where do you come from? Local league? How did you start off?
Yeah, so I'm based in Poland. My local league is Warsaw, but I don't live there. And yeah, I go to locals pretty often. It's nice to get practice, but I usually don't play the deck that I go to regionals with. To the locals maybe 1 week prior. But up to this week I was playing Gardevoir just to get my mind off Recon Directive. I think I know everything about pool there is, so it's nice to have a break with different deck. It's also nice to play different decks, so you have idea what they play into in the format, and yeah.
How do you compare yourself against the Dragapult players?
Against other Dragapult players, I don't know. I think I'm the best.
Oh, tough words, tough words. Well, thank you very much, Alexander, for joining us on the sofa. But we have to get through to our next round, and it is a top 4 game. Don't go anywhere.
Meu nome é Henrique Cuninari, eu sou de São Paulo mesmo, onde está ocorrendo o evento. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Froak, porque meu Pokémon favorito é o Greninja. Olha, em 2017 eu comecei a jogar, mas não competitivo. Em 2022 eu comecei novamente a jogar e tal, aí que eu peguei bem o competitivo. Eu já joguei 2 Worlds. Foram de Yokohama em 2023 e Honolulu em 2024. Eu peguei uma final em um regional, no regional de Joinville. É dessa temporada ainda, a única final tirando essa. Aí eu tava me sentindo meio confiante, só que meio também nervoso. Igual nessa, só que lá eu fiquei meio brincado, eu não rodei muito bem. E agora nessa eu sentia que no primeiro jogo eu conseguia tudo que eu precisava.
Henry Kuninari, 1 game away from becoming an international champion.
Eu escolhi um deck que eu já jogava há muito tempo. Aí eu sabia que eu tava muito confiante nele. No segundo jogo da final, quando eu dei um draw de uma outra bola, eu pensei, nossa, eu vou ganhar esse jogo, porque eu já tinha na mente a jogada. Aí era só faltar uma carta, e era essa carta o draw do turno, e aí eu pensei, eu vou ganhar essa.
And Henry Kuninari will close out game number 2 with the powerful Burning Darkness and becomes your LAIC champion.
Eu tô me sentindo muito feliz, muito... Eu não sei muito se explicar bem, mas muito feliz, uma variação de muitos sentimentos. Que eu sinto que eu estou cada vez melhorando. Eu vejo esse evento como uma parte dela, uma parte de do que eu quero, uma parte do que eu busco. Tô bem feliz de ter qualificado para esse Mundial. Eu acho que a partida mais épica seria o José Cruz, porque ano anterior ele tinha ganhado o North America International Nike. Eu acho que ele é bom. Meu objetivo é tanto me divertir, como fazer novos amigos e às vezes desestressar mesmo. Eu gosto tanto de jogar, quanto conversar com os meus amigos depois das partidas. Eu tô confiante, porque eu estou bem, eu estou constante, cada vez buscando mais.
Hello, you. Yes, welcome back to our coverage here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, coming up with a top 4 game. First of 2, you're joining myself, Benjamin Rabioti, and my glamorous co-host, Alex Dow. Alex, how are you feeling?
Rabioti, is it? I'm feeling great.
Oh, did I say Rabioti? Yard, sorry.
Benjamin Yard. Hello, my friend. Yeah, I'm feeling really excited for this. I'm just excited I'm here again. Once again, for a top 4 match alongside a good friend. Yeah, we've had an incredible weekend thus far, right?
Yes.
And it's still actually plenty of Pokemon to come as well. We've got this top 4. We like to try and showcase both top 4 matches, top 4A to begin with, and then send the B side to the other casters. But at the same time, there's some great matches still to come.
One of those other casters is me, by the way. B-roll. No, yeah, it's been a fantastic tournament this fight. You know, we've come all the way this way at this point. We've seen some of the best Pokemon that's been played this season, and you know, in a format which is so varied, so wide open in terms of deck choice. We keep saying it. It's a main focal point at the moment of this meta, and you know, a great presentation thus far.
Yeah, it's incredible. And like, we've already had our top 8 feature match, of course. We've had plenty of results come in. As we had that feature match on screen, of course, we were trying to, I think Ross and Freya were doing their best to try and keep you guys updated alongside the little updates on the actual overlay and the screen as well, which is fantastic because everyone wants to know what's happening, right? It's not just the feature match that's happening. We had that sort of top 9 asymmetrical top cuts, and now we're already beginning to head into the top 4. They've already amassed plenty of prize money, plenty of booster packs that they've won, plenty of championship points, but in reality, they're 2 matches away from taking down a regional title and earning themselves a direct invitation.
You know, it's crazy. We've got to the point where we started phase 1 with hundreds and hundreds of competitors from across the world, and now it's down to only 8, right? You know, 2 top 4 games. Sorry, down to 4, sorry, I should say. Down to 4 competitors, and you know, these people will be, you know, it's all about their mentality at this point. How do they confront the pressures of coming up with this game? There's so much on the line for all these players.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe, I've had words, our players are already at the feature match, so let's send it straight down there. This will be our top 4A match between Nikolai Steborg and Uffe Axelsson. Uffe is someone we've already featured on the stream already. We've seen that he's piloting that Golden Go EX deck. He'll be up against a pretty unique take on Charizard EX as well, but we'll get a chance here. Just have a little look at Nikolai, of course, get a chance to see all of those achievements thus far. I mean, it's a fairly consistent sort of results across the board, meeting and entering multiple phase 2 and finding himself in top 16s previously. He's gone 2 places further, 2 places in the standings further, right here, right now in top 4. We have that Stockholm Regional top 64 as well, and fantastic finishes at the ICs, and most recently into phase 2 at the Gdansk Regional not too long ago. So definitely a player to keep an eye out for, and of course we move over to Uffe there on the screen now.
Yeah, a lot of recent achievements for both of these players, and it's something that we see time and time again now. You know, a lot of these players who are coming to the top standings have got, you know, only these achievements in the past couple of years. You know, like we said, how much in popularity Pokemon has recently. Ross has already said it. You know, we've had nationals where, you know, we wouldn't have even dreamed of coming up with the amount of players that are attending these events, and it's great to see, you know, some of these players making a name for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, making a name for themselves despite already being in these positions before. I mean, even more of a household name. That's where, you know, when you become a regional champion, everyone's going to know that you've taken a little bit of history and part of the Pokemon regional sort of structure, Pokemon trading card game, and you are part of the overarching history of the game going forward. And it's amazing to just be part of that sometimes.
Well, you know, you like to think of yourself as in that bracket, right?
Certainly, I'm part of history.
Everyone loves Alex. Ooh.
Do I? Do they? Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
Well,
anyway.
I think so. Well, who knows? Who knows?
Look, they can join the ranks of regional champion as well if they just win 2 more rounds here. I mean, it's top 4A match. It's going to be a really good match. I mean, look, we've seen that kind of matchup between Charizard and Golden Goal before, earlier on today, in fact, with Drew Stevenson having overcome that Charizard EX deck. But this kind of unique take, we're going to see a lot of different combo pieces in Nikolai's deck right now. I've had the pleasure of speaking to Jesper, who's piloting the exact same archetype, and there's a lot of combo pieces that we're going to shortly be seeing. We're getting a little glimpse of some of the cards in his hand right now even. Just kind of noticing, you know, this Pheasantipity start, probably not ideal, but does have access to some of those supporters and key cards there. Prizes are being placed out here now. 2 metal energies on the right-hand side there for Ufa. We're going to keep an eye out on those because they're needed to attack. There's only 3 in deck, so that could be massive for the rest of this matchup. But at the same time, when you're taking prizes, we double 2 Buddy Poffins, that Fan, Rotom, and Hoot, something you don't always see in Charizard EX decks, but our players are ready. Active Pokemons are in place. There's a handshake. We're kicking things off in this top 4A match here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
Yeah, and it's Nikolai that kicks us off here, just drawing that Pidgey. Not a bad Pokemon 2 top deck. Would have maybe rather the Buddy Poffin to go through the deck to maybe find something additional. And it's just a pass over to Ufa.
Yeah, not the best start, but does get the Pidgey down, as you mentioned. Ufa's going straight into the deck with that Nest Ball. We didn't really get a chance for Nikolai to go through what has been prized, but just whilst Ufa is going through the deck, Ben, why don't you run me through exactly how Golden Go works?
So in your first initial turns, you want to be finding those Nest Balls and those Buddy Poffins to start getting set up. You are an evolving deck after all, but it's that Solrock and Lunatone, that new addition from our Mega Evolution set previous to Phantasmal Flames, that's really put Goldengo on the map. You can remain with a single prize board while still taking prizes thanks to that Cosmic Beam Solrock. This is something that Ufe is going to be eyeing up, you'd imagine, this turn, if he can find a Boss's Orders or maybe a Gusting option to knock out that Pidgey. And yeah, I mean, looking at the key features of the deck, there's so much draw, there's so much engine to this deck to find additional cards from your deck. You have the coin bonuses we've all known and loved in the past, but now it's that Lunar Cycle, and it's so synergistic. You get to discard energy, you know, it's the abundance of energy, and there's the Boss's Orders for a Cosmic Beam knockout on the Pidgey. This is such a strong start for Ufe.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're giving Nikolai an opportunity to use Flip the Script here, as we do see, there you go, a card we don't often see in a Charizard deck, that Terrapagos EX, really sort of gleaming there on the bench. We do get an Iono instantly played as well. Of course, Nikolai, this is your second turn, so now can play supporters, couldn't play that Iono on his first turn, but we do have Flip the Script as well. So we're going to see 9 fresh new cards here as we just kind of get the final couple of cards from the Iono. So he's got the 6 in hand now. We are flipping the script, trying to turn up the tables on the head here. So we haven't yet seen any search cards from Nikolai's side. He hasn't even seen any Charmanders.
There's other Hoot
right now. Does get one of his Hoot down, and we're in a position to have to pass again. Ufa, what else can we do here? Didn't get any Gimmicks down.
No, and it doesn't need to at this point. I think what he's going to be eyeing up is another Boss's Orders, possibly on the Hoot or the Pidgey at this point. You know, he's in a real advantageous position, despite the fact he does not have any Gimmighoul on the bench, because you're able to keep that 1 prize board state. I would like to think that Ufe is going to be prioritizing getting some Gimmighoul down this turn to start taking some 2 prize knockouts on his subsequent turns. And just going through the deck once more, the Earthen Vessel will find a Metal Energy and a Fighting Energy. Prioritizing that Metal maybe for next turn, like I said, you will want to be starting evolving into those Goldengos after this turn. But I mean, finding Boss here would be absolutely massive.
Yep, does play the 3 copies of Boss in his list. But with Lunar Cycle, we may be able to find a way to draw straight into it if we're able to discard that Fighting Energy and draw free. Got plenty of energies in hand now, but here we go. Lunar Cycle could be a massive 3 cards here. The coin just kind of countering that. There's a Boss's Orders.
Boss's Orders. Just one of the gusting options that Ufe does play. Does also have the Prime Catcher as an option for gust as well. And there's the Hoot going down to a Cosmic Beam. And Ufe putting himself in the driving seat in this top 4 game.
Yeah, no Gimmighoul down now, but has taken a second prize, going really sort of prize mapping for the 2/2/2 as an opportunity here. Pidgey going into the ad spot. Instant return of the Pidgeot being evolved up with that rare candy there as well. And it's now just on Nikolai to try and really stem the flow. I mean, there's no Gimmighoul, so there's no real big threat if you can maybe take out this Soul Rock, because Ufa is going to still need to find those Gimmighoul at some stage to evolve up to the Golden Goals.
Yeah, you're putting his damage cap to only 70 with this Cosmic Beam. So no Gimmighoul on the bench will mean no big knockouts on any 2 prized Pokemon, as we've already established. But I still think Ufe is in a great position, despite that fact. He still has that single prize board state, and Nikolai's still not taking any prizes. But I would like to think he has to start putting the pressure down now. Another attachment to that Terrapagos will put him in a position where he can start at least attacking and putting some damage on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we do get the Buddy Poffin for the selection of 2 Charmanders. We will need to use some of those big, tanky Charizard EX Pokemon to actually start swinging away at some stage, because that's where you're doing a lot of damage. Hoo also comes down. We do have the Area 0 Underdepths as well. So now with, of course, that Terrapagos EX in play, we can expand our bench up to 8, which is a great way of kind of being able to just prepare ourselves as we do eye up that Duskull as well. So we've fitted in so many different cards. Dawn also coming down. I haven't really even seen Dawn in any of the games I've casted.
This is a fantastic card in this deck because there are so many pieces that you have to put together. You're playing multiple stage 1s, you're playing multiple stage 2s, and Dawn really helps you keep up with that momentum in this match. At least you're able to search out cards like Hootoots for that Jewel Seeker. You're able to find really important basic Pokemon that unlocks a lot of your deck, like that Area 0 Underdepths and your multiple stage 2s, your Dusknoirs, your Pidgeot, your Charizard. This is the perfect deck for this card.
Yeah, it's actually a really nice way to unlock so many different pieces here. Looks like we've pissed up the Jet Energy as well. We're maneuvering the Terrapagos EX into the active spot. We're going to swing away at this Soul Rock. You know, Ufa's board isn't actually that set up right now, and he can't draw cards unless he finds another Soul Rock once again. And that hand hasn't been that strong. It's been a lot of energies. Does top deck the Artisan. That's a massive pickup here, because that's one way to get another Soul Rock into play. But we forgot, 1 Soul Rock is prized. One now knocked out in the discard. That's not going to be the easiest way to get anywhere at all. But first, let's finish off the action of once an Artisan comes into play, Nikolai does have to discard from his board state, going back down to 5 Pokemon on his board.
Yeah, I don't think he's necessarily going to be worried about taking any prizes this turn. He's already got those really important 2 prizes to put himself ahead of the prize race. Now it's just getting set up for those Gold Dengos in the subsequent turns. He needs to start finding his Buddy Poffin. He needs to start finding maybe a Nest Ball for the Gimmighoul. Artisan is a great pickup, but there's still a lot to do for Ufe. He doesn't want to be in a position where Nikolai takes 2 more prizes at this point before Ufe gets anything sort of set up.
Yeah, it does get that Nest Ball for that Pheasantipity EX as well. We know it has that fantastic ability. Flip the script, allowing you to draw 3 cards when one of your Pokemon have been knocked out on your opponent's last turn. So this is another way for Ufa really to just kind of draw multiple cards on this current turn to really set up that board state, because right now, because he hasn't been able to get any Gimmighouls down on a first or second turn of the game and was really just swinging away with the Soul Rock, we really need to have this turn. That's so important to just get these Pokemon down. Hits another Gimmighoul, so does have 2 on the board state now, which is a fantastic pickup.
Yeah, that is a great draw there, finding the Gimmighoul without having to find any sort of Buddy Poffin. Oh, and there's the Professor's Turo picking up the Pheasantipity. I was just about to make the point that Nikolai would have loved to have seen that Pheasantipity come on boards to take an additional 2 prizes. Does top deck the boss's orders, can take 1 Gimmighoul out of the session right now. And over to Nikolai. What is he going to make here? He's going to opt to go through a Jewel Seeker, looking through his deck to find 2 trainer cards. As long as you have that Terrestrialized Pokemon in play. Can't use Artisan this turn as well. He is bench locked at this point. So does he go for the Rare Candy Charizard at this point, or is he going to go for that Dusknoir?
I wonder which direction Nikolai is going to take. I mean, being able to effectively take 3 cards out of your deck of your choosing. Of course, the Noctowl is limited to trainer cards. So any 2 trainer cards, so long as you have that terrestrial Pokemon in play, but then still has access to that Pidgeot EX's quick search as well. So let's see the direction that we're going down here. That Rare Candy looks like a pickup.
Now, something that just came to mind, this is going to be very dangerous at this point for Ufe. If he is able to find the Dusknoir, is going to be able to pop off on one of these Gimmighouls here. does have the boss's orders in hand to be able to gust this second Gimme Ghoul here as well to remove any threat on the board for Nikolai. And this would be an absolutely massive play if he's able to pull it off here.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is going to be a big turn because we know we that have that boss's orders already in hand can then just leave Ufe with just that Lunatone in the active spot. Again, we get the Area 0 Underdeaths back online. Here we go. There's the Rare Candy Charizard straight up to use Infernal Rain now to power itself up with some fire energies onto itself right now. It does have that Burning Darkness attack, which we know and love and have seen for so long now. That ramps up as your opponent takes more prizes. There's a Charmeleon as well, really sort of protecting the board. Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Curse Blast online, boss's orders.
This is a humongous play from Nikolai, with the fact that Ufe was unable to find any sort of extra outs to any Gimme Ghoul here. Nikolai, Curse Blast onto that Gimme Ghoul on the bench. Boss's orders, the additional one. This takes any problems that Nikolai may have had next turn and leaving Ufe with no option to take 2 prizes next turn because there are no options to get any Golden Go on the field.
Yeah, this is looking pretty dicey here for Ufe right now. I mean, just has that, or just will end up with that Lunatone on the board with that fighting energy, as we do get a nice stretcher as well. Maybe just kind of semi-prepping either a Noctowl or maybe even another Duskull back once again, just to kind of prep it for any further threats that Ufe may try to utilize on the board. Say, there's the Noctowl. We know how important that was. It was knocked out previously by that Solrock's Cosmic Beam. This is turning into a fantastic turn there. There is an announcement. Terapagos EX with the knockout on the active. That Unified Beatdown dealing plenty of damage. And Ufe's just got a lot to do here in this scenario with just that Lunatone.
Yeah, this is a pretty sad state of affairs for Ufe now. I don't know which approach he takes at this point. With 2 Gimme Ghoul in the discard pile, he does have 2 in the deck. Has to prioritize getting some Buddy Poffin and perhaps some sort of recovery from the extra for the extra Gimme Ghoul in the discard pile. He's safe knowing that there are no Duskull on the field for Nikolai, so he won't be able to do any sort of Curse Blasts for any sort of additional damage on field. Yet does go for that Super Rod. You'd imagine those 2 Gimme Ghouls going straight back in the deck, maybe even a Fighting Energy as well as an extra out to Luna's Cycle.
Yeah, one of those things that Ufe could potentially try and do, and maybe why he's still playing it out as well, maybe if Nikolai misses a necessary knockout, if we could find a way to knock out that Noctowl that remains on the board right now. It has 70 HP. That's pretty simple for something like that Solrock to knock out with that Cosmic Beam, especially with that Fighting Energy that could be attached to it as well, with a Prime Catcher to gust it up. That could still put Ufe down to 2 prizes remaining and make it a little bit more difficult for Nikolai maybe to find a knockout for 3 prizes. But again, this is just some of the outs and percentages that you have to play for. So let's just see the direction we take on from here on out.
Yeah, like you said, if he is able to find some gust on this Hoot Hoot here, it puts himself only 2 prize cards away from taking the game. And the fact that Nikolai can no longer use any sort of Curse Blast, at least you're in a good position that way. But it still remains. Ufe still needs to find some Gimme Ghoul to put on the bench for a big 2 prize knockout.
Yeah, I know it's been a bit of a theme for us this weekend and us drawing circles and many different various shapes. Someone's called out that was a nice citrus berry for you there, Ben, from that drawing. But we do get that Fighting Gong now, grabbing another Fighting Energy. Straight into the hand, of course, a fantastic inclusion for these decks that allow you to grab a basic fighting Pokemon or a Fighting Energy as instead. So it gives you kind of duality in terms of usage, which is really nice.
Yeah, it has to thin the deck out as much as possible at this point to try and find those outs. And here's the big Lunar Cycle, a huge 3 cards here from Ufe. What do you get? You got the Arven, that's useless.
Gimme Ghoul.
Gimme Ghoul, another Fighting Gong as well. I really doubt this Gimme Ghoul is going to be able to survive next turn. He needs the security to find another Pheasantipity coming down as well. at least you're safe knowing that any extra... There's the Buddy pop in off the top as well. 2 Gimme Ghoul coming down, Drew into 1 as well. At least he's leaving a board state with 3 on board. Using the Arvin isn't ideal. You would have liked to boss his orders on that Hutus, like we said. I'm unsure, actually, if he did have the Prime Catcher in hand. That would be really good right now.
That would be one way to kind of, again, push him down to 2. That would kind of leave an awkward scenario where you have the 2 prizes on your board state. It's just going to be a retreat here into the Soul Rock and a Cosmic Beam onto the active Terrapagos. 70 damage. You know, it isn't affected by anything like resistance or weakness. So it's just a base 70 there, despite Terrapagos being weak to fighting as well. We do get a Pidgeot, ooh, just kind of second-guessing himself. Pidgeot Quick Search being utilized here, being able to cherry-pick any card you'd like from the deck. So this is going to be quite an important pickup here. You know that Pheasant Dippity is kind of waiting on the back burner, on the bench there. We do get the second Charizard EX ready, up and running as well. So again, Infernal Rain gets 1 energy attachment. So only 1 energy is available there. But when you have access to Super Rods and Night Stretchers, you usually can get them back. So you have 2 big Pokemon swinging away when you need to.
Yeah, I'm going to retract the previous comments about knocking out the Hutu, because then that would enable Nikolai to do any sort of Briar plays, actually putting himself on 2 prize cards. So yeah, good hindsight there. And knocking out the Solrock with that Terrapagos Unified Beatdown, taking a well-earned knockout there, putting himself 2 prizes away from taking game. And with that Pheasant Dippity on board, it does leave Ufe with a problem on the board state. And here's a scoop, and Nikolai takes the first game in our top 4.
Yeah, fantastic display of this very unique take on Charizard EX there. We didn't see it in full flow because obviously we didn't see things like that fan Rotom being able to pick up the right pieces. We get a chance to see exactly what went down here. That Terrapagos was really kind of the main option to attack, using Unified Beatdown to really just wipe out the only attack or only threat in play from Ufe's side of the board. And it was this particular turn, once we were able to establish our Duskulls and the Charizard EX just kind of ready as well with Infernal Rain, but we also had that rare candy into the Dusknoir. We had that Curse Blast ready to go. Boss's orders on one of the Gimme Ghouls, Curse Blast on the other. Doesn't matter if I'm giving a prize to you, I'm taking out both your potential threats. And from then onwards, it was just a full-on steam train straight through Ufe's board state.
Ufe really needs to keep up with the prize race, right? That's the way that Goldengo is able to keep up with these sorts of builds. But for Nikolai, you know, showing off the strength of this deck is so sequence heavy. But if you're able to find those pieces, you know, you are just going to be able to steamroll, like you rightly said, over your opponents, regardless of what they're playing. Because you play the Noctowl, because you play the Pidgeot, you unlock so much potential with such a big range of cards in our format.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is what makes this take a little bit more unique as we get a chance to have a glimpse of the prizes now. Again, nothing too crazy from Ufe's side. You know, a couple of those Nest Balls, useful to get pieces like those Solrock Lunatones, like the Genesect, and then on Nikolai's side as well, also a couple of those Nest Balls there. Pheasant Dippity, we know how important that was. We do kick things off. This is game 2 of our top 4A match here. Looks like Nikolai starting us off. He opens that Fan Rotom, so we'll be able to use Fan Call on that first turn, which is probably exactly what you're after when you're piloting this deck.
Boy, what a start from Nikolai there. Not only starting with that Fan Rotom, with that Fan Call ability, but also having the Buddy popping in hand to find those crucial Charmander and Duskull if he needs to. And, you know, being that, you know that Ufe is going to be going for that Cosmic Beam turn 1 to settle a 1 prize board state. So you feel pretty safe with only 1 Charmander on board. You have multiple Pokemon that can attack in, you know, comparison to your average Charizard deck with cards like Terrapagos EX. Yeah, I mean, you know, this is a great start from Nikolai.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just double checking all those prizes. We didn't really get a chance to run through Charizard EX before. You know, we've mentioned the attack, we mentioned the ability already, how powerful Infernal Rain and Burning Darkness is. And of course, comboed usually just with that Pidgeot EX's quick search ability. But this take from Nikolai and a few others, I should say, with that Fan Rotom, with the Terrapagos EX, with the Noctowl package, and a Finn Dusknoir package as well, kind of gives you so many different means to dealing with multiple different board states. So you are very kind of reactionary to what your opponent is doing and playing, but it works perfectly. Here's the Fan Call, for example, how it all synergizes together, because it allows you to grab 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, grabbing you that Hoot-Hoot, grabbing you that Pidgey, grabbing you the Noctowl for the next turn. The only thing we're going to need on the next turn to use the Jewel Seeker ability is a terrestrial Pokemon, which I'm sure there's going to be a way to do so. But over to Ufei after a pass. There comes a Buddy Poffin, which was exactly the card he's been missing from that game 1.
Yeah, this is a much better start for Ufei, going to find those gimme goals instantly with that Buddy Poffin. A much better setup than he had in that last game. You know, he's going to have to keep up with Nikolai's board state at this point, but at least there is so many different options to take prizes with that Cosmic Beam at this point. Maybe a Boss's Orders on that Pidgey, or maybe even that Hoot-Hoot, knowing that that is the main engine of this deck would be really fantastic. Ufei does play a plethora of gusting options, as well as that prime catcher of choice as the ace spec of choice in this Goldengo list. Not a card that we see often. Usually we're seeing either the Precious Trolley or the Secret Box, and with that Fighting Gong is able to find the Lunatone and the Fighting Energy. This is a great start.
I think there might be even a Nest Ball in hand as well. Yep, there you go. So that's way we're going to just get a full board of those single prizes once again, as we've kind of mentioned, but having the multiple sort of Fighting Gong did allow him to get the energy also into hand. So he can decide now whether he wants to start swinging away with Cosmic Beam. If we have 2 Fighting Energy, that would be perfect, because then we can use one of them for Lunar Cycle as well, just to kind of really get your game going and start drawing through your deck. That's typically what Goldengo EX wants to do. I mean, we didn't even see it really. Last one, he does have 2 Fighting Energies there. Lunar Cycle for an additional 3 cards. That's fantastic. Oh, hello, what a pickup there with the Goldengo EX for future turns as well. There's the Fighting Energy attachment. Will we see the Boss's Orders here? No, it's just
no, just go for the knockout.
Yep, they're just a knockout for now. Cosmic Beam knocking out that Fan Rotom. Pidgey into the active spot now. This is where it could be a little bit tricky. Nikolai does need to find that terrestrial Pokemon. Do we have any way to get it into hand right now?
He did pick up... Oh, no.
He's got is it Rare Candy Pidgey already in hand? So it's not really too much of a problem. He could then go grab something like a Nest Ball with that quick search, get Terrapagos EX, get that Noctowl live with Jewel Seeker. That's one way to go about things. Or will he take a bit of a more slower, measured approach? This is going to be real interesting to work out and see.
I'm keen to understand why Ufei didn't go for the boss on that last play. I mean, taking out there's so many different good options that he could have knocked out there. You know, knocking out the Pidgey would have been good to at least mitigate any sort of upcoming engine, as well as the Hoot-Hoot as well. Disabling Nikolai from using any Jewel Seeker this turn, and the Charmander as well is the only attacker that he has on board. It's the only acceleration he has as an option to start taking some prizes. So, you know, keeping it in hand and reserving it from a different time, but I'm unsure what that time is. I don't know when would be best to keep that Boss's Orders in this circumstance.
Yep, there comes the Terrapagos there. Oh, just got a little bit of information on the screen for everyone as well in the other top 8 match that is still ongoing, following Christian coming through that asymmetrical top cut. Is currently 1-0 with his Dragapult Dusknoir deck up against Irvin's Charizard deck. He knows that's not necessarily a matchup he always wants to see, but if there's going to be one Charizard player who can maybe turn it around, it will be Irvin. But yes, right now in that top 8 match, Christian is 1 game up against Irvin.
Yeah, and I still keep going back to this Boss's play. It just keeps running through my mind at this point, because with the fact that Nikolai has the Duskull and the Charmander on board, he gives himself the option of taking out 2 of these gimme goals as he'd had in the last turn, if he's able to find the pieces. 1 Gust, 1 Rare Candy into Dusknoir would be fantastic for Nikolai, and Ufei just kind of let it happen at this point.
Well, yeah, we're going to see exactly the direction we're going down, as we do see the Rare Candy for that Charizard straight up to allow Infernal Rain to come raining down with his own fire energies, and then being able to swing away for massive damage with that Burning Darkness. Right now, at a base 180 plus 30, because Ufei has taken a prize, will be dealing 210 damage. No key targets at the moment. Area 0 Underdesk has also come into play, allowing Nikolai to expend and kind of grow that board to 8 now, that bench board that's kind of remaining there. gets another Hoot Hoot down, which is so vital. Another Charmander is another key piece. Another cool inclusion is that newer Phantasmal Flames Charmander, which has that fantastic agile ability. If it has no energy attached, it has no retreat cost, which is kind of cool as well. Not something you'd see too often because you want to be using those 70 HP Charmanders, but here comes the Charizard EX in the active spot, Ben.
Yeah, and at least Ufei is safe knowing that a single prize is taken at this point. If he's able to find a response knockout on this Charizard, this would put him in a much, much better position. Good thing for Nikolai was able to find the Charmander on board. It is his only acceleration to get energy on the board and to start attacking. But I mean, look at Nikolai's board state. It's so intimidating, isn't it? I mean, look at the amount of options he has to him. The Hoot Hoot, you know, we look at the Noctowl anyway, don't we, with the Jewel Seeker ability and the Quick Surge. It opens up so many different options for him despite, you know, whatever your opponent's doing.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many pieces that can happen here. But one thing we have to keep an eye out for, this isn't your typical Charizard EX deck. You can potentially end up with 3 cherry-picked cards of your own because of that Noctowl, because of the Pidgeot EX. And then when you're already accelerating energy, maybe you're not even that far from finding a way to evolve up to that Dusknoir. We spoke about that combo earlier with Dusknoirs into Briars and into sort of Orchid, big, massive knockouts. Maybe that's one direction. But for the moment, here comes a coin bonus. 2 cards already gone. There's the Nest Ball coming down as well, which is going to be maybe getting another Soul Rock so we can continue drawing more cards through the deck. We have Pheasantipity down as well, so we have that option as an additional flip the script draw. Here comes the Fighting Gong, Fighting Energy also to hand now, so Lunar Cycle is available at the same time. So many card draws just from one single turn.
This really is the kickoff turn for Ufei. As we've always said, you like to keep a single prize board, but look at the 2 prizes that Ufei's put on board at this point. He's put the 2 Golden Go down, he's put the Pheasantipity down. This confirms he is safe. He is safe knowing that if he can find the knockout on this Charizard, at least he puts himself 2 prizes up in this game. He feels confident at this point that this is the turn. This is the point I find that big knockout and swing the game in my favor.
Yeah, love those potato drawings there from Benjamin. But we're seeing some more pairs, are they? See some more draw from the flip the script. Have we picked up enough pieces to take a massive knockout here? Remember, Make It Rain is 50 times the number of energies you discard from your hand. More coin bonus, first of all, superior energy retrieval hit from the and a prime catcher. Could make things real interesting if we can find a way to utilize that at some stage as well. Double checking how many energies are in that discard pile for himself, just in case he needs to use that superior energy retrieval. Does already have a couple in hand, it looks like, but no metal energy yet. 3 fighting energy in the discard pile. Does that mean we're not going to get an attack off? That could be massive if we're not able to swing away here and really just continue to apply so much pressure to his opponent's board. There's a Fighting Gong now. It's just going to be another fighting energy being grabbed, it looks like, but I can't see a metal energy there, Ben.
No, this will be really heartbreaking if Ufei isn't able to find any sort of attack at this point, because he's already committed the retreat into another Golden Go, which is, as we know, a 2 prize Pokemon. And if Nikolai is able to find maybe a boss's orders for that Pheasantipity on the bench, you'd imagine looking at that board state with the Pidgeot, with the Hoot Hoot already prepped and ready, is going to be able to find some sort of gusting option to put himself 3 prizes ahead in the race. So yeah, if Ufei, this is the turn. Like I said, this is where Ufei's kicked off. This is his kickoff turn. Oh no,
that's telling. That's a big tell. When you get the attachment onto the Soul Rock, it does just mean that you're telepathing that knockout. But he is targeting down the Duskull, so I quite like this as well, limiting what sort of Nikolai could do and manipulate the prize cards with a Cosmic Beam on that Duskull there, at least continuing his sort of 2-2-2 prize map for the moment. But the scary thing is, if he does eventually unlock Nikolai's Briar without really Nikolai doing too much, but just by going down to 2 prizes, that could be another factor that we'll see shortly as well. But over to Nikolai, let's see how you're going to handle this turn.
Yeah, like you mentioned there, the Briar player is going to be the key factor at this point, with Ufei taking those 2 prizes, taking that 1 prize instead of a 2 prize Pokemon. And for Nikolai now, no Dusknoir going to be an option for him either. 3 cards from Flip the Script. I think I saw the Prime Catcher there.
You did. We saw a Prime Catcher, so that could be a nice pick. easy sort of choice to try and target down another 2-prizer like that Fezandipity, which is in range of a Burning Darkness now dealing a base 240 damage.
Yes.
Because 2 prizes have been taken, so that could be an easy 2-prizer there. And then just manipulating yourself in a way where you could find yourself able to utilize something like that Briar, do that legalized cheating kind of thing, where you're taking additional prizes just from a knockout. And that's one way to kind of navigate this game, as we do get the Charmeleon coming down, the Quick Search now being utilized as well. Those 2 Noctowls are a massive threat just because of how great of a support card they can be with so many sort of terrestrial Pokemon currently in play as well. Just cherry-picked a card there. Couldn't quite see exactly what that was. I'm not too sure if you got a glimpse of that, Ben.
Nope. Didn't see that, sorry. Does have Boss's Orders and Prime Catcher,
Might have been a
another
Charizard, yeah.
and the Noctowl in hand. This is pretty good for
Boss's
Nikolai.
Orders just for now as well. Maybe that's just an easier way without having to expend the Prime Catcher. There you go. That's the big target on its back right now. That Fezandipity with enough damage that you're dealing with that Burning Darkness. You're going to be swinging away, taking 2 prizes. Burning Darkness announced down to 3 prize cards remaining. 3 prize cards away from making the final here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. Uface is going to need to find some massive knockouts and also some way to just stem the flow a little bit here.
I'm unsure I can see any way out for Ufe at this point. Nikolai has the Duskull already prepped on the bench, and Ufe's in no position to take that knockout. 1 prize isn't going to help you at all at this point. And with already a Charmeleon on the bench, he has another Pokemon he can take knockout with, despite the fact that already another Charizard in the active as well. For Ufe, this is pretty difficult as a board state can be. I think last turn was really where he had to gain momentum in this game, and unfortunately missing that. You know, this is... I don't know if he can recognize or even identify a way forward in this game.
But you're going to have to play to your outs right here, right now. He's used the Artisan, which does impact Nikolai's board. He does lose the Fezandipity and a Hoot there as well. He's kept the Duskull. Took a bit of a moment to make that decision because it's such an important scenario to be in, because utilizing Curse Blast from either the Dusclops or the Duskull can be so pivotal in trying to make your prize mapping work. But then this is what the board state he's left himself with that Pidgeot, with that Hoot, with that Duskull right now, as we do see a superior energy retrieval from Ufe. We do see a Lunar Cycle. Can we find the Metal Energy? We hit the Earthen Vessel, so at least we're going to be swinging away with a Golden Go EX right here, right now as well. But then it's just whether we find enough energy cards to take a knockout.
I think his only option at this point is to try and mitigate the play with the Duskmar to take a knockout on one of the single prizes and then take an additional 2 on one of these Golden Goes. I think Ufe really needs to prioritize this Pidgeot EX right here, only because it limits any potential plays here. With that Quick Search ability, we know how strong it is to be able to find those final pieces. Nikolai still needs Rare Candy. He still needs the Duskmar. So at least taking out that Pidgeot, you're lowering the chances, if not just a little bit.
I just saw 3 random circles on the screen there, Ben.
Right, I'm going to draw on your face in a minute.
Right. I mean, it was just all over the place. Anyway, but yeah, I think you're right. It is important to try and maybe take down that Pidgeot. We know we have... Oh, no, we used the Prime Catcher, didn't we?
We've used the Prime Catcher,
so
it's only Boss's Orders that are going to be an option. So finding those energy cards are just going to be made that a little bit more difficult. No supporters to find any sort of extra energy, but at least drawing into those Earthen Vessels this turn will be beneficial to try and find additional, of course.
We did get that one-off Dark Energy, you know, utilized just for that Monkey Dory that Ufa plays, as we do see a coin bonus for 1 additional card there as well. What do we get? It looks like an Arven.
Yeah.
So that's probably not going to help from this scenario. Do we get something like that Boss's Orders?
I feel like you have to play the Boss's Orders here. You're
do we have one?
Yeah, we definitely have the Boss's Orders.
Fine,
yeah.
fine. I'll believe
or maybe
you.
going for the Arven. I mean, I'd go for the Boss's Orders. I mean,
if there is one.
Yeah. No, the Boss's Orders is there.
Okay, there you go.
I was right.
So he was just picking the Arven to be discarded, just to get those energies. Yeah, I think you have to go for the Pidgeot. Like you said, just to limit any sort of chance that Nikolai might have, just to cherry pick what he would like. Yeah, that Boss's Orders is being eyed up right now. We'll need 6 energy cards, but can only target down the Terrapagos. Maybe only has access to 5 energy cards in his hand.
At least with this Terrapagos, you're not...
Oh, just choosing. Maybe not even to knock it out for the moment.
Didn't have enough energy?
I think there was one more there, but... Yeah, this is a kind of an interesting decision here with 200 damage. There was one more energy in hand, but maybe just trying to trap the Terapagos for the moment?
I would have thought so. I mean, if you're not going to be able to find knockout this turn, I guess this is the best option to you. Terapagos with a 2 energy requirement to get to retreat out of the active, but does play quite a lot of jet energy, I will say, Nikolai. But I'm really unsure for Ufei at this point. And here comes the quick surge. Rare Candy, Dust Noir, and with this jet energy, will be able to find game at this point if he does already have it in hand. The Dust Noir being popped off on one of either the Lunatone or the Solrock. You see here, there's a smaller HP Pokemon here, 110 HP, will be within range of the Curse Blast, putting Nikolai only 2 prize cards away, with this Goldengo already in the active, making it susceptible to a Burning Darkness for game.
Yeah, absolutely. We get the Noctowl right now, being able to cherry pick 2 pieces, does pick up the Rare Candy, so it looks like we're going in that direction. Can choose either or, that's Solrock or Lunatone. There comes an Ultra Ball as well, but I think we already have the Dusknoir in hand. Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Curse Blast is live. Prime Catcher available as well on any of the Golden Goes, and I think that should be more than enough when you're giving away a prize from the Curse Blast as well. Your opponent then has taken 3 prize cards, plus 90 plus your 180, you're dealing 270. There's Curse Blast on the Solrock. That's a massive knockout, down to 2 prizes remaining, and it's just a Burning Darkness. He just needs to announce it. There it is. Burning Darkness, 270 damage. Handshake. Nikolai makes it all the way to your final here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships.
What a dominant display from Nikolai, really showing the power of the engines that he has available to him. Has the Quick Search, has the Jewel Seeker as well. So many different combination plays that he's shown off in both games there. You know, all credit to him. It's a lot to ask for a player of this caliber to come even this close to a regional championships with such a complex deck, you know. And I mean, you know, just showing off as we get here on the replay.
Yeah, the replay here just kind of demonstrating in game 1, despite Ufei taking the sort of initiative with that Solrock Cosmic Beam, there wasn't really much of a setup from Ufei's side. Anytime he did, and this was the moment when he did get those 2 Gimmiggles down, Nikolai had that combo again because of the Noctowl, because of the Pidgeot, had the Charizard, had the boss's orders, so could Curse Blast one of the Gimmiggles and then take down the other with a Burning Darkness attack, or even just a Unified Beatdown attack. And then from then onwards, Ufei just really wasn't able to get going with all those combo pieces that Nikolai was pulling together and really sort of wiping out the board. And it just got a bit too late at points because Ufei missed a potential big knockout or chance to take a big knockout, could only hit 70 in the Charizard. There was 2 prizes and that was all she wrote. Game 2, Ben.
Yeah, game 2, Nikolai was able to set up once more, starting that fan call in this circumstance was only to his benefit, was able to search out the Pidgey, the Hootoots, the Noctowls to get up and running. I mean, for Ufei was able to set up quite nicely, but it was actually the mid-turns in which he missed out here, was unable to find those extra energy for those big 2 prize knockouts, and unfortunately for him just was not able to keep up with Nikolai's board states. I mean, as we've already mentioned, the Pidgey, the Pidgeot, sorry, the Noctowl, there were so many different ways that Nikolai could have gone ahead in that matchup that, you know, it just wasn't enough for Ufei.
Yeah, and it was just this massive knockout because he missed a potential big swing into a Charizard EX. We know that Burning Darkness was dealing more than enough to take out that Pheasantipity, and we tried to slow the game down with a 200 Make It Rain on that Terapagos EX, but when you have all the pieces, just all the combo here, it was the same as that kind of game 1, targeting those smaller HP Pokemon, having the Charizard in the active spot after that Prime Catcher, and a massive Burning Darkness. 270 damage after Ufei had to take a prize because of Dusknoir that sent him all the way to the final.
Yeah, and what a showing it was, and what a deserved finalist as well.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
I've already mentioned how complex the deck must be to run, and especially going through all of phase 1 and phase 2. There's so much on your mind with a deck like that, right? You know, you've got so many different engines, and with deck search, it's way different to draw, isn't it? Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, with deck search, you're building your deck around those one-off choices and those specific game states. So, you know, it's a little bit of an extra bit of spice, I would say, to what your Goldengo deck is, where you're drawing into your outs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're maximizing the outs that you have in a deck like that, you know, you're playing the 4 of Buddy Buddy Poffins, you're playing the 4 of Nest Balls. Your main goal effectively, because you play any sort of Fan Rotom deck, it's just to get that out, because then Fan Call on your first turn really and truly unlocks absolutely everything. Then again, we saw in game 1, actually, he didn't even need to. He just started and opened with the Terapagos. He had the Pheasantipity. His Pidgey was gusted up and knocked out. I don't think there was much Ufei could do other than that. But then it unlocked the Pheasantipity, flipped the script. He was drawing so many more cards. And it just didn't even matter that he had that slower turn without the Fan Rotom, because he then eventually got the Hoot-Hoots, got the Pidgey into a Pidgeot, and then just kind of took over the game from then onwards.
I mean, we've seen in this tournament how strong both variants are of Charizard, right? I mean, we've seen the regular, more linear Charizard that we've seen before make the top tables, where you're just playing the Duskmar and Pidgeot. But in this circumstance, playing the addition of Noctowl as well as the new addition to the deck, which is Dawn. Being able to find your stage 1s, your stage 2s, it kind of all comes together as a bit of a symphony, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just, you can see the synergies. I mean, just that with the Fan Rotom, because you're getting so many of those single prizes, the colorless ones. And, you know, we saw a bit of the combo where you can kind of get the Fan Rotom into a Noctowl, or sorry, Hoot-Hoot into Noctowl. That gets you the Pidgey, and then it Rare Candied into the Pidgeot, because you can grab Rare Candy. I mean, there's a couple of things I just want to highlight, and I think it's really cool to kind of watch back on. It was one particular decision that Ufei had to make here. We do have, for example, you know, he didn't have much going on.
No.
He had two choices in terms of a knockout. He had, with that Cosmic Beam, dealing 70 damage, he had the choice between the Hoot-Hoot or the Pidgey. Now, typically, you'd think the Pidgey is kind of the big scary problem, because you can kind of evolve it up into the Pidgeot EX. But what we've seen even from previous tournaments as well is that just by thinking about targeting that Hoot-Hoot instead, because that enables you typically to get the Rare Candy, to get the Pidgeot, because you can get Rare Candy Ultra Ball. And then that's kind of the decision that Ufei had to make. You had to hope that maybe Nikolai didn't have Rare Candy Pidgeot raw straight in the hand already. And that's exactly what we saw. That's why he had to decide and actually target down that Hoot-Hoot in the end as well.
I feel like in those earlier tunes, you want to go for that Hoot-Hoot, only because, I mean, I know in this circumstance, you already have the Terapagos on the field, so that Jewel Seeker is available. But Hoot-Hoot in the earlier turns are finding those trainer cards. I feel like in those later turns, you're finding cards like Charizard, like Duskmar to come up with those combination plays. So going for Jewel Seeker is actually the better option, because I feel like even if they did have Rare Candy Pidgeot, you know, you'll still be able to find whatever else.
Yeah, and that was exactly it. That boss's orders onto that Hoot-Hoot. And it just meant that, you know, that unfortunate Lunar Cycle didn't grab something like a Buddy Buddy Poffin alongside that, because that would be a completely different game.
It would have been.
But at the same time, because we have to be taking prizes, because it's still representing a single prize board state and taking out that Hoot-Hoot, it was just one of those things where it was unfortunate for Ufei that Nikolai could actually just promote the Pidgey and then just evolve straight into the Pidgeot as well.
Hoot-Hoot's easier to find for Nikolai's circumstance than a Rare Candy Pidgeot, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's come a lot of awkward decisions, and that's just sometimes it just has to be telepathed the same way. Just like we saw with the Fighting Energy attachment to the Soul Rock after eventually having all those golden goals in play and just couldn't find that knockout, so I had to just start attacking with the Soul Rock again in game 2. It's just sometimes just a little bit telepathed, and there's not much you can do about it.
No, not at all. But looking back at the tournament, though, going back to it, you know, let's come out of the game for a second. Nikolai's made the final. Would you have ever expected a deck like this to make the final?
I mean, look, this is the credit to all of our players that they get to be a bit more creative with what they're doing in terms of the decks. I mean, look how many stage 2s are in that deck. So stage 1s and stage 2s in that deck. We saw Dawn being utilized properly for the first time. And then, you know, I think we can go back to that final turn. Just have a little look at the replay of that final turn as well, because this is where it really popped off, right? This is something you've been looking at quite closely as well, where he got the pieces, the Rare Candy from get into the Duskmars and targeting the smaller HP Pokemon, and then make sure, you know, just showcase exactly why this deck was so good.
Right, I'm going to go in circles now. Right, of course, we have the Duskmar here. We know that Nikolai is able to have these plethora of different ways of getting around the prize race, has cards like Briar, but it's really the Duskmar which is showing off the strength of this deck, because it is so easy to set up. You're able to take out smaller HP Pokemon that the Goldengo has, just like the Lunatone or the Solrock, and then reducing the amount of prizes required for your opponents is only increasing the damage output of that Burning Darkness. And of course, being on 3 prize cards exactly, you're putting yourself within range to knock out those Goldingos. 270, you know, is it more than 260 as we know? Is it? Hang on.
Good math. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it is. I'm gonna have you after this. So does put himself then within range of taking the game with 1 knockout, taking those last 2 prizes. So yeah, I mean, you know, all credit to Nikolai. It's heavily reliant on sequencing, isn't it? And you know, we all give credit to players who are able to take these sorts of decks to big tournaments and take advantage. So yeah, all credit to Nikolai, like I say, once more.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought you were going to start drawing all over the overlay again with all the prizes, you know, then kind of indicating the 30 additional damage. But yeah, I know it took a moment. That Burning Darkness dealing more than enough. And of course, you know, very gracious, just that handshake. Congratulations to both our players. Just to even be in top 4, right?
Yes.
And then even progress for our player to make it to the final as well, which is just like an incredible achievement. But Ufe's been in these kind of positions before. He's had that kind of top 8 at UIC, and again, he's had another incredible run. But it's just on Nikolai now to just go one more step further and become a regional champion.
I mean, it's still a mad result, right? Top 8 in such a big tournament.
Well, top 4.
Well, top 4. Sorry, I keep saying top 8, top 4. It keeps going too quick. But let's have a listen to an interview with our winner of our last round. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am here with our first Stuttgart Regional Champion finalist. It's Nikolai Stierborg. Stort to look at today.
Thank you.
So I have to ask, first of all, when you came on your flight to Stuttgart, did you think that you would be in top cut, playing a match against someone who you could have played against at Allerod Library, being interviewed by someone who you could have been playing against at Allerod Library?
So when I went on the flight, I had got my deck in the hand first day. My deck is made by the greatest deck builder of Europe, Oscar Masson, and I didn't know what to play, and he gave me the deck, and I was like, I guess we play this. Then I had 1 night of testing, and I quickly found out that the deck is basically a cheat code.
A cheat? I mean, in what way? I mean, you had to like go in a bit more depth with that.
First of all, it's a deck that want to go first in this format. I have went first every single game 1 of today and yesterday, and I've been playing a lot of decks in my time. I have never played a deck that felt this powerful, this consistent. So it basically feels like a cheat code that wasn't discovered yet.
Well, I mean, your score kind of proves that, right? We were just talking before, you were completely undefeated, and your only 3 ties was 1 natural tie in round 4 and then just 2 IDs, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I took the IDs hoping to get into top cut without having to pay the asymmetrical, and it kind of worked, so.
Yeah. And then how did it feel? Yeah, you find out you're in top 4, and then you're up against Ufa, like one of our locals. I mean, how was the vibe during the match?
I actually liked it. It's my first stream match, and I kind of liked the fact that it was just like playing at locals. But a bigger stage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And to be fair, I feel like you've been kind of like punching close to like a bigger result for a while now. You've been playing good decks, you've been playing consistently, but this is your first really like big breakthrough result. I mean, you're already in the finals, and that's like amazing enough. But if you were to go ahead and win the whole thing, what would that mean to you?
Well, it would mean a lot. I don't believe in second places. I don't believe that second place is an accomplishment. So
win or bust.
Win or bust, basically. A win would mean the world. I started playing like start of last year, so already being this close to a regional win feels nice.
Yeah, I bet it does, especially after not playing for that long. I mean, we were talking a bit on stream about how like new players like yourself are like coming in, putting the practice in and showing, if you put in the dedication, you could be up there. I mean, you're here now in the finals after not that long playing. So I guess one nice thing to end on, who helped you get there? Is there anyone you'd like to say, you mentioned Oscar Madsen already, of course. Is there anyone like you want to say thank you to?
Yeah, I would like to thank everybody who tested with me to make sure I'm always ready, I'm always prepared. I would like to thank my mom and my girlfriend for always supporting me. Like, I travel so much. I was in LAIC last week, so not being home and still have the support from back home, it feels amazing.
Yeah, I bet it does. Once again, stort til lykke today. That's big congratulations in Danish, in case any of you didn't know. And we are going to be ready very, very soon with our next top 4 match. So don't go anywhere to find out who Nikolai's going to be facing in the finals.
Hello Pokemon trainers, my name is Benjamin and I'm here to take you through some of the highlights of our newest set in the Pokemon TCG, Journey Together. Journey Together not only introduces new cards into our meta, but also brings back an ever-popular mechanic the game first introduced 20 years ago, and what the competitive metagame has not actually seen for 10 years. The new Trainers Pokemon mechanic was actually first teased all the way back in Worlds 2024, and the excitement for the possible trainers that could be featured was electric. The wide variety of trainers included in these new cards could span across various regions and games, showcasing some of the fans' favourite trainers and, most importantly, their acclaimed Pokemon. But of course, it's not just trainers and their Pokemon that could be introduced. Items, tools, and even stadium cards are all part of the bundle, allowing players to adapt their entire deck around a specific package of cards, all aligned to one specific trainer. Now let's take a look at some of these standout inclusions from the new set, all based around these new trainers. First up on our trainers list is N, and we can't start talking about N until we take a look at N Zoroark EX, a powerful darkness-type Pokemon with a bunch of tricks up its sleeve. Armed with its reputable trade ability, this card is perfect for players who want to draw cards and increase their consistency. With its Night Joker attack, a player's N Zoroark EX can attack with one of their benched N's Pokemon's attacks for their turn. And with many Pokemon under N's arsenal, most notably with N's Reshiram and N's Darmanitan, players can opt for a more varied approach to taking their game to their opponents. Players can easily accelerate energy and synergize with N's Zoroark EX's trade ability with the new N's PP Up item card, allowing them to attach those important basic energy cards from their discard pile. And once more, to help them stream those ongoing attacks is the new N's Castle Stadium card. Next up on our trainers list is Hop. Featured within the set is a plethora of different Hop cards, most notably in Pokemon such as Hop's Zacian EX, Hop's Snorlax, but also tool cards such as Hop's Choice Band. Hop's cards present a perfect example of harmonious synergy. Whilst Hop's Zacian's EX's first attack Instant Strike does not seem as intimidating with its 30 damage, pairing it with Hop's Choice Band, Hop's Snorlax's Extra Helpings ability, and the Post-Quick Stadium card, Hop's Zacian EX is now doing a massive 120 damage to their opponent's active Pokemon, and for no energy cost. With a number of additional Pokemon in its stockpile such as Hop's Cramorant, and other Pokemon such as Blood Moon's Lunar EX, the continuous and consistent damage slowly overloads their opponent and grinds down their board state of submission, showcasing just another style of play in another trainer archetype. Another trainer on our list is Iono. Iono's Bellibolt EX shines bright, being paired with a huge range of cards supporting its two main features. Firstly, its ability Electric Streamer allows players to attach as many basic lightning energy from their hand to one of their Iono's Pokemon. And secondly, its attack Thunderous Bolt deals a very respectable 230 damage. Where Iono really shows great consistency is with Iono's Kilowatt Roll. Its ability Flashing Draw gives players a way of drawing up to 6 cards in hand if they can discard a basic lightning energy from the Pokemon. Paired with Iono's Bellibolt EX's Electric Streamer, and with various methods of consistency bringing basic energy to the player's hand, players can more comfortably draw into the cards they need, and execute their strategy more effectively. And finally, we have the fan favourite, Lily. Although Lily has a great set of cards, we will focus specifically on one card from the collection, which is Lily's Clefairy EX, a great gem from this set. Lily's Clefairy EX combines an extremely relevant ability with its Fairy Zone ability, making it the perfect tool for players to splash the card easily into other decks to more effectively deal with the Dragon-type Pokemon that are dominant in the format. In connection to its Full Moon Rondo attack and its low energy cost, Lily's Clefairy EX is a threat all on its own, but you can understand why many players say it's now their favoured method of dealing with the commanding Dragon-type Pokemon in the meta. Trust us when we say this one's going to shake up the competitive scene. Well, you can just see how the new trainers Pokemon are planning to impact the meta, either all on their own as single archetypes, taking some of the game's already established cards, or being included as single cards in already influential decks in the format due to their strong abilities or attacks. Their introduction allows players to approach the game more individually, making each of the trainers archetypes unique in their own way, which will always bring a more interesting and varied metagame. We hope you're enjoying the new cards from Journey Together just as much as we are. Which trainer do you think will come out on top? There's only really one way to find out, and that's by staying tuned to the live broadcast. Until next time, trainers, this has been Benjamin. Catch you later.
My name is Alexander Rutovich, and to win it feels
We'll then
amazing.
find the Dragapult EX and the Neo Upper Energy. That's going to put damage into the active counter catcher as well, and that is the game.
It's not quite there. It's an Ultra Ball. There's an Ultra Ball. That means it can do this turn. Ultra Ball for that Dusclops. Alexander, do you see it right now? Ultra Ball going into the deck. And if he finds that Dusclops right now, it's going to be game. Alexander wins Lille!
I think the best first decision was to pick the Dragapult deck, which was actually great for the weekend. So working on the list, having free pulled, free boss, and I felt like I was playing quite well. Yeah, I was surprised how Zorak was on top tables, so it was pretty difficult to deal with them, but somehow I managed to do so. And I also lost one game to Control, which I find like a very difficult matchup since the Pultner and my list started playing only 2 Stretcher instead of 4 like it was before. Yeah, I've chose Dragapult Dusknoir mainly because I've had a lot of experience on it. Before Worlds, I played the Zek 2 Worlds. After that, I took some breaks, so coming back to the deck felt really nice and fresh. And for this weekend, it was a pretty good pick. That's why I chose it and didn't think of anything else. I honestly just came to local league and played different decks than the one I ended up playing at the tournament. I only think that I played like 1 week before with my actual deck, and it was even like old format, but the Draglock engine still like feels kind of the same. Yeah, so in Mirror, of course, you are a lot dependent on how you draw either under item lock, but it's also important to recognize like what spot are you in. For example, if you can KO their on-reach Draglock out of play, you of course want to do it, or like board wipe all of their like energies, something. That's like the key moments. And against Alberto, like game 2, when I KO'd his like only Draglock, I basically felt like winning, but I was like talking to myself like, okay, it's not done yet, it's not done yet. Maybe like Monkey Dory Confuse can come in. So I was pretty scared of that, but pretty much I knew I won. My friend Mateusz, he's like a great player. He is so much better than me. He pushes me like to try and win with him sometime. And the other person that like gave me the deck and told me to play it for the Lille weekend was Henry Brandt. He's like a great player, very sometimes innovates like the best deck, but adds like a really cool idea to it. So I really like his twists on the popular deck lists.
What a amazing top 4 match that we had there with Nikolai Stibor coming out on top, but he needs an opponent, and to figure out an opponent, we need to go through a match to find it, don't we?
Yeah, we need another nail-biting match to conclude to meet our other finalists of the Stuttgart Regional Championships. What a game we had that previous round, you know, showing off a Dark type that we haven't seen yet. I know it was Charizard EX with Pidgeot and Dusknoir, but it was a whole different way of playing, and it shown off, you know, an impact of a card that I really didn't see coming, especially getting all the way to a final, which was Dawn included in Charizard, unlocking the potential to maybe even add the Noctowl, and, you know, all power to Nikolai in that matchup, you know, really shown off the stuff.
Well, I mean, he said it in the interview we did, right? The deck almost feels like a cheat code. And I honestly, the way he explained it, I can see why. There were murmurs about this new version of Terapagos for a while, and it was an Oscar Madsen creation. We know, very, very strong player, very strong deck builder as well. Perhaps even, as claimed, one of the best in Europe, but I'll leave that for everyone else to decide. But he came up with this list, and I can see the strength and why there are murmurs around it already. The rumors are real.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, there are so many different options you can, you know, take to a game. You know, it's very reactionary. You know, you have so many options to go and have a deck search with Noctowl, Jewel Seeker, and the Pidgeot quick search. You know, like you said, cheat code. It's just going through the deck and just cherry picking whatever you need. We know that Jewel Seeker only getting trainers, but with the connection with the quick search, you almost unlock the entire potential of your own deck.
Yeah, and even just like having Terapagos in as both your Terra enabler, but also it's just a really good basic attacker.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it kind of punches well above its own weight in terms of what it offers to the deck as well. So just super, super strong. Now, let's take a look and review over the bracket, see where things stand as they are currently. So we have one of our finalists, Nikolai Stierborg, beat Ufa 2-0 there and advanced to the finals. We don't quite know who Alexander's going to be facing in top 4. Top 8 against, with Oyvind against Christian is still going 1-1 right now.
Yeah, and I mean, look at these names here. You know, we've already featured Alexander before in our top 8 game, and what a match that was as well. Able to overcome Drew Stevenson, who is on a complete hot streak right now, as many of these other players are. Oyvind still going through that game right now, and we're just waiting for that result to come in to confirm our other top 4 competitor. Daniel Magda, unfortunately overcome by Ufe, who we've previously featured in our last game. Nicholas Steinborg, as you quite rightly mentioned, making it all the way to the final at this point. And you know, I don't know what he's doing right now, but he's got 2 games to wait for to find out his opponent in the finals. And you know, he's going to be looking at those top tables, looking at those matches, you know, trying to guess what's going to come out on top.
I'll tell you one thing he could be doing. He'd be passing the time by joining in with us for a lovely game of Who's That Pokemon?
Terrible. I'm going to be awful at this, unless it's 151.
Oh, come on. Give yourself the credit.
I'll be all right.
Yeah.
I'll be all right.
But yeah, we're going to get some Pokédex entries. We have to guess what they are. So let's start with this. The pollen it releases contains poison. If this Pokemon is raised on clean water, the poison's toxicity is increased. This sounds like Badu.
Badu?
I mean, yeah, we were talking about releasing pollen. Like,
I was thinking, pollen. Yeah, that's thrown me off, because I was thinking of Toxapex.
Oh, Toxapex, but if it's raised on clean water.
Yeah, water.
But it doesn't. I don't think Toxapex doesn't release pollen, does it? It's like
no, not at all.
Right? It could maybe be a Badu evolution.
Yeah,
that'd be the other thing I was thinking.
Maybe Dewpider as well.
Possibly. Drew, split guesses. I'm going to stick with Badu. What's your guess?
Yeah, I'll go with Badu. I mean, the water's thrown me off, but
okay.
I'll go with whatever
Badu.
you pick here.
Yeah, there we go.
Brilliant. Oh, what a guess that is. I mean, maybe an educated guess on your point.
But also because raised on clean water, that implies it's young.
Raised on clean water. Ah, yeah.
So that
implies it's youth. Yeah,
yes.
Good point. All
right, next up, let's see what we have here. This Pokemon hangs upside down from cliffs waiting for prey, but it can't remain in this position for long because its blood rushes to its head.
Upside down?
From
maybe
cliffs.
a bat Pokemon? Maybe something like a Crobat or a Golbat?
This sounds annoyingly familiar. I feel like I've seen this Pokédex entry before, and now I'm just like, who is this? Hangs upside down from cliffs?
Cliffs. Rocky, maybe the Crobat. I'm gonna go with Crobat.
Okay. No, I don't think it is. It's
hangs
like
upside down. It's thrown me off.
Let's go with, I know it doesn't really hang from cliffs, but it does hang upside down. I'll go with Spidops.
Spidops, okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
And what's the answer? Claw.
Oh, yes, of course. In the game, it's hanging upside down and it comes at you. Yeah. Did not think of that.
I was like this close.
It doesn't really have much of a head.
No, it doesn't.
It's a crab.
But I was this close thinking in the back of my head, it's TCG relevant. Maybe is it claw?
It's all head.
The blood is like rushing all over.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't quite know how that works, but
yeah, fair enough.
It does make sense.
Fair enough. Right,
okay, so we're 1 and 2 right now, but let's see if we can make it 2 and 3. If its chronic headache peaks and makes a bit odd powers, it seems unable to recall such an episode. That sounds like Psyduck, right?
Yeah. Headache, Psyduck, has to be Psyduck.
Psyduck, lock it in.
Yeah,
easy peasy.
That's an obvious one.
2 out of 3 ain't bad, I'll say.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Moving swiftly on to our next Pokédex entry. Maybe this one's gonna be a little bit trickier. Many youths admire the way this Pokemon listlessly picks fights and keeps its cool no matter what opponent it faces.
Tyrogue? Machop?
I feel like Tyrogue is more like it's kind of, aiming to become stronger, right? It could involve one of those 3 different sort of fighting type Pokemon.
Listlessly picks fights and keeps its cool no matter what opponent it takes.
And many used to admire this Pokemon, so maybe quite a cool looking Pokemon, maybe.
I'm thinking maybe Machop, because it's like youthful, so it's a bit of a cool guy, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember an announcement that was done when they first revealed Crabrawler, that it was revealed in tying with the World Championships, and how I think Junichi Masuda talked about how it reminded him of people competing at the World Championships, and it was that
I could play into
spirit.
it. I could play into it.
So based on that, I'm going to say Crabrawler.
All right. I'll go Machop.
You go Machop, okay.
Or maybe Machoke.
Let's see, who's that Pokemon?
I did not see that coming. Toxtricity.
Again, that does kind of make sense. I mean, it's quite a cool Pokemon.
Yeah, it's cool. It's a bit of a rock star, isn't it? Toxtricity. Bit of a cool design.
Yeah,
okay, fair enough. Right, what's the next one? I'm eager to find out this next one.
Yeah, go on. We can try and pull it back to like a overall positive record. It is very similar to a cyborg covered exclusively by a paranormal magazine. The cyborg was said to be the modified form of a certain athlete.
Cyborg.
So it's got to be a future Pokemon, right?
Paranormal magazine. Yeah. Yeah. Future ghost. Modified form.
Paranormal magazine. Covered it.
This one's completely thrown me now. Cyborg.
Well, okay, hold on. I mean, Fan Rotom, or rather, Rotom in general, kind of, you know, possesses appliances, right?
But an athlete?
Yeah, that's the bit that's throwing me off as well.
Yeah. Athlete. Maybe an Iron Valiant, I suppose. Iron Valiant with the kind of thing going on.
Where I'm happy to go with that.
Let's go Iron Valiant. I'll go Iron Valiant.
Yes, the same here.
Oh, Iron Hands. Athlete?
Oh, like a sumo wrestler, I guess?
I suppose. Yeah. In certain lights, it's an athletic one.
But similar to, that one surprised me, to be honest.
I like to think of myself athletic, so I mean, if it's Iron Hands as well.
So you're going to be an Iron Hands in the future then? Is that what I'm hearing?
I don't know. Maybe catch up with me in 5 years. We'll find out, maybe.
Watch the space in the stream 5 years' time. So we got another one coming up. It is incredibly poor learner because it uses the bare minimum amount of energy for its brain.
Sounds like me. It focuses on battling instead. That's going to be me popping up now. Poor learner.
You can't guess yourself. You're not a Pokemon.
I know. Poor learner. Battling instead. So it's obviously a bit of a, you know, I don't care. I'm just going to go into the fight. Poor learner, though. Maybe like a Wobbuffet?
No, because that very much focuses on counter stuff, right? It uses its brain to do that.
It doesn't focus on battling. Yeah. It like kind of takes it instead.
I'm trying to think. Look, I have noticed a bit of a theme here. A lot of these Pokemon, they're focused. They've been like quite a bit of a TCG theme running on, right? We've had Iron Hands. We've had Claw for
I suppose so.
So they're all TCG cards.
Poor learner, though. I mean, it's not going to be Lot Bunny, it's not going to be Goldengo if that's the theme we're going to go for.
No. Focus on battling instead.
Maybe a Charizard. Could be a Charizard.
You know what, actually?
I'm thinking about Ash's Charizard was a pretty poor learner, wasn't it?
I don't hate that.
Yeah. I'm going to go Charizard.
I'll go with you. Yeah, let's lock it in. Charizard.
Oh, okay. I did not say grammar.
Some of these Pokédex entries, I swear, like, where's the reference to, like, catching stuff in his beak, you know?
I always thought, you know, the spit innocently, you know, I always think of I guess it is a poor learner. It does look like a poor learner, doesn't it?
Okay, these are harder than I was expecting. I'm not going to lie. They're really testing us here.
I need to do some revision.
Yeah, clearly, same here. Maybe let's try and redeem ourselves a little bit here.
This carefree Pokemon has an easygoing nature. While swimming, it bumps into boat hulls.
Okay, there's a few...
It has to swim, obviously, so water.
I mean, I was thinking
Pokemon in the format.
Like, I was thinking Tatsugiri, but that's probably more like to reference Dondozo and their partnership.
No,
so I don't think it's that.
I can't think of Tatsugiri, you know, bumping into boat hulls. I don't think the boat would feel it, right?
Yeah. What's carefree and easygoing? Well, we had Wayne yesterday, so I don't think it'll be that again.
Carefree, yeah.
Easygoing.
An easygoing. So it's not a battler necessarily, is it? It's not like a fierce Pokemon.
I mean, I know Gondigo is a pretty easygoing nature, but it surfs. It doesn't swim.
I mean, I was going to say Wailord. Because it's kind of it does look quite like, you know, easyggoing and.
I don't know. I feel like it's more like a gentle giant.
Yeah. I suppose it's that kind of vibe, isn't it?
Yeah. But bumping into boat holes.
Boat holes. I'm going to go Wailord. Just to keep it going.
Okay. I don't think this is right, but the only like carefree Pokemon that does stuff on the water I can think of is Goldengo. So Goldengo.
Oh,
of course.
Okay, fine.
Okay, yeah,
fine.
That one's on us. That one's on us.
Easygoing nature, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. Actually, it's one of Joe's favorite Pokemon, if you want a bit of lore. Yeah.
Quagnag.
He loves the Quag. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, well, we had a lot of fun with that. I was here yesterday saying, I need to brush up on my knowledge for the next time we play this. Clearly, I didn't do enough between yesterday and today.
I was terrible. So
I'm going to have to go in prep even more. And for you guys at home, maybe you can do some more preparation so that you can increase your score at Who's That Pokemon? There we go. Going back into today's proceedings, though, of course, so we don't quite have an update on how the other top 8 Oh wait, no, I do believe we do. Is that
we do have somebody on the desk? Yeah,
Hold on, there we go.
So
our players, our bracket is complete. Christian Donofrio takes down Oyvind Svinhufvud and will go on to meet Alexander Rutovic in our other top 4 match.
Well, what a match that would have been. Would have loved to have seen how that played out, but I can confirm, we can confirm, sorry, Christian did overcome Oyvind, as you mentioned there, against Alexander. This will be a great feature match coming up for our remaining top 4. As we've already mentioned, Nikolai already in the waiting for his final opponent for the regional championships. I mean, knowing the 2 deck lists that both players have, is this just going to be a typical one, or considering the little add-ons that both of these decks have, do you think it might sway either way specifically?
So I'm trying to. So Christian is playing a Dragon. Oh yes, there's a Dragapult mirror, isn't it? So I think I need to look at both lists properly in depth to remind myself of what those sneaky techs could be. But Dragapult mirrors are always interesting because it's not just necessarily the card choices. It's also some of the decisions that you make specifically around, for example, when you switch over from attacking with the Budu going into the Phantom Dive. Bloodmoon Ursaluna could maybe be interesting, but they're both playing that, so that could be something to go for. It's a very, very tricky deck, and it's a deck that really rewards player skill more than almost any other.
I mean, I mentioned, the little intricate decisions that they could make in terms of a deck list choice, but I think this is actually, the Dragapult archetype is actually the most concrete when it comes to must-haves in the deck and the must-have inclusions when it comes to things like supporters and the item line. So maybe we're just going to have a straight mirror match here. I'll confirm later if it's a pure 60 card mirror matchup, as we'd like to see. But let's have a look at the core strategy here of the deck. But doing Jamming Tower to try to disrupt your opponent as much as possible going into the early game. We know that Dragapult is not phased by any sort of disruption when it comes to item log.
Certainly a lot less disruption.
Yeah, of course. It naturally wants to evolve into these stage 1s. Not phased at all by not having any sort of rare candy in the deck. That's why most of the lists don't play them. Evolving into those Draglogs for your Recon Directive, that is your main engine of the deck, and using all of these different types of attacks and abilities like Curse Blast to get around the prize race as efficient as possible.
Yeah, I think this and Charizard, one of the big things that they both do really well is make use of that Curse Blast to proactively put yourself behind on prize cards so that you can proactively use what would normally be comeback cards like Ino and Counter Catcher.
Yes.
It's a super strong combo.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, Curse Blast is one of the biggest threats in the game right now. We even saw it in many a Charizard deck. This card enables so many plays. It unlocks so much potential when it comes to taking multiple prize knockouts.
I mean, we saw it get Nikolai Steeborg through to the finals, and the stream match just gone.
I say multiple prize knockouts. I say multiple prize turns.
Yes.
Knocking out these smaller HP Pokemon. They are for the majority, even some stage 1s are within range of a Curse Blast as well. And it gives players the option, it gives players a lot more of flexibility in how they can approach a game. And, as we've always mentioned, a deck with an even matchup spread across the board in this type of format is always going to come out on top.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I mean, I don't think it's any coincidence that, given that we've just been talking about how Dusknoir, how strong Dusknoir is, the finals are going to be 2 Dusknoir decks against each other, no matter what.
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to be a Dragapult versus Charizard in the finals. The 2 Dusknoir using decks.
I mean, I'm eager to see how this matchup pans out because, with Dragapult, it's almost like the mirrors that I've seen, they're almost trying to tease each other out of taking the first knockout at some points because they want to be able to unlock their own potential when it comes to disruption and even powerful cards like Counter Catcher to be able to take out as many smaller Pokemon as possible. And let's not forget, we know that the majority of the smaller Pokemon are 70 HP or 80 HP by choice when we look at Pokemon that people choose because it takes them out of range of the Phantom Dive. But when it comes to Duskull 60 HP, it can come into those ranges pretty easily. And, it's all about playing those cards at the right time at this point.
Yeah, making sure that you don't play them down at a point where your opponent's board state is so advanced that a residual Phantom Dive can just, plonk that Duskull off the board before it can become more threatening and also give your opponent an extra free prize card.
Yeah, we always like to think that Gardevoir mirror match is the real kind of the thinking man's game, but I really always think that it's Dragapult because you have that added element of damage counters rather than say raw, just damage through an attack. Damage counter spread is one of the real it's one of the real skills in the game, I find, because you're preemptively planning for your future turns. How does my turn 2 look? How does my turn 3 look once I start attacking? And you know, with the Dragapult mirror match, you don't also have to manage your own turns, but you have to kind of play this guessing game as to how your opponent's going to approach it as well.
Yeah, I mean, guessing game to some extent, but if you're a really experienced player, you don't necessarily have to, it's not even so much a guess, right? It's more like an informed prediction.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah,
kind of similar to how we see in the video game, right? People talk about making a read on whether someone's going to use a certain move. You can apply some of that same thinking into the trading card game as well. Like thinking, okay, if my opponent does this, then I do this, but I think they're most likely to do this. They might be thinking that I'm thinking they're going to do this, so maybe I do this instead. And the psychological mind games are through the roof.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. And I think it's all going to be reactive to the current board state. You know, it might be that one player doesn't find that buddy popping at the right time, or that player's maybe started a Pokemon that's quite awkward or easy to knock out, like a Pidgeot. You know, it might not be potentially the game to put down the Pidgeot because it's so easy to reach for the Dragapult Phantom Dive. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, I think, to see how this mirror match pans out.
Yeah, and the players are making their way over to the table right now. Not quite ready to go, but I am very, very eager to see which of these two Dragapults will come out on top. And also, yeah, I want to look through the list to determine, is it going to be a 60-card mirror match? We don't see those very often on stream unless it's like one of these new builds that a small tester group has piloted and is so successful that you end up with 2 of them in the finals. That we've seen before.
Yeah, no, I'll go through the list once I can confirm the players have both got their headsets on. But you know, I was speaking to Alexander earlier, just going back to it. I was able to have the winner's interview with him from his top 8 match. He confidently said to me, to my face, I am the best Dragapult player in the room.
Just straight up.
Just straight up. I am the best Dragapult player. So this is a chance to find out whether that's true or not. You know, if both players are able to have a strong game here and a strong setup. Let's just see how strong Alexander's claim is.
Here's the thing. If Alexander wins this finals, that statement will be just objectively correct.
Oh, 100%. yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, it's already a regional champion this season. I mean, we haven't even touched upon that fact. Seeing himself in the top 4 again this season, I mean, that's no stretch. It's no stretch out of the imagination that he can take it home again. You know, we've seen so many players, especially from NA, go on these hot streaks of tournaments like Aban Ahmad or even Henry Chow, and maybe Alexander's the EU version of a strong player on a strong run.
Yeah, it might well be. Mao, speaking of which, our players are shuffling up and they are getting ready to go for our feature match. Let's head over to the table to start our build up to do this amazing top 4 match from Alexander against Christian to determine who will go to the finals and if Alexander truly is the best Dragapult player in the room.
Now that both players will have their headsets on, I can confirm the list, but let's have a look at the accolades of both of our players. We've already featured Alexander, of course, a lot of recent achievements, spanning all the way back to 2023. Warsaw Regional Top 8, a World Top 128 as well. That's an amazing accomplishment on the world stage. Birmingham Regional Top 4, and of course, our Lille Regional Champion in 2026.
Yeah, an amazing set of accomplishments already accumulated in a very small amount of time. Christian also with some accomplishments, actually won a special championships all the way down in South Africa in Durban last year. That was how I believe he secured his world's invite, and some other great achievements there as well. Got top 64 as recently as LAIST last weekend, a top 128 at Worlds in 2024, and a Dortmund top 16. No slouch.
No, not at all. Both of these hot competitors, I would say, when it comes to achievements and accolades. I can, just going through the list now, I will say Christian is playing a few more different options than Alexander's playing. Christian going with some rare candy in his list for some potential acceleration in comparison to the normal of evolution line of going to the stage 1 then the stage 2 naturally, and does play 1 copy of Dawn.
Okay, that's very, very interesting. Henry Brand talked about how Dawn could maybe have his best usage in some decks as a one-off card, and maybe this is kind of the way that Christian sees the benefit here. And with the rare candy as well, could that come in an advantage in terms of just getting a Dragapult quickly in a Phantom Dive?
I really like the fact that he's identified Dawn as a really good supporter card, especially in this deck where you're managing multiple stage 2s. But having the rare candy as well, it unlocks the option to, even on your turn 2, if you have a Dreepy and another basic like a Duskull or another Dreepy, one Dawn can unlock so much potential, right? If you're able to find the rare candy, you can go for those smaller pieces, like say one of your other basics, then stage 1, then your stage 2.
Very important. Let's look at these prize cards here. Oh, there is that one of Dawn in the prize cards. That's a little bit unfortunate. I mean, nothing else too consequential for either player, though, I think. Plenty of things okay to work around, but here we go. I think Christian about to put out his prize cards again, but no, you've already done it. Let's kick off this top 4 game. Christian will be going first.
Yeah. Kicking off our second top 4 game here, Christian going first does find that really important buddy poffin to get up and running. A lot of players these days electing to go second, electing to have the first turn of supporter to find these really important item cards to get set up. But if you're fortunate enough to go first, or even being able to force to go first and finding those item cards, that's the position you want to be in.
Yeah, it really is the position you want to be in. Now, just as a quick starter for 2, yes, in this instance, let's go one last time for the strategy of this Dragapult deck. So, you want to set up your board as wide as possible with many of this Dreepy that can then evolve into Dracloak. Dracloak has this ability, Recon Directive, a really strong ability, lets you look at the top 2 cards of your deck, put 1 to your hand and 1 on the bottom of the deck. You then finally find your way into Dragapult, which has this ferocious attack, Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, and then 60 or 6 damage counters that you can put on your opponent's bench in any way you like. We also, before you go there for that attack though, you build up resources in your hand by hiding behind this ferocious little 30 HP bird Budu with its Itchy Pollen attack. Does only 10 damage, but it prevents your opponent from playing items. So you hide behind that as long as you can, build up your board with this Dracloak Recon Directive until you finally go in and do a fearsome Phantom Dive combined with your Curse Blast from this Dustmod line that can KO itself to put damage counters on your opponent's side of the field, and you just wipe out your opponent's board and win that way.
Yeah, interesting to see Christian going for that Budu, benching it with the buddy poffin. As I mentioned previously, this is a real problem in the future potentially for Christian, because it's so susceptible to an easy Phantom Dive, and with that attachment just to Dreepy, maybe going for the Budu, knowing that nothing else is in his hand, maybe just having to go for that disruption up and just hoping for the best. I didn't see the rest of the hand, but the passing over to Alexander now, Drew for turn, can't see much in that hand, you know, couple of energy and the Dragapult, maybe forcing to Ultra Ball away an energy and a Dragapult. That's not going to feel good with the limited amount of recovery in the deck.
No, does Alexander even have any kind of supporter in his hand?
I'm unsure. I mean, you would have hoped that you would have played that first if it was something like an Arven, or even well, yeah, if it was an Arven, knowing that he isn't going to play any, but...
Yeah, I guess sort of a first player Ultra Ball kind of doesn't really telegraph a whole lot of strength, let's be real.
No, not at all. I mean, you would even Ultra Ball before playing a supporter like Lilies and I know I would suppose anyway. But, you know, having to Ultra Ball away 2 very important resources in this circumstance, being energy and the Dragapult EX, your main attacker, you would think maybe, you know, just going to go for the straight up draw supporter rather than wasting some of these resources.
I think the only supporter that I saw in hand for Alexander was the boss's orders. Oh, that's
not great at all.
A dreadful start for Alexander. Yeah, I mean, not a hand you want to see in any game, but let alone in top 4 of regionals when your position in the finals is on the line.
Yeah, and that Budu is now looking pretty good for Christian, of course, because without any sort of acceleration from Alexander, or going for the Budu itself, actually, this is not a great start. Well, I mean, leaving your board state with just the Dreepy and Budu on your first turn, with the possibility of playing a supporter, knowing that you're going second, this isn't a good start.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Alexander's forced to do this just because he needs to buy himself some time somehow, and pretty much the only way he's going to be able to slow Christian down is with an Itchy Pollen. Granted, that does mean that there will be no option to Rare Candy into Dragapult so Christian can get a turn 2 Phantom Dive. That would be very devastating here. In fact, that would outright win the game, but not an option here, especially if Alexander goes for this Itchy Pollen.
I'm keen to know if Alexander knows that Christian plays Rare Candy, because with this board state, without using the Budu Itchy Pollen, Christian would actually put himself in a position to take game next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm saying.
With Holutra and a Dragapult. So yeah, like you said, forced to use that Budu, bossing orders up the Dreepy without any energy attached. This is a bit of a desperation play from Alexander, you would think.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen coming in 10 damage and a draw for 7 from Christian. What is it? Oh, it's a Dragapult. Oh, but Christian's only supporter is an INO. Oh, he really doesn't want to play that.
Play it? Do you want to play it at this point?
Well, I think you have to, right? You have nothing else to play otherwise.
I mean, you have the safety knowing that Alexander couldn't find any further basic Pokemon, so you know that you're ahead regardless.
Exactly.
So an INO isn't that terrible, but I would like an INO in connection with the Bidoof here, just to stop Alexander from using any resources like a Buddy Poffin to find those basics, even on a second turn.
Yeah, and it looks like it did work out there.
Yeah.
Christian joined the energy. That was absolutely vital. So now you've been able to get a little bit further on your board. Granted, no Dracloak doesn't feel great, but a jamming tower just to get out of the hand and stop Alexander from playing his own, and then an Itchy Pollen for 10.
Yeah, Itchy Pollen restricted from using any sort of item cards. I don't even know if there's a supporter in that hand, you know. There is a Dracloak, fortunately, so Recon Directive is now live for Alexander, but I didn't see any draw... Oh, sorry, yeah, there's a Lily's Determination.
There we go.
That's exactly the support you would want at this stage. And, yeah, playing that down straight away. Can't use that eligible thing. Well, no thanks to that Itchy Pollen from Christian. And, yeah, able to find himself a safe 8 cards now.
Yeah, going to be very happy to see that. Was a potential debate about whether to bench that Latias EX before going in, just to get out of the hand and offer some retreat flexibility later, but also doesn't want to leave a weak 2 prizer on the board to Phantom Dive shenanigans options for Christian later. So I think kind of sensible to leave it in the hand to be shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah, Alexander needs to find some way to put further Pokemon on the field at this point. Does find Droopy, does find Duskull as well, fortunately enough. I mean, we forgot to mention that Christian was unable to find any sort of Dracloak on his last turn. That's pretty unfortunate as well. That could have put himself in a winning position in his next turn. But here we go, Alexander finding the Droopy, finding the Duskull without any sort of energy, and the Neo Upper Energy as well. This is a pretty good start, actually, for his next turn. You know, has the item lock up and going as well against Christian, slamming down his own Lily's Determination.
Okay, this is about as good a draw supporter as you could ask for here. So both players finding really what they needed to get back into this game. Now, with Itchy Pollen online, Christian is going to be behind in the Dragapult race. Won't be able to use Rare Candy to kind of skip straight to the stage 2. But with this Lily's Determination, with 2 Dreepy out, could hopefully find a couple of Dracloak would be nice. Maybe even a Dusclops. You could just not necessarily use it straight away, but just use it to that next turn you can evolve into the Dusknoir and do a big Curse Blast with 13 damage counters.
This is a real big problem for Christian, not being able to find that Dracloak last turn. And now that Alexander has that Dracloak, of course, well, it's got all of its energy required for a Phantom Dive and the Duskull on bench.
Brilliant.
Wow, what a draw. But just going back to it, Alexander doesn't need items next turn necessarily. He can evolve into the Dusclops, take a knockout on that Bidoof perhaps, and then going for a Phantom Dive on one of the Pokemon on the field. So yeah, it's going to be key to see how Alexander paves way now for the remaining turns. But Christian, just using that second Recon Directive, finds the energy, but I don't think that's going to be as useful at the moment.
Well, I mean, you say that, but
Ultra Ball.
I mean, you say we're useful that right now, actually, but it's really pretty good because you have another Psychic Energy in the hand. That means that both of these Dracloak are ready to go with one more attachment of a basic Psychic Energy, which Christian has in hand.
He already had the Fire Energy in hand, but when he had Recon Directive, he found Ultra Ball and another energy. He does have Psychic Energy in hand. Sorry, I forgot to mention that.
Yeah. So with the Fire Energy find, that means that a Psychic Energy is like a guaranteed Phantom Dive on either Dracloak.
Of course.
Which is really strong. And ending on the Itchy Pollen as well for good measure. So still no items for Alexander. Would really like to find a Dragapult this turn, maybe. Normally, you kind of would want to wait a little bit longer. You don't necessarily, against most decks, you are very happy to sit behind Itchy Pollen. But in the mirror match specifically, I don't think you have time in the same way. I think you start to get aggressive.
Agreed. I think this is the turn he has to evolve that Dracloak. He knows how susceptible it is next turn, looking at Christian's board. It's going to be able to Itchy Pollen, so at least, like you said, that it isn't able to evolve into the Duskull. Here we see the pop-off on the Bidoof. Does Alexander find the Dragapult from the prizes? No, he does not. So does he have any way to find that Dragapult this turn? Christian now forced to promote. Does promote that Duskull. I mean, I like the idea of promoting another Dracloak, but that is your engine, by the way. You know, it's not something that you want to give up easily, but at least Duskull gives you the chance to take multiple prizes next turn.
Yeah, well, also, hold on a second. If you promote the anyone the Dracloak, and if Alexander is able to find a Dragapult, which you're drawing 5 cards off an INO now, which actually, that was to find off the prize cards. That was really, really huge.
Yeah, at least in this circumstance, Alexander's only taken 1 prize, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, okay, here we see INO, big 6 cards. Was he able to find the Dragapult?
Well, only 5, remember?
Oh, no, sorry. Yeah, 5 off the INO, sorry. And wasn't able to find it.
No.
It's over to Christian now. Can Christian punish this unfortunate turn from Alexander?
I mean, with double Draclo, 2 is more than 1, so we'll have 1 more recon directive, even under item lock, to try and find this Dragapult and an energy, given that we do know that the energy that was in Christian's hand was sent to the bottom of the deck with INO. There's the second recon directive. There's a Luminous energy that will do it. Oh, it's Luminous energy versus Dragapult, though.
No, it's a Draclo.
Oh, never mind.
Never mind. That's okay. We'll need to find a way to get this Duskull out the active as well. Curse Blast would get it out the active, but you need to find that all-important Dustlops if you want to use that, if you want to get it out.
A big flip the script for free cards. Does he find the Dragapult? Finds it? No, that's a whole Lucha. Never mind.
Yeah. Hard to find, it seems, for Christian. There are a few Pokemon in the hand, but I think that's a Dusknoir. Doesn't find the Dragapult.
No.
I would have never thought that both of these players were so easily... would so easily put these Bedews down to start disrupting your opponents, but I think it's a tale of how effective are your item locks at this point.
Well, not only that as well, but both players in an awkward situation where their setups weren't great, so they both felt the need, even with that liability that Badu can be later on from residual Phantom Dive damage, they needed to buy themselves some turns and some time, and to be fair, it has kind of worked for both of them.
Yeah.
They both have a Dragapult price each, so they're both missing one of their odds to find their main attacker, and I guess it's kind of borne out with how this has gone, but there's a Professor Turo's scenario. I like that.
Yeah, Professor Turo's scenario on the
my goodness.
Put it down.
That is what's the name of the attack on the Dreepy again? It does 10 damage. That's enough to KO the...
It's a Petty Grudge.
A Petty Grudge for 10 damage. KOs the Badu, and Christian goes ahead on prizes again.
Yeah, taking the 1 prize from that Badu, and more importantly, not item locking this turn. So items now available to Alexander, but with that Duskull off the bench from the previous turn, items are not going to necessarily be your priority this turn because you want to be able to use those rare candies into the Duskull. Counter Catch is certainly an item you can use at this point. And with a Phantom Dive on this Pheasantipity, it does put it only 10 damage away from knockout, which, you can do in multiple different ways.
This is a classic Dragapult play. Counter Catcher onto the Pheasantipity. Would ideally like to combine it with an INO, not able to here, but this is what you do. You do 200 damage to the Pheasantipity. It has 210 HP, so you leave it on 10 left, and you spread your damage in such a way that you can do a devastating board wipe turn on the next turn.
Yeah. And doing the 60 damage, you might want to do it on the Duskull, because I think giving Christian the Duskull for next turn to be able to evolve into the Dusknoir or even the Dusklops, it does still give him an option to take multiple prizes next turn.
Yeah, it is a bit of a tricky one, though, because that would then mean you activate Flip the Script and you're not carrying the Pheasantipity, so it would stay on board to draw 3 more cards. So bit of a weighing up game for Alexander as to whether he thinks that he's more scared of Christian drawing 3 cards or more scared of Christian doing a Dusknoir play.
Well, I like the spread of damage as long as you're being able to... Well, as long as you're able to put down multiple Duskull this turn, I wouldn't mind the damage spread, but I don't know whether Alexander's being forced to take out the Duskull from Christian as a bit of a threat on board, knowing that you only have 1 Dreepy on the field.
Yeah, well, there's a Flip Script for 3 cards. Is that a Duskull find, I believe? Yes, it was. Okay, so Alexander can, if he feels like it's safe enough, start to try and set up some ghouls of his own. But wait, is there an Alto Dragapult? Are we still missing one? Oh, there's an Ultra Ball, finally.
There was definitely Ultra Ball found off the Recon Directive.
So that's a huge find.
You're definitely forced to find one. Yeah. I mean, you have to evolve this turn, right?
I mean, I was talking as assuming a Phantom Dive would happen, but of course you need to find the Dragapult to do that. And what a great discard as well, discarding 2 Jamming Tower, the 2 completely useless cards at this point, and able to finally get out the first Dragapult of this game.
Yeah, completely useless to Jamming Tower in this matchup. Not many items being used at all from both of these lists. Oh, well, even Dragapult just in general, really, isn't it? It's not item dependent at all. Evolving into this Dragapult, a Phantom Dive incoming for Alexander, but it's how he manages that damage spread. And this is what we were talking about earlier. Yeah. This is the crucial part of this matchup.
Yeah, the choice is here. You're going to do 200 to this Pheasantipity. Do you just take the KO on this Duskull, or do you spread the damage out in such a way where you just set up for a multiple prize turn later? That's a decision that Alexander has to make here. And looks like it's going to be...
Oh, it's damage spread, yeah.
Okay, so that's what it's going to go for. 200 onto this Pheasantipity, and that's just going for just the 6 on the GP. Honestly, I think I like this a lot more.
However, not knowing that Christian plays Rare Candy, if he's able to Rare Candy this GP specifically, it will put him out, it will put the GP, well, sorry, the Dragapult out of a range of a Phantom Dive, which will nullify, I should say, Alexander's strategy of taking multiple prizes per turn. So I think I actually would have rather the damage spread 2-2-2 or maybe even a 3-3 across multiple Pokemon.
Yeah, it's definitely a risk there based on that fact. And that goes back to what I was saying at the beginning, right? Does Alexander know that there is a Rare Candy in this deck?
Yeah, he doesn't know, to be fair to him, right? I mean, you know, this isn't an ordinary list, I would say, for Dragapult. I spoke earlier about, you know, you're more or less going to find a concrete 60 with Dragapult, but Christian playing those 3 different differentials, really, in the Rare Candy and the Dawn, it does make this list a little bit, you know, there's a little bit of something extra when it comes to this archetype.
Yeah, looks like the decision there to actually evolve that damaged Dreepy, not into a Dragapult, but into a Dracloak. So that's going to be on 30 damage left. And here's a tough recon directive. I mean, Religious Determination would be nice, but not drawing the full 8, given that the prize cards have been taken. So he's going to go for that Ultra Ball, and you're going to go ahead and discard that Buddy Buddy Puffin, not going to be much use to you anymore. And the Dust Noir as well, going to grab that Dusclops. That means that's one less thing you have to worry about using Rare Candy on.
Well, you need to get this Pheasantipity out of the active. I think this is the, you know, such a strong play from Alexander, because knowing that there's no bench, there's no room on the bench, sorry, for that Latias EX to be able to get that Pheasantipity out of the active, he's forcing Christian to use this Curse Blast to get something off the field in order to put it down to retreat. So if Christian wants to get an attack off, which I'd imagine he does at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't feel great having to bench a Latias EX, but I mean, if that's the difference between attacking or not, that's the decision you got to take, right?
Exactly. I would really like to see from Christian now a possible gust up on this on the Duskull, actually, to take out the Duskull and the Dreepy, leaving him on board with just the Pheasantipity and the Dragapult. But, you know, you're going to have to hit into a Dragapult at some point, right? 320 HP is so high for Dragapult to deal with. You'd imagine, you know, you have to expect that you'll have to be forced to hit into one at some point.
Yeah, so here we go. The retreats into the Dracloak. We know that there's a Dragapult in hand. We know there's a Renji in hand. So a Phantom Dive is going to happen. I don't think there's any gusting, unfortunately. So it is going to have to be a hit into this active spot. And now a decision as to how you want to spread out this damage.
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, he's... well, knocking out the Dreepy takes out any sort of engine from Alexander from the Dracloak. So yeah, 2 damage counters on the Dreepy. You know, you have to think, if I'm putting 4 damage counters on the Duskull, a Curse Blast might be coming anyway, so it's a waste of damage spread. So maybe 1 or 4 on the Pheasantipity might be the way forward here. Take out the Dreepy, 4 on the Pheasantipity, prepare... Oh, no, just going all for the Duskull. Interesting.
Okay, I think I do kind of understand this here. You were talking just earlier about how giving access to any kind of Dusclops or Dust Noir can be devastating in terms of what it can enable. So there's... I think I completely understand that.
Yeah,
that's
here we
Scoop.
go. No, it's 4 damage counters for Alexander with the pop-off from the Curse Blaster counter catcher onto one of the damaged Dracloaks. Now that Pheasantipity has 200 damage on it,
yeah, that's it. That's what's needed. Yeah, that's 4 prizes.
Spreading it over the Dracloak and the Pheasantipity will mean that he's able to do a 4 prize turn there. You know, what a wipeout.
That is a phenomenal turn. Alexander showing the evidence behind his claim that he is the best Dragon Ball player in the room. Takes down that game 1 very convincingly.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I mean, we see the power of the damage spread there, don't we? You know, it can kind of take you a bit by surprise, can't it? I mean, the damage spread is so important in how you manage it, how you manage your opponent's board state. I think the crucial play here was the gust up on that Pheasantipity, forcing Christian to use a Curse Blast, giving yourself a prize and putting yourself only 4 prize cards away from taking the game, knowing that the Pheasantipity is already on 10 damage and you've done that damage spread across the smaller HP Pokemon before. I mean, you know, fair play to Alexander.
Yeah, I mean, but even before that, right, this itchy pollen war at the beginning really slowed things down for both players. Yeah, there's the gust up on the Pheasantipity, and that was absolutely very important. That was really the key turn, like you mentioned. But it was the itchy pollen lock that was able to get him there and then pull off this turn. Very, very clever with the damage spread. 200 onto the active, 60 onto the Dreepy. It did evolve into Cloak, but then with this other gusting card coming in, the damage spread is enough to just KO 4 Pokemon in one go, and that was all she wrote.
Yeah, and as we see on this board state now, knocking out that Dracloak, 3 onto that Dracloak on the bench, and 2 on that Dracloak on the bench, and 10 to that Pheasantipity. I mean, what a turn from Alexander. Completely took me by surprise, but that's exactly what this deck does. It kind of just creeps up on you, right? You don't realize managing your own board state, how many damage counters are on board and what's within range of the Phantom Dive with the Curse Blast, with the damage counters as well. It's really awkward to manage.
Yeah, and being completely honest, I think plays like that, and no, let me rephrase. Plays like that are probably one of the main reasons why Christian likes to play cards like Rare Candy, because it enables him to avoid such awkward turns like that, but just wasn't able to find it on the turn he needed.
I mean, we mentioned it already. The fact that he spread his board with 4 Dreepy and Dracloak.
Oh, hold on, sorry to interject. That's a new upper energy price for Christian. Oh, it's horrendous. And the Pheasantipity price for Alexander too.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? And starting 2 Pokemon you don't necessarily want to see either. You definitely want to be having that Horlucha in hand to pop down for that flying entry ability. So not a great starter. However, Alexander does have 2 Buddy Poffin in hand.
Maybe the best pair of cards you could ask for going first.
Going first as well. Going first as well. That's
gracious.
The main point in this circumstance. But that Horlucha staying on the field, the fact that he started it is not fantastic. It's 70 HP, so it is within range of a couple of Phantom Dives or Phantom Dive in connection with some other players as well.
I mean, not only that, but of course, if it's on the field, you can't make use of its flying entry ability to put damage on your opponent's stuff to get KOs that way.
That's what I mean.
Double jeopardy.
Yeah. The Horlucha started within the Dragapult deck, but then came out, and now it's all of a sudden having a resurgence, considering all of these smaller HP Pokemon that people are evolving from. The Charmanders, the Pidgeys, even the Gimmighouls at this point are all 70 HP. Phantom Dive, if you want to be able to, take out some knockouts with that, you need some extra damage on board, and Horlucha is very efficient in doing so.
Yeah, very, very efficient at that, but won't be doing much of anything when it's stuck there in the active spot.
No, certainly not. Not unless you Professor Turo it.
Oh, yeah, that is true. Alexander played one copy of that.
Let's play one Professor Turo. That would be a pretty good play.
Yeah.
Just going through the first prize check of the turn, but I just want to go through that last game. If Christian was able to find that Rare Candy on the Dracloak, on the Dreepy, sorry, that would have been the better option.
Everything.
But it would have changed everything. I think Christian would have put himself in a much better position. We don't know. That's hindsight, of course. But yeah, I mean, Christian just unable to find it. Maybe even. I'm unsure really, but I would have thought Christian would have liked to find that Rare Candy to evolve into that into the Dragapult. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, either way, that game's in the past. Right now, Alexander has a phenomenal start and is looking to put himself in a great position to carry on that winning streak. Buddy Poffin 2 is now being played. So what's the decision? Oh, is it going to be a double Duskull line? I actually think I kind of like this,
Yeah, I really like it. This is really aggressive. Knowing that Christian hasn't even had a turn yet and he's already facing 2 Duskull. Sorry, I'm going to hurt myself at that point. 2 Duskull already. The fact that Christian only has Badoo. Don't see much in the hand. See Ultra Ball, of course, for that next turn. Maybe a Dreepy as well in there. But yeah, this will be a pretty scary start. I mean, the fact that Alexander can just pop off with 2 Dusclops, of course, next turn, not really being phased by the item lock, but Alexander will still need to find that Dragapult. I think it's kind of a reserved game, right? It's a reserved game plan for both of these players.
Yeah, it's really going to come down to what Christian draws to turn, because there's Pokemon Search, so you're not completely out of the game in terms of setup, but the things you have to do to set up are a lot more awkward. Vadu coming down there for Alexander. There's a draw for turn. Oh, is it his own Horlucha?
Yeah. Oh, I don't see much in hand,
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah. See the Ultra Ball, see the Dreepy, but with those two Duskull on the bench, I think Alexander. Oh well, no, sorry, I'm gonna keep getting ahead of myself. Of course, with the Dreepy, only the Dreepy on field, isn't able to do a Phantom Dive if he's being item locked next turn. But this isn't a great start, regardless, from Christian, right?
Oh, it's literally Ultra Ball for the rest of the hand away, just leaving himself with a Dracloak in hand and then passing. That's horrendous.
Yeah, and he's going to be really relying on that Recon Directive next turn. There are so many options now for Alexander, and even even under item lock, I still think he's in the prime driving. Well, he's in the driving seat at this point, isn't he?
I mean, he can just item lock back.
Yeah. He's definitely going to, right?
Yeah.
I mean, promoting the Bidoof, just going for the item lock. I think all Alexander needs now is an energy card, and there comes the Hilda going for the fire energy and a Draclo.
Couldn't have asked for anything better.
No, you certainly can't. And with that recon directive now, he is able to see more cards within the deck. He still needs some pieces. He still needs to find a way to evolve these Duskulls, into the Dusclops if he wants to use the Curse Blast for a maximum effect. I mean, being that Dreepies are 70 HP, he's definitely going to want to be able to use the Dusclops rather than the Duskull, than the Dusclops. And here's the first recon directive. What was it?
Blood Moon, a Luna, and a Bidoof.
Okay, fine.
Not great about it which way you look at it.
No, not
but
great.
yeah. But there's 2 energy ready to go in hand already. So can attach 1 to the Dracolic to make it ready to go with another attachment, and then just retreating into that Bidoof and Itchy Pollen. This is going to be a very big recon directive.
Lily's Determination? No, sorry, it's Rare Candy.
It's Rare Candy, and it's a Professor Turo scenario. And he's going to get a Turo to go for it again.
Finds the Buddy Puffin.
Yeah.
Pretty much useless at this point. There's a Latias.
My goodness.
What was the other card?
Jamming Tower.
I think it was Jamming Tower, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Both players just binding their time, more so for Alexander's side, of course. Want to be able to use all of those Pokemon at the right time.
Io dilemma again. Alexander finds an Io for the recon directive.
I wouldn't recommend that Io at this point. You've got the recon directive already up and going. So I think it's just getting to the point where Alexander just needs to, like I said, just bind his time. Wait. Yeah. Keep all of these options available to him.
Hold on a second. No, I was going to say, I mean, Dracloak does have an attack. It does 70 damage. That's not quite enough to KO Dracloak, but it can KO a Dreepy.
It can KO a Dreepy, yeah.
And I think that's what he's going to do, oh no, Draw's even better. Just Boss's Orders, use Itchy Pollen, and then that way, it's even more awkward. It's going to be, because now you have much less flexibility. Recon directive.
Was that a Lily's Determination? It was.
Yes, it was. So a huge find, and now he's right back into this game. Plays out the rest of his hand, and now Christian has a chance to make a comeback here. That was a huge recon directive.
He still has a lot to do here, right? He's under item lock. He needs to find these Pokemon without using any items, and that's still a tall order. And when I say Pokemon, he needs to find his Duskull. He needs to find more Dreepy on board. Knowing that there's one in the active, it is susceptible to an easy knockout next turn. And the fact that Alexander does have these Duskull on the bench, you still want to be using item lock to prevent any sort of Dust Noir. So, does have the Latias on the bench, can retreat into the Bidoof now as well, fortunately enough for him. But it's still tough. It's still tough, I'd say, for Christian.
This means he has a chance. If there wasn't for this, then I think the game would be next to over. With this, at least he has a chance to make a comeback here. So, free retreat with the Latias. You have an engine to commit as well, so you can put down something. Another Dracloak is great. Or find another Dreepy, wonderful. This is pretty much as ideal a comeback setup as you could ask for, to be honest.
Yeah, I still think you're forced to put down another Dreepy at this point, because Alexander can still board wipe at this point.
I mean, there's no reason not to, right?
Yeah,
as well.
Of course. An attachment to that Dracloak does have Dragon Ball in hand. Yep, definitely evolve that. Keeps it out of range of any sort of Phantom Dive next turn. And over to Alexander. I think that's the Iono at hand. I think that was top deck there.
No, but there was one in hand already, wasn't there? So then there's two of them there. Oh wait, no, did he... He took it to hand but didn't play it, which is exactly what the right move to do. So
Professor Turo scenario and a Lily's Determination, I think.
Yes, that was Lily's Determination. That seemed like the obvious play here, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, definitely is. Seeing 8 cards is way better than finding 6.
That also gives your opponent more cards too.
Yeah, of course. It gives your opponents a chance to see more cards as well, which is not something you necessarily want to do, knowing that your opponent has played 2 cards out of their hand already. Being under item lock, you're kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game, right, with your opponent, because you're thinking, are all those 4 cards completely useless to you now if I just do an Itchy Pollen? Alexander just shuffling up, finding those 8 cards. It's unfortunate for him because, he could have really taken advantage of a poor start from Christian, but was just unable to find those Dusclops.
I mean, again, but thanks to Bidoof, right?
Yeah, thanks to Bidoof. That's why it's so important in this deck. We know that Dragapult's quite a slow, methodical deck, and it relies so much on that item lock as a disruption as a disruption element against your opponents to get back into the game.
Yeah, and I think this at this point, this is the right turn to switch over into attacking with the Phantom Dive. Nope, never mind. Alexander disagrees and just says, you know what? I could Phantom Dive here, but Itchy Pollen is stronger right now. I'm going to keep this lock going.
Yeah, I still like the item lock. It prevents any sort of Dust Noir coming on the field this turn. But Christian can still use the Dusclops. You know, he's not out of the woods yet. But I think for Christian, this is going to be the crucial turn. And I've said that multiple times now, I know, but it really is.
Oh,
I mean, he really
decides to go.
Yeah.
He, like, in terms of, like, the face-off, Christian fires off the Phantom Dive first, actually goes to the boss's orders to bring up that Dragon Ball to the active. This I like.
Yeah, like I said before, you're still forced to hit into the Dragapult at one point. Going for the Dreepy, keeping your opponent bench locked from any sort of further Pokemon to be put down. That's the play he's going for. 60 damage on the Dreepy. What I will say is that if Alexander's unable to pop off with any sort of Curse Blast to open up that board space, it does put Christian in a position where he can take 2 attacking Pokemon off the board next turn.
Yeah. However, so a couple of things going on here. Draws the Neo-Upper Energy. Doesn't need it right now, but it's still a great thing to have in hand. And with Christian deciding to switch over from Itchy Pollen to Phantom Dive, items are now back online for Alexander. So he's going to be able to search for his deck and actually find some of these key pieces he's been missing.
Yeah, I think for Alexander, pop off with a few Curse Blasts, take a few prizes here or there, or maybe even put some damage on that Dragapult, put it within range with a Phantom Dive nonetheless if you pop off with the Dust Noir, and free up that board space with another Dreepy. Because like I said, at the moment, Alexander's put himself... Oh, no, well, he hasn't put himself. He's been put in a position where both of his Pokemon that are his only attacking Pokemon within range of a Phantom Dive. So he really needs to get out of this situation fast.
Yeah, and the supporter of choice for this turn is the Hilda, so going to be grabbing himself either another Dracloak, or if he feels like he really needs to prioritize finding this Dusclops and start using Curse Blast, he'll be searching for that instead. And then you can also go ahead and get a Basic Energy or another Luminous Energy to start preparing your other Dreepy for a future evolution as well.
Yeah, and the Hilda can go for the Dusclops, can go for the Dracloak, like you mentioned, going for that Dusclops.
They're literally debating between the two, but does decide to go for Luminous Energy and the Dusclops, and I think this is correct here.
Yeah, I think it's more important to free up this board space for another Dreepy to put on board. I really do think that is the priority here. But still, even the fact that Christian has another Dusclops on the field, Duskull on the field, sorry, it does mean that he can wipe Alexander's board from all Dreepies, Dracloaks, and Dragapults next turn.
Yeah, and that's not a great feeling.
That's not fantastic. No.
There is another Dreepy in hand for Alexander, so once you go for this Curse Blast, you can free up that bench space and get that other Dreepy down. But I'm fairly sure that, yeah, with some combination of shenanigans, like you're mentioning with the Dusclops, even with a Dragapult and 2 Dreepy, you can still get wiped with all your attackers.
Yeah, I don't even think another Dreepy is enough. Because even for Christian, with the combination of Curse Blast and Hawlucha as well, he can take out all three Pokemon next turn. And this is exactly what Christian wants at this point. And for Alexander, you know, yeah, sure, I can take out that Duskull, but you know, there's still options for Christian.
Oh, but hold on a second. Something that could maybe change the equation a little bit. Well, how do you feel about putting down a Monkey Dorian with getting the Luminous Energy off on that and using Adrenaline Brain to move some of the damage off that way? The Monkey Dorian's in hand, so that is also an option.
Yeah, that is a pretty good way of doing it, but it attaches to the Dusclops, actually.
Hold on a second. So Luminous Energy onto the Dusclops, that's fascinating. I mean, Dusclops and Dusnoir do have attacks. They don't do a ton of damage, but it is a single prize attacker that can, you know, maybe combine with something else for a 2-shot. Is that the direction Alexander's going?
It must be. Not going for the Curse Blast and attaching energy will, you know, you would expect that he is thinking of having this as an attacking option for next turn. There's no other reason you would attach to it, right? Because with Curse Blast, you're knocking it out.
Yeah.
So that energy attachment would be completely useless.
And it's not even useful for a retreat because Dusclops has a retreat cost of 2, so it's not even like a preemptive retreat move either.
And plus you Curse Blast and take it out of the active anyway.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
So here we see the first recon directive from Christian. Just going for that Ino by the looks of it. There's the one card still down. Oh, it's Duskull or Ino.
And
going for the Ino.
Yes. I think he was already pretty committed to it. It was in the hand already, right? But of course, what's really nice is that you put that Duskull to the bottom of the deck, you have a Buddy Pop, and you can just get it straight back out.
Yeah, Christian can still take 4 prizes this turn. He can go for the Hawlucha, can knock out that Dreepy with 10 HP remaining, put 1 damage counter wherever else, even on the Bidoof. Oh, no, sorry. He can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He can take 5 prizes this turn, actually.
He can have a very, very devastating turn.
With Hall Lucha, you can take out that Bidoof with 10 HP remaining, as is the Droopy, and put the 6 damage counters on the Duskull. But you don't want to put yourself in a position where an INO is going to be detrimental to you.
Yeah, that is a tricky thing. And actually, I think the reason why Alexander is committed to attaching to this Dust Noir or this Dusclops is because if Christian can pull off the 5 prize turn, you can't do anything with the Dust Noir, because if you pop it, you're going to lose the game.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a good point. INO into another Dragapult. Would like to see an evolution into another Dracloak,
Oh, but here's a very good find here. There's the Monkey Dory with the Luminous Energy, so can go ahead and use that to get actually going to go ahead and do a free prize turn, taking out that Dusclops.
Yeah, this is a devastating turn for Alexander. Finding that Monkey Dory and the energy put Adrenabrain alive now, and with the 3 damage counters, moved over to that Dusclops, putting it within range of a Phantom Dive. Now for Alexander, the writing's on the board, I would say. You have no Rare Candy in the deck. You can't accelerate into a Dragapult. That Duskull is something you definitely don't want to use at this point, putting Christian only within 2 prizes away. And, you still have that onward threat of the Holotra on the Bidoof, so there's many different options that Christian has to take the game.
Yeah, back against the wall, but if there's anyone who could pull off a comeback, it would be a current season regional champion, and he's going to make use of every single resource that he can to try and get there. It's going to have to start off a recon directive, finds, it's a Buddy Puffin. Oh, and an INO, though. That's a really, really strong find.
That's something that you have to prioritize this turn. Now that Christian is so far ahead, using as much disruption as you possibly can to try and slow down your opponent is definitely going to be the way to get back into the game. Ultra Ball here, maybe even another Dreepy. If he's able to find it, having the security that if this Dracloak is knocked out, at least I'm still putting myself back in the game. But is it too slow? Doesn't play Rick Handy. So you're just banking on the fact that the chance that this Dracloak can survive next turn. Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, I think for Alexander, maybe a counter catcher on that bench Dracloak. That the rest of them are bench Pokemon, so it is free retreat, and maybe try and just slow Christian down.
Either that, or if you go ahead and make use of this Curse Blast, you'll put Christian onto 2 prizes left, and then that will mean the Blood Moon Ursaluna only needs 1 energy to attack. That could KO the Dragapult.
Yes, that's also true. That is another option.
But I don't think that's the line we're going for based on the fact that the Curse Blast is used on the active.
Yeah.
So Curse Blast comes in, puts the Dragapult on 220 damage, and then INO after that. So really we're going to be relying on drawing as little as possible, and Christian missing all the outs. Flip the script found for Alexander. Very important free cards. What's he find?
Can he find that counter catcher?
Well, no, the counter catcher's already in hand, so he's actually choosing not to play it. He wants to deal with this Dragapult now.
No, yeah, because he's... Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I saw him INO it away.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
He's trying to find his Blood Moon Ursaluna here. He really
he must be if he's keeping this Dragapult in the active. He must be.
But I don't think he found the out to it. There's a Night Stretcher.
But even if you use Blood Moon Ursaluna, what are you doing for those next few turns? I'm unsure.
I mean, you can put down a Latias and then retreat and into something else, but you just need to deal with this Dragapult. And right now, Blood Moon Ursaluna is the only way to do it.
Yeah, certainly is.
But I don't think he's just looking
at it. Yeah, he's looking at the options he has here. He's thinking, can I get back into this game? Are there any ways here that I can execute a sort of game plan to put me back in a positive space? Yeah,
no.
and he's just scooping it up.
Not able to find the outs to play to his minimal odds chance of a comeback. Scoops it up, so Christian Onofrio takes it to game 3, winning a phenomenal game 2. So it's going to be one more game to decide who's going to make it to the Stuttgart Regional Championship finals.
I mean, what a game Christian played. There were so many unfortunate turns he had, especially those first few turns. I mean, he even had to Professor Tiro scenario his Dracloak to evolve into another one for another recon directive. But thankfully, he was able to survive. Like I said, Alexander, just unfortunate under the item lock, was unable to find the momentum to be able to take advantage of Christian's poor start. But, if there's any deck that can make a comeback, it is Dragapult, right? We've mentioned it time and time again. And Christian, finding that magic combination, now that Alexander was bench locked, maybe he was getting too ahead of himself benching those two Duskull instead of an extra Dreepy, and effectively just put himself out of the game, right? And look at that Monkey Dory. That was the play, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was the key turn there. Able to take a knockout onto the Dusclops, knowing that Dust Noir was probably the way for Alexander to really heavily come back into this game by combining a KO with that damage counter placement with an INO, but unfortunately just having to evolve the other Duskull into a Dusclops. 5 is a lot less than 13.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Yeah, both of our players just shuffling up for our game 3 of our top 4 matchup. Who will be in the final? Cannot wait to find out. This has been a real interesting matchup. A lot of people downplay mirror matches, right? A lot of people find them a little bit tedious, or they're both the same match, they're both the same deck, so they'll both execute the same style. So there's not much interaction in the game. But I mean, I cannot say that's I couldn't be. They couldn't be more wrong when it comes to Dragapult.
It's
right?
an unfair statement.
It is completely an unfair statement when it comes to Dragapult. I think Christian just tried to put his prize cards on the wrong side of the table there. Could you please put them so I can see them, please?
Oh.
Not great. 3 INO isn't fantastic,
that's a comeback
is it?
card. Oh, you really don't want to see that. Alexander's prizes, sure, there's a Dreepy and a Dragapult, but that is way, way, way worse.
Yeah, it does play 4, fortunately enough for... Christian, fortunately enough for himself, sorry, he does play 4, but unfortunate start, I would say, for Alexander. That Pheasantipity doesn't feel great to start, especially the fact that it is so susceptible to easy Phantom Dive in combinations with the damage counters spread with either Dustmar or Holucha.
Yeah. Now, at the very start of this game, you were talking, Ben, about how in this matchup, do you really, in the mirror specifically, do you want to put down the Budu when it can become such a liability later on? But
I was completely wrong.
Yeah, but both these players recognizing, yes, it's a liability, but what's even more of a liability, not being able to set up your field, and Budu is the thing that gives you the best chance to make your opponent not be able to set up their field. So it's actually worth prioritizing.
Yeah, I can't believe I was wrong. Who would imagine? Yeah, Buddy Puffin, like you'd already mentioned, eyeing up that Budu coming down onto the field in connection with a Dreepy. Already has Duskull on the field in the active. That's something he won't necessarily mind. Doesn't even have to retreat this turn. Because he is going first, is unable to attack. I mean, the past couple of games I've found, usually you elect to go seconds, so you stop your opponent from being able to play supporters to find these important resources like Buddy, Poffin, and Nestball. But what I've been seeing time and time again is that even going first isn't phasing a lot of these players because they just keep starting Buddy, Poffin.
Well, I mean, we joked yesterday about how some people are built different, like, Henry Brand just with the strong starts going first, and we're seeing it again here. Just built different as finds that Boffin del Cuore, actually. That's the Italian one, I believe. And nice. Gets the Dreepy and the Budu down onto the bench. Yeah, plays on that jamming tower, just get out of hand. Energy onto the Duskull so they can retreat, and then a pass over to Alexander. What do you have? Oh, you do have a Buddy Poffin of your own, and a Lily's Determination. Wow, what a better start.
Yeah, I like the energy attachment to the Duskull as well, just going back to it, just because it means that Christian isn't forced to put down a Latias EX to be able to retreat from the Duskull into that Budu for next turn. So at least he isn't putting a easy 2 prizes on the board for Alexander to take. And here's a Buddy Poffin coming down for Alexander. Like you mentioned already, there's a first prize check going on, or Lucha is available to him. Just writing down some of his prizes here, as many of our good players do, just to remind themselves throughout the game what's prized, what's not available to me. How can I not waste my resources, basically? If I'm playing a Buddy Poffin and I prize 3 of my Dreepy, maybe not playing it is the best option.
But we know that this prize cards aren't that bad. 1 Dreepy in the prizes, 1 Luminous Energy in the prizes could be annoying, actually, for attachment flexibility, but you have plenty of other energy to work with.
You do.
So that's not going to be the end of the world either. So it's just going to be a matter of which 2 basics do you go for. And, I mean, as long as you can get this Pheasantipity out of the active, Dreepy plus Budu does seem like a good way to go.
Yeah, I think when it comes to some of the prizes that are down for both players, I think Christian's definitely got the short straw here. 3 I know, as we've already mentioned, and his lone Dust Noir. So that could come into contention later down the line, especially as we get into those later turns. Buddy Poffin for the Budu and that Dreepy.
Yep.
You're just going to expect a retreat into that Budu to start item locking. Ultra Ball here does have the energy in hand for retreat, but it's whether he prioritizes it for retreat or to put an energy on that Dreepy. making it ready for that Dragapult, but you know, just going for the retreat rather.
You know what? I actually really like the fact that Alexander discarded that Dracloak as one of the choices with the Ultra Ball. That now means that if Alexander draws into his other copy of Night Stretcher, because I believe there's 2 in the deck, right? And one's prized, or is it 3?
No, there's 2.
The 2. That means that now Night Stretcher also becomes an out to the Dracloak as long as you're not under item lock. So I do like this, actually.
Yeah, a lot of people think, you know, the deck is the only accessible part of the field for a lot of our players, but it's actually the discard pile. You know, you see it in Goldengo. I know we're talking about different decks here, but, you know, when we talk about Goldengo, sometimes it's better to discard all your energy earlier on, so it activates some of your superior energy retrieval. And like you quite rightly mentioned, putting that Dracloak into the discard pile just you know, increases the likelihood of finding it from a Night Stretcher.
So another GP comes down, which is a very, very good find. That is exactly what Alexander would have wanted. Oh, there's even more items to play as well. There's a Buddy Puffin, there's another Nest Ball. You can set up your board fully here. That is amazing news if you're Alexander.
Yeah, that's a great start. And I don't know if you'll be regretting attaching to that Pheasantipede. I know it was the safer play, but now drawing into that Nest Ball, he could have found that Latias EX to retreat for free and attach to a GP.
Well, the thing is about that is that you would, if you're going to have a 2-prizer on board, I think you'd rather have the thing that lets you draw 3 cards in the event of a knockout.
That's also another good point. You don't want to put too many susceptible Pokemon on the field for your opponent. That's quite right there. And you don't want to bench lock yourself like you had been in the last turn.
And hold on a second, a very, really small point here, but worth noting. Could have grabbed two basics with a Buddy Puffin, but use the Buddy Puffin to grab the Duskull, and then use the Nest Ball to grab the Dreepy. Doing this is very clever because it means that you get more dead cards out of your hand when you get item locked.
Yes.
So if your hand gets disrupted, you're not going to draw into cards which are useless later.
Yeah, a really good point, and that's you know, that's just sequencing 101, really, isn't it? You know, using as many cards as you possibly can out of your hand. You know that you're setting up. You know that you're not likely to use that Nest Ball or that Buddy Puffin in future turns. So using both will mean, like you said, taking that resource out of the deck. If you're going to INO, if you're going to Lily's Determination later on, you're taking what we would reference as a useless card from the deck, so you're more likely to draw into what you do need.
Lily's Determination, speaking of drawing cards, are going to be 8 cards here drawn for Christian. He is under item lock. Alexander did end the turn by doing that Itchy Pollen, so this is going to have to be a pretty good draw here. What does Christian find? There's a decent amount of Pokemon. Neo Up Energy is great, but is that not a single Dracloak or an out to one?
I really love the slow draw there from Christian. We're taking one card at a time, just hoping.
Himself almost,
hoping for a Dreepy. Dreepy, where art thou?
Yeah, well, I mean, Dreepy is fine, but you really want Dreepy and Dracloak, and I think...
you do. Well, you just want everything, really.
Yeah, but there's no Dracloak, though. It's terrible.
Yeah.
Oof.
It's not great for Christian. Attaching to that Dreepy as well, that's something that I don't necessarily like either. I mean,
it banks it on there, but now there's a risk, right? If Alexander is able to put together the pieces to KO this Dreepy somehow, I mean, it would require a lot, especially on the item lock. You'd have to make it to Dusclops somehow, and maybe knowing that is what makes it okay.
Yeah, he'll be unable to take any prizes this turn, Alexander, unless he takes out the Bidoof with the Dusclops, which I don't imagine, or even the Duskull, sorry, with a Dusclops. So I don't imagine that will be something he's likely to do. At least for Christian, knowing that Dreepy is pretty safe this turn. Alexander doesn't play any rare candy, doesn't play any sort of acceleration in his deck, so isn't going to be able to put into play a Dusknoir or a Dragapult this turn, but I think Alexander's feeling pretty safe at this point. His board state's pretty good in this position.
Yeah, and he was able to play a Hilda that turn as well. Did grab his own Neo Upper Energy. Had the Dusclops already ready to go in hand. Committing that Neo Upper Energy now. Building up to that Dusknoir. Yeah, don't need to blow it up yet. Just go for the Itchy Pollen one more time. You saw how Christian had a really, really slow turn, and it's going to be another one again.
Yeah. Was that a Dragapult in hand as well?
There are a couple.
No, sorry, a Dracloak, sorry. But the Hilda does come down, so he's able to find the Dracloak anyways, right?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't think I saw him draw one per turn unless I missaw something.
It might have been a Dreepy, I'm not sure.
Either way, we'll be able to at least guaranteed, as you said, find one Dracloak off of this Hilda, and now it's just the choice of what energy to grab. Does go for the Luminous Energy. This means that, you know, no matter what basic energy you draw later, if you commit this Luminous to the other Dreepy, you can still power up the Phantom Dive, or you could even commit it to a Monkey Dory.
Christian really needs to find another Dreepy this next turn. Alexander does have that Dracloak. He does have the Neo Upper Energy already attached to it. With the Dusclops on the field, he can evolve into a Dusknoir to take 2 easy prize cards next turn. So
it's a very scary position to be in, isn't it?
He needs to find another Dreepy this turn. Needs to.
Yeah, Dracloak comes down, Recon Directive, 2 very important cards. That's 2 cards you can't play.
No. Oh, no, has he played supported this turn?
Wait, you just
he played the Hilda. Of course he did.
We just played a Hilda.
Of course he did. Yeah. So with that Recon Directive, unable to find a Dreepy, I think for Christian it's just hope that he doesn't, Alexander doesn't have the final pieces to take to board wipe all of these Dreepy and Dracloak off the field. And when I say all, there's only 2 of them, Freya.
That is such a big whiff, and if Alexander can put the pieces together, granted he is under item lock, so it's going to make it a little bit trickier, but he's really not a million miles away. Recon Directive can maybe get the last little bit.
There's another Recon Directive there off that Recon Directive.
That's brilliant. So Recon Directive number 2, what's he find here? He is so close to like clenching his jaws on this game, but there's going to be a very important 2 cards. There's a Fire Energy and an Iono. Okay.
Yes.
I think I like playing your Iono here. You know that your opponent isn't going to be able to do much if you can set up this board wipe turn, so maybe playing your Iono here is worth it.
You can pop off the Dusclops. You can pop it off on this Dracloak here. So using this Dusclops will mean that you'll put 50 damage on this Dracloak and reduce the amount of prizes that Christian has, enacting that counter catcher. So you can counter catcher up this Dreepy here.
No, you're item locked.
Oh, no, sorry, yes, you are. Ignore exactly everything that I've just said.
Well, no, but it's still a relevant point, right? Because you're still reducing the amount of cards that
you
Christian
still
would
need the
draw
boss's orders.
Yeah. But also it means that you would reduce the amount of cards that are drawn by 1 card there. So I think it's still worth going for. You can go ahead. Oh, you can mention Monkey Dory as well. Move damage across that way. That's gonna get you pretty close to there.
Yeah, there's 2 damage counters already on the field on that Badu, and with Iono, you're limiting Christian's hands to 5 cards now, thanks to that Curse Blast. Unfortunately, not to find Gust or any sort of gusting option. Sorry, unable to find the boss's orders and can't play counter catcher like you quite rightly said.
And okay, no out to a Dragapult.
Still. Still.
But then if that's the case, I think I'm happy, just going KO or you with using the Monkey Dory Adrenaline Brain just to make sure that Badu's out of the way, and then just Itchapol on it again.
Yeah.
I think I like that.
Mean, he would have liked to have seen a Dragapult from the prizes, of course, because that's just going to be his game plan at this point. He's desperate to find it, isn't he? That Neo Upper Energy on the Dracloak from last turn, he was readying himself up to evolve and take some prizes with that Phantom Dive. Christian promoting that Dracloak with that 10 damage. I really do like this play, not putting the 10 damage on that Dreepy on board.
Christian does a big flick for the draw for turn, but it ends up not helping. It's a Psychic Energy. You can't even use it to power the attack. Oh, there's another Dracloak.
There's another Dracloak. There's another
Fire
Dracloak.
Energy. Oh, that is actually an awkward decision. Yeah, he has to take the Dracloak here. He needs to draw another card. So what do you find here? 1, 2...
Energy, Ultra Ball. No, that's not what Christian wants to see. This is the one thing he didn't want to happen. He needs to find the Energy and the Dragapult to start putting damage down on board. Maybe even a Dusclops as well. He is leaving himself in a real bad state next turn if he just has to pass here. He has to maybe even retreat into that Duskull and just take it on the chin at this point.
Either that, or maybe you just use the Dracloak's attack and KO the Badu just to get yourself out of this item lock.
You can. I mean, at this point, you know that Alexander's taking 2 prizes if you leave this board state as it is. He's even debating putting down that Ursaluna as just another Pokemon to put on field. A retreat into that Blood Moon Ursaluna, at least you're keeping your board state safe when it comes to the Duskull and the Dragapult, but this isn't great. And a Jet Headbutt for a knockout on the Badu is the option that Christian's taken. This isn't great, though.
No, it really isn't. And so he was going to go for the KO after all. Dragon Headbutt.
Dragon Headbutt.
Yeah, Jet Headbutt is on the Dragapult, but
yes.
But yeah, putting the Blood Moon Ursaluna down just so you have some kind of follow-up attacker. You know that your board is likely getting devastated. Even more so knowing that now the item lock is off. Itchy Pollen is not online anymore, so Alexander can go ahead and play a bunch of these item cards, dig through the deck with Recon Directive, has access to Flip scripts as well. So Christian could be in for a very, very nasty turn here.
Yeah.
As in, on the receiving end of a very nasty turn.
Certainly is. What Alexander will want to do here, knowing that he's not under item lock anymore, Christian is ahead on prizes. So using that counter catcher, like I said in the previous turn, quite incorrectly, he can gust up this Dracloak here. And now that there's these 6 damage counters on this active Dracloak, you are able to spread damage on this one here and take the knockout with Phantom Dive with the 200 damage on this one, and you will completely wipe Christian's board state of any attacking option next turn.
That is exactly where you want to be if your name is Alexander Rutowicz, and that's going to be what he's aiming for. But, I mean, he's not far off, right? There's Ultra Ball.
I think Counter Catcher is in hand. I did see maybe even the boss as well.
That would work, yeah.
Yeah, Boss's Order is in hand, Counter Catcher is in hand, so all of these options are live at the moment. Does have Ultra Ball in hand as well.
So he's got it all then.
He does have everything, but what I think for Alexander, he's just playing it safe here. You know, if Christian is able to find a way out of this, these are the things that Alexander will be keeping in mind. If he's able to play an Ino, how do I make myself less susceptible to an Ino play and disruption, etc.? So I think for Alexander, it's just play out the hand, see what happens. You know, take all my options for my ideal turn now, but
and build up board resilience by putting down another Dracloak.
Exactly. And I think with this recon directive, the main engine of the deck, you want as many in play as possible as you're approaching those final turns to see more of your deck.
Dragapult comes out now from that Ultra Ball, discarding Latias and Jamming Tower. Won't be needing those right now, just wants to get as access to as many recon directive as possible. Is possibly debating going for the Badoo instead of the Dragapult with the Ultra Ball?
Yeah, and sure on this one. I mean, if you have a way to wipe... I mean, maybe we're too aggressive, Freya. But I mean, I would like to board wipe here, I'm unsure. But going for the Ultra Ball for the Badoo, this maybe, yeah, actually it's just thinning.
Okay.
He's just thinning the deck at this point. Like I said, he's mitigating the chance of Christian playing an INO and becoming a little bit, you know, out of favor. Because a simple counter catcher for Christian and a Badoo, you know, it can change things a bit if Christian's able to find some of the resources that he needs to get back into the game. So Alexander's just playing it safe at this point.
You know how some players will lose against someone and they'll say the words, oh, they always have it. This is why they always have it.
Yeah. I completely agree.
You're discarding all the cards that don't win you the game and just leaving you with the cards that do win you the game. And that is what Alexander is demonstrating beautifully here. And if his hand gets disrupted, I think we're going to see it pay off.
Yeah, he has the ideal strategy in hand, but, you know, he's playing it safe. He's not taking it all. He's taking everything in its stride, right? He's not slamming down the cards.
He's not rushing for the win.
He's not rushing, exactly.
He's building up the resilience.
He's playing it methodically, and that's exactly what you've got to do with this Dragapult deck, right? You have to kind of agree with the board state that's in front of you and just build it up slowly.
Yeah, and actually debating where to attach a Psychic Engineer might be going in the Pheasantipity, interestingly enough. Look,
I mean,
or to the active.
I mean, I don't mind Pheasantipity only because it'll mean that you're able to retreat next turn.
Yeah, but actually
from the Pheasantipity.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Probably something I'm missing here, but either way, still a ridiculously strong turn. Phantom Dive is going to KO all of the Dreepy and Dracloak on the field, and the rest of the residual damage is going to go somewhere?
Yeah, still some extra damage that you're able to spread. 1 damage counter on that Blood Moon Ursaluna, EX, and 3 on that Dusclops. So yeah, leaving Christian in a pretty awkward situation. I really do like that 1 damage counter on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. At least it puts it within a range of a Phantom Dive in connection with a Curse Blast from the Dusclops as well.
That's exactly why I would have done it.
Yeah.
And that will be a KO on the Duskull and the... Oh, even if Christian evolves the Duskull into a Dusclops, that will still win the game, that combination, because 60 plus, the maths will work out perfectly, basically. Yeah. But now Christian has to try and think his way back into this game. What can you do here? Your back is against the wall. You know you're in such a tough spot. An Ino has to happen. I think a counter catcher has to happen. Maybe in combination with a Curse Blast could be great, because that way it kind of like Alexander did to Christian, you reduce the amount of cards that is drawn.
Yeah, I would agree with that one, but it does put Alexander only 2 prize cards away from taking game, and with a Blood Moon Ursaluna on the field, there is the option for Alexander to take game next turn. So yeah, it's an awkward position to be in. I mean, like I said, you could go for the Badoo play and just try and disrupt here. You know, Ino is your best option here, but you will need still that Latias EX to retreat that Duskull. You don't really want to use it, I don't think, at this point. But, you know, at the same token, like you said, even if you do use it, you can reduce the amount of cards in hand for Alexander to 2. So yeah, it's whatever he prioritizes at this point. You know, maybe look at the discard, maybe look at the resources that Alexander has left to get back into the game, and that might alter your decision.
If you're Christian here, you can't play to not lose. We talked about this idea before, and we'll talk about it again. You have to play to win. You have to play in such a way where, sure, if my opponent has the out, I will lose, but like, if I don't do this, and if I try to do a safe route, I'll just lose more slowly, and this riskier chance is what enables me to maybe have a chance to win and come back here.
Yeah, exactly. 4 off the top here for Christian. What does he find? He sees the Recon Directive, I believe, has the Dragapult, but is unable to evolve this turn due to the fact that those 3 people only put down this turn, and there's the Itchy Pollen. Alexander, what have you got for us? Have you got that Dusclops and that all-important Nope. Just going for the Lily's determination. Now that items are turned off as well, it does reduce the amount of, reduce the chances of Alexander finding what he needs. And this is exactly what he was debating, right? With that energy attachment. Do you attach to that Pheasantipity just to mitigate yourself from the disruption play next turn? And opted to go for the Dragon Ball instead.
Yeah, and I mean, it might come back to bite him, but very important to note here, if Alexander is able to find a Dusclops and a way to retreat this Pheasantipity, he will be able to take the game by taking 3 prizes from a combination of the Dreepy, the Duskull, and the Badu. So does he find it off the Laser Determination?
Dusclops is there.
There's Dusclops there. The energy's there. He can retreat. He can go for the Curse Blast. He can take a 3 prize turn. He can take the game. He can take the match. He can book his place into the Stuttgart Regional Finals.
Yeah, and there's the fist bump confirming, and Alexander is your finalist at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. He will be playing Nikolai in the final, and what a final we have ahead of us. Dragapult coming up against Charizard. I mean, what a final we have ahead. I keep mentioning it, and what a game that was. I mean, looking back at that, there were so many intricate plays from both of our players. You know, we talk about mirror matches always being one strategy as an option, but with the Dragapult matchup, there's so much you have to keep in contention in your mind, you know, as to what the board state is. How do I disrupt my opponent? What's my most efficient method of taking multiple prizes and doing what Dragapult does best, while also managing the damage that's on your board from your opponent. And you know, like Alexander said, I am the best Dragapult player in the room, and let's see if he can take it home once more as a regional champion.
Yeah, I mean, just before that, though, let's look back at this masterful display of Dragapult. In game 1, you're really showing exactly the right moves to make at any given time, placing the damage counters beautifully with Phantom Blast. I think not misplacing a single damage counter, I think, that entire time, finishing with that 4 prize turn. Meanwhile, going into game 2, Christian was able to find a really cool way back after a little bit of awkward missteps and awkward setups in the early turns, was able to find some really, really nice comeback plays.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, it's all about playing for those future turns, right? What does my board state look like in 3 turns time? How does my opponent aim to play this matchup? What has he got available to him? These are all really intricate plays and decisions to make, especially in the Dragapult. Well, just for Dragapult in general, but in the mirror even more so. And for Alexander, was able to play perfectly in those 2 games. Unfortunately, took the loss against Christian. Christian was able to find that magic play. Alexander unable to take advantage of a poor board state from Christian.
It's really Monkey Dory that did it, right?
Yeah,
Christian.
yeah. And all the power to Christian. He played to his outs, right?
Yep.
I mean, it was an unfortunate start in game 3. And for both players, I didn't really, it just shows that why I'm on the desk, right? I wouldn't have thought that Badu would be such a massive influence in both games. But the fact that Alexander didn't have as many options to play with under that Badu lock, as does Christian as well, it came to be a pivotal moment of all games.
Yeah, it really, really did. Just disrupting that setup. And we saw how much it hurt Christian there.
Yeah,
he was so much further slowed down. And this is why Badu is so strong, not just in mirror, but in any matchup. Building yourself time to set up, and especially so when you do it in a way where your opponent can't set up, then you're going to be in such strong position. And even after that hand disruption, we said we saw it pay off, and it absolutely did there already.
This was the turn, right? It was the turn that Alexander first came out of item lock and was able to use that counter catcher for the damage spread on that Draclog for a wipeout, really, of any Christian's attacking options. And yeah, here we see the last few plays of the game, unable to able to use that Dusclops for those 50 damage counters, and then the spread with that Phantom dive for taking the game and taking multiple prizes, as all Dragapults do.
So, based on the results from this weekend, we now know our 2 finalists. It's 2 Dusknoir decks. It's the cheat code Charizard. I'm sticking with that name. I love that from Steborg. And Dragapult Dusknoir. 2 Dusknoir decks facing off against each other to say who is the best Curse Blast user.
I mean, I feel like the format's kind of wrapped around. I can't remember the last time we saw a final with these 2 archetypes. I can't even remember. It's been a long time.
It's been maybe like one of them, or but both facing against each other. Yeah, it's been a while because there's usually been Gardevoir in the mix. There's been Goldenga around. We saw, of course, Flareon Box make the finals of Gdansk and Emma Hagen's hands. So yeah, plenty of variety to go around, but Charizard making his way to the finals.
I mean, there's been so many good Terrestrialize the X Pokemon been released, hasn't there? But none have made an impression on the format as much as Charizard and Dragapult have. And it's quite a fitting final to have, really, seeing both of these archetypes. But it's interesting, isn't it? As the format sort of changes and these new additions come into play, as sets subsequently come out, you know, there's little changes added to the list to try and change your, you know, your matchups in the room. You know, do I add this? Do I add that? And we've seen that with this Charizard archetype specifically. Not so much the Dragapult, I would say, really, maybe apart from Christian's deck. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how both of them now match up against each other, right? As both changed decks.
And on that exact point, I would love to hear how Alexander is feeling going into the final. So why don't we go over to our now two-time this season regional finalist to hear how he's feeling after that incredible match.
Thank you very much, Freya. I am here with Alexander Ratovich here, and booking another final. How you feeling?
Pretty good. My flight leaves in 1 hour, so maybe I won't make it, but sure.
I'm not convinced you're going to make your flight, but people are saying good matchup in the final. How are you feeling about the incoming final?
Yeah, I would need to ask around, like, if he plays Briar or something, but yeah, Zard matchup is for sure, like, pretty good. Of course, I will, like, try to board wipe him, and we'll see how it goes.
Absolutely. Now, you've already won a regional this season. Your direct invite to the World Championships is already secure. How do you stay motivated to be this good when you've already got your invite?
Well, I mean, I just picked the same deck, and somehow I ended up in this spot again. I mean, I tried to do my best playing all the games, and I'm here.
Now, I've got to ask, because it's something we've noticed on the stream, occasionally you'll end up with a third energy on your Dragonite. Is there a reason behind that?
I mean, here it was a misplay to play it for sure, but I do it to, like, thin out an extra card. Sometimes it's like play around Confused with Monkey Dory. So I was just like, if I put it here, then like, in case I have to retreat, I will do it off the basic energy, not the Neo Upper.
Absolutely, sounds like a good plan. So do you think, you know, having had that success already this season, do you think that gives you an advantage coming into tournaments, giving you that mindset of, I've been here, I know what it takes to win? Do you think that's important, or does it not matter so much?
Yeah, the win gave me a lot of like confidence, because I'm not as stressed as the first time, but I'm still very stressed. But it's like, I feel more comfortable right now.
So you said you stuck with Dragapult then. I got to ask, what is it about the Dragapult deck that makes you keep coming back to it?
I mean, like, I think I'm the best, like, this is my best deck, right? So just why not to play for another regionals? And I don't know, the Recon Directive ability is just so complex. It allows you, like, the sequencing. I really like the sequencing part of the game in general. So I think this engine is, like, very nice for me. For example, you can also, like, set up for your opponent's Iono. You put the good cards on the bottom. I think that's, like, the best thing you can, like, improve from, like, normally playing the game. And yeah, Recon Directive and Prey.
Okay, sounds good to me. So I've got to ask one last question before I let you go and prepare for the final. Do you have a local league that you play at regularly? Did you start playing at a local league?
Yeah, I started playing in Warsaw. I mean, it's been like 6 years since then. And there are, like, a lot more leagues in Warsaw right now, so I go to them most of the time. And yeah.
Sounds good to me. Well, sometimes you start off playing at your local league and then you end up in the final of a second regional, going for 2 wins in the first few events of the season. So why don't we go back to the casters and we can find out a little bit more about how you can get involved in your local league.
Yeah, we absolutely would love to show you that. Even more fittingly so, one of my local league members, Nikolai Steborg, is also in the finals of this regional. So what a coincidence.
Yeah, I know. I mean, the people you meet at your local league, you know, I mean, they're friends for life, aren't they, for the most part? You know, you come to these major events with them, you make friends, but even more so on an international basis in some circumstances, right? I mean, it's a fantastic community to be a part of.
Yeah, it really is. And I'm sure for a lot of you at home, you may be wondering, oh my goodness, this is such a fantastic community. And how do I, you know, if I want to take part, how do I do it? So we're going to show you how.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Come and play at your Pokemon League. Find a Pokemon event near you. Go ahead and whip out your phone and you can scan that QR code to use our Pokemon event finder to find any leagues and also league challenges and league cups and pre-releases near you.
Yeah, it's a fantastic tool to take advantage of. You'll be able to see all the local leagues around your area, all of the different games and the different sanctioned events that are near you. You know, you don't have to play competitively. There's some really fun events that you can be a part of. Pre-release is one of my favorites, as is with many of our player base as well.
Yeah, I already mentioned earlier, my first ever event was a state championships in Nottingham. What was yours, sort of folks at home, just in case people are wondering?
It was a League Cup, and I brought in a legal deck.
Oh, you did, didn't you?
my deck was Mega Kangaskhan, the old Mega Kangaskhan.
From the XY era, yeah,
I know,
after it rotated.
It was Flashfire.
Flashfire,
yeah,
good.
Mega Kangaskhan.
Goodness me.
To be fair, though, I brought the Worlds deck, the one that did well at Worlds. The
Mega
crazy
Kang Aromatisse?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
To be fair, I did bring that, but then I had to be met with, yeah, mate, you can't play that. However, you know, the friends that you make at League, they help you out, they give you the cards that are needed for the most part, and you know, I was fortunate enough to be able to still take part. I'm not going to tell you my result.
Okay.
But I had fun, as is always guaranteed with most Pokemon Leagues.
Well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better, my first result at the state championships was also 2-4, so 2 wins, 4 losses.
Okay.
So,
Fine.
and also, this was back when it was best of 1, and my first ever match was I got my lone Pokemon KO'd before I got to even draw a card, because back then you could attack going first.
I mean,
so that was my introduction to competitive Pokemon.
I was speaking to somebody backstage. You know, the first time I met somebody was at a local regional, and they were, you know, in the cupboard somewhere, and you know, and then all of a sudden you see yourself casting and, you know, having fun, and not only that, but having some great times at competing events as well. But let's take a short moment while we prepare ourselves for our final.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they went for the fame. They'll go down in the books. We'll remember their names. Content as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
final time to the lovely city of Stuttgart in Germany. We visited the holiday markets, we've walked the city, we've done phase 1, phase 2, the asymmetrical top cut, the top 8 and the top 4. The only thing left for us to do is have a final between two great competitors, two of the top decks in the format, and figure out who will be our Stuttgart regional champion for the Pokemon trading card game, just to finish off this calendar year. And taking you through that final is going to be myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, I'm absolutely stoked to be here, ready to cast over the final, because it's a matchup I probably didn't expect to see in a final. I mean, considering the popularity of certain archetypes, and we get a chance to see a new sort of way of playing an older archetype in Charizard EX as well. But Alexander's been here before. He's going to be up against such a great opponent who's been undefeated during this weekend.
No, absolutely. All of that Golden Go talk, most played deck in phase 1, most played deck in phase 2, multiple versions when we got into the top cut, but it was not to be. Here is a reminder of our Masters bracket from top 8 onwards, and we see there that Nikolai had to go against Daniel Magda, a regional champion this season, against Ufa Axelsson to boost to get their spot in the final. And on the other side, we see Alexander had to take down Drew Stevenson in that game we casted, you know, right back at the beginning of the day. We've got Christian D'Onofrio taken down in top 4, and now against Nikolai Steborg in the final.
Yeah, it's going to be a real exciting match. Alexander looking to make himself a 2-time regional champion.
We've only had 4 of them, Alex.
In the same season, yeah. I mean, we one of the greatest things that we're starting to see in the Pokemon TCG right now are familiar players playing so consistently well and actually appearing in multiple finals. You've mentioned like Ban Ahmed over across the pond in this sort of North American circuit, going to multiple finals. Alexander finds him one too.
Speaking of going to finals, let's go to a final. Our players are at the table. Our players are ready. We got Alexander there on the left. We have got Nikolai on the right. We have got Dragapult on the left. We've got Charizard on the right. And on paper, looks like this should be a matchup where Dragapult is favored and has a good matchup. But even Alexander said during our interview, I need to find out what techs they're playing. See their accomplishments: Lille Regional Champion, Birmingham Regional Top 4, Warsaw Regional Top 8, and just a World's Top 128. You know, just slip that in for good measure.
Yeah, some fantastic achievements. Has been certainly a player that's been sort of coming to the top here for a number of years now. We've got Nikolai on the other side as well, though. He's had plenty of sort of good accomplishments. Sort of one standout is that top 16 at the Stuttgart Regional Championships, but he's obviously gone 2-3 steps further, now finds himself in this final up against a regional champion looking to take his own title himself and earn himself that direct invitation.
And apparently a fan of playing in Stuttgart, Germany, because 2 years in a row, a good finish. We're already better than we were last year. Can we finish that one off here to finish us off? So, Alexander, is it going to be 2 out of 4 winning 50% of our regionals this season so far? Or is it going to be Nikolai, already got their best result, but is it going to be one step further and winning the whole gosh darn thing?
We get a chance to have a glimpse of those prizes, Ross. A couple of important pieces on Alexander's side with the Dragapult and the Dracloak, but that pink Prime Catcher is going to be one to keep an eye on because it's at the very top. Typically won't see it very long, but here we go. Handshake.
There is the handshake, and we are rolling with the Stuttgart Pokemon trading card game regionals final, and it seems like we're going to be starting with Nikolai benching that Duskull with a lovely James Turner artwork, a Charmander in the active, an energy on the Charmander, and we are fully rolling here. But not a great turn from Nikolai. That was the entire turn, Alex.
Yeah, would have loved to try to get more Pokemon on the board state. Remember, we spoke about it before with that Fan Rotom inclusion in that deck, a way to try and build out a board. It's just the boss's orders at the moment onto that Duskull, though. Both players look like they might be struggling a little bit. Psychic Energy attachment to the Duskull. With the boss's orders done happening on that Duskull there, we have an Itchy Pollen. We're in for a very, very strange final at the moment, Ross.
Right now, neither player has got much of anything. Both players have a Duskull. Now, the good news is Alexander's done that whole Itchy Pollen thing that he likes to do at the beginning of a game. The bad news is you generally want to combine that with, like, Dreepy on the bench, some energy attachments to Pokemon you actually want to attack with, things of that nature. Instead, it is just an Itchy Pollen. But the good news is there'll be no rare candy into a stage 2 for Nikolai. No Buddy Poffin to get extra basics. So with the board as it is, that Badoo can be pretty harsh.
Yeah, imagine if Nikolai did have access to items, could eventually actually just wipe the whole board of Alexander. But like you mentioned, that Itchy Pollen really causing chaos there, meaning that rare candy to a Charizard's not quite possible at the moment. We do see a Dawn come down, allowing you to search yourself for a basic Pokemon, a stage 1 Pokemon, and a stage 2, and put them into your hand. A great inclusion into deck archetypes like this, as it looks like we're targeting one of those Hoot-Hoots, one of those Charmeleons that we've seen from Phantasmal Flames, and that Charizard EX.
Yeah, Dawn is one of the best cards from Phantasmal Flames, and really getting Nikolai out of a bind here. Being able to search out those free cards from one supporter when you're item locked is a huge advantage. And of course, once you've got a Terra Pokemon in play, that Hoot-Hoot can become a knockdown and search out 2 trainers. Next turn, you've got the Charizard ready to go. Are you going to be able to get that? Well, right now, it's a Charmeleon attacking into a Badoo, and you don't even need weakness. It actually did 80 damage, more than enough. And Alexander is in a clock here, because we know there's a Charizard in hand. That's not an issue. Charizard is going to be hitting for 180 next turn.
I do see an Iono supporter in Alexander's hand right now. We do get the Night Stretch, and the Badoo's coming straight back down onto the board. We do have that free retreat because of that energy attachment from the first turn there, a Volop to the Dusclops and an Iono to boot. So this might be an opportunity now to really turn the game around, because we know we're putting that Charizard EX to the bottom of the deck. But Alexander really needs to get going. He needs some of those Dreepies down as soon as possible. Do we have any? Looks like there might be one there in hand, Ross.
And we need to get some Dreepy. We're going to have to get some at some point. One is not ideal. You want multiple, but you're right. There's one in hand there. And we do have an Ultra Ball as well. Nikolai might be item locked, but Alexander very much is not. So that means you can, at the very least, go ahead and get yourself another basic Pokemon. Worth noting, there's only 2 Charizard in the deck for Nikolai. One is now definitely at the bottom of the deck, so your base, and the other one is actually in the prizes. You are not drawing into Charizard. You have to find a Dawn here under item lock, or you're not getting your Charizard.
Good thing is, with Nikolai's deck, he does play 4 copies of it. He has obviously used one already, as Alexander finally does get a chance to work out those prizes just from this first deck search he's got going here. I mean, it'd be hard-pressed to not select a Dreepy from this moment. He does have one in hand as well. I think I did eye up another Iono also in that hand. So even if we do see another steady fire breathing, I think the attack is on that Charmeleon to knock out the Badoo once again, we can really start to get things going once more as we progress the game state. But Alexander really does need those Dragapult lines as soon as possible. Otherwise, we're in for a real tough time.
It's not going to be going well. Now, an interesting little side note in Nikolai's deck. Although you need to have a terrestrial Pokemon in play to activate that Knockdown engine, does play some basic Terrapagos, which will then activate the Knockdown. So there is an option for next turn to go Terrapagos, then play the Knockdown, then you can search something like a Dawn, and then that would potentially get you rolling. But the combination of Iono and Itchy Pollen, that is becoming really awkward for Nikolai right now. And you cut down to 2 Charizard to make room for everything else. One's at the bottom of the deck, one's in the prizes. You are really reliant on stuff like Dawn and another Badoo?
Yeah, I think it's just looking for an opportunity, maybe just to kind of, he's going to have to do multiple Itchy Pollens for during this game to maybe even get a Dreepy into a Drecloak, into a Dragapult at some stage. Knowing this Badoo is an easy target to go down to steady fire breathing, maybe that's the route we're going down. We do have one Dreepy in hand, remember, and then we can continue to chain those Ionos and maybe really slow the game down on your opponent's side of the board. There's the Itchy Pollen on that Charmeleon, down to 100 HP now. It's on Nikolai to try and find a way out of this scenario. Does have Noctowl in hand, does have the Dawn as well, Ross.
Dawn, absolutely amazing. And what you can do here is you can, now you kind of want a Charmander, but what you can do here is potentially go for a Terrapagos as your basic to then activate. Oh, you got the Charizard anyway, you're good. Get the Charizard, get the Knockdown. Knockdown is on, and then there's a basic and a stage 1 you can search as well.
Yeah, it's always quite nice because it allows you to grab those Dusknoir or Dusclops pieces at the same time. I mean, there's so many Pokemon you can search out, as we do see the instant evolution up to that Dusclops. Now Curse Plus is live. That Pidgey's coming down as well from that basic Pokemon search, or maybe it was already in hand. It was either that or the Charmander, and we do get the big bad Charizard EX in the active spot. Now Infernal Rain live, raining down some fire energies onto his board state, ready to start swinging with that Burning Darkness attack.
It's going very well for Nikolai now. If he wasn't item locked, you could go and grab, you know, a Pidgeot and a rare candy from your Noctowl and just go absolutely crazy here. Not an option right now. You are item locked. You are on a slower game plan, but your opponent's got no real attacker set up, and you've got a Charizard rolling, hitting for 180. You are going to be able to stream a couple of attacks together. And the thing is, you've got that Hoot that can evolve. Maybe this turn, maybe you don't even need anything this turn. It's there when you're ready. And no, it is just a hit for 180 here. Get the KO. That Noctowl can come out next turn. At some point, that Pidgey can become a Pidgeot. Nikolai really setting up for future turns here, although do note that that Prime Catcher is prized.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Ino is played down now. Does get that Neo Upper Energy attachment to the Droopy, but we have to remember Alexander is playing that Dragapult deck with no rare candy, so there's no way to burst into a big bad attacker of his own right. He does have to kind of slow the game down, and that's probably why the direction of going down a third Badoo effectively is enough to try and slow the game down that little bit more, as we do get the Dracloak here from the Ultra Ball. It's going to be really important to hit some more pieces. Going to need to find some more Droopies at the same time. There's a Nest Ball that will get him another, and it's going to be the next turn that we're sort of telepathing that we're going to be start swinging with that Phantom Dive as soon as possible.
The issue here is going to be if Nikolai is able to get a Boss's Orders or a Noctowl, which can search out the Boss's Orders very easily, because there is a tantalizing target on Alexander's side of the board. There is a question. Do you know Alexander's playing no rare candy? Oh, yeah, there is a decent chance.
Yeah, very true, very true.
If you know that, then you can start going after Dracloak. And that means that you can basically cut your opponent off of Dragapult, and that is going to be a big deal. We see Recon Directive, that does get a Dusknoir, so that's a big damage that can come out in the future. Right now, Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, I wonder if there's ever an opportunity to maybe even to try to target the Hoot to try to limit that potential Noctowl, but where it's not, it is just an Itchy Pollen.
Noctowl, it's in hand, and I feel very confident I know what one of these two cards is going to be. Go and get that Boss's Orders, take out that bench Dracloak, and it's not just that you're taking out a stage 1 with no rare candy to burst into a stage 2, but it's also the fact that you're taking all the energy off the board. Neo Upper is your one chance for a 1 energy attachment Dragapult. That's gone when it goes away. There's got to be a Boss's Orders coming out here.
Yeah, you got to be feeling pretty good with yourself here if you're in Nikolai's shoes right now. We're just kind of making it a little bit easier for everyone to follow along as well with those damage counters on those Pokemon. Of course, that Charizard taking grass weak damage because of that Badoo's Itchy Pollen, now up to 3 damage on it, so it's down to 300. But here we go, Boss's Orders and the Nubber Dawn there, kind of just waiting in the wings. Like Ross has already mentioned, targeting that Dracloak is probably going to be the biggest thing on this turn here. Despite being under item lock, it's not too much of an issue, although has
actually
just decided,
playing the Dawn right now, choosing not to go after the Dragapult. You still got that Boss banked for next turn, but right now saying, look, I know I can go after the Dragapult, but we've actually got the Dusknoir. We're going after the Dragapult anyway with Dusknoir. Now we're going to see another KO from the Charizard. Nikolai is going to go down to just 2 prize cards remaining with a, and I cannot stress this enough, vastly superior setup. And Alexander at this stage, we've got to be close to the end of game 1.
Yeah, one of the great things about doing that as well, because you've popped your own Dusknoir and utilized your own Curse Blast, you've also allowed Alexander to take a prize, meaning if he ever finds a Lily's Determination, he's not getting a full 8 cards that you might often see. He will be having to work with 6. But this is where it's a little bit awkward right now. Alexander having to use that his own Dusknoir Curse Blast of his own. Looks like he's targeting that active to do in total.
Well, this gets a KO now. The Charizard is just out of reach of a Blood Moon Ursaluna, and it is a Lily, but like you say, it's not going to be for 8. It's going to be for 6. Lovely little, you know, we see a lot using it to give your opponent prizes to activate stuff like Counter Catcher, but actually hurting your opponent as well is really very fun. Has now drawn every prize but the Prime Catcher.
Yeah, and the other great thing, because he's popped his own Dust Noir as well, he knows there's not too much of a threat song side right now just on Nikolai's board state, but by just taking the knockout because of that season skill ability to allow the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX to utilize that fantastic Blood Moon attack that it's got, does mean he will be taking a massive knockout here and also doing it very efficiently, and that's why we have that energy attachment to the Dreepy, which has now just become a Drat Cloak as well. We're looking to try and turn this game around where possible. Here comes the Recon Directive, 2 cards. I think I saw another Counter Catcher as options of the 2. Yep, just aims and targets that Dragapult EX there, which is going to be so vital.
I do have bad news, though. Now that you've taken 3 prizes, Charizard will KO Blood Moon Ursaluna. So if there's a world in which you can just find a Knockdowl, you can go Rare Candy, Charizard, get the energy and go.
Needs a terrestrial Pokemon first. A couple of pieces to begin with.
Needs a Terrapagos and then a Knockdowl.
And there it
Get
is.
the Terrapagos. I mentioned it earlier. It was just a couple turns too early.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's just a couple of pieces there, but he was working with his whole hand because it wasn't disrupted by another Iono. There's the Terrapagos EX.
That's turning on Knockdowl.
Completely unlock what could be available for him. Does have Noctowl in hand, it looked like.
All we need is a Bull Search like an Ultra Ball and a Rare Candy. Both can be searched off of a Knockdowl, and at that point, you can just evolve up. Charizard gets its own energy, so that's not an issue. You're hitting 180 plus 90 for the free prizes your opponent's taken. That's 270 against a Blood Moon Ursaluna that only has 260. So we do see a Rare Candy.
Does have Pidgeot in hand, so maybe going down this route first.
There's Pidgeot, which has free retreat, so there's the pivot.
There's the Area Zero under there to kind of gain some more additional cards. Can go down the route of picking up the Pheasantipity as well. But likely, it looks like it's just a concession here in this game 1 of the Masters final here at the Stuttgart Regional Championships. It is Nikolai who takes game 1. He's 1 game closer to earning himself a direct invitation to that World Championships.
Yeah, here we go. Back in the start of game 1, we see the setup was not looking great for either player. Charmeleon taking out a Badoo. Okay, then fine, if that's the best you can manage. And it was a lot of itchy pollen from Alexander, but it's in that situation we've been talking about all weekend where your opponent can just take these prizes. When the Charizard came out almost entirely because of that Dawn supporter, now you've got this big Pokemon which can go after your opponent and just take prize after prize. This was the key moment in the game. The Dust Noir taking out that Dragapult. That is why, the Dracloak. That's why Dragapult never really came out this game, and that meant that Charizard could just keep attacking, and then at the end here, after Blood Moon took out Charizard, it meant that there was just too much that we could do in terms of KOs, and that was going to be the game. Nikolai, 1 game up. Alexander already has a direct invite. Can't really get another, but can get the $10,000 for winning, which I think might be their main goal at this point.
Yeah, I mean, both players are still in a fantastic spot to earn so many different prizes across the money, across the booster packs, across the championship points, potentially the extra direct invitation that is still on the line here for Nikolai, but he's put himself in a fantastic spot. He is up against it. It is typically a fairly rough matchup for Charizard when you're facing up against Dragapult, with something we mentioned at the start of this round.
Did not look rough last game.
Well, it certainly didn't, but it looked rough for both players for a second.
It did indeed.
But Alexander's going to be looking to try and literally flip the script. Couldn't have access to that Pheasantipity because it was prized in the last game, but let's see if our Dragapult player will be able to turn this around.
Absolutely, that is going to be the goal. And if you're Nikolai, you're sitting there going, well, look, I know this isn't the best matchup for me, but I'm already 1 up. I need to win 1 of the next 2 games. And now I'm feeling like this is absolutely doable. It's not fun. We saw it with Daniel Magda in a previous regional. When you go into that final, knowing you're at a disadvantage, but then kind of you win 1 game and you start thinking, well, all right then. Even though it's not the best matchup, now I've got to win 1 out of 2. This is feeling a lot more doable. We again have a Charizard prized and a Dawn and a Knockdowl. Only Blood Moon prized as well for Alexander. So a few dodgy things there.
Yeah, but a great start if Nikolai is the one that's going to be going first. He has opened that Fan Rotom, has that fantastic ability, Fan Call, where once during your first turn, you may search your deck for up to 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less. And how does that combo so well with this deck? Well, you can pick up those pieces like those Hoot-Hoots, like a Noctowl, like a Pidgey, and this is an opportunity here with this Ultra Ball to work out what is prized, what he's going to be working with for the rest of this game. A couple of those energies prized, as we've already mentioned and seen, does play 5 copies of those, so still can get full value from an Infernal Rain at some stage, but this is where Nikolai's deck really comes to the fore, and just this Fan Call's impressive and such a cool inclusion into a Charizard deck.
It's so nice when you can search out the Pidgey and those Hoot-Hoots so early. I did, and now I'm embarrassed to say, I played a Stellar Crown pre-release, and I had Fan Rotom, and I said, oh, that's a really good ability, but I don't really need it now. I'm going to save it for next turn. And then next turn came, and I actually read Fan Rotom, and I realized, oh, should have used that the previous turn. Well, here we do see the Fan Call coming out. There's a Charmander down, and now we're going to see a bunch of little colorless Pokemon. We've got ourselves a Pidgey, we got ourselves a Hoot-Hoot, and then also grabbing a Noctowl to evolve up next turn instead, which is, you know, that gets you 2 trainer cards. It's really good.
Yeah, incredible. It's a nice way to combo alongside that Pidgey. I'm sure that's what Nikolai's going to be looking to do on his next turn. At the same time, Alexander's going to be looking to once again slow the game down. Remember, with Dragapult EX, especially with this Dragapult Duskmother version with no rare candies, you have to play the slower, longer game. Here comes a Buddy Poffin. We're going to at some point be looking for that Badoo, slow the game down, and really get into those Dracloaks, into that Dragapult, and maybe start decimating your opponent's board with the damage counter placements, with potentially even the Monkey Dory sort of weaved in where possible as well. So lots of things to keep an eye out for as Alexander does go through his deck to work out exactly what's prized on his side.
And that is the goal when you're playing this game. You have 6 prizes down. Those are cards that are unavailable to you for the game. So what the good players do at every, you know, first search, every game, you got to look through your deck and you got to try and figure out what's prized. You know, Alexander is currently finding out that his Blood Moon Ursaluna is unavailable. So a play like he pulled off last game, getting that key KO towards the end of the game, that is no longer an option. When Nikolai does a search, they're going to find out that for the 2nd game in a row, Charizard is prized. But also things like there's a Noctowl prize. There's only 1 available in the deck. Maybe that makes it more important to search it out with Rotom's Fan Call turn 1 so that you've got that guaranteed card rather than having to hope you find an out to it later, especially under item lock.
Yeah, absolutely. Under item lock is going to be such a key aspect here because typically what you'd like to do from Nikolai's side is utilize that Noctowl to go straight into something like a Rare Candy and a Dawn, maybe then allows you to go straight into your Pidgeot. This is where the kind of colorless combos start coming together. But Alexander, I'm sure, just is thinking, I have to stop this Rare Candy. That Badoo is going to be so important, especially for these early turns. One of the awkward spots, again, another thing we've got to keep an eye on, that Latias EX, despite being a great card with the Skyliner ability to maneuver back into the Badoo so we can start launching some of those itchy pollens, is weak to dark. It's an easy target for Charizard EX.
Very easy target, and of course gives up 2 prizes, and it's kind of going to be stuck on the board unless you play your 1 Professor Turo scenario to get it off the board. It is going to sit there as an easy 2 prizes to be gusted up at some point. We know Nikolai plays Prime Catcher. There's a couple of Boss's Orders in the deck, so that is going to be something to look out for. It's a card you'd rather not have on the field against Charizard, but if you start it, you have no option. It does at least give itself free retreat, though.
Absolutely. Skyliner is a fantastic ability. We've seen it across this weekend throughout because it enables attacks and turns like this. Looks like that Buddy Poffin has targeted the Duskull alongside the Badoo here. So we're just going to see what angle Alexander. Maybe he has a Dreepy in hand already. We do know that 1 Dreepy is prized, so it's just depending on how else we're going to work. Yeah, we could definitely see another Dreepy there. Boss's Orders on the Pidgey just to enable and not allow that Fan Rotom to just salt landing because there's another efficient attacker. Now just slowing the game down. Itchy Pollen on that Pidgey. First attack of this game 2 in your Masters final.
And that is going to mean there's no item cards for Nikolai for his following turn. And, you know, Pidgey does not have free retreats, and it doesn't have an attack which can KO Badoo. So it's going to be a little more annoying. Here we get a Terrapagos coming down. Really important because that turns on the ability of Noctowl. And it seems like we are playing a Dawn here. Well, we already had the Noctowl, but now we can get 3 other Pokemon, a basic, a stage 1, and a stage 2.
Actually, I think if Nikolai had access to his item cards, his hand was pretty cracked. I think I just caught a glimpse. I think there's Pidgeot EX in there, there's a Rare Candy in there, there's a Noctowl. He could have exploded on this turn. But because of Itchy Pollen, we're going to have to slow the game down. We're going to have to go down that route of the Charmeleon once again to kind of slow evolve, because we don't play Pidgeotto in this list. I'm just double checking again. Yeah, I don't think so. So we're just going to have to go into something like either the Dusclops or the Charmeleon for the moment at least, and then kind of work our way through there.
And that's the thing you find, these Charizard decks, they're fitting so much in, but they go, look, I've got Noctowl to search out 2 trainers. I've got Pidgeot to search out any card during my turn. I'm going to be a bit greedy with my list, but it means that I can, you know, search stuff out, but it means no Rare Candy. It makes Badoo a lot more relevant. Well, now we go back over to Alexander and their trusty Badoo. And it looks like we are going to be using Dusclops here. Yeah, KO the Pidgey. Love it. You know what can't happen if you KO Pidgey? Pidgeot can't come out.
Absolutely, and I do wonder if he had to do that because his hand wasn't very strong, maybe didn't have a supporter to really go into too much. Yeah, that hand is not looking pretty, Ross. He had to do that to even try and find maybe an additional draw card here, because I just see like Jamming Tower, maybe a... Yeah, I think there's a Dragapult
Luminous
EX.
Energy.
It's looking rough here for Alexander. He's really up against it. Just got that Badoo in the active spot. But how else do we deal with it? It's just an Itchy Pollen on that Charmeleon. Nikolai does have that Charizard EX in the hand. Both players have taken a prize each thus far. So Nikolai's got a real great initiative here, even without Pidgey on the board, to go into a Pidgeot at some stage, as we do get an Infernal Rain coming down now, getting those Fire Energies out of the deck. Burning Darkness will be available to really over-KO this Badoo.
And of course, well, I'm not sure we even want to go for Badoo here. We got Noctowl in our hand ready to go. If we want a boss's orders, we can have a boss's orders. And I'm looking at this board and I'm thinking, you did very little last turn. I am pretty sure your hand is terrible. So if I KO your only Dreepy, you know, you're thinking about things like, well, what if they've got a Dragapult in hand and they just want a candy? Or they've just got a candy and they just want a Dragapult? Well, that's not an option if I take out that Dreepy. If you didn't know your opponent wasn't playing candy, you might have a much better idea after game 1. I really want to go after the Dreepy. Here comes the Noctowl, and you've got to think, I know last time we saw Dawn instead, but come on, surely it's boss's orders time, Alex.
Yeah, it's got to be targeting that Dreepy right now. I mean, I know Badoo's annoying to work and deal with, but at the same time...
Oh, not even mucking about. Double boss's orders. And I love this because I'm going to get Dreepy. And then, oh, what's that? You got a terrible hand, but you managed to get into 1 more Dreepy. Say goodbye. Or maybe just a Latias if you want. Either way, this Charizard is wreaking havoc.
Yeah, Charizard really setting up here. That Dreepy staring down at a big Terra Pokemon. Big Burning Darkness, Latias and Badoo on Alexander's side of the field right now. What are we working with? What is that one card? He does have a Night Stretcher to bring Dreepy back. Knows it could be easily targeted. I think it was a Hawlucha. Doesn't want to attach the energy because he knows he has boss's orders. He's going to have to just Itchy Pollen again.
But now we know what's going to happen. Nikolai's going, look, I've already got my Charizard. I don't even really need items right now. I am going to boss's orders your Dreepy. You do need to start preparing just in case an Ino can come down later on. We do see the boss's orders onto the only Dreepy here, and we know that Blood Moon Ursaluna is prized. That's the emergency attacker in this deck, but not this game, Alex. It ain't there.
Yeah, not like this, Ross. Not like this. He's finally here, supporter there. We do have an Iono now, but is it too little, too late? Alexander has to fire off that Iono, hoping to try and slow down Nikolai's just board setup. I mean, he doesn't have Pidgeot, he doesn't have Hoot Hoot, so it doesn't really have much draw there. Alexander will have to try and slow the game down. Does hit a counter catcher and a Dreepy as well. Maybe this is the moment, an opportunity to just try and slow the game down enough to get back into it.
And that's what it has to be. Oh, but actually, just went and grabbed a Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl. Not relevant now, but could be in a turn or two. No way to pivot the Noctowl out of the active, it looks like.
No, not right now. Does have some cards he can play out of the deck for the moment, because there is that Dawn once again. We've seen how pivotal that's been, but there is no bench space. Remember, there are 5 bench Pokemon.
But we could Dawn for a Dusclops, use Dusclops to KO something like a Badoo, and that opens up a space for the Hoot Hoot, so we can use Noctowl next turn as an example, and then that would give an out next turn unless an Ino came down again, which I do actually see in Alexander's hand, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. There's the choice of that Dawn. It looks like that Dusclops and the Dusknoir. I do wonder if there's the decision of maybe holding off, firing off a Curse Blast, maybe until you evolve up to the Dusknoir as well, and then maybe make it an even more important sort of Curse Blast KO at some stage. It's going to be a real tricky one. Just a maneuver here, but it looks like Alexander will get 1 turn, at least for the time being.
The problem is, we know Alexander doesn't play any rare candy. So evolve up into Dusclops now, hold, next turn, worst case scenario, your opponent's got a Dracloak when you can Dusknoir it.
Yeah.
And then it's gone away anyway.
Yeah, Nikolai looked like he was about to gesture to the Curse Blast. Oh, just keeps touching it, keeps moving it. I'm so interested about whether he's
thinking
doing
about it. But Do goes down. That's 1 more prize. Nikolai, 2 prizes away from winning the game. May well have just been trying to grab an extra card there. Was a Fire Energy. What's Noctowl's retreat cost, Alex?
It's just 1 energy. Is it a Fire Energy? Yeah, so he's able to retreat.
That's good.
Alexander was about to put the Latias EX in the active spot, does get the attachment and retreat, and will take out the only Dreepy once again. And Alexander is in real dire straits right now. There's the big Burning Darkness. A 2-prize and Latias EX left remaining on the board. What can Alexander do?
Well, we put a Dreepy down, we play an Ino, and it is Ino and a prayer. And I just want to go back to that last play for a second. We used the Dusclops to KO the Badoo. It drew 1 prize. That prize was a Fire Energy. That was what allowed you to pivot that Noctowl out of the active and then get another prize. But it really is as simple as Alexander has to get that Charizard out the active. Any KO from Charizard will end the game here.
Just double checking. Wasn't that just the Dreepy that was placed down on that turn? I'm not too sure if you could evolve it. Because I thought he just put it down because it only had a Dreepy and a Latias in play. I'll get double confirmation. Maybe I missed something, but I believe that was just a Dreepy played on that turn, because it was just KO'd. It was just the Dreepy and the Latias that was remaining on the last turn when he then promoted the Dreepy that got knocked out by Burning Darkness. He then benched
Well, either way, I see cards going down. I see a handshake, and I see Nikolai Steborg as your Stuttgart Regional Champion for the Pokemon Trading Card Game. Direct invite to the World Championship secured. First Regional Championship secured. Charizard is well and truly back, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredible display. What a deck that we've seen multiple times on stream already. That fist bump to the crowd. Your Stuttgart Regional TCG Masters Champion, Nikolai Steborg.
Yes, absolutely fantastic game there. Second regional in a row. We sit here and we go, well, one of these decks has a bit of an advantage. And second regional in a row, it is the other deck which actually ends up becoming the champion. And now Nikolai Steborg can sit there and go, well, you know what? Now I've got my regional championship. Now I've built on all of those results in the past. Now I can be one of those players to watch in the future. And this is a name. If you're playing Pokemon in Europe especially, remember that name. Back to game 1. This was a fun match.
It was very interesting. I didn't expect to see that Charmeleon from Phantasmal Flames swinging away on those Badoos, hitting for weakness, but over KOing it, of course, because it's dealing 40 damage already. But Nikolai just kept using those Dawns, getting the right Pokemon, evolved up, getting that Charizard EX, and swinging away when he needed to do so. There was a moment there where he could have chosen to maybe boss's orders the Dracloak there, but he decided to go down the Dusknoir route, utilizing that Curse Blast, also reducing the sort of value that Alexander could get from a Lily's Determination as well, as he kept swinging away with Burning Darkness there. We got a massive knockout with that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, but Nikolai had it all, and that was where it was scooped up from that boss's orders there from game 1, and we went into into Game 2.
It was actually a fan rotom on the Dreepy. It's just a little KO at the end. That's all we needed. Over into Game 2, and it was another game where Alexander was just struggling to get going. Boss's orders on the lone Dreepy. The Charizard came out quickly because of Dawn again. Dawn, the absolute MVP in this finals matchup. We saw the KO on the Dreepy with Charizard. Badu trying to mount a comeback, but no, it's just another Boss's orders onto another Dreepy that goes and gets the KO. We saw the Dusclops KOing the Badu, and that actually drew a fire energy off the prizes so that you could then retreat and get another KO. We saw another KO on the Dreepy, and then it got to the end of the game. Alexander had nothing, and Nikolai KOs the Latias for what it's worth for 6 and 7 prizes and the regional championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was an incredible display. I mean, commiserations to Alexander, but, you know, you've been there before, you've won it, you've got your direct invitation already, and you've come so far once again, a finalist at another tournament. But yeah, it was Nikolai's day. I mean, we've spoken about how he might have had a bit more of an awkward matchup, but it certainly didn't look like that, did it, Ross?
It did not. Commiserations to Alexander. Second place is still phenomenal. I don't think you're going to catch your flight, but I think second place at the regional and all the prizing that comes along with that will help to soften the blow a little bit. There is also the point that if you win 2 direct invites, that does actually not move the line down by 2. So this does give one more European player an invitation to Worlds. So, you know, there's a little silver lining there for the whole region of Europe. But 2 phenomenal players, and it's great now that both of them have that direct invite in the bag.
Yeah, Alexander doing everyone in Europe a favor by not stealing another one away, as it were. But no, it's incredible just to kind of see, and we get a chance to just recap exactly how our Masters top cut breakdown and bracket came about. We did see at the very top there Alexander's route to the final through Drew Stevenson, through Christian in that mirror match, and then making himself in that final up against Nikolai. And on the bottom side of that bracket, Nikolai overcoming Paulo Camus there. I think it was another Dragapult deck, in fact. And then, of course, we had that top 4 match against Ufa, who would overcome 2-0, and he just swiped the floor because it was a bit awkward draws between actually both pairings, but he ended up winning 2-0 in the final again.
And that's something you have to do, and I need to mention it one more time, the impact of that new Dawn supporter from Phantasmal Flames. Badu was putting on that item lock, and now I talked to some other Charizard players throughout this weekend who told me the exact same thing. Dawn makes this deck so much better, searching out those Pokemon either under item lock. Here is your final standings of your top 8 players from the weekend. That was a stacked top 8, Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've mentioned some of the names already, but Daniel Magda was there, you know. He's already also a regional champion. Christian's actually someone we've seen starting to become quite regular on these streams as well. We see him with a fantastic finish in previous seasons. Also has been a special championship winner out in Durban as well. Drew Stevenson is one we have to always call out, piloting that Golden Go Lunatone deck. And he's, you know, he's had unfortunate bubbles, but he finally pushed himself into top 8. And I know he mentioned he really just needs to kind of close out one of these tournaments one day, but he got so close. But still, congratulations. And let's not forget about Irvin. I mean, he's the one who typically we've seen pilot Charizard EX to fantastic finishes, and he got another top 8 again.
Another top 8, one of the best Charizard players around, although Nikolai might have something to say about that. I find it interesting. You look at that top 8 from Stuttgart, right? We've had 4 regionals this season in the European region, and 3 of the 4 winners were in the top 8 this weekend. I mean, one of them had to be, but 3 of the 4 are in our top 8 this weekend. We do not see that very often.
No, and this is, again, a testament to the Pokemon trading card game now. I think I started to mention it a little bit earlier, but we're seeing a level of consistency with some of our very, very top players. So often we see them into top cut, or at least very close to being in top cut again and again and again. And we're seeing this, you know, over and over again, and it's such a great thing because you're putting the time in, you're going to demonstrate just how great of a player you are.
And we see this, if you can top cut multiple regionals in a season, which we're seeing more and more players do, then yeah, you are going to be there at the top. And it really is a challenge to the rest of the region, and with how many people travel nowadays the rest of the world, I am one of the best players out there. I am in multiple top 8s throughout the season. If you want to be successful, you're going to have to come and take down players like me, and that's an exciting time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it just means that we actually see some of those players more often than actually they see us at tournaments. Because, you know, we are here trying to put on a show, but I think that's enough from us, Ross. It's time to actually go through and declare who was our Stuttgart Regional Champion.
Yes, thank you both. And what an electric final we did have. Over 2,300 players came from across the world trying their hands at becoming the next regional champion. After an electrifying weekend of competition, it was only ever going to come down to 2 of our fantastic competitors. But before I welcome our winner of our regional championships, I just want to give a round of applause to the people who make this event happen. The judges, the organizers. Please give a round of applause. Thank you very much. But yes, like I said, after an amazing weekend of competition, a grudge of phase 1 and phase 2, it was only going to ever be one winner. And I'd like to introduce you to Nicholas Steiberg. If you just want to come over here a moment, Nikolai, thank you very much. Now, you are our next regional champion. How are you feeling? I must ask.
I feel amazing. Like, it's a dream come true. It's just like I started playing only start of last year, and I knew from the start that I wanted to go all in and I wanted to be the best. Well, I was the best today, but there's still a lot to get. So today we celebrate, tomorrow it's back on the grind.
Yeah, of course. I can tell how emotional you are. This must mean a lot to you. And, you know, we all feel, you know, so proud of you and what you've accomplished this weekend. But let's take it back to the game. You had such a dominating performance throughout this weekend. We featured you twice on stream. What's the secret?
Not hitting Dragapult until now. I hit 0 Dragapult in Swiss, and I hit like 7 Gardevoir. This deck was built in mind that we accept the losses to Dragapult. Then I hit 1 in top 8, and I thought I was done. Then I hit this, and I thought I was done. But when you have the best start, and when they don't really get going, it's possible, I guess. But.
And I think we've taken most of us by surprise. It's a new archetype. You know, we haven't seen this type of deck yet. We've seen some of it in the past before, but not with the new additions from Phantasmal.
So it's about practice, repetition, just keep going, get 1,000 games in, get 10,000 game in if you can. Have some good friends to help you practice, to help you stay focused. And yeah, just keep going until it works.
Right, you're right up there right now. You know, you are a regional champion. You're going to go home this weekend on the highest of highs. But I have to bring you right down. You've got Worlds to prepare for. You know, what is your first feelings about that, you know?
I went to Worlds last year. I had an abysmal of performance. I was actually thinking about going one Worlds and then not chasing it again. But then I did a terrible performance, and I wanted to go to Worlds again. So now it's happened. Now it's... well, I want to say the next step is winning Worlds, but there's a bit more preparation before that's going to happen.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and you are our next regional champion. Once again, can you please all give it up for Nikolai Steiberg?
Here we go.
What a way to end this weekend. Maybe one of the craziest finals we've seen in a very, very long time. We started this weekend thinking, oh, there's not going to be anything that crazy new that comes out in Phantasmal Flames. It's mainly small additions to existing archetypes. And what takes down the whole thing? A brand new take on Charizard.
Dawn.deck.
Dawn.deck, absolutely. Couldn't have done it better myself. I'm Freya Pierce. I am joined once again by Ben, Ross, and Alex. How are you feeling right now after that finals?
Yeah, I mean, it was such a dominating performance, wasn't it? I mean, it's a newer archetype, I suppose, with the new Dawn edition from Phantasmal Flames. We were all questioning how much of an impact that set was going to make. We were all a bit 50-50 about it, but it's only fitting that it takes us by surprise and takes home the win.
Yeah,
no one said it yet, so I'm going to say it really dramatically. A new dawn has come to the Pokemon TCG.
Yeah, you love that. But speaking of also kind of in a contrast to a new dawn, I want to take a brief moment to say thank you to Ben. I believe you're talking about this on socials already, but this is going to be your last stream as a caster.
Yeah, moving on to better things. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. There's nothing better than having the opportunity to speak about Pokemon all day, every day, is there? I mean, it's just a case of moving to another role, and I will stick around, unfortunately, for you guys. Sorry about that.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah. But I just want to thank everybody, everybody behind the stage, but all of my fellow casters, not just you guys, but the other four as well. I mean, that managed to help with casting at EU as well. So yeah, thank you guys.
Yeah, and to thank you as well for many wonderful times casting together. It's been a pleasure to have you on the team, and it'll be a pleasure to continue working with you in other capacities. But wrapping up today's events, we had 2 finalists, we had an amazing final, and we have crowned a new winner here in Stuttgart. Nikolai Steborg triumphed over previous regional champion Alexander to become our latest regional champion in Europe.
Yeah, an incredible finals. We've kind of already highlighted it. This Charizard, I don't think anyone expected Charizard to be in a final and actually taking down another regional championships here. But I mean, kudos to Alex for not taking away another European direct invitation, right?
Yeah, was it a selfless act? I'm unsure.
It's been an interesting one for me, because especially Jesper, one of our co-casts, I've been chatting to him a bunch this weekend, and every time I speak to him, he's like, have you seen how many Charizard are in Top Cut? Have you seen how many Charizard are in Phase 2? Have you seen all the Charizard players? Oh, this guy's got this really good record. Every time I speak to Jesper, he's like, watch Charizard, this new version. He's not the only one this weekend has told me about Charizard. And it feels like yesterday it was whispers and today it turned into a roar. And yeah, Charizard, it turns out, might actually sneakily be the best deck in the format.
Establishing perhaps a new infernal reign over the card game as we see it today.
Yeah, and if we all know Jesper, he loves to prove all of us wrong. So, pointing out that Charizard making the top cut consistently, and, like we've all been saying, Nikolai proving how strong the archetype is once more.
And we were saying, are we going to have a new champion? Are we going to have a recurring champion? We almost had a 2-time champion this season, but Nikolai pipped Alexander to the post at the last second, and now we have him on our list of EU event champions there.
Yeah, it was incredible. I mean, we've even mentioned it already before. Daniel Magda was also in top 8, so even he tried to throw his name into the ring as well to try and take down another regional championship. But it's just an incredible way to see how our players are adapting to different formats, adapting between events, and then just moving on to just keep performing to such a fantastic, placement and finish.
Yeah, just a perfect really way to end things off as we are past for the halfway. We're basically at the halfway point of the season now. 4 events down, 4 to go. But it's not just excitement here in Europe. We do also have Toronto coming up soon over in North America.
Yeah, pressure's on for a lot of our competitors, and the next event can only come quicker for a lot of our competitors looking to make the top standings and making those automatic invites, but also gaining some championship points. Toronto, January 16th. Going to be a good one.
Yeah, and over on our side as well, we have Toronto, North America, and very soon after, we have our first European regionals of the new year over in Birmingham. The NEC is going to be a very, very exciting time.
I am hyped. It's probably my favorite regional of the year. Anytime I can just take a nice casual train to a regional, I'm a happy bunny. But honestly, it's often the most well-attended regional of the European calendar. It's always incredibly competitive. Everything's in walking distance, so I don't have to get in a taxi at any point. I mean, it's not just the logistics, although that does help. Birmingham is always a very memorable event. Last year, I believe it was the biggest European regional of the season. So So get hyped for January.
Yeah, get hyped for January. And if you want to watch along in January, you can catch all the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast. All the schedule will be there for you. You can see when Toronto will be coming up, when Birmingham will be coming up at the right times for your time zone. You can pick and choose which one you want to watch and tune in and enjoy the competition alongside us casters. We also have, of course, plenty more coming up, not just on the broadcast side, but we have, I believe, a Twitch schedule coming up as well, so you guys can see what is going on in our future, in the immediate future for our channel.
Yeah, so much going on the Pokemon/Twitch. I mean, we have Pokemon Advance going on. We have the replay of the Pokemon Atlanta Regional Championships. Ross, I know you're a big fan of rerunning some of those regional championships, checking out some previous metagame.
Legitimately love it.
Yeah, and then we have Pokemon the series. I mean, who doesn't love that? And live Pokemon GO Battle Day on Saturday 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. as well. And then, of course, who can forget movie night?
Yeah, I mean, we were talking yesterday about maybe movie night not with your kids after they've gone to bed.
Yeah, next Saturday, early night for the rest of the family, and I'm going to sit down and enjoy Destiny Deoxys, the movie. I'm not joking. Quiz me on it the next time I'm casting a regional. I will have all the answers about Destiny Deoxys.
Yeah, and what about Pokemon GO Battle Day? I mean, that's going to be a live event. Maybe we have to ask some of our fellow GO co-casters about what will be happening now. I'm intrigued personally. I don't know about you guys.
Yeah, it's an exciting time. I mean, anytime there's a live event, especially when there's an event following the Twitch schedule, that there's the Pokemon GO Battle Day, and then into Ross's favorite moment of actually going to see an actual movie, it's going to be a great weekend.
Yeah, going to be a great weekend. Speaking of which, if you had a great weekend this weekend following along with the stream, why not let us know? Get in touch with us on X, on Instagram, use the hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tell us about some of your favorite moments on the weekend. Tell us what you think about the fact that Charizard took down the whole thing, perhaps in a surprise new development of this really strong archetype. And, you know, maybe if you want to come and compete at future regionals, you could come and tell us how excited you are to try your hand at becoming the next Nikolai Seaborg and the next regional champion.
And show us your pet pictures. We say it every time.
We didn't do it this weekend, did we?
Who are you watching a regional with? We know half of you are watching at home with your pets. Hashtag play Pokemon. Show us who you're watching with.
Yeah, and also go ahead and follow the channels on YouTube and Twitch at Play Pokemon on YouTube and Pokemon TCG on Twitch, so you can catch all the TCG action. You can also catch the other games on the Play Pokemon channel. If you want to tune into the other games, you know, you might want to do that at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the Atlanta Regional Championships you can catch up on. There's plenty of live segments that you can still replay on that channel as well. I mean, I absolutely love going back into some of the archives, you know, checking out some of the events that we've had previously, some of your favorite formats or moments on the Pokemon stream.
Earlier this year, I had to do a little bit of research for a project I was working on. Ended up watching pretty much the whole of 2016 Worlds. That was a really fun event.
I mean, that's a bittersweet event for me, I'm sure, for reasons that have been said many times before. But, you know, still good memories, all the same. Still looking to be at that 9th place. But if you want to do better than 9th place and get top cut out of future regionals, you might want to know what's coming up next. We already mentioned Birmingham, but there's plenty more to come, isn't there?
Yeah, just after Birmingham, we will have our second international championships in London, and that's always something to be keeping an eye out for. We've spoken about all the other events that's going to be coming.
These are how you will. But I partook in a lot of that in Anaheim this past year, and that seems like it was a prototype. I don't know exactly what Pokemon XP is going to look like, but I am really excited to find out.
Yeah, and I mean, one way to get there, of course, is to qualify for the World Championships. We've crowned one winner today. Nikolai has punched his ticket to Pokemon XP and to the Pokemon World Championships, so he's going to be joining them, and who knows, maybe more of the people watching could do the same.
Yeah, don't forget the juniors and the seniors as well. We have 2 other champions in that division, so it's fantastic to have them also competing, also earning themselves a direct invitation.
Yeah. Now, that's actually going to be it for us for this calendar year. Everyone, we hope you've enjoyed tuning into the streams this year. We wish you a wonderful, happy holidays, a happy festive season, and until the next year, from all of us on the caster desk, goodbye and good night.
Bye.